FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah.
That ball sky deep to left field, all the way back near the wall, and that ball is gone. Grand slam for Angel Martinez. And just like that, the Guardians have taken a 4-run lead here in the 10th. And Clase finishes off the game, a 10-6 final as he strikes out Cam Smith to end this one. Angel Martinez with a grand slam in the top half of the 10th inning is the difference tonight as the Guardians win 10-6.
One ballpark. One ballpark. That grand slam that you just heard would have been a home run in, and it was the ballpark that it happened in last night, Dyken Park.
Well, if you're only talking Major League Baseball, sure. I'm sure if you put some college and high school ballparks in there, it might not have been a home run.
I don't know. That is such
Grand Slam in the 10th is never feels like, that's all right. We got him right where we want him. Just wait now.
The only thing I would say about that is we welcome you in here on a Wednesday. The Astros lose last night, as you just heard. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network. 10-6 the final score. There's a lot to dig into here, especially with all the...
Is there?
All the
I want to dig into the fullback battle for the Texans.
All the energy we came into this week with. When will the Astros lose a series again? In 48 hours.
I knew it. Hubris, Sean.
I know.
Hubris is what you succumb to.
Pride comes before the fall, is what I was told. Yeah. So, a grand slam. The only thing I would say about a grand slam in extra innings in this day and age, they do start with the ghost runner on second. It starts with a little chicanery already. If you can get a base hit, get a couple guys. If you can get the tying run to the plate, if you can get the tying. Yeah, it didn't happen. Didn't happen at all.
Sean out here talking about inflation.
Yeah.
But, okay. It's the grand slam isn't as notable after you get the ghost runner on second, and yet still really, really hard.
It's hard
to come back. And as we said yesterday, look, this is a Guardians team that hasn't missed the playoffs since 2015. The organization is good. The fact of the matter is the Guardians had battled the Tigers until the final game of that series. Yeah. But we knew that this Astros team has gone on this stretch and this streak partly through better play by some of the under-heralded guys, but also that they've just, when Hunter has been out there and when Framber has been out there, they've won those games.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to withstand Josh Hader not playing like himself and Hunter Brown not playing like himself.
Yeah, they gave up all 10 runs, the two of them. Hunter gave up 6. Hader gave up the grand slam, and that was that. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you one thing, Sean.
Yeah.
I do not need to see Hunter Brown again before the All-Star break because, like he said after the game, I just kind of felt like they were all over everything. Mm-hmm. Whether he's tipping pitches or whatever it might be, that he needs to get in the film room, figure that out. Yeah. Maybe if he figures it out sometime in the next couple days, then maybe give him his regular rest and have him start before the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. But if not, they need this. We can't mess around with Hunter.
I was getting a lot of this it's already coming in too, by the way, on the text page. People telling me to go back to Jamaica. Like it's since I got back. They've lost these 2 games to the Guardians.
You know what? Sean's he's an immigrant. He's here legally, just trying to make a go of it. And you guys have succumbed to all the political fervor.
Right.
To where you're like, send him back.
Go back.
Send him back.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
No, Sean is an American
I'm a citizen.
Okay.
Yeah, I was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, man. I was
Can
born
we
here.
Put down the swords
Thank
for
you.
a minute
Thanks for having
here?
my back, man, on that. I appreciate that. How big a jinx am I?
That's what I'm saying publicly. I alerted ICE this morning.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
In this country
There's people knocking on the door in the lobby.
Yeah.
This is how big a jinx I am, and this is I'm agreeing with you people. It's not hey, he's back from vacation and they lost a couple games to a team. By the way, to a team that had lost 10 in a row and has now scored more runs in these 2 games than they had scored in the previous 10. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that we did a segment yesterday where we said, these Astros have been amazing since such and such a date. And we did individuals. Hunter Brown and Josh Hader both were on that list of a segment that we did yesterday. This is the wild one. I have been to 2 Hunter Brown starts in my life. 2.
Yeah.
The last time he gave up this many runs in a start, and I was there last night, by the way. The last time he gave up this many runs in a start, July 6th, 2024, in Minnesota.
Yeah.
In Minnesota. I was at a game in Minnesota where that was when he had started the turnaround. That was when Hunter Brown, he had like 8 straight amazing starts. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm here for Hunter Brown. And he gives up 7 runs in like the first 2 innings to the Twins while I'm there. That's the weirdest thing for me personally is like, okay, he's had two awful starts in over a year. Other than that, he's been incredible, and I've been witness to both of them.
Were you sitting in Joe Sutton's seats there in
Last
the Diamond
night?
Club for that game? No, the previous one.
No, it was in Minnesota, Seth. It was,
that's right. They won in Minnesota.
Yeah,
okay, so you certainly weren't. I thought maybe you went to the ballpark and watched on the scoreboard. This is the problem, especially with you last night, where you're sitting in the second row right there behind home plate.
Yeah.
The last time that I remember you sitting there, at least when I was with you, that was when Kyle Tucker got hit in the shin.
Oh, God, you're right.
Kyle Tucker got hit in the shin, and I don't know, you might have to be banned from all Astros games.
No.
How selfish are you?
No.
Sean, I took a logic class in college, and if there's one thing I remember from that logic class, it's that if something if 2 things happen at the same time, then there's definitely a causal relationship. That you show up and then bad things happen for the Astros. That's rock solid logic right there.
That is.
That's enough to convict you in a court of law.
Call that correlation is what that is. Oh, I don't. But they're such good seats. It's a really good vantage point. Yeah,
correlation equals causation, dude, Sean. That's what I remember. Correlation equals causation.
I had forgotten.
I got a C in that class, and I'm pretty damn sure that sounds.
It makes sense. It sounds good to me. Well, it doesn't sound good, but it sounds logical to me. Yeah.
It's called ipso post facto ad hoc shano.
I forgot.
Something like that.
I forgot that you and I were there in those seats for just the gruesome thud of that ball hitting off of Tucker's shin in that game. Oh,
now, remember, I said he'd be back the next day.
No.
But what I didn't realize at the time that I was sitting next to a cursed man.
No. Hey, no, here's the thing about the Tucker thing. I'm going to take up for myself. What happened? That happened on June 3rd, I think, last year. What happened? They went on their best run of the season without Kyle Tucker. I was doing the Lord's work. They needed to get Tucker, an MVP candidate at the time, the hell out of the way. The same way they got him the hell out of the way this year, and they're in first place by like 7 games or whatever it is. So
Hunter, okay, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
All right, do the Astros play down to the level of their competition? It's still really hard for me to buy into that because, yes, the Guardians are coming off a 10-game losing streak. They win 2 versus the Astros. The Astros did score 6 runs in this game.
Yeah.
They got contributions by multiple players, both the good ones and the bad ones. Yeah. But they were miserable hitting with runners and scoring, or with runners on base. They left a lot of dudes stranded last night.
Not only leaving dudes stranded, and I was thinking this last night. Last night was the first game where I felt like the quasi minor league lineup they've been trotting out there came back to roost. And here's why I say that, Seth. The bottom part of the order, and I know that Yiner were batting up. Cooper Hummel and Zach Short came up in so many situations with guys on base. You go back and look at the play-by-play of this game. There was 1-2-3 inning that the Guardians had, and it was in the second inning. Other than that, it felt like the Astros had multiple guys on base every single inning. Cooper Hummel goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Zach Short goes 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. It's one thing to go 0 for. It's another thing where you're not even putting the ball in play. You're not moving guys.
Non-competitive at-bats.
Non-competitive.
Okay, this is what it was. They were 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position.
That's what it felt like.
2 for 21.
Yeah.
They left 12 men on base.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, for those of you who said, Sean, Seth, you guys are being idiots. They play down to the level of the competition. Yeah. And I said, listen, that's baseball. You don't understand baseball. I'm smart. I got a C in my logic class. No. They were the two studs on your team, Hunter Brown and Josh Hader, two of your all-stars, they let you down versus bad competition.
They did.
I have to concede defeat.
Yep.
Despite my C in my logic class and everything else like that.
On this particular...
Now remember, the guy that's conceding defeat also got a C in his logic class.
That's right.
So...
That's right. Take that for what it is. Okay, now this is the text.
My ego won't allow me to continue this ruse, by the way. I got an A in that logic class.
Oh, look at you.
Moving on.
That's good. No, that's good. I can see that. Sean Pendergast equals the new Ted Cruz.
You are. You're Ted Cruz.
I am.
When it comes to sporting events.
When it comes to Hunter Brown, at least. When it comes to Hunter Brown, not all sporting events.
Interesting. And you took a trip to a tropical location last week.
I did. I bailed. And they went on their best streak of the year.
Yeah.
They swept the best team in baseball, or at least the team with the best record in baseball. Sean, just admit it. You're the Hunter Brown kryptonite, first in Minnesota, now last night. Great show, guys. Thank you. Yeah, that's... I'm not going anywhere. Like, I'm still doing the show, but do I need to ponder my attendance at Astro games? Perhaps I do. A lot of go back to Jamaica on my Twitter timeline last night. If you want to start a GoFundMe, then send me back. That's cool.
Sean, it's like again. If A, then B.
I know.
Sean goes to an Astro, or Sean goes to Jamaica. The Astros are great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Yeah. My co-host Socrates dropping it on me.
Hey, Sean Pendergast comes back from Jamaica and goes to a game. Then the Astros fall apart.
Yeah.
You have been convicted in a court of law.
I know, and it's not just me. It's not just they fell apart. It's their best players fell apart last night. That's the painful part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. All right. Off and running out on Wednesday. Let's shift gears. We'll get back to the Astros and headlines a little bit later.
In all seriousness, by the way, I'm joking about the horrendous logic there. I took a logic class in college my freshman year, and it's probably one of the best things I ever did. It really did. It helps you. It really helps you think more clearly and kind of see things.
There you go. All right, kids. There's Seth's recommendation.
It's been a weakness as a radio host, though, sometimes.
Oh, being logical?
Yeah. If there's one thing you know about media these days, whether you're talking about politics or sports, best to throw logic to the side and just,
That's how you make the big bucks, man. Throwing logic to the side.
I know, it is.
It's so true. All right. Coming up next, we'll do a lot of illogical things. No, we heard from Rafael Stone yesterday. We, on this show at least, did not hear from him specifically about Kevin Durant and the trade. Why the trade for Kevin Durant? A Kevin Durant anecdote about Ime Udoka from Durant himself, and a Rocket legend picks we'll get a prediction on the NBA title next year from a Rocket legend. I'll let you guess who it is and who he's picking. We'll do all of that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Hopefully they'll let me in.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Pendergast.
Yeah, this is what I choose to believe. I choose to believe it was not my fault the Astros lost last night. I really think this is the case, and this is how it felt at the game. And we'll get to Rafael Stone on Kevin Durant here in 2 seconds. Text message, there's just too many guys out. I mean, it's overdue regression to the mean. In all candor and all kidding aside, you've got a lineup where Yainer Diaz and a sub 700 OPS is your cleanup hitter. You're leaning heavily on Cam Smith right now, who's not even played 100 professional games yet, I don't think. Probably 100 by now with the minor league games last year and the where we are in the season. But you get my point. And then the bottom, starting with Victor Caratini, the bottom 5 spots in your order last night were Victor Caratini, Cooper Hummel, Mauricio Dubon, Zach Short, and Taylor Trammell. And you actually got decent games out of – I mean, Dubon's a legitimate big league player, so I don't want to lump him in just because he's sandwiched in between Hummel and Short in the lineup. I don't mean to lump him in with – I'm just reading, who the names are. It's the Hummels and the Shorts and the Trammells of the world. And this was a funny thing last night too, Seth. So the game it's 6-1. Astros claw their way back in. The game's close. It's 6-5. They get some guys on base, and Amy turns to me, and one of these bottom of the order guys are coming up. She's like, "Do you think they'll throw a pinch hitter out there for one of these guys?" It was probably for Short or Hummel because they struck out every time they were up to that point. She's like, "Are they going to put a pinch hitter out there for either of these guys?" And I'm like, "Amy, if they had somebody worth pinch hitting, they'd be in the lineup right now."
Right. It's the guys who are in the lineup. The guys who are in the lineup right now are the guys who previously would have said, "Why are they putting him into pinch hit?"
Exactly. They're starting.
So the questionable pinch hitters. Zach Short had a 168 career batting average before that Dodgers series.
Yeah.
And he did great in that Dodgers series. Yeah. But there is an element of how have the Astros won all these games despite all of these injuries? A huge part of it has been that the relievers have just been money. Yep. And then you've got Hunter and Fromber who have pitched like all-star caliber pitchers. Mm-hmm. So on a night where both Hunter and Hader have some of their worst nights, it's going to be really hard to win those games.
Yep.
The whole 13 series without a loss stretch, there's a little bit of flukishness to that.
For sure.
It's not always going to lay out perfectly, but you're going to have games or series of games like this where the fact that your lineup is as decrepit as it is, it's going to hurt you. The trade deadline moves we're watching are actually guys returning from the IL.
Yeah,
Jeremy Pena coming back, Christian Walker coming back from paternity leave, which. That child could not have been born at a worse time. Christian Walker is really starting to look like the best possible scenario.
Yeah.
This kid's got to learn, okay? Yeah. Sometimes you got to sacrifice for the good of the family.
That's right, man. He could have held out.
You stay in that womb and don't come out. Well, you will come out kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
But try to... that womb until during the All-Star break.
The All-Star break, man. Yeah. Couldn't you have held off? We're joking. Okay, let's get to the let's get to the Rockets here and Rafael Stone. Why trade for Kevin Durant?
He's Kevin Durant. I think he's really good. He's super efficient. He had a great year last year, so he's obviously not 30 anymore, but he hasn't really fallen off, and we just think we think he has a chance to really be impactful for us.
Yeah, very soft-spoken on that. Very, very humble on that whole thing. The billboards are up, Seth. The Kevin Durant billboards are up around town here in Houston.
Was the question, why did you trade for Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I don't know if that was. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing, but
Oh no, I mean it sounds like that's what the question.
Yeah, because his first part of it was he's Kevin Durant.
He's Kevin Durant. Yeah. He's really good. If I go into it deeper, did you see how well we shot last year?
Exactly.
We did not shoot very well.
No.
Yeah, we need to get more guys like that can shoot the basketball through the hoop on the first attempt.
Yeah,
they're really good at shooting it through on the second attempt.
Yeah.
But we'd like to just go ahead. I would love it if we're not gushing about how great the Rockets are on second chance
on
opportunities
offensive rebounding. Yeah,
because there just aren't that many. There aren't that many offensive rebounds.
Jay Billis pointed that out during the NBA draft. They happened to be talking about the Rockets, and he's like, "Well, Kevin Durant's probably going to hurt their offensive rebounding numbers, not because he's a bad offensive rebounder, but he's going to make shots, and there's going to be fewer offensive rebounds available. Here was Rafael Stone being asked if Ime Udoka, if he was a big part of wanting to bring Kevin Durant here.
Organizationally, we only do things when it makes sense for all of us, and so he was definitely an advocate for it, but only in this way. That by no means was there pressure to do something like this. We thought we were going to be a very good team coming back no matter what, when the deal came through in this manner, I think we all wanted to do it.
This is what feels so good about the trade for Kevin Durant, because yes, the age is an issue, the injury history, that's obviously, you'd be an idiot not to concede that that's an element to it. Mm-hmm. But when you're in a good position and you genuinely feel you're in a good position, like let's say this is a normal business that the Rockets have. You just had a great annual report. You don't all of a sudden go out and take out a high interest loan to try to be even better.
Try to grow your business.
Right. So if the Rockets had this promising season and then all of a sudden traded away all their first-round picks for Kevin Durant, or traded away Amen Thompson and Şengün for Kevin Durant, or something like that. Yeah, that would, as we said in the lead up to it, oh, boy, I don't know about this. This feels like a desperate move by a team that does look like they've got a solid foundation. Mm-hmm. So what they do is, they end up paying a fair price for an older asset, but it was not desperate whatsoever, and it didn't feel like looking in that there was ever a time where the Rockets were just thinking like, oh, we got to get over the hump here. We got to get over the hump here.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you from personal experience, this is when I was a young player in the NFL and I was on a team that had gone to the AFC Championship twice in 3 years, and it felt like, oh, we're almost right there. We just got to do something. And the team in Coughlin, who was basically the GM, or at least co-GM at the time, they went hog wild on signing a bunch of older free agents like Carnell Lake and guys like that.
Yeah.
And awesome dudes, but they spent aggressively and spent way too much for those guys, and it blew up in their faces.
Yeah.
So I've always been hyper vigilant about that. Like, don't feel like making a huge aggressive move is what you need to do to get over the hump. So that's why this feels so good to me personally, because it wasn't hugely or overly aggressive.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Now, the people who would disagree on that would be the people who think Jalen Green's going to become an all-star. But I don't think you and I are two of those people.
And that's without any hatred towards Jalen Green or something.
Sure.
I think it's okay to say, yeah, Jalen Green's a really good and promising young player, but I'm skeptical that he's ever going to become a superstar or somebody you pin your hopes on. I mean, because everybody brings up the people that would defend Jalen Green bring up the playoffs and how it's only one series by a young player in his first time in the playoffs, and they ignore all the times that Ime Udoka himself chose to keep Jalen Green off the floor in the situation.
In the regular season, yeah.
Yeah, like, so it's not like this was something that I think there's this perception by some people who really want to defend Jalen Green that somehow the Rockets are basing all of this off of one bad series.
Right.
Like, no, there was a track record of how they felt about Jalen Green before this.
No doubt. All right, let's hear from Kevin Durant himself. He was on with Steve Nash and LeBron James. He was on their podcast, and he shared this anecdote about going against an Ime Udoka coach team.
I even love that you could throw zones in there. They mixing up defense.
That's an evolution, I think, in the last 6 months even.
Mm-hmm. That's like when we play Houston, like Ime Udoka does a good job of that. He would go one possession regular man, next possession zone, go back to man, the next 3 possession zone, all in the first quarter.
Throwing you off balance.
In the first quarter, and it's like, okay, how good you are as a team, how connected you are as a group, how well you pass, guys are unselfish. If a coach does that and you're not prepared for it,
you all off balance.
You all off balance.
You got no rhythm.
Okay, yeah, that honestly, everything they said there, I'm thinking of Vic Fangio with the Eagles.
Yeah.
So Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator of the Eagles, because Fangio asks his players to do a lot of mentally challenging things, a lot of disguising, all of that looks like on paper you're thinking, oh, yeah, why don't you just switch everything up from down to down? Just do that. It looks great on paper. It's really hard to get the right group of guys to execute that. And that's why the fan bases think he's a moron, and then he goes to the next spot, and people think he's a genius.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to, does he have the right group of guys that can execute that stuff? And I think that's why Udoka feels so good about the culture and the core of these guys being able to do things like that. You take that group of guys out there yesterday and try to do all of the mixing up defenses from possession to possession 2 or 3 years ago, and it would be an utter disaster.
Yep.
There's only so much you get, so it takes that cohesion. And again, that goes back to, man, you can't trade away 3 of these young guys, because then you're just starting. It's a brand new team.
Yeah. It's and I think I just think that's cool. Like that, when Durant's thinking about, okay, where are the places, where are the places I got to get out of Phoenix? Where are the places I feel like I can go to win? That Ime Udoka and his style of play, his ability to make chess moves, all have the experience of going against it for Durant probably played heavily into thinking, okay, I can be a part of this now. I can benefit from being part of this now. If you can't beat him, join him. So I thought that was really cool. Matt Barnes has a podcast, former NBA player, and he had Vernon Maxwell on.
He's my fellow mustache buddy.
Rocket
legend. He's got a creepy mustache like the one I'm growing.
Matt Max has a. Yeah, you're still going, huh?
yeah.
Boy, Seth is pining for a divorce lawyer endorsement big time right now. Get on the YouTube and Twitch if you don't know what we're talking about. Seth's growing out the mustache. But Matt Max was on with Matt Barnes, and Matt Barnes asked, I need a wild prediction so that next time you come on here, you can tell us you were right about it. Here was Mad Max's wild prediction.
Max, this is the last show of the summer for the season. What is one bold prediction for next year? What's something you want to hang your hat on that remember this day and we're going to clip this shit, and next year we're going to say, Max, remember you said this shit on this day. What is that prediction for you?
Damn Rockets going to win the championship next year.
I ain't mad at it.
Damn bold. That's what the bold prediction is. That's it. The Rockets gonna win that. Yeah, that's what it is.
The Mad Max thing with the Rockets is really interesting to me. And because if you were here in 1995, like him walking out on the team in the middle of the playoffs was a big deal. He walked out because they had traded for Clyde. He was their two-guard. They traded for Clyde, and now all of a sudden you've got Clyde, one of the greatest of all time, playing two-guard, and it compromises Vernon Maxwell's role. He literally quit on them in the playoffs back in 1995. They went on to win the championship, so it was probably, if you're just talking, I don't know if there's any cause and effect, but if you're a Rocket fan, you're like, oh, well, I wouldn't change anything about that playoff run because it ended the way we wanted to. And I think it's good. Like, the organization has obviously embraced him again. He's embraced the organization. But just having remembered what that was like at the time, like if someone had told me that even like 20 years, now it's 30 years, that he'd be, that Rocket fans, they love Max.
He'd be the beloved, defender of the faith, really, in a lot of ways. He fights your fights for you on social media.
Yeah, well, that thing I would not have known in 1995. That Twitter would become a thing. And I think social media, to your point, Seth, I think social media has helped that re-embracing part for Rocket fans.
Well, and he kind of straddled it, too, because all of that happened before the age of social media. And really, even before, that was when sports radio was very much in its infancy.
Correct.
So the kind of discussion around things wasn't as extreme and intense.
Yeah.
So he didn't, the vitriol probably was, even though it was real, it wasn't as loud. Mm-hmm. But then he jumps in with social media, and you see a different version of him, and all is kind of forgotten and washed away.
It's not.
Not to mention, like the younger people today have zero memory of Vernon.
Yeah,
Maxwell.
No, it's 30. It's literally 30 years ago. More than 30 now. God, that's wild. 30 years ago for that championship. Hey, did you see the video of Ime Udoka and Fred VanVleet taking? I don't know if it's boxing lessons or if they're part of a boxing class or something like that. There's a video of Fred VanVleet and Ime Udoka that was making its way around the interwebs. Ime looks in good shape too, man.
They're just they're working out somewhere, but it's at like an athletic training facility of some sort. But they're doing they're doing boxing drills.
Boxing drills. Okay. This makes me kind of think they're going to get into more fights this year with other teams.
Ooh, that would be great.
Yeah. Like he needs to be ready.
Well, Did you see that video that was floating around yesterday of the golf fight?
Yes.
Where the guy, I forget who it is. It's a former NHL enforcer. Is the big guy? He's not the antagonist.
No way! That was somebody famous.
Yeah, he was. Because it came out on Spiz. A former NHL player who was an enforcer, and he's a big dude. He's a big dude.
There's a social media account called Spit and Chicklets.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge.
I've never heard of it.
Again, my brother would be devastated that you don't know this.
Yeah.
Because my brother's a big NHL guy, and he's always amazed that we don't talk any hockey.
Never. Hey, Dan, never heard of Spit and Chicklets.
I'm gonna text him during the break. Sean doesn't even know about Spit and Chicklets.
Good.
So there's this. All you see when you watch this video, there's this dude, and you can't even know it. You can't tell whether he's a tall guy, short guy, whatever it might be. But he's foaming at the mouth, yelling at somebody about pace of play.
Yeah.
And you can tell he's kind of drunk.
Yep.
So when he chooses to engage the big guy, who turns out to be a former NHL enforcer, forget his name. Listen, smaller guys can beat up bigger guys. They do it all the time.
All the time.
If you have skills,
you know how to fight.
And know what you're doing.
Yeah.
This guy's chosen method versus an NHL enforcer was to bum rush him.
Yeah, stick his head down and just
bury his hard at him as possible.
Bury his forehead in the middle of his chest.
Dude.
Threw him in the lake.
The big dude throws him into the lake. And then little guy, to his credit, comes back and keeps coming back multiple times. Big guy grabs him like a hockey player. That's when you first knew. The first time I watched it, I was like, oh, this guy looks like he knows how to fight like a hockey player.
Yeah.
Because he uses his length to his advantage, grabs the golf shirt / jersey, and then just rains down blows on him while yelling, bang!
Yes!
Bang!
Thank you.
Bang!
That's the best part.
Repeated overhand
He's
right.
literally using onomatopoeia for like Batman sounds. You know, like when Batman would punch people and it would just stick boom up on the screen like the word. He was saying bam, bam, bam as he's raining blows down on him. And then Seth, that happens, the bam, 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 the guy falls down, he gets back up, comes back for more, gets 3 more bam, bam, bams, comes back for more, and then the NHL guy just hip tosses him about 15 feet.
He threw him
threw him like a sack of potatoes.
People thought it was fake. People thought it was AI because he threw him so far.
That was the most impressive part. I mean, the punches were impressive, but he tossed that guy.
Honestly, I was fully expecting when I started watching the video that it was, because I love the videos where the smaller guys smaller guy beats up a bigger guy.
I do too.
Because they're saying, like, just tags him just right or something.
Yeah.
But
not happening.
This guy was not that guy.
No.
He did not know what he was doing. I just can't. I cannot tell you more. Listen, the public service announcement. It's not bigger they are, harder they fall, all that stuff and everything. But that only works if you have genuine skill.
That's right.
If you're a smaller guy facing a guy, and this big guy, he wasn't in NHL shape, but it made him even scarier because he was a big dude.
Big dude, man.
But still, looks like you can tell, all right, this guy used to be somebody.
Yeah.
This guy, he is not a big, doughy dude.
No.
If you do not fight that larger man unless you genuinely know what you're doing. For keep coming back for more. Credit to the little guy for coming back for more.
Credit the moxie. Don't credit the intelligence one bit.
No.
What was his name again, Ben? Ben looked it up. Nick Tarnasky is the name of the NHL player.
And Nick Tarnasky, to his credit, at least from the clip I saw, he was basically saying, and his buddy was saying, dude, no, you don't want this.
Yes.
The first time the little guy bum rushed him, he didn't hit him. He
dragged him into the lake. He used his own momentum and to drag him and throw him in the water. It's incredible.
That little guy like a Gila monster comes crawling out through the weeds.
Yeah,
coming back after him.
It's an excellent video. There's 2 versions of it out there. There's the first one I saw was 10 seconds before little guy bum rushed him. There's a version that Amy and I watched last night right before we went to bed that popped up where you see the minute and a half lead up to it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Where all the argument about slow play and things like that on the golf course. Yeah, find the extended cut
It's a very entertaining video. The little guy's friend was really annoying me. I felt like he should have gotten popped because he was acting. He kept telling the big guy to lay off.
Lay off.
Like the big guy is just standing there.
Dude.
The big guy himself is telling the little guy to stop. But meanwhile, little guy's friend is like, "Come on, just quit it, man."
You're
To the
100%
big
right.
guy.
You're 100% right. Little guy's friend was the worst in that video.
Acting like he was a total Karen.
Yes.
He was acting like he was like, "We got this on film. We got this on film."
Yeah.
I was like, I would erase that video. That's not what everything it's proving.
No, little guy made the first move in physicality and in being a jackass.
Over and over again.
That's
He had
right.
every opportunity to not be in
self-defense
that
for
fight.
Tarnasky. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got some headlines coming up. We'll dig into the Astros game from last night. We've got injury updates for the Astros. I don't know that we have enough time in the show to do all these injury updates, but we'll try. We'll do that coming up next. Let's get you guys some 2020 vision. How about
Center.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
That ball skied deep to left field, all the way back near the wall, and that ball is gone. Grand slam for Angel Martinez. And just like that, the Guardians have taken a 4-run lead here in the 10th.
Yeah. It came really close. Game of inches, like you hear it say, a hit away, that ball there, leaving the yard. Happens. But I like to fight. I like to fight on our guys.
That was Joe Espada. Yeah, that home run that you heard, Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network, that grand slam from Martinez that you heard from the Guardians would have been a home run in 1 out of the 30 Major League ballparks. If you like the Crawford boxes, and they're a blast to go sit in, but the problem is that if a fly ball by the opposing team gets anywhere near it, typically it's going to land in the first few rows, and that's what happened last night. Unfortunately, the bases were loaded at the Guardians, who had taken a 6-1 lead in this game by knocking Hunter Brown all over the ballpark. Astros were able to claw their way back with a very ratchet lineup. Were able to tie the game at 6. That was the cool. And Jose Altuve getting the game-tying hit late in the game in the 8th inning with 2 outs. That was really cool. You kind of, at that point, Seth, when they tie it up on an Altuve 2-out base hit, you feel like, all right, this is meant to be. They've had guys on base all night. They've been the better team all night. They had guys on base the whole time.
They ended up 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position. That's how frustrating it was.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Their timeliness of their hitting, and where they've been so good in a lot of regards, it just evaporated last night.
And this is not to pick on these guys. These guys are fringe major leaguer, minor leaguer guys for a reason, but 2 guys in particular, Cooper Hummel batting 6th in the lineup last night, and then Zach Short batting 8th in the lineup last night. Because they had so many guys on base all night long, the Guardians only had 1-2-3 inning all night, and it was in the 2nd inning. So from the 2nd inning on, the Astros had things popping on the bases, but they just weren't able to push runs across. You basically had 2 pitchers batting for you last night in the 6-hole and the 8-hole. Cooper Hummel got up 4 times, had 3 strikeouts. Zach Short, 5 at-bats, 4 strikeouts. And it's one thing to not get a hit in those situations. It's another thing just to not even put the ball in play and make something happen in those situations.
Yeah. And then the other big part of it was Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was just simply not himself.
Yep.
They were hitting contact. And Hunter is a guy that has had allowed the softest contact in the league, or in the top 3, and they were just tagging him over and over again. And to the point where you're wondering, all right, what are they picking up on here or something? He ended up throwing more sinkers than he typically does. Like he drastically altered his typical approach, because they had either figured something out about him, or I have a hard time thinking that wasn't what it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't like his control was so off or anything like that. They looked like they knew from the very beginning, that first home run. It's just it wasn't like he was waiting for the changeup, he sat on that changeup and crushed it.
Well, and the base hit, the 2-run homer, the guy that got on base with ridiculously hard contact to left field. So it was they were on him last night. It'll happen. So hopefully it's not the beginning of any sort of trend. Here was Joe Espada last night after the game talking about Hunter Brown's performance.
Yeah, I thought the stuff was really good up to 99. I thought he can, his execution, he can probably tell you that it wasn't as good as he wanted to be. But he battled for 6 innings, Yeah,
it's one of those things, especially in the first inning. I think he threw 23 pitches in the first inning, which is an astronomical amount for Hunter Brown to be throwing in any inning.
Yeah.
You just get off on that. You get off on that foot, and it's hard to dig out of that sometimes.
I mean, and he still got a lot of whiffs, but he only struck out, was it 2 or 3?
3. I know, because I had him over 7.5 strikeouts on Prize Picks last night.
Yeah.
So I was following that one close last night.
If they hadn't lost the night before, it would be easier for me to flush this one.
Yeah.
But now, having lost 2 games in a row, and even though they did some good things and they scored enough runs to win if Hunter Brown had his classic performance or anything, it's brought me down from my cocky perch from a couple of days ago. It's a good reminder that, man, with this team, they need to have over performances by lots of guys on any given night.
Yeah.
And just last night it was extra because Hummel doesn't do it for you, Zach Short doesn't do it for you, but then also the two biggest studs on your team, Josh Hader and Hunter Brown, also let you down. It's going to be really – and yet they went to extra innings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just it's still – okay, I feel better about it now. I'm back to my cocky perch. I'm back to my cocky perch, Sean.
Yeah, they went extra innings with a lineup that had 3 minor leaguers in it, basically. It's fine.
I'm on the cockiest of perches.
See, yeah, get back on it, man. I was like, I'm watching you. I'm going, why are you jumping off that perch right now?
I don't know. I wavered a little bit, you know? It's that point in the movie when the hero questions himself.
Yeah, there is that point. Yeah,
So I had it. So it lasted about 3 minutes, and now I'm back. I'm back, and I'm ready to go kill the dragon.
They are still 6.5 games up in the American League West. In the American League, Toronto's now leading the AL East, by the way. Toronto's leading the AL East. The Astros are ahead of them by 1 game. Toronto's the 3rd seed. The Astros are 2nd in the AL, and Detroit is not running away with it, but they're 3.5 up. They're the clear-cut number 1 in the AL right now.
About the Blue Jays leading the AL East right now.
Yeah.
George Springer's having a great year, for those of you who care or haven't seen. And the Yankees, let's see, they're 3-7 in their last 10 games.
I love that.
Games.
That's my favorite part about what you just said, the Yankees sucking in their last several games. As far as injuries go for the Astros, we've only got a couple minutes left in this segment. I'm going to cherry pick the ones I think are the most important because they literally sent out an injury report with 15 names on it yesterday. I would say Spencer Arrighetti scheduled to throw live BP today through a 30-pitch side session on Friday. So he's throwing at least now. JP France, who, of course, is trying to come back from a shoulder, he's in Florida going through a planned deload, whatever that is. His next live BP is scheduled for today.
Sorry, that was my deload. Deload, spelled D-E-L-O-A-D.
Yeah.
He's deloading.
Yes. Luis Garcia.
He's load managing.
He's load managing. Luis Garcia, we reported on that yesterday, began his rehab assignment, and he struck 4 guys out in 2 innings. Javier threw a live BP on Monday, 2 innings pitched, 35 pitches. Yordan continues to work out and has not begun to hit yet.
His injury is listed as right hand inflammation, by the way.
Yeah.
If there's anything we know about the Astros, it's that inflammation is always just inflammation.
Inflammation. There's
nothing more to see here.
It's fine. It's all good. Chas McCormick, who normally I probably would have glossed over just because it's been a long time since Chas has been good, I'll take Chas McCormick back over some of these other guys in the lineup in a heartbeat right now. Rehab assignment at Sugar Land over the weekend. So
I'll tell you what, actually defensively too.
Yeah.
It's look, when Altuve's in left field, it is what it is. But when I see other guys out in left field and just see some of the things they've had to do in the outfield, that's one of the things that's made this team way better than you'd expect them to be, is that they've been one of the best defensive teams in baseball. So
the only other one I want to touch on here, Jeremy Pena. He left rib fracture, we know that. He is listed as working out in the weight room, no baseball activity yet. Jeremy Pena, who's already yoked, I'd love to think that they're sending him to the weight room, and that's the only place he's spending his time, and he's going to come back from this rib injury looking like a roided-up late 80s WWF wrestler. Like he's just going to come back totally yoked. Jeremy Pena in the weight room, that's what he's doing right now.
Did you do Luis Garcia or no?
I did. Well, yeah, I said we had mentioned him yesterday. Yeah.
So he did. For those of you who missed it, he pitched his 2 innings in a rehab start in the rookie league down there.
Yep, struck out.
So right now, Garcia is the most likely of the. Garcia before any of these other guys for the pitchers, right?
Maybe, I guess.
Most likely to come back sooner. He's the furthest along.
Yeah, he's actually pitching in games and whatnot. Yeah. Arrighetti is the one who I'm really, really hoping, that the other side of the All-Star break, we're starting to see things like rehab starts and getting close and whatnot. That's the big one for me.
He threw a live batting practice yesterday.
Yep, that's the big one for me. All right.
I don't know. You know what I get offended by? I just seeing Brendan Rodgers on the injury report. I'm like, Why is this a thing?
Him being
Why
injured?
is Brendan Rodgers a thing?
Okay, him in general. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Not his injuries or anything.
Not his injuries, just him.
It's not his fault.
I get
but
it.
I mean, it was a 4-way battle for second base and during spring training, and then all of a sudden, the first part of the season, you're like, I guess Brendan Rodgers is just a fixture.
Yeah.
Really earned his way in there. Yeah. Anytime Dubon wasn't playing that day, but Brendan Rodgers was out there.
It's a wasted day.
I was like, what are we even doing here?
We're burning daylight. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The ESPN executive coaching scout ranking of top 10 at each position. Texans did not get a defensive tackle on the board, but these top 10 defensive tackles that these folks voted on does at least beg the question, did the Texans get the 2023 draft right? We will explain coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, are you going
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Executives, coaches, and scouts on ESPN.com ranking the NFL's top 10 defensive tackles for 2025. We did running backs yesterday. They're doing each position group going into next, it's for about a week and a half. There's 11 position groups. They do all of them. And Seth and I kind of went through them yesterday. Each of them kind of predicted where we thought the Texans would have some representation. This was not a position where we thought there would be representation. Defensive tackle. Doesn't mean that we're disappointed in the group. You can't have all pros everywhere. But for what D'Amico Ryans wants to do, the group they have, and we'll go into the Texans-related guys, Texans-adjacent guys in this list. No actual Houston Texans, but I think there are a few names in here that Texan fans would be interested to hear about. But for those who missed it yesterday, Seth, not a big issue that there's not going to be any Texan names at this position. They've got a good group of kind of blue-collar guys at that position right now.
Yeah, they've got. Well, and yes, they could definitely improve at any given time. I think that the run defense was better than it sometimes felt last year, and they tweaked some things that made it better in the second half of the season. But yeah, at any given time, if they could get a guy like Jalen Carter in there, sure, it would make them a better defense.
Yes.
But which begs the question, all right, you guys could have had Jalen Carter.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
That's where I was going. So number 1 on here is Dexter Lawrence. Number 2, Chris Jones. No arguments there. Number 3 on this list.
I take Dexter Lawrence over Chris Jones, but yes, go.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Right, I'm saying if I had to choose one of those guys.
Yep. Yeah. Jalen Carter is 3rd on this list after just 2 seasons. And you look, and it's a lot of Aftiman's been here forever. Quinnen Williams has been around. He's 27 years old. Leonard Williams is 31. Justin Madubuike is 27. Jalen Carter is a freak and a phenom, and he's 24 years old, and he's heading into his 3rd year. And he's on the freaking Philadelphia Eagles, which makes it even worse. The Eagles were shrewd on draft night. They moved up to number 9. In a draft where Jalen Carter, independent of all the off-field stuff, he was part of that drag racing incident in Georgia where people actually died. And there were other things, too, at Georgia that affected his draft stock. But as a pure talent, for most of that draft season, Jalen Carter was number 1 on a lot of big boards. And that was a draft that had Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson, Will Anderson Jr. So we know in that draft, Seth, the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud at 2. Then they moved up from 12 to 3 to take Will Anderson. And I would say that move has worked out tremendously 2 years. And I think Will's going to be on this list for edge rushers today when it comes out in the top 10. I don't know if there'll be 3 like Jalen Carter. But, if we're going to look at all the angles with this, right, even though we love Will Anderson, the Texans could have paid a whole lot less to move up from 12 to 9 where Jalen Carter was drafted, taking Jalen Carter, and now you've got, at least as a football player, not as a human being, Will Anderson is maybe no higher character player in the NFL than Will Anderson. But Jalen Carter, the player, is at a level that Will Anderson's not at right now. Right,
and so obviously because of the Will Anderson dynamic, I've got 0 issues with it. I think the question would be, all right, it looks like the Texans have changed their ways in terms of taking chances on potential character risk guys.
Yeah.
But there's a limit to that, and I think that, man, the Eagles operate differently than the Texans in a lot of ways, and they've obviously had a lot of success with it. I think when it comes to drafting a guy like Jalen Carter, I would guess that the Texans are still of the mindset that, we'll take Jalen Carter, we'll sign him if he fails with the Eagles.
Yeah.
We like the upside physically, but we're just not sure about him with the character side of things. And to spend a first-round pick on a guy who might have serious character concerns and give them a boatload of millions of guaranteed dollars, that's risky. So credit to the Eagles because it's worked out. And they've shown, I think, that they've got a pretty good knack for getting the best out of guys that might have some sketchy character things. But I don't think that's where the Texans would be right now. I would have been surprised. I would have been surprised then if they traded up for Jalen Carter. But even now, with the way they've changed a little bit and they're willing to take more chances, I don't think they're willing to take that big a chance with the first round.
Yeah, you nailed it. I think the they're definitely willing to take chances, but it's on the equivalent of like a scratch-off ticket. Like it's if it works out, great. If not, we just spent $5 on a scratch-off ticket. The two guys that come to mind immediately in the last year were Deontay Johnson, who they brought in, and he clearly hadn't changed his ways, and they ejected on him. And what was the cost to do that? And not a ton. He had been he was on, that was the fourth team he'd been on in a calendar year, so it was not a whole lot. Damon Arnett is the most recent one. That they gave a 1 year, literally 1 year minimum veteran salary to, and he's got all kinds of peccadillos in his background. If it doesn't work out, you can cut him by August.
Just looking at the first round draft in 2023, if you're going to take a chance on Jalen Carter, right now with the benefit of hindsight, would you rather take, which is unfair, would you rather take a chance on Anthony Richardson or Jalen Carter? Because the Colts drafted Anthony Richardson. Jalen Carter was just sitting right out there.
I wonder if that's a topic up in Indianapolis. This list. I'm saying with this list out today. I'm not saying every day on their show, but if you're up in Indianapolis and you're looking at this thing, I mean, I'm cool with I'm a billion% cool with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson as the two guys. I'm bringing it up just because it's worth. I think it's a discussion worth having. And I think the angle you brought up with the Texans maybe being more willing to look at guys like this is really interesting. Is that something that at any point manifests itself in the draft at some point down the road? Is a really interesting angle. But the Indianapolis thing is...
Well, but I would say, because obviously with hindsight it's easy, I would still have to say, look, you took a swing at a quarterback with freakish natural ability.
Yeah.
So that he had his question marks. In a previous version of the NFL, it would have been idiotic because he's clearly a project and clearly injury prone. But now as desperate, especially if they've been quarterbacks forever. Like the upside of Anthony Richardson was so high that I get it. I can't crush the inbred Colts for this.
No. The other angles Texans related on here. Jeffrey Simmons is fourth on this list. So he's still going to be a pain in the ass.
Boo that man.
Yeah.
You know what's bothering me more than anything about the fact that the Texans' interior offensive line just got destroyed by the Titans' interior defensive line.
Yeah.
In the first game, the game that mattered.
Yep.
It's just like Tavondre Sweat. I was really torn on him. He's the other defensive tackle out of Texas, who's about 350 on an intermittent fasting day. So he's a big dude. Yeah. He is really, really big. Yeah. And I'm looking at him and I'm thinking like, oh, he's kind of a dinosaur in terms of what you do with guys these days in the NFL. But man, I loved the way he played. I loved that. For a big guy like that, I thought he actually hustled pretty well.
Yeah.
You're physiologically limited at a certain point, but it reminded me a little bit of, you'd watch Ted Washington, and Ted would make plays on the sidelines,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Ted Washington would. Yeah, and Tavondre Sweat is kind of that size of a human, and it looks like it was a smart move for them.
Second-round pick.
And it's a divisional opponent who has an extreme strength now versus an extreme weakness last year, at least for the Texans.
Yeah. An extreme weakness last year, and at a minimum, a huge question mark this year. At best, a huge question mark. Jeffrey Simmons is 4. Got to deal with him. Quinnen Williams, now Conusser, is number 5 on this list.
It's his calling card, basically.
Yeah. It's his finishing.
And you know what, too? Well, let's see. The C.J. Stroud concussion came at the hands of Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
And then Kenyon Green got injured by C.J. Stroud as Quinnen Williams had beaten Kenyon Green.
Was that the Jets game?
Kenyon got destroyed by Quinnen Williams, if I remember correctly, and C.J. got kind of whipsawed back into Kenyon Green's legs. So, Jeffrey Simmons, you could call it a mercy killing, perhaps, but Jeffrey Simmons used C.J. Stroud as a lethal weapon on that play.
Quinnen Williams, you mean?
Yes. Sorry, Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams, yeah. C.J. Yeah, and then the whole Kenyon Green thing. Leonard Williams 6, Matabike is 7. Go Aggies! There you go. DeForest Buckner is 8. Speaking of the Colts, so the Texans got to deal with him. Vita Vea 9. The name I kept waiting for. Vita Vea 9. Cam Hayward 10. Honorable mention: Christian Wilkins, Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh.
And that's the name. As I was scrolling down the list, that's the one I was waiting for because that is the that is the overpay that I wanted to have in the offseason where the Texans had all that cap space 2 years ago, and Lopez basically wanted to drive Nick Caserio to the airport because he hadn't overspent in the first 2 hours of free agency. Had he overspent on the first 2 hours of free agency, they might have wound up with Christian Wilkins, who signed like 15 minutes into free agency for over 5 games last year because of injury. Christian Wilkins.
So if you're looking at this top 10 list and you might wonder, all right, I don't know, I don't care about guys on other teams. Just wait, my friends, because of these top 10 defensive tackles, the beleaguered Texans interior offensive line will face Chris Jones once.
Yep.
They'll face Jeffrey Simmons twice.
Yep.
They'll face. They don't play the Jets this year.
They don't.
They'll play Leonard Williams. Yep. Leonard Williams, I think, had the most pressures by an interior defensive lineman last year. They'll play DeForest Buckner twice. They'll play Vita Vea. And so of those, they'll get a good dose of the top 10 here.
DeForest Buckner twice, Vita Vea, and then you keep going. You keep going down here, and
the honorable mention guys, Christian
like
Wilkins,
Zach Allen, Christian Wilkins, Kobe Turner in the first game of the year.
Rams.
Yeah, in the
first game of the year is a big one. If you're nervous about the offensive line, which you should be, realistically, I'm optimistic that they're going to be better than they were last year, but that's not necessarily saying a whole lot.
Yeah, that's right.
That first game versus the Rams is a test.
Yeah, man.
That is a test.
Yep.
Though they've got young studs all over that front seven for the Rams, so I'm excited, but also peeing in my pants a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm like a dog. I'm super excited for it, but I'm so excited that I'm peeing.
There's a puddle underneath you, like, oh, God. I mean, he's a happy dog, but, he's walking around in his own pee right now. Edge rushers come out.
I'm a chihuahua.
Yeah.
But also nervous all the time.
There you go. So Barnwell, as long as we're on ranking things right now, Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com also did a piece where he ranks the wide receiver, tight end, running back groups as a whole, like the collective skill position groups. Yeah. He said the sum total of them, not each of the groups, but just taking O-line and quarterback out of that side of the ball and saying who's got the best skill position guys, basically. Texans, 14th on this list, so right in the middle of the pack with the wide receiver room, which has obviously massively been redone. But I think with some talented guys, the tight end room is what it is right now. I think that's one of their weaknesses until we see otherwise. And then Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. 14th feels about right for the Texans as skill positions go. Now, for some, just real quick, Seth, for some context, this same article that Barnwell did 2 years ago, before C.J. Stroud had taken a snap, they were 32nd in the league. We learned that wasn't the case. They had good skill guys that just needed a better quarterback. Last year they were 4th after the Stephon Diggs trade and bringing in Joe Mixon.
Honestly, the biggest element here, this is where when you try to figure out, okay, how good is the Texans wide receivers group or pass catchers and everything else like that. Nick Haley obviously is the huge X factor.
Big time.
Where C.J. Stroud himself needs to improve is just versus cover 2. So when you got 2 safeties back there and the veteran NFL quarterbacks know, all right, we're not going to go for aerial. If there's an easy option early in the down versus cover 2, take it. I was talking back and forth with Clint yesterday. I sent him a play from the Patriots game because it was obvious cover 2. And, CJ could see them shift to cover 2. And immediately in the down, they're in 5-man pass protection. So ideally you get rid of the ball quickly. Mm-hmm. And Dalton Schultz is open. And it's probably a 10-yard reception. And meanwhile, it's early in the game, so there's no reason to be desperate. It was 2nd and 11, and they're backed up. They're on the 10 or 15-yard line. So, that is a classic case of a young quarterback turning down the easy money.
Yeah.
All the old cliches, don't go broke taking a profit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He turns it down, and he's waiting, and he's looking out to Nico to see what's going to develop. A veteran quarterback looks at that and says, yep, boom, easy. Just, nope. Get it to Dalton.
Get in, forget a first down.
But CJ tries to stretch it out and ends up dumping it off to Dameon Pierce for a 2 or 3 yard gain. And that's the thing that, I give young quarterbacks excuses on stuff like that because it's not a matter of intelligence or anything. It's almost just having to have it pounded into you through rough experience. Pat Mahomes went through it the same way. So CJ last year, why it's important. CJ last year was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league against cover 2. Guess who saw the most cover 2 in the league last year? The Texans were up there. They were the top 5 in no amount of cover 2 that they saw.
Yep.
Some of that's on Bobby. And I think Bobby not always giving him the easy options versus cover 2, or Bobby himself being a little too desperate to get downfield. But in a typical transition for young quarterbacks, you expect it. It's an exception. And usually the guys, this is where Ted Johnson's old phrase, you want a puppy that bites when it's little. If they don't bite when they're little, they won't bite when they're big.
They won't bite when they're big, yeah.
You'd rather be in the position of having to tame down a player's aggressive tendencies than trying to teach him to be, Tua Tagovailoa gets rid of the ball real quickly, and he'll take the easy money all day long.
Yep.
But it's becoming predictable.
Yep.
I'd much rather have a quarterback that's eager for the deep stuff. But when CJ's going back and watching film this year, he's going to see instances where, man, that was obviously cover 2. They're taking away the deep ball. I've got offensive line issues to begin with.
Yeah.
Why am I waiting for stuff to develop downfield when there's something easy in front of me? And just get the ball out of your hands. And hopefully what you get with Caley is a guy that's better at teaching and managing that side of it, the psychology of it, than perhaps Bobby Sloan.
Well, this is where I like, CJ did I don't know, it was a press conference, an interview that he did, whatever it was recently, where he said, we've been watching a ton of Tom Brady film.
Yeah,
that is music to my ears based on what you're saying right now about some of the stuff you were watching from last season.
And that's where it gets exciting with Woody Marks, the running back, is a potential receiver, because when you watch Tom Brady and the way he operated, the check down was not a dirty word or an option of last resort. When you see what the coverage, and in your brain probably nothing here. Yeah, and then you play the odds games. Get it to the running back as soon as possible, and then all of a sudden James White is in the Pro Bowl.
Yep.
You think James White was going to do that anywhere else?
Right.
God, no.
Right.
God, no.
Right.
Look at James White and his history and everything. There's not a chance. The best thing that ever happened to him by far was going to the New England Patriots.
Yes.
So, learning to use that and being at that advanced level, Brady didn't really get there until midway through his career.
Right.
And it's not because he was dumb or anything like that. It's just it takes time for quarterbacks to really learn and understand that, hey, you want deep ball opportunities? Hit this easy stuff underneath.
Yeah, for sure.
Set it up. It's the same as it's equivalent to the play action in a lot of regards.
Yep.
Just start carving them up over the middle. You're going to have an opportunity at some point.
CJ Stroud's watching Tom Brady film. Woody Marks should be watching James White, Deion Lewis, Rex Burkhead, Brandon Bolden, Shane Vereen. These are all the guys that made plays for the Patriots on their way to all these Super Bowls out of the backfield, no doubt. So 14th, I think 14th feels about right for that group. And we'll see. If there were something, what's the most likely thing to happen this year, Seth, with the Texans' skill positions that would have people saying, say midway or late in the season, that the Texans' skill position group is actually 5th or 6th in the league?
I think in a lot of respects, this feels like 2 years ago when people weren't going to give Nico Collins a whole bunch of credit because he hadn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, with the right mix, boom, all of a sudden Nico Collins is really good. So like Higgins and Jalen Noel, if you're outside of Houston analyzing this objectively, you can't look at a second and third round wide receivers and just assume that they're going to be these great phenoms.
Yeah.
So, and I'm very optimistic about both those guys, but they are rookies. So we just don't know. So the most likely scenario is that I think if Christian Kirk stays healthy, people remember that, oh, yeah, Christian Kirk with a good quarterback and healthy is actually a really good receiver. And then you have those two young receivers. That's where it could vault them up really high. If those, we're playing the parlay game here a little bit, but if Christian Kirk is healthy and then if Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel are both having promising rookie seasons, that looks really, really good.
Hell yeah.
But it's a reasonable parlay.
Yep.
This isn't a Bill O'Brien eight play parlay.
No, God no. And I don't even think that you need, in this year, both the rookies to, in a Bill O'Brien world, they would have needed both rookies to have worked out. If one of them becomes a 60 or 65 catch guy in this season, It'd be nice if both of them eventually did. Then I think you're laughing. If
this would be like a three bet parlay, but where you still earn money if you get two.
You get two right. Yeah. I like that.
So if all three of those things happen, we win $1,000.
Yeah.
But if only two of them happen, we still win $700.
We like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Did you know that the critically acclaimed Netflix series Quarterback dropped yesterday?
Only because you texted me about it.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't realize it because I hate watching that.
I do too. And I've yet to watch it, so maybe for day. But a few of the clips have dropped, and the one that got the most run from a news standpoint was that Kirk Cousins felt misled by the Atlanta Falcons last year when they gave him 4 years, $180 million in March.
God, I'd love to be misled that way.
And I know. Mislead me all day long. And then a month and a half later, they drafted Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick in that draft, the quarterback out of Washington. And now it's Penix's show there. And Kirk Cousins, I think, is still on the team, but kind of sitting in limbo with the Falcons. Like his name comes up with certain teams that may or may not have quarterback issues, I guess, still.
Yeah. Play this Cousins audio, and then I'm going to tell him why he's why this. No.
Okay, there's two clips.
Right.
So let's start with the one. This is him telling the story about his negotiations. You know, his contract was up in Minnesota. He was coming off a torn Achilles, and Minnesota is negotiating with him to possibly bring him back to the Vikings for another year. Here was the story about the contract offer he got from the Vikings.
I didn't want to leave Minnesota. There was nothing about anywhere that made me want to leave Minnesota. We wanted to be in Minnesota. But it became clear that we were going to be there year to year. And that's what we didn't want. And at that point, we said, all right, we need to look elsewhere. If that's our only option, then we'll be back. And when we said, well, we looked around and we found there's an opportunity that would be a longer commitment. Would you be interested in giving us that longer commitment? They said, nope, we're good with our offer. And I said, okay, you made my decision.
Okay. Yeah, so he's obviously referring to Atlanta there of the
Atlanta
team
gives
that
him
was offering multiple years there. So Minnesota's like, all right, well, we'll see you later.
No, and that makes sense, though, too. Because money is love. That's a commitment. How much are you actually willing to – easy to say we're committed to you, but cough up the money. And I get that. I get that from a veteran player who wants to win a championship at some point.
Wants to win a championship.
Wants to win some primetime games potentially at some point in his life.
That would be nice.
You know?
Yeah, that would be nice. And I think, too, I mean, if you ever watch anything about Kirk Cousins on these – he was on the First Quarterback documentary they did, and now he's on this one. He's a very family-oriented guy. So I think there's – if I had to guess, part of it, of him not wanting to be this one-year refugee on all these different teams all the time, is that he wants to go somewhere where now I can put down roots for a few years with, he's got young kids.
He's a damn Norman Rockwell painting. He's he's a rock solid American dad.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can't fault anybody for this is my criteria, and this team wants to do it, and this team doesn't, so I'm going to go here. That's fine. This is Kirk Cousins, though, talking about after he signs in the middle of March with the Falcons for huge money for a guy coming off an Achilles tear. $45 million a year. Atlanta drafts Michael Penix Jr. 6 weeks later, and he said he felt misled by the Falcons.
Ended up signing with Atlanta and was pretty excited about the chance to get down there and start fresh. And then, was pretty surprised when the NFL draft happened.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wasn't expecting us to take a quarterback so high. At the time, it felt like I had been a little bit misled, or certainly if I had the information around free agency, it certainly would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. But I've also learned in 12 years in this league that you're not entitled to anything. It's all about being able to earn your spot and prove yourself.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No reason to, okay. Listen, Kirk, I get it. Okay, you're painting yourself as you're trying to give yourself the moral high ground. Yet at the same point, you've already conceded that, hey, this other team was able to make a financial commitment. He didn't say that they made promises to him or anything. They just made a bigger financial commitment. If what you cared about was staying in Minnesota, stay in Minnesota and prove it. Just prove it. Just keep playing. Keep the first rounder on the bench, okay? You felt misled. Dude, you're like, this is like a 50-year-old dude who's a veteran of the strip clubs fall in love with a stripper. Dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's true.
Or no, even worse, you fell in love with a prostitute.
That's true.
You look because fall in love with a stripper. If you're a veteran, then you probably know what you're doing. You fell in love with a prostitute. Okay.
Yeah.
And you felt misled by them. I thought that after we had a cash transaction that this was for real.
That's my biggest
thing.
thing.
And then you don't have to say it out loud.
Right.
You don't have to say it in front of a camera either.
Right. Yeah, he's still on the team.
Right.
So my two biggest issues said there, he felt misled. And he said something to the effect of, they had just told me that, then that would have affected, my decision making. Who are you to expect that an NFL team is going to share their plans with you on anything? It is a rare player that gets any sort of input, that gets any sort of information or even an input on what a team is thinking of doing in the draft. That's number one. Number two, there were 6 weeks in between you signing and the draft. It could very well be that in that interim period, they either rethought things a little bit. I don't know if they were doing medicals on your Achilles.
Well, remember, that was one of the other things. There was the tampering allegations and everything that maybe there was his physical and his recovery from his injury was a factor.
And so maybe they saw something there where they got nervous about the injury. I mean, it's an NFL team. They got to do what's in their best interest. So misled implies that they were supposed to have shared something with you in the dude. They gave you $180 million over 4 years. What the hell are you talking about?
This is what's annoying about it is he's trying to play both sides of it. He's trying to play the devoted family man who wants to do things for the right reasons. But if you felt that strongly about it, you could have waited until after the draft to sign your contract.
That's true.
You took a $180 million contract. Yeah. And again, you don't have to say any of this stuff on camera. If you did say it on camera, the more accurate thing might have been, I didn't realize they were this stupid. I didn't realize that they would give me $180 million at the quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
After giving a guy coming off an Achilles tendon tear in his upper 30s $180 million. Yeah. I thought they were smarter than that.
Yeah, he just sounds. It's very tone deaf. I mean, he just sounds completely delusional. The other bit of audio that dropped from quarterback on Netflix was Joe Burrow on the sidelines. Joe Burrow and Kirk Cousins are two of the quarterbacks that they're focused in on with this documentary on Netflix. Just dropped yesterday. And Joe Burrow seems to hate his team in this particular clip. Now, I want to set this up because there is some, just some football noise for a little bit of this. This is the Week 15 win that the Bengals had over the Tennessee Titans. They beat the Titans 37-27. However, in this game, the Bengals offensive line had 8 pre-snap penalties in this game. It was bad.
Yeah.
And so what you're going to hear...
Second worst offensive line in football, according to PFF.
That's right.
Don't ask me about who the first
I'm
one
not
is.
sure. I didn't get that far in the article. So what you're going to hear at the beginning is Joe Burrow coming off the field after his offensive line. They were trying to convert a short yardage situation. I'm guessing it was a 4th down. They jump off. They jump off sides. So now the punt team or whatever's got to come out. Burrow is coming to the sidelines, dog cussing people, and then you're going to hear Burrow continue to dog cuss, and Zach Taylor try to talk him off the ledge at the end, which is some fascinating audio. Take a listen.
Ball start. Offense. The penalty train rolls on.
What the are we doing, man? Wake the up! Mental mistakes all day.
Way to finish the day. That's a great drive to finish it. I know it's a frustrating,
embarrassing performance by us. Embarrassing.
Listen, we'll address it. But at the same time, let's enjoy some wins.
That. We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Okay. We jumped off sides 8 times.
I know that. Okay. I'm gonna praise our defense.
Sometimes I walk into an emotional moment that I know I'm walking into an emotional moment, and it becomes a really emotional moment, and it may be viewed as conflict. It's really just passion for the game.
I understand that we won the game, and we want to be happy that we win the game, but at the same time, when things aren't good enough, I'm not going to act like they were.
Okay. I like it.
I like it too. I'm curious about what I didn't see any of the social media, how they, I would assume that most people in Cincinnati liked that too.
Oh, they're always going to side with Burrow, I think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got a high standard and it wasn't good enough. This isn't the same as if a quarterback himself has a bad game but you win the game and he's somehow like acting like this. He was PO'd about the entire functioning of the operation. They just couldn't do these things that you just flat out with simple, fundamentally sound football you could do. I'm cool with that.
They won the game 37-27. I mean, they scored 37 points in this game. Fixated on the mistakes. The tons of mistakes they made on the offensive line. I'm just watching this and just to bring it back.
At that point, the game was still going on. It wasn't like the game was over, right?
No. The last part was at the very end of the game, sitting on the bench with Zach Taylor talking to him. Yeah, they were up 10, and the game was winding down, and he was angry about the game. So, my thought, just Seth, is, would you like to see some of that out of C.J. Stroud? I mean, the only offensive line that's rated as worse than the Bengals is the one that kept jumping off sides last year here in Houston.
Sure. I try real hard not to act like there's a certain personality a quarterback has to have, because so many guys do it in such different ways.
Yeah.
That same like with NFL head coaches. There's so many different ways to do it, and what you always have to remember is we get these snippets when guys are mic'd up, and all of a sudden that becomes, that's the way Joe Burrow is. And C.J. Stroud isn't, because I haven't seen a snippet of him acting this way or that way. So sure, I guess it's not. There's no one appropriate way for a quarterback to act.
Yeah, I'm with you on all that. I don't want people to be phony either. Like if CJ, people can see through that. With Burrow, I just wonder. I wonder if some of that has to do. Look, Burrow's been around since 2020. He's a more veteran guy. He's got more pelts on the wall. Probably feels more like he can act that way, both with his head coach and with his to the beginning. When he's like, wake the bleep up, he's yelling at his offensive lineman about that. And maybe it's something that when you're a younger player, you feel that way. You feel like it would be the right thing to do, but I'm still only in my second year, that kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah. No, 100%. There's that element to it. But it's also, like, again, the mic'd up element comes into it. We saw CJ at training camp at times stopping a drill and giving a hard talking to guys.
Good point.
And then you get into a point where the offense was struggling so much. That's where it gets really difficult for a younger quarterback, I think, is that you got to navigate that line of, do I really have enough pelts on the wall to be a guy that's tearing into Laramie Tunsil and all of that? And maybe trading Laramie Tunsil had a little bit to do with that. Remember when the Giants got rid of Shockey? There was a perception that, Eli Manning is kind of still like little brother to Shockey, and Shockey is a big personality.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that maybe paved the way, at least in their thinking, was that Eli could this could be his team now. So there is some turnover with the veteran players that makes it, as you become a genuinely vested veteran.
Yeah.
That I think So I guess to answer your question, sure, I'd love to see more of it, but I also am always just really skeptical of just kind of cherry-picking times when guys are mic'd up to figure out how a quarterback operates.
Yeah. I think it's pretty telling that he was that way sitting there as the clock's winding down in a 10-point win. And that was in Week 15, so the Bengals are feeling the pressure, the urgency. They were trying to claw their way back into the playoff race at that point, too.
You know what it is? It's that because he's mic'd up, you see it.
Yeah.
And then it gets treated like it's remarkable or that this doesn't happen all the time. But it is, like, usually almost every single sideline blow-up I see, I would say 95% of them are way overly dramatized in the media. Like, usually a lot of times, the stuff that happens on the sideline, like this is exactly how it happens sometimes. When a coach and a player are going at it, sometimes a player, this happened to me a couple times, I would go to my position coach after the game, and you're like, hey, man, I'm sorry I lost my temper on you. And in both times, once in college, once in the NFL, the position coach was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, remember when after I didn't even think about that. Like, it's just, it's really not that big a deal.
Right, it's how a sideline operates in football. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Now, like the Tom Brady versus Bill O'Brien, that was a pretty epic one.
That was fun.
That was epic, yeah. And that was finding out and learning about Bill O'Brien it later on, you realize exactly that. If you guys go back on YouTube at some point today and watch that blow up between Tom Brady and Bill O'Brien, you could see what happened was Tom Brady had acknowledged that he'd made a mistake, but O'Brien kept hammering
Wouldn't
it.
let it go.
Yeah, like it's like when you say, yeah, I know, man, I messed up. And somebody's like, hey, you messed up. And Tom Brady's like, I know, you stupid teapot mother. Yeah.
I want to go watch that during the break now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Let's circle back to the Astros and the other week. Numbers that make you realize why Jim Crane does business the way that he does. This is some pretty remarkable stuff that we will get to coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's Wednesday, so it's not Pettycast Day. Pettycast Day on the show is Tuesday at 8 o'clock, but there is one thing that I'm very happy about with the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. I just like the fact that Juan Soto didn't make it. Didn't make it as a starter, didn't make it as a reserve, the highest paid player, biggest contract ever, 15 years, $755 million, whatever it was. And I think he's making, according to SportsRadio, $61 million this year. Didn't make the All-Star team. I'm very petty about the Juan Soto contract and signing, Seth. I want it to fail miserably up in New York.
I've been torn on this because for maximum Yankees misery, especially as the Yankees have been scuttling as of late, I was hoping that the Juan Soto contract would work out incredibly well.
Yeah, that's
and that Yankees fans would somehow convince themselves that the Yankees are too cheap.
Yeah.
You know, because they're such spoiled children.
They're
just accustomed to getting what they want when they want it.
The Steinbrenners won't go the extra mile to win championships. It's interesting because according to SportsRadio, 7 of the top 10 highest paid players for this season are not going to the All-Star game. And we're talking guys that are making 38, 37, $40 million. Soto is the highest one at 60+ million. And then the next 3 highest all made it. Zach Wheeler, 42, Aaron Judge, 40, which feels like the biggest bargain ever. Aaron Judge at $40 million feels like an incredible bargain compared to Juan Soto.
I would say the one thing, and I hate to dampen your enthusiasm about this a little bit, is that Juan Soto got off to a really slow start.
Yeah, he's been better.
He's back up to his career numbers now.
I get it. Yeah, no, it's just the optics of him.
He's actually been better than average since the very beginning of the season.
That contract I don't know if it'll age well, but they're going to get a good version of Juan Soto. I'm confident of that. I just like the optics of him not making the All-Star team on the first year of that deal, especially with some of the effort issues that he's had this year so far, like not running out ground balls. The next 3 guys after Soto all made it: Zach Wheeler, Aaron Judge, Jacob deGrom. They all made the All-Star team. The next 6, I think, are almost a lesson in how he does business the way that he does when it comes to big contracts, high-level free agents, not wanting to get hemmed in with 8, 9, 10, or 12-year deals, things like that. The next 6 guys, the next 6 highest-paid guys: Anthony Rendon, $38 million, disastrous contract for the Angels. Horrific contract. That's going to be on their books for years. Carlos Correa, $37.3 million. Not been a good contract for the Minnesota Twins so far. Mike Trout, that's been
Mike Trout, it's kind of the point, dear listeners, where some of our younger listeners have actually texted in at times, what has Mike Trout ever done anyway?
Yeah, right.
How many MVPs did he win?
He was in the top 5 for 8 straight years or something.
It's been just a long time where, you haven't seen complete seasons out of Mike Trout. But trust me, children.
Yeah.
At one point, he was magnificent.
I take those texts from me and you personally, Seth, as encouraging. It means there is a younger audience out there that'll carry us through our twilight years on the radio. Yeah, and they're the ones that don't know who the hell Mike Trout is on the Los Angeles Angels.
Yeah, now do me a solid, youngsters. Teach me some of this lingo. What is Riz? I don't get it. Just tell me.
Yeah.
I thought I knew what Aura was, but it feels like it's slightly different now than it used to be.
Yeah.
I'm lost. I'm an old man.
You know what I got hit with yesterday that I had to look up? Someone told me that I had to take on Jabari. I don't want to get too far off track. I had to take on.
No, do it.
I had to take on Jabari Smith Jr.'s contract versus Paulo Banchero's contract, which take later in the show. Suffice it to say, there were a lot of people out there that thought that it was a silly take. It was a stupid take. I was backing up Jabari Smith Jr., and I know he's not as good as Paulo Banchero. I get that. But one particular person tweeting at me, I replied to it with my explanation, and they just said, "That's cope."
I know that. I know that one.
You know basically,
I understand that. I understand that jargon.
You're trying to talk yourself into something you're delusional about. Yeah. So I had to look that up.
I gotta tell you one thing, kids. You kids these days. I feel like a lot of your slang these days is just all you do is take a word, chop off part of it, and then misuse it grammatically.
It's very lazy.
I don't know. It's lazy.
Yeah.
It's lazy.
Yep.
It's born out of texting.
Yes.
I applaud your economy of motion, I suppose, but no. Throw in a metaphor or something there.
Something, man.
The streamers say copium.
Copium? The stream?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah, like because it's a mixture of cope and opium.
Oh, and opium? Okay,
yeah,
see, that's not bad.
Good job, Ben.
That's not bad.
That's why we have young Ben on the show.
That's that's right. Ben is our Urban Dictionary over there. That's who he is.
Ben, do you watch video game streaming?
Yeah.
Stream? You do?
Okay, there you go.
I've started it. That's the one thing I'm trying to figure out that young people do that it was so foreign to me.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting it. I've like forced myself to sit down and watch some of the better
Watch
video
other
game
people
streamers.
play video games?
Yeah, and it's the personality. It's like anything else. It's like their commentary
It's the
about
fellowship of it, yeah.
And I'm sure if I were into video games, I would definitely appreciate the guys that are really good at it.
Yeah.
And I get that side.
I got you.
Some of them are really entertaining personalities.
Yep. So Rendon, $38 million, bad contract. Carlos Correa, $37 million, bad contract. That would have been a 10 or 13-year deal if he was on a different team. It's 6 because he's got a ratchet leg. Mike Trout, horrible contract. Garrett Cole, $36 million. Has won a Cy Young, but now is getting Tommy John surgery. If you get him for 8 or 9 years, and it's a pitcher, there's a decent chance you're going to get some TJ in there. Yeah. Now, Jose Altuve is on this list. He's the 9th one on this list. Didn't make the All-Star team. $33 million a year. But again, I think it illustrates the point with Jim Crane that I'm trying to make, which is Jose Altuve is on this list, but unlike these other fan bases that are probably like, oh, this contract, I don't think we're feeling that way with Jose Altuve and the 5-year extension that he signed.
Altuve's contract de-escalates as it goes on. They accounted for the natural aging in his contract, so he's making less money at the end of the deal. Which is the exact opposite of the deals that people fear, which is you're still paying a guy that shouldn't even be playing Major League Baseball anymore $40 million a year 8 years from now.
And look, is Altuve a $33 million player still? Probably not anymore, but he's not bad. He's still a productive hitter. And then Tyler Glasnow, who's been out all year for the Dodgers, they wouldn't shut up about it on Saturday. $32 million. So I think just looking at that list, Seth, yesterday, I'm like, man, I know people wanted Kyle Tucker to be here for a long, long time, but you sign guys to 10 or 12-year deals, and Kyle Tucker's going to be on this list next year in terms of the amount of money that he's making. You know, he may make the All-Star team. He's going to be a guy making $45 to $50 million. I would guess, and it's going to be a 10-year deal, and whoever signs him is probably going to get a few good years out of it, but there's just as good a chance that they're going to get some really, really inefficient, sketchy years down the stretch with the deal.
I think any of you smart business people here, tell me if I'm correct on this or not. This is how I choose to look at it, Sean. So the Astros are really good at developing talent. They've been great at finding Latin American prospects. They've been great at developing guys within their system. They develop a good product. But then at some point, they've said, no, we're not in the vertical integration game where we need to control the process from start to finish. Mm-hmm. We are manufacturers. We're not going to get into the business of manufacturing something and then also trying to go out and put it to work. Yeah. We get guys through those first 6 years of their contract, and then we focus on our core. We focus on our core business, which is manufacturing great players. And if we try to get too far into the weeds with everything else, all of a sudden you're Sears and Roebuck.
I like
that.
You're retail.
You try to do too much. You try to be all things to all people.
You're retail. You don't want to be. No, we're gonna build. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. I like that.
Tell me if I'm using vertical integration the right way. So vertical integration would be, Sean, like you grow the crops.
Yeah.
You harvest them, but then you don't just sell the crops. You end up like packaging them into granola bars and then selling them retail and doing all that.
That's a lot.
Some people do it well, but some people are farmers.
Yeah, that's it.
Astros are farmers.
Yes, that was my ex-wife's family was in the sugarcane business. That's all they did was grind the sugarcane, the raw sugar, and then they'd send it here to Imperial for them to refine the whole thing.
Yeah, they weren't manufacturing ho-hos.
Right.
They were good at what they did.
Right. They weren't bagging up Fun Dip in Patchouville, Louisiana. No.
Yeah. If they
Dip.
did, though, then the next step in that is to buy an insulin company. Yeah,
play both sides.
Kind of feed the diabetes and then treat the diabetes.
You're a genius. I blame you. Text message. I blame you guys for Cleveland winning, for bragging about all the series the Astros hadn't lost. We'll circle back to that. Yeah, we should probably.
No, hey, look, even as we were bragging about it, we acknowledge. I said yesterday that there's a good chance that the series that they lose is to one of the lesser teams.
Yes.
And, and the Guardians, let's be honest, too. And I said this yesterday. This isn't like hindsight reasoning or anything. The Guardians are a little bit like the Astros in that it doesn't quite make sense that the Guardians have been as bad as they are.
Right.
The same way as it doesn't make sense that the Astros have been as good as they are.
Correct. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. We haven't touched on the Astros and last night in a bit, so let's do that. And my role in what's happened, not only the last 2 days, but in Hunter Brown's 2 worst performances over the last year. We'll get into all that. We'll break down last night's game coming up next.
You know, Sean, the same way I have to ask the text line if I'm using like basic econ 101.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
That ball skied deep to left field, all the way back near the wall, and that ball is gone. Grand slam for Angel Martinez. And just like that, the Guardians have taken a 4-run lead here in the 10th. And Clase finishes off the game, a 10-6 final as he strikes out Cam Smith to end this one. Angel Martinez with a grand slam in the top half of the 10th inning is the difference tonight as the Guardians win 10-6.
So on Monday, Seth and I did a segment. At the suggestion of a listener, Hippolito said, hey, no, it'd be a good segment coming off of that sweep of the Dodgers. When will the Astros next lose a series? Hadn't lost a series since the middle of May. 13 straight series either ended in a split or a win for the Stros. When will that be? We took the bait and we did the segment and we said, well, certainly they're so good at home, the Astros. Certainly it shan't be this week that happens. It won't happen to the Guardians. They've lost 10 in a row. They can't score runs. Seth and I could get 7 people together that score more runs than the Guardians could over the course of 10 games. They scored 15 runs over 10 games prior to coming to Dyken Park. They're not going to lose to the Rangers later this week. No, certainly. Maybe after the All-Star break sometime. Nope. They will lose this series. They may win tonight, but they will lose this series. And that might be the most frustrating part, Seth, and I guess, is it anything that makes us nervous at all, is that if this were a couple of losses they lost 7-5 on Monday. They lost 10-6 in extra innings last night. Credit Todd Callis and Space City Home Network for the call on the grand slam that Josh Hader gave up in the 10th inning last night. Total Crawford box shot to left field, landed in the front row of the Crawford boxes. But a loss is a loss. I might be able to cope with this a little bit better over the last couple days if it was kind of like 3-2, 2-1, 2-0, whatever. Just low-scoring games. The bats don't get going, and you get great pitching, which the Astros have had all year. Hunter Brown gave up 6 runs last night. Josh Hader, albeit in a second inning of work last night. We should point that out. It's not like they brought Hader in and he just pooped the bed. Like he was good in the 9th inning. They brought him in the 9th to keep it at 6-6. Feeling like, all right, well, we'll bring our closer in. We know it's 6-6. We'll bring our closer in. We feel like at home, we got the momentum in this game. We're starting to hit a little bit. We get it to the 10th inning, we're going to win this thing, and it didn't work out that way. So I don't know. To me, it's a couple of games. I hate that they're losing a series, but it was going to happen eventually. I'm not nervous about Hunter Brown or Josh Hader based on one bad night.
The only thing I'd be worried about with Hunter Brown is just how much hard contact there was. I won't get into the super advanced stats here, but on average, Brown allows 85.7 mile per hour exit velocity. Last night, there were 20 balls in play that averaged 93.2 miles per hour.
Okay.
It's just way more hard contact than you're used to seeing out of Hunter Brown. And as he said, I just kind of felt like they were all over everything. Mm-hmm. And he didn't know whether it was something perhaps that they had picked up mechanically, whether he was tipping it or whatever it might be. That's the one thing that makes me nervous is that, hopefully whatever it was, maybe it was just random dumb luck and he didn't execute, pristinely by his standards. But even when he doesn't execute pristinely, he doesn't have performances like that.
Right.
So the fact that it did seem like they were just expecting the change up at times, that's what would make me nervous. But I also know that between the Astros organization and the way Hunter Brown prepares, that he's going to figure it out.
Yeah.
And, but I'm torn as to whether I want to see him before the All-Star break to get it figured out, or if I want him to just go ahead and rest his body, get relaxed, and spend your time working on whatever you need to work on.
Yeah, as the team goes, look, to me the most frustrating thing about last night was they struck out 15 times last night. The Guardians only struck out 6 times in that game. So when you've got things, when you're making contact, making things happen, that's good. The Astros had so much traffic on the bases, and they couldn't. It seemed that the worst possible hitters were coming up at the worst possible times in this game.
They were 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot of how it felt last night watching. Altuve came up in a clutch moment to tie the game and to eventually send it into extra innings.
Yeah.
But when you've got Cooper Hummel, you've got Zach Short as guys that are probably what they are in their careers. Yeah, you're going to have some nights like this where you can't rely on them to be your heroes.
They were 0 for 9 with 7 strikeouts last night, the two of them. And they were, and they've sandwiched in between them was Mauricio Dubon, who went 3 for 5 last night. Taylor Trammell went 2 for 5 last night. Like that, those two spots, like that, those two spots in the lineup this was the game where I'm finally like, yeah, this is what a guy who is a journeyman. Those are both Cooper Hummel and Zach Short are both fringe minor league major. They're quadruple A guys.
But even despite all that, though, and despite those guys playing the way you probably should expect them to play in any given game, the reason you lost, I guess the reason you lost and where you feel let down is that Hunter Brown wasn't his typical self and Josh Hader wasn't his typical self.
Yeah.
They still, even with that janky lineup, they've got a permanent getaway day lineup at this point. Yeah. Even with all of that going on, if you got a standard performance out of Hunter Brown or Josh Hader, then you've got a much better chance of winning that game.
No doubt. Like, that's the thing, too. Like, you and I have been sitting here, and we're not the only ones sitting here going, how is this team doing? All of baseball is saying that about the Astros right now. Like, how are they doing this? How are they winning these games? I have a hard time getting upset after losses. If after the wins we're going, I have no idea how they're doing this.
Sean, I have a hard time admitting that I'm wrong, basically because there aren't that many opportunities to do it.
Yeah.
But I have to say, for those who were insisting yesterday, the Astros, you got to watch it. They played down to the – if all it was the strikeouts by Hummel and Zach Short, I would still say to those people what I said yesterday, which is who are they playing down to? A lot of the guys that have been performing well are guys that are those bad teams that you would typically play down to, or those bad players you'd play down to. Last night, where Hunter Brown and Josh Hader are the guys that let you down versus a bad team, it's not the Rockies or anything. I have to say, I might have to agree with them.
Yep.
Yeah, they played down to the level of their competition.
They may have, given it it's those guys. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. Yeah, it was funny. Like last night, that's where we're at with this lineup. As you're getting into situations in games, close games, where you'd start to look at, okay, lefty-righty type stuff going on with the opposing relievers and bringing in, okay, we need a lefty bat here, that kind of thing. Amy turns to me at one point during like the 7th or 8th inning. She's like, do you think they'll pinch hit for, maybe it was Zach Short or somebody. And I said, Amy, if they had somebody that was worth pinch hitting for Zach Short, he would already be playing in the lineup. Like this is how bad it is right now. Or just, it's not bad. It just is what it is right now. Like the first two guys they bring off the bench last night to do something in a substitute fashion was Kennedy Corona to pinch run for Isaac Paredes, and then Shea Whitcomb had to play second base and gets up there. Like these guys they're not Major League Baseball players. They're just I'm looking at the box score. There are 11 names in the hitting portion of the box score. The 9 people that started and the 2 people that got brought in, and you look at the names: Kennedy Corona, not a big leaguer. Cooper Hummel, not a big leaguer. Zach Short, Taylor Trammell. That's 6 of the 11 guys. Like, and the 5 guys that they have in here that I would say, those are big league players. Isaac Paredes, very good. Cam Smith is still in his midway through his rookie season. Altuve's a legend. Yainer Diaz was starting to hit a little bit, but even he's still a relatively young player. Caratini and Dubon, like other than Jose Altuve, none of them are anybody that is a name that scares an opposing team. So it's
or even has kind of stayed on this. Like when it comes to Zach Short and Taylor Trammell, those guys are just kind of journeyman veteran type dudes. I mean, they're AAA players,
right?
They're guys that in any given year have a smattering of appearances in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and I should, to be fair, like Isaac Paredes, very, very solid. He's been an all-star, that kind of thing. But it's not the guys who are the experienced guys that we're really talking about here. It's the other guys, like you said, Seth. Short, Hummel, Trammell, Whitcomb, Corona. These are all guys. So I said 6 out of 11. 5 out. Half your lineup, half of the guys that got on the field for you last night, independent of the pitching staff, are guys that probably shouldn't be playing in the major leagues right now.
Yeah, and so that's where, and again, I'm conceding partly, everybody. I'm admitting that, if you want to say that the Astros played down to the level of the competition, because Hunter Brown and Josh Hader played down, I'd say, that's a
we'll take
check
that
plus
one.
for you in that. But also at the same time, I can't help but acknowledge the fact that that game even went 10 innings is impressive in its own right, given the guys that you're rolling out there.
Yeah, they clawed their way back into it. Altuve got some big hits for you, including the one in the 8th inning. People are a little angry with us that we mess with the baseball gods earlier this week when we did the segment about when are they going to lose a series. You and I are taking some heat over that.
I don't think that's fair for people to act like. I felt like we were pretty honest about the fact that it's a little bit flukish that they've gone 13 series without losing a series.
And if I remember correctly, it's not like we said the next time they're going to lose a series is in the late part of August.
Yeah,
you and I both said like that series that they got to go to Seattle after the All-Star break is that screams they might lose this series right here.
Yeah,
a desperate Mariners team,
No, if you're going to be mad at anybody, be mad at Sean for actually being at the game.
That's right.
And especially Sean when he sits right there. When Sean sits in the Diamond Club, especially, horrible things happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you were witness to it last year when you and I went and sat in Joe Sutton's seats in the Diamond Club. Kyle Tucker broke his leg that game.
Kyle Tucker got hit by a pitch. And my immediate thought was, it'd just be a bruise. He'll play tomorrow.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize at the time was that I was sitting next to the Grim Reaper of Sean Pendergast. And now, so Sean Pendergast shows up in those same seats last night, and Hunter Brown has one of the worst performances of his year. His worst performance of his year.
He did. The crazy thing about that, when Brian McTaggart tweeted this after the game, he tweeted, Hunter Brown has given up in an outing 6 since a game at Minnesota July 6th of last season where he gave up 7 runs in the first couple of innings. In Minnesota, mind you. Not at Dyken Park or what would have been Minute Maid Park. In Minnesota, and I look at Amy, I'm like, yeah, we were at that game. We were at that game, too. My hex on Hunter Brown, I've been to 2 Hunter Brown starts, and other than that period at the very beginning of last year where every start he had was the worst start ever, during the dominant Hunter Brown era that we've been in right now, he's really had 2 bad starts, and I was there for both of them, and one of them wasn't even in Houston. It was in Minnesota, godforsaken place that is. Oh.
So with Hunter Brown, his ERA is it's above 2 for the first time in a couple months.
That was jarring last night to look up after he gave up all these runs because on the Jumbotron up there, they update the stats by at bat, like they're updated instantaneously. And after he gave up all those runs in the first few innings, to look up there, Seth, and see Hunter Brown with an ERA that doesn't begin with a 1, like, oh my God, he's human.
2.21.
He bleeds.
Oh, still the second best ERA in the AL after Scooball. Yeah.
It's
like every time I see Scooble,
think of Liam
Scooble's name, I think of Liam Cohen.
Scooball.
I was saying it wrong. Sorry, Liam Cohen.
Scooball. Yeah, man. Second best in the American League, though. I like that. I like that.
He's third in strikeouts after only having 3 last night. Yeah. That was he was still inducing a lot of whiffs.
Yeah,
but just not striking guys out.
2 strikes.
It felt like the Guardians, who the night before, by the way, what's his name, the Guardians manager, it just as Blum put it, managed his butt off the night before.
Yeah.
They were bunting in the second inning. They were doing everything they could to just get off the schneid and win a game. However they prepared them for Hunter Brown, there might have been some late nights and a couple pots of coffee into just figuring out exactly how can we get on Hunter Brown, because it just looked like they were jumping on him.
What happened to Jake Myers? Somebody's asking on the text page. He's got a calf injury, and he didn't play last night. He's not on the IL, so that tells me a little like Isaac Paredes' hamstring earlier this year, Seth. Remember that, where he pulled a hamstring, but they didn't put him on the IL, so you felt like, all right, well, he'll be back soon. That's kind of how I feel about Jake Myers. They need him back in the line. I feel like they need big league bats in this lineup.
But he's also got calf discomfort.
Yeah.
And just go back to various discomfort people. From Christian Harris with the Texans had calf discomfort. That was no big deal.
Yeah.
He'll be ready. Oh, I didn't say when. I meant December.
Ready.
He'll be ready in December. Yeah.
It still doesn't.
We're still not sure.
We're still not sure.
He still wasn't out there at OTAs, but we've been assured. Don't worry, he'll be ready.
He'll be there. Yeah, he'll be there.
Yeah, the mistake we make is thinking that D'Amico's putting any kind of a timeline on this.
Yes. Yeah. Sean is Ted Cruz. Okay, I'm the new local jinx now, I guess. text message on? Is there a message on?
Did anybody on the text line tell me when I was correct in my use of the term vertical integration?
Nobody has.
None of our economists told me? Okay.
Nobody has, but there is somebody on here who's trying to correct some of the slang that I was talking about before.
Oh, yeah.
Saying that it's Chris says, I believe, because I said somebody tweeted me about one of my takes yesterday, said that's cope. Yeah. Which is, slang for you're being delusional. You're coping with something that you know is not true by trying to talk it into being true. He says, I believe the kids mean cap, which means it's not true.
No, okay, there's two
no
of
cap
them.
means it's true. Yeah, no, Chris, he said it probably auto-corrected from A to O. No, Chris, don't get out over your skis.
Yeah.
Don't try to come at slang experts like Payne and Pendergast, all right? There is cap and there is cope. There's two different things.
Yeah.
Idiot. I'm just kidding. I didn't know either, Chris. I had to look it up too, Chris. I'm just joking.
Hey, Ben, how would I call that guy stupid in modern slang?
Oh, God. I don't even know. Look it up.
I used to have a list of ways to call people stupid that I would keep because it was like in sports radio you end up calling people stupid so often that you try to mix it up a little bit. So I liked using the old time, calling somebody a ninny. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a ninny. But when you lean into it too long, and I've gotten old enough now that people think I'm using it because that's the actual term I use. So now I got to start going the other direction and start using the what the kids say. So I can sound like I'm trying wait.
The list on your phone like I do of things that annoy me, or do you have a Google Doc? Google Doc.
Oh,
problem?
skibbity.
What?
Skibbity is a way to call something stupid.
Skibbity?
Man, that's skibbity. The Lulu.
Haven't heard
Again,
that
though, listen. What did we say earlier? It seems like a lot of slang. Kids have gotten lazy. All they're doing is cutting a word in half.
Yeah.
And then using it grammatically
That's
incorrectly and calling it like this is the one Delulu. Yeah. That's because
delusional.
Delusional. Okay.
Delulu.
So you're saying, that's lazy.
Delulu.
That's lazy.
You know what it is, Seth?
Your whole generation is Delulu.
You know what it is? It's sus. That's what it is.
I know, which again, what does sus mean? You know what? This is the problem I have with a lot of the slang the kids are using is it's too easy for us to figure out. Yes. It's got to mean something. Back in the day, go back in the 1950s, parents were probably besides themselves with confusion about why cool was being used the way it was.
Right,
like,
right.
Wait, what the hell is... What?
Dude,
what do you mean cool?
Remember
but you're sus. I'm like, oh, you mean suspect. You're just lazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember late 70s when bad became a thing? Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Like, it's not. It's fine. No. Bad is good. Yeah.
Yeah, you're misusing it, but it's also like it's enough of a change.
That's
you guys are just truncating things.
That's all you're doing. Lazy.
That's trunk.
Yeah.
That's just trunk.
Good job, Seth.
Yeah, I'm tired of all this trunk slang creation.
That's trunk. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. I was told by Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic that it was going to be a brand new Rafael Devers that we were getting. This isn't a Rafael Devers first week in San Francisco. Who can I trust now that Ken Rosenthal got this wrong? We'll talk about that coming up next. You know who's not sus or trunk?
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was told by Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic that Rafael Devers going to San Francisco. That now that he's with an organization that's treating him with respect and that's kind of knows what they're doing, that the version of Rafael Devers the Giants were getting was going to be one that was willing to play other positions other than DH. The answer, if they were to ask him, whereas before, Rafael, will you change positions for us for the betterment of the team? The answer was
no.
Gets to San Francisco. The answer is, do we have that one? No. Well, he's San Francisco. They all thought the answer was going to be Rafael. Yeah. Well, as it turns out, the new and improved Rafael Devers lasted all of just hours, it would seem. He got there, and according to this, now keep in mind, they played the Red Sox in San Francisco, the Giants did, just after the trade. So Devers which is really crazy when you think about the, American and National League dynamic. Like right after the trade, which took place at a weird time in early June, one of the very first series that's played is between these two teams, that the Red Sox travel out to San Francisco to play the Giants. So the new and improved Devers appeared to not last all that long. Here's Will Fleming. This is the Red Sox play-by-play guy who shares a story on a podcast about things he was hearing about Devers very early in his San Francisco tenure, ghosting a Giants legend.
They think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time.
The follow-up to that, because that's obviously somebody who's with the Red Sox saying something about Devers now with the Giants on a podcast. Yeah. Multiple reporters confirmed that definitely, not only did that happen, it's happened multiple times.
Multiple times is the part that I was waiting for when I was reading about it because, okay, it's his second day there, sure. I mean, you're still trying to get your bearings and everything. Like, okay, what is the deal? You give guys a pass on that when they don't know the schedule and the routine and all that. So the fact that it's apparently him ghosting these sessions has apparently become a thing. Boy, so this falls into that category of, well, what did you expect? A guy comes with a certain amount of baggage about him or just some controversy or whatever it might be. What did you expect necessarily?
Yeah.
Who's the all-time Houston athlete who's been brought in where it was confirmed? Like you wondered just maybe about this guy and like, oh boy, turned out to be kind of sus.
Yeah, I would say okay.
This is skibbity.
Yeah, we've had plenty of guys come and go over the last several years. The easiest ones to think about are the basketball players because these are like like the Dwight Howard, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, that chain of events there.
Dwight Howard was always an awkward hug for me. That was you're like, okay, we want to try to embrace he's got somebody and you're just kind of like doing this out of politeness more than anything.
Yes. Because what was Dwight's reputation? He was a coach killer. With Stan Van Gundy. L.A., he was supposed to be part of a super team, and for a variety of reasons, including maybe maturity issues with Dwight, it didn't work out. And that's that. Dwight is a good one. That's a good one.
I still give him a pass though because it was Dwight in that weird way. It's never like it was. They did some really good things. Yeah, obviously. But it was also okay. He can't coexist with James Harden necessarily, but it wasn't dramatically so. Yeah. Everything was just it was like Dwight Howard himself is. Everything felt awkward the whole time.
I do wonder. It's funny you bring up Harden because I had to guess. I would guess people are going to say James. People are going to immediately think when they're answering your question, Seth, who are guys that we should have known? Like this is who they were. people are going to say James Harden. James Harden was a sixth man in Oklahoma City, and nobody had any inkling of James Harden having this thirst for a nightlife or anything like that when the Rockets traded for him. That became
Daryl Morey, and also, Daryl Morey didn't know himself that James Harden, he didn't know what James Harden was going to be as when he was the guy.
Yeah.
And we also can't whitewash the fact that they were the second best team in the NBA with James Harden.
Sure.
That's like, so that doesn't even come close to it for me.
Yeah.
So it's a more, hey, a guy comes in, he's got a certain reputation, and that is exactly who he is.
Yeah.
The opposite would be Ed Reed. Because Ed Reed came in and sure he's passed, but we had no idea that it was going to end up being like the pivot point of an organization falling apart.
I'll tell you who the opposite was for the Texans, who it's turning out is exactly what you're asking the question about with his new team, is Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is Stephon Diggs, that's all we heard about was this is exactly how it played out in Minnesota. He was great to be around, and then he wasn't.
Yeah.
This is how it played out in Buffalo. He was great to be around, then he wasn't. And maybe it would have played out that way here in Houston. We don't know because he was only here for a year, but he was a model football citizen last year for the Texans. He got voted a captain by his teammates. New England is getting the version, the version like you're talking about right now, which is, all right, he has this reputation that precedes him, and he's been every bit of that since he signed the contract with the Patriots.
Yeah, that's why it was so smart of Caserio, even though he's criticized for it at the time. I understood what Caserio was doing. They modified Stephon Diggs to basically be a one-year deal.
Yeah.
And that's what Diggs has done in the past. Now you wonder if, Diggs seems to be at that point where maybe he realizes that, he's only got a few years left. He got a nice big contract from the Patriots. And with some of the reports coming out of New England, it sounds like, who knows what the actual situation is, but it sounds like he's phoning it in.
Yeah.
Go outside of Houston. The all-time greatest modern example, I would guess, has to be, I was about to say Antonio Brown, except that Antonio Brown helped win a Super Bowl for the Bucs eventually.
Yeah.
But when Antonio Brown showed up with the Raiders, all right, well, you get what you paid for.
Yeah.
Shows up in New England, well, you got what you paid for. All of a sudden goes and he's part of a Super Bowl winning effort.
He's part of a Super Bowl winning effort, but I would submit still that Tampa Bay
ended up jumping jack, shirtless jumping jacking his way off the field.
Yes, like I said, Tampa Bay. And the number of times it happens is a measure of how great a player you are, right?
Yeah.
Like
the number of times you get away with it.
The number of times you get, like Rafael Devers might hit 30 home runs or 35 home runs for the Giants, and some of this behind-the-scenes stuff, which is already starting, may be, like it was with the Red Sox, may be too much for them. And if he's still hitting, some team or teams are going to think that if he gets in our building, we're going to know how to handle. That's what all these teams thought with Antonio Brown, to your point. They all thought they could handle it.
I like the pleasant surprises, though, too.
Yeah.
The one guy that popped into my head, as far as a guy that came with maybe you felt a certain way about him.
Yeah.
Austin Rivers. Because Austin Rivers,
I hated him.
I had a guy who did not like Austin Rivers, and he got here, and I'm like, oh, this is everything that actually you'd want in a basketball player.
Yeah.
It's, in terms of the way he operates and practices and everything.
I was that way, too, with Russell Westbrook, actually. I was not a Westbrook fan at all when he was won the MVP in OKC. Not a real fan of his game. I found him fun to root for. I didn't like the fact that they had to completely retool the entire way they played basketball as a team to accommodate him. I didn't think that had a shelf life, but I had fun.
But that
rooting
wasn't
for Russell
necessarily that wasn't. I guess it was a little bit of the same issues that he'd had at other places in terms of him wanting to play his style of ball, but it was also his skill set too.
Yeah, he just couldn't shoot.
There's only so much that he could do right.
Yeah, couldn't shoot. WEEI Afternoons on Twitter. Drew Doherty sending me this tweet. Will Clark has now confirmed what Will Fleming told WEEI yesterday. So that's it. So Will Fleming was on WEEI when he had that bit of audio we played. The Giants offered to have Will Clark mentor Rafael Devers at first base after the trade from Boston. Devers didn't show up 3 days in a row.
And then Clark confirming it.
It's Will Clark confirming it, and they say, "Welcome to the Rafael Devers experience, San Francisco."
I'll tell you what, no, but that again, I mean, when you've got somebody from kind of in-house confirming the negative story, that hints that it's probably even worse than it sounds like from the outside.
That's just one story, right? Like that's just one.
Did you say Drew Doherty sent that to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Drew's starting his new job as he's teaching media.
He's going to be running at Straight Jesuit.
Yeah,
he's going to be running they have a campus TV station there. He's going to be running that. And he's going to be teaching history, I think, right out of the chute. But I think there are bigger plans for teaching media and things like that.
Did you know Drew was like he had like a triple major in college, as he was also a sports dude. But it was like American history, Latin, or something weird like that, and then I don't know, early French philosophy. I knew that Drew was a smart guy, but he's an actual Renaissance man.
Oh God, I get tired just hearing you say that. 3 majors.
He was too talented to be in sports. I'm glad he got out. Glad he got out of this cesspool industry. And now you're working with molding young minds to apparently get into this cesspool.
Well, he went there too, so it's kind of cool. Like he went to strike, so that's kind of neat for him, I think. So I know he's super.
I did a video for him for his party, like wishing him well wishes and everything. And I was kind of nervous about it because I made some jokes that I wasn't sure people were going to get or not. Kind of backhanded, like just joking, kind of like locker room type stuff.
Right.
But Drew himself liked it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if other people were offended on his behalf or anything.
That's all right.
I called him selfish for leaving because it hurts me personally.
Yeah.
And he goes off to work helping mold young people into productive adults.
Now that you mention it, it is very selfish of him. That's true. Drew, if you're listening, selfish. Drew-centric. That's what that is. People are still saying here, let's see, about remember when someone said the Astros play down to their opponents and you guys said, not this version of the Astros? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
No, listen, Pepperidge bitch. We've already been over this multiple times, all right? I'm not going to concede over and over again that last night is a good is a good example of what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I've already conceded it. You're gonna make me go all Tom Brady on Bill O'Brien on the sideline. I know.
Can I read the rest of the text?
Oh yeah.
Just kidding. You guys are great.
You're my Pepperidge bitch.
Yeah,
that's a term of endearment.
That's right. It's like bad or cool back in the day.
oh yeah, Jim. He's my Pepperidge bitch.
Oh.
Yeah. Use my language, kids. Don't use that.
Don't do that.
Pepperidge.
Yeah. All right.
Pepperidge was definitely a slave owner back in the day or something. Plantation sounds like to me.
All right. We played some Jack Easterby audio from earlier this week from an interview you did with Ross Tucker. I promise we won't do it again. But just listening to that voice made me feel good enough about what we're doing now. We're actually doing side by side, peak Easterby era and where we are now, and the turnaround is remarkable. Where have we seen the biggest upgrade in the last 4 years? With the Texans, or I'll throw the Rockets in there too because they've had a similar track. We'll do that coming up next.
The Astros will have plenty. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They just played the Grand Slam. They're replaying the game from last night, and Martinez just hit that Grand Slam off a hater. Oh, front row Crawford boxes. Terrible.
I feel bad for whoever caught that ball, because you get the front row of the Crawford boxes. You got a really good chance at some action, but then you end up catching the ball that is only a home run ball in one of 30 MLB ballparks, and it's the other team doing it.
It's the other team doing it, which means you got to throw it back.
Did you see the Dodgers fan that it looked like I run it was in the Dodgers series? An Astros player hit a home run, and when they cut to the Dodgers fan, it looked like the guy who had caught the ball. It almost looked like he pulled a ball out of his pocket and threw it on the field.
Oh, really? Okay.
And the timing of it was such that I don't think he had caught the home run ball by the Astros player and then put it in his pocket and then remembered to throw it out. I think he tried to pull a rope-a-dope on everybody and be like, oh, no, I'm throwing it out. And meanwhile, it was actually he's keeping that.
He's hanging on to the home run ball. Oh, okay.
You know what? I respect
cheating.
the hustle.
You do?
I respect the hustle.
I think it's cheating, man. That's cheating. You're supposed to throw it back. Those are the rules. Opposing team hits it, you throw it back. All right? So we played that Jack Easterby audio earlier this week. He did an interview with Ross Tucker, our good friend, and it was mostly about...
It used to be.
Yeah.
So he asked a bunch of softball questions to Jack Easterby.
Good friend, air quotes. Yeah. Now he's just sus. So Easterby was on there, and Ross asked him about his time in Houston and why he was so polarizing. I'm not going to replay the answer because we have to get out of here by 10 a.m. It was that long. It was like a 3-minute answer. It was ridiculous.
A filibuster.
It was a complete filibuster of complete BS. But having to listen to that and being able to gain a little perspective and appreciate where we are now is an exercise I was going through. So, Seth, I just started jotting down yesterday, like, man, peak Easterby was like 2021. Like once he'd gotten everybody else out of the people in there, and these are all people that he knows or he can bring in or he can help manipulate or whatever. That 2021 season was a complete fever dream. And I was jotting down like, okay, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receiver, best defensive players on the team. And it is remarkable. Look, the Texans still need to win at a high level in the postseason. I get all that. But that it's been spun around this quickly to where in 4 years you go from Davis Mills to C.J. Stroud at quarterback. You go from a starting backfield of Rex Burkhead and David Johnson to Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. That Nico is your wide receiver now, your main guy, and it was Brandon Cooks back then. And then especially on defense. Like, they had no corners on those teams. None. It felt like Terrence Mitchell was a starting corner on those teams. You got Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter now. You got beasts coming off the edge with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Just like the massive upgrades that the franchise has gone through in such a quick period of time. And they haven't gotten everything right, but they've gotten a lot right in this time frame,
Yeah, though, I mean, you look at that in terms of whether or not there are upgrades at those key positions. The only place that you could look at really is say, okay, well, you swapped out Jonathan Grenard for Danielle Hunter, and they both had really good years last year. But, you've got Will Anderson on the roster as well. Yeah. So your edge rushers, like it was John Grenard and Jacob Martin. Yeah. Remember Jacob Martin would drive me insane because he only came in on third and forever.
Yeah.
But he was really, really good as a rusher. But he weighed about 132 pounds. And I had to watch McClain would consistently say, like, look at Jacob Martin's stats versus Jadeveon Clowney. I'm like, no, Clowney on the field.
Yeah.
Jacob Martin comes in for 12 snaps a game and gets some sacks. Are you serious?
Yeah. Of all these upgrades, though, is there a bigger one? Like, if the biggest upgrade, just looking at the Texans here, 2021 to 2025, it's easily head coach, right? Like, none of these are even close to the upgrade from David Culley to DeMeco Ryans.
I'm going to wait and see on Culley and see what he does in his next stage.
In his next chapter?
Coach. Yeah, he's only had one shot at it.
All right. Yeah, another bite at the apple. Maybe he learned some things.
Remember the first time I Googled David Culley? When I thought, this is how I treated it. We found out that David Culley had been interviewed. And immediately my mind is like, okay, this sounds like a favor. Like, a lot of times somebody's trying to get their name out there. Somebody has a relationship with David Culley or whatever, so they interview him, and it gives them a little bit more cred.
Yeah.
But no. So when when I Googled David Culley, the first guy that popped up was a gym manager in Long Island.
Yeah.
That was how far below the radar David Culley had flown up.
Yeah, I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be. Oh, it was real. It was definitely real. He had some good, axioms though that he lived by.
It's hard because David Culley, he seems like a genuinely
he seems like a really nice guy. Yeah,
just completely out of place though.
Which is why every segment that we did about silly decisions that he made was always prefaced with, "I think he's a really nice guy.
I think he's a really good dude."
Yeah. So it
was a bad. I've told you this before. When you're aiming for, because they were aiming for some kind of a transition coach there. It's like anything in life when you intentionally lower the bar, chance of really undershooting.
Yeah.
If you don't treat it, and I felt like they were going for all of these feel-good Ted Lasso type things that they wanted out of a coach, and they just set the bar way too low. So Lovie Smith would have been actually a good choice in 2021.
A good 2-year choice.
It would have made sense.
Yeah.
With potential upside there, too.
Sure.
Like, okay, he's an actual NFL coach.
Yeah.
He's a head coach. He operates like an NFL head coach.
I think biggest upgrades from peak Easterby era to today, easily head coach is the biggest one for me, from Culley to DeMeco Ryans, who I think is one of the best young coaches in the league. I think second for me is in the secondary. Like, this is a secondary that is lights out, like that. Yeah. There's the secondary the Texans had back in 2021 had a disgruntled Justin Reed in the final year of his contract, and that was it. They had nothing else. Right,
Justin
secondary.
Reed was the one, and that's where you could say, okay, you know what, though, Justin Reed, I'd love to have him on this team right now, but it is a testament to how dysfunctional everything was there. Justin Reed was the guy that got into some kind of an argument with the head coach, reportedly, in a meeting. Because when good people are in wacky situations, sometimes they're not going to act like the model citizen. Whatever Justin Reed was upset about in that moment, I support him. Having zero clue what it was all about.
I blindly support him on this. Yeah. It's just when you jot those names down and you do it as a ledger, 2021 on this side and 2025 on this side, man, it is so much more exciting.
Wait, when did JJ leave?
JJ left after 2020. He left after the COVID year. Yeah, he was here for Culley. He was not here he wasn't here for Culley. Someone is wondering. Okay, someone's asking, learning new slang and recruiting younger listeners. That's a relief. Between the mustache and the ice cream truck that you were talking about the other day, I was worried Seth was doing some more sinister moves to try to get the younger audience in.
I don't have if anything, you should be more concerned. I'm like going a whole hog into it.
Yeah.
With my skibbity riz. I learned that during the break.
The slang is throwing people off the scent of the really creepy stuff.
Yeah, they're like, oh no, Seth's one of the coolest 32-year-olds I know. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Well, you don't
skibbity riz, I learned. So skibbity means stupid, and riz is like your pitching woo, the way Sean called it back in the day.
That's exactly right. That's
I was talking to my wife about that yesterday. Pitching woo. I just brought it up out of nowhere. I'm like, I don't know when pitching woo started, that term, but it's by far the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know if like a lot of things back in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
Like things were super creepy.
Yeah.
But people were too naive to realize it or anything.
Oh yeah.
They didn't realize that pitching woo and throwing a Mickey in a drink isn't quite as funny as and when played out in real time, it's not as funny as it sounds in a song.
Okay, you know, Amy and I love watching Family Feud with Steve Harvey. I think Steve Harvey is one of the best people at his job, not just in entertainment. Him hosting Family Feud is hilarious to me. He's really love watching Family Feud. So anytime you bring up, I think he's the best Family Feud host of all time. There've been several. People bring up Richard Dawson, who's the OG. He's the original. And they bring up they bring up just anecdotally, like, well, he used to kiss the wives and things like that on there. That was they probably wouldn't get away with that. They were showing old Richard Dawson Family Feud episodes on the Game Show Network like a week ago. You watch it now, it is so much creepier than you can even describe. It's one of those things, Seth, that when you describe it, you're like, oh, okay, I mean, that sounds creepy. But then you see the video. It's like the Ray Rice thing. Like, you hear that he hit somebody, then you see the video of him actually hitting somebody, and you're like, that is really terrible. The episode, he's literally walking up to the wives and kissing them on the lips while their husbands just sit there smiling, looking at it. Like,
And he's got a look in his eyes.
Yes, he's very sociopath and he's not. There's no volume to him at all. It's very like even keel, just almost looking like, hey, I'm going to do some things to you. Yeah.
No, he looks back at the audience. I'm watching one of them now. It's the way he looks back at the audience.
So bad. Right? Am I right? Isn't it worse looking at it than talking about it?
Yes, it's so creepy.
It's so bad. And that's what people think you are with that mustache right now.
This is the best mustache that anybody's ever had.
It's true.
In the history of mustaches.
It's awesome. It is awesome.
Hey, I got a question.
Okay.
Because I was watching a World War II documentary the other day. And I was thinking about so a lot of times what happens in societies, especially if they have a king or a dictator or something, is people adopt the hairstyles and the facial hair of rulers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I'm watching this Hitler documentary, and I'm thinking, like, how that mustache was so stupid.
Yeah.
That I think Himmler was the only one that even tried to emulate that.
So they didn't have a bunch of like thin,
that I remember, not that I could see, and it wasn't when you watch the footage of the citizens or anything like that. It was such a stupid mustache that even like the Fuhrer couldn't get that.
Couldn't get it over.
Right. Yeah, I like. There's got to be a reason for that. Yeah. Did he disallow people having his mustache?
Oh, I'm the only one that can have this
stupid mustache.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can have this mustache. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Did a lot of stupid things. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Bold statement.
Yeah, hot take.
He was kind of sus. Looking back on it,
right.
Hitler was kind of sus.
Kind of sus, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Oh, the top 10 edge rushers are out on ESPN. Did the D tackles earlier. Did Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson make the cut? Top 10 edge rushers according to coaches, scouts, and executives in the NFL. We'll hit that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 listener. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, we had several texters point out that there was another proponent of the Hitler mustache, and that was Charlie Chaplin back in the day.
That's right, yeah. No, I did my research during the break. I had asked Sean, it seems weird that you didn't see all the Nazis having the Hitler mustache, because usually, people try to emulate their dictator or their king when it comes to stuff like
Style,
that.
yeah.
But apparently that had been a popular mustache between World War I and World War II, and with a lot of World War I, they start using that mustache because they wore gas masks. So Hitler fought in World War I. I mean, Hitler was he was a World War I hero, in Germany.
Yeah.
But so they started wearing that mustache, and then I guess it was popular up until the World War, and Hitler was still wearing it. But I would still submit that the ratio of number of people, percentage of the population that tried to have the same hairstyle or mustache with Hitler was probably the lowest in history.
Oh, his hairstyle
lowest in history.
Hairstyle was terrible too. They were both.
That's what he should be remembered for. I don't know. The hairstyle is kind of that's kind of the hairstyle of the day these days.
Was it? Yeah.
That high fade, skin fade.
Yeah. I just remember it looked like he almost, not a comb over. He had hair, but he had kind of greasy hair parted to the side.
It was a mess. Well, I mean, the vast quantities of speed that he was taking didn't help matters.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, you can text 713-572-4610. All right, we did the defensive tackles earlier. ESPN, kind enough to drop the edge rushers this morning. The top 10 edge rushers in the NFL, according to an annual ritual. This is an annual vote that they do among 70 voters. Okay, so there's the total number. 70. That's a pretty big sample. 70 voters, and the constituency is coaches, scouts, and executives around the NFL. And they vote on their top 10 at each position, and ESPN is dropping the final tabulations of the votes, one position per day, all the way up through. So they've done running backs. They did that Monday. Joe Mixon made the list on Monday. He's the 9th best running back according to these voters. Nobody on the Texans made the defensive tackle list. We talked about that earlier this morning. Let's go with the edge rushers here, Seth. And you and I both predicted that Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson would find their way onto the top 10 on this list. You and I
just
both
as we predicted that the Astros would not play down to the level of their competition.
It's true, yeah.
Yes.
So we're due.
The day of many. It's been a week of many predictions.
We're due.
Did we do any better on this, Sean? Did we do any better on this one?
Let's check. All right, let's count them. Let's count them up. We'll start at the top. Number 1 is Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns. He's the number 1 edge rusher in football.
Yeah, got no issues with that. And when they call it edge rusher, that's the position these days for those that haven't realized the transition.
Yeah.
So it's not just grading them on their pass rushing ability. It's how good are these guys in their position of edge rusher.
That's right.
Yeah.
Number 2, T.J. Watt, who is in a bitter contract dispute with the Pittsburgh Steelers right now.
I might have ranked him a little bit lower than some of these other guys that are coming up. And it'll be interesting if he goes into a different scheme where Myles Garrett got a lot of guff for pointing out that Garrett has to do it on his own more than T.J. Watt does. The Steelers will blitz a lot and create more one-on-ones for T.J. Watt than Myles Garrett gets. So I actually agreed with Myles. I don't know if I would have said it if I were him.
Yeah.
But T.J. Watt definitely still a top 5.
Yeah. Yep. His highest ranking was number 1. His lowest ranking was 3. So everybody had him. Everybody had him in their top 3.
When he kind of slowed down in the second half of the season. But I think that's when people are looking at the entire situation in Pittsburgh and saying, well, it was just a weird year in Pittsburgh.
Yep. Micah Parsons, number 3 on the list, Dallas Cowboys. He, too, was highest ranking 1, lowest ranking of 6 for Micah Parsons among the 70 voters who voted in this.
He's got the highest double team rate amongst the edge rushers on this list. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he commands the most attention of all these guys and still does a pretty damn good job of providing pressure.
Number 4, Max Crosby, Las Vegas Raiders. Like Parsons, Seth, highest ranking 1. So there's at least one voter out there that thinks Crosby is the best of all these, maybe more. Lowest ranking of 6 for Max Crosby, who briefly reset the market for non-quarterbacks.
Yeah, and
until the Browns had to whore themselves out for Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett just wanted to win. Remember,
he just wanted to win.
Yeah.
He just wants to be a Cleveland Brown. Man.
He just wanted to win, and then the Browns would go on to create just a quagmire of a mess of a disaster at quarterback in the offseason to in their efforts to go help him win that
clearly win that
championship.
Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yes.
So Crosby at 4. I don't have a problem with any of these so far.
I don't. Okay, so this is where we get into if people start. I get it if people start getting peeved about Will Anderson not being above any of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's very real reasons, and that he's not ranked above these guys yet. But these next, Will Anderson is very, very close to them.
Yeah,
very close. It's
Yep.
just a couple things have to come in order for him to surpass these guys.
Here they are. Number 5 on the list, Nick Bosa, San Francisco 49ers. Highest ranking he got was 3. There was at least one person that left him off their ballot entirely, unranked.
Bosa's an interesting one because it's funny. Bosa's one of those guys where in your mind you feel like he's injured all the time, but he actually hasn't missed that many games. But he feels like he's affected by injuries at times.
Yeah.
So he has, and recognizing that sacks don't tell the whole story, in the last couple years he's had 10.5 sacks and 9 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
So his production isn't quite as great as what I think he's capable of.
Yeah. Number 6, yet another contract dispute going on right now. Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati Bengals, like Bosa, highest ranking among the voters, 3. And there were voters that left him off the ballot entirely. He led the league in sacks last year.
Yeah, so Hendrickson's a classic guy where you can't quite figure out why he's so good, but he just produces.
He doesn't look like any of these other guys. Like, he's got a very
and it's not a white
regular guy
thing.
body.
It's not a white guy thing.
No.
It's like he just doesn't. He looks like a skinny defensive tackle. Who's
and doesn't have any of the accoutrements like gloves or wristbands or anything. Like he's just got bare arms.
He's just a football player.
He's just a football player. I want to go. Hit that.
Yeah. Which gives him a little bit of a Duke point guard feel to me, to where I hate him. I hate this white guy.
That's right.
Love him. I hate him. I think that Will, when it comes to Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, and Trey Hendrickson, I think Will Anderson's upside in terms of explosiveness and potential for physical domination, both the run game, especially in the run game, as well as being a pass rusher, I think Will's very close to surpassing those guys. Bosa, it's a matter of, I like Bosa as a comp for Will in a lot of ways, but I think Will is more conscientious against the run than Bosa is. So that's where I'd say those 3 guys, Crosby, Bosa, and Hendrickson, Will is very, very close to them. The one big difference between Will and Hendrickson and Crosby is simply being on the field more.
Yeah.
Because those guys both, if I recall properly, had about 150 to 200 snaps more than Will Anderson had this year. So when it comes to just looking at the counting stats, part of it is just Will figuring out a way to keep his ankles healthy and be out there for 17 games.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Like, it'd be fun for these accolades and to pile up the counting stats that Will played the same number of snaps. If you got depth that you feel comfortable with putting it out there and it keeps Will fresher for later in the season and keeps him out of harm's way for 100 or 200 snaps, I'm totally cool with that. Number 7, we still haven't gotten to Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter yet. Number 7, these are the best edge rushers according to 70 executives, coaches, and scouts as tabulated by ESPN.com. Number 7 is Aiden Hutchinson, the Detroit Lions, who had his season cut short last year by a gruesome broken leg injury. He missed 12 games because of that injury.
I can't argue with him being ahead of Will Anderson. I'm surprised that it feels like Aiden Hutchinson got knocked for his injuries by some of the voters, because some voters had him unranked. Where others said that he would have been Defensive Player of the Year if he hadn't gotten injured. I think the biggest thing with Aiden Hutchinson was you could see him, as soon as he got injured, the Lions had to change their complete style of play calling. Aaron Glenn had to call way more blitzes than he typically does because he has that much of an effect on an offense.
And they lost so many guys. That Lions defense got racked with injuries. That they finished 15-2 is really somewhat remarkable.
His pass rush win rate, it was 35%. So don't worry if you don't know whether that's good or not. The next closest one in pass rush win rate was Danielle Hunter, who finished 9 percentage points below him at 21 26%.
26%. Wow.
Yeah, he was playing that well before he got injured.
Yep. So he was playing. He had 7.5 sacks through 5 games when he got hurt. So he's number 7 on the list. Here we go. Number 8, Will Anderson Jr., who was ranked as high as 6 by at least one voter, unranked. Once you start to get in the back end of the top 10, unranked is the lowest ranking for all these guys. He was honorable mention last year in this exercise. He finishes 8th. Here's what they're saying about him, Seth. An AFC executive said this: he's got a complete skill set, and he's only getting better. Only 2 years in the league, he'll keep improving. An NFL personnel evaluator said, what I have a lot of glaring weaknesses. He can rush, set a hard edge, and play the run.
Yeah.
It's hard to find holes in his game. Yeah.
His willingness to play the run, especially when it comes to high output defensive ends, that's not always a given that they're going to give a damn about the run, but then his physicality in the run game, that's why I think he probably gets the notch above Danielle Hunter. I bet most voters on this list probably think Danielle Hunter is a better pure pass rusher, but Will's the complete package. Like the one guy said, what I like about him is he doesn't have a lot of glaring weaknesses. He can rush, set a hard edge, and play the run. With Will, I am very comfortable with him being 8th on this list because I do think he's got to continue on the track he was on last year, and he is right at the heels of those guys in front of him. It's just a matter of staying healthy and continuing to work on the things he's worked on.
Number 9.
His jump from year 1 to year 2, there was a lot that he had to really refine. This year, he's got a few things that he just needs to continue to refine.
Yep. Number 9, right next to his teammate, Danielle Hunter, is number 9. Like Will Anderson, highest ranking of 6, lowest ranking unranked. And they say this: many will argue that Hunter is Houston's best pass rusher over Anderson, who has advantages in upside and age. And again, this exercise, the instructions for the voters in this was who is the best in 2025, not who's going to be the best for the next 2 or 3 years, or who would you rather have long term. It's who's the best this year. So they're right next to each other. They list a bunch. It's just pointed out. Danielle Hunter, 26% in pass rush win rate, second only to Aiden Hutchinson. Caused a bunch of incompletions, ranked first in pass rush wins, and had double-digit sacks again. Here's what they're saying about him. An AFC executive said this: that's why they call him Cyborg. He's always been an incredible athlete, and he's learned to expand his pass rush ability and can win in a variety of ways. Another executive says this: he can get a few more double-digit sack seasons. He has the body type that will age well. End quote.
Yeah, I like that they brought up the Cyborg, the nickname, because it reminded me that, wait a second, Will Anderson was called the Terminator in college, and we haven't heard that as much. I feel like he's played well enough that he can be called the Terminator in the NFL.
Mark calls him that. Mark calls him that sometimes. Yeah. Vandy calls him that sometimes.
But it's not as widespread as I'd like it to be.
And it has. He's not. There's no. I don't know if there's any Terminator merch or anything like that. That's where you know it catches on.
So I like that there's a Cyborg on one side and a Terminator on the other.
Good about that. Yeah.
And then either of those could be good or evil.
Yeah.
You know, there's a little bit of like, wait, Cyborg in a good way or a bad way?
Right,
Terminator in a which movie Terminator? The nice Arnold Schwarzenegger or the skinnier guy? That was super scary.
Yeah. You know the old saying, as long as the Cyborg and Terminator on your team, they're your favorite play. It's like Dylan Brooks. It's as long as he's on my team, he's my Cyborg and my Terminator. I love him.
That's true.
Yeah. So.
As opposed to like C-3PO who sucks in the
worst. Oh, God.
The one I like that they pointed out was that he's found ways to beat offensive tackles with a bull rush or an NBA-style Euro step into
his
a
Euro
spin.
Step. Yes.
This is a thing. Honestly, Sean, I was watching Danielle Hunter film, and I was watching an arm drag that he does. And it's just funny because these guys have gotten so advanced, and I'll credit YouTube for a lot of this. Guys are just able to watch all the great pass rushers. And I'm not saying that Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson are doing that necessarily, but there's this culture amongst pass rushers now that just flat out did not exist back when I was playing.
Yeah.
But I can remember I was a high school wrestler and everything, And I always remember wondering, like, why don't they teach an arm drag? So an arm drag is exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
You just come in. I use my right hand to grab the right arm of the offensive lineman and pull him through.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wish I'd had the gonads to just do it, but it wasn't a coached move.
Yeah.
And I would always just kind of think, like, I really should be. Of course, back in the day, though, too, we got away with guys. Guys were putting, Vaseline on their arms and silicone on their shoulder pads, so it was harder to hit an arm drag.
Yeah.
They check for that now. But yeah, like the Euro step, the arm drag, the ghost move. There's a whole arsenal of moves that guys use nowadays that really were not even in existence back in the day. It's a glorious time to be alive.
It is. It's fun to be alive, especially when you got a guy on your team that's doing all of them, like Danielle Hunter. Number 10 on this list is Jared Verse, who the Texans will face in Week 1 of the NFL season this year. So we talked about Kobe Turner on the defensive tackle list and Jared Verse on this edge rusher list.
So Jared Verse through the Texans. I did a little bit of a mini study on Jared Verse the other day, and it was after Tron Armstead had said, Tron Armstead was on a podcast. I think it was Busting the Boys, the offensive tackle, and I think he was listing reasons he wouldn't come back, and he said Jared Verse.
Yeah.
I don't need to see that bull rush ever again.
Yeah.
And I was intrigued because I'd watched Jared Verse, and I knew that he's really strong and physical, and I'd seen a little bit of him this year. But usually when you hear about a young player who's got a really good bull rush, you're like, all right, yeah, like go ahead and try doing that for 60 snaps a game.
You're right.
Dude, I see exactly where Teron Armstead was coming from. He is so strong. He is country strong.
Yep.
There was a player back in the day who had a vicious Jumpy Gathers. He had a move called a forklift. It's a move.
Yeah.
But no, it's different than what they call the forklift these days. Because he would just like put his arms out like he was doing a front shoulder raise, which you can't use a lot of weight with a front shoulder raise. And he would just lift guys up in the air and drive them back into the quarterback. So there's still a forklift move, but it's not like the way Jumpy Gathers used to do it. He was so freakishly strong that he was doing things that nobody could do. I think Jared Verse, his whole game could be his bull rush and a few variations off of it. And I don't know what people are going to do about it.
Why do you only have 4.5 sacks last year?
Probably because he's bull rushing and said he's a little bit. Okay, Anderson leaned on his bull rush too much, and he learned his rookie year that all right, I gotta come with some variations off of that, and I think part of that is that it's great to bull rush a dude into the quarterback, but quarterbacks these days are pretty nimble at getting out of that situation.
Yeah.
So the separation at the top of the rush, that's like where Will was working on exactly that. But versus he's more country strong than Will Anderson is. But, it's right there. He's a lot like Will Anderson was his rookie year. Man, you see the potential there. The one thing about Jared Verse, and I'm going to be intrigued to see how Nick Caley treats him when the Texans play him, Jared Verse was, completely lost at times when it came to pulling guards and wham blocks and some of those things. But, again, he's completely unaware.
Yeah.
Doesn't realize that the running back's about to cut him or the fullback's about to cut him. And the fullback tries to cut him. And the fullback bounces off of his tree-trunk leg.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He's still making plays.
It doesn't matter. All right, coming up next, is Tom Brady pulling a reverse Derek Jeter? I will explain coming up next. Stay there.
We sure will, and we will talk about Mokaram. Mokaram injury lawyers. Listen. You guys know Mokaram injury lawyers. They've been here.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Brandon Scott, our good friend, digital guru here, sometimes host, says there was Terminator merch for Will Anderson after his rookie year, but I haven't seen much of it since then. So it's out there, Seth. They're going to make it happen. This Terminator, they're going to rekindle the Terminator thing. It's going to happen. They'll make it happen for you. Yeah.
Sorry, I was on my phone. I was listening to you
while
I was multitasking. Michael Beck, one of our dear and beloved listeners, did a question about cover 2. I got to forget sometimes that when you a lot of things that are you don't need to get into terminology, I guess. Yeah.
It's common.
A lot of cover 2. You know what? No, I'm going to do a cover 2 video today because that's one of the questions that people are embarrassed to ask. He used to ask, hey, what exactly is cover 2? Because it is, you'll hear football people talk about it like, of course, it's like 1 + 1 is equals 2. Everybody knows it. Like, but it's not quite so. So I'll do a video on cover 2 today.
The one I always have to look up, and I feel stupid, and I still have to like all the time, and I should, is when you use the number designation for the personnel groupings. 11 personnel, 12 personnel. I always forget which one's the running back and which one's the tight end.
Well, no, that's actually, even for me, because that changed to where all of a sudden there's kind of universal usage of that.
Yeah.
Where it was hard for me because I always used to, back in the day, we used to call it, like the personnel groupings were kings, queens, regular, all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But then they changed it to something that makes total sense. It's like they went to the metric system.
Yes.
If you hear 11 personnel, it always starts with the running back. So that means 1 running back, 1 tight end, and then that leaves, you don't have to say 3, but that means there's 3 wide receivers. So, so if you ever find people using that terminology, just remember, you start at the running back and there's 5 total eligible receivers. That's all they're describing. So if you hear 12 personnel, that's 1 running back, 2 tight ends. If you're 21 personnel, that's 2 running backs or a running back and a fullback and a tight end, and then however many wide receivers are left over. But it's for football. Football struggles to have universal terminology, and it's annoying as hell, especially when people try to correct you online. They're like, no, actually, a 4 technique is this. You'll go die. Go die. If there's one thing you might want to learn if you're reading about football and they're using terminology, learn personnel grouping. Because there's a lot that kind of falls into place after that.
Have you heard these stories about Tom Brady at Jeff Bezos' wedding over the weekend, this past weekend? I think over in Italy.
Okay, I saw the reports, and this is how I treat all of these reports about Tom Brady and whichever woman he's seen with at a party. I get really pissed off.
Okay.
Not at Tom Brady.
Prepare to be pissed off.
No, continue. I get pissed off as a person that at times guess what, Sean? Sometimes I'm at parties talking to a woman who isn't my wife and having a great conversation and what have you. And I'm just I'm grateful that I'm not some kind of celebrity where people will look at that conversation and be like, something's brewing, I guess. Like, I'm a delightful conversationalist. If you followed me around like a paparazzi, you'd have all manner of, I'd be all over the tabloids. Look at how she's laughing at his jokes. That's a genuine laughter, not a polite laughter. Screw you, Ben. That's my wife mocking me.
It's really
good. Sometimes I go and I have a delightful conversation with a woman just to remind Brandy of what she's, to appreciate what she has.
Put her in her place.
I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
That was really funny.
All right, Seth Payne has a shelf life. Charming Seth Payne loses his charm after a while.
Okay, so these are the people, these are the women that Brady has been spotted with since last week. At the wedding, during that weekend, he was spotted on a yacht with Kate Hudson and Dakota Johnson.
Okay.
Right?
So he was spotted. He was on a yacht.
He's on a yacht.
I'm guessing a yacht that had like 40,000 total square footage of floor space.
Probably
on
a pretty
it.
big
But
yacht.
Still,
yeah.
Like at a party, likely to be seen with these women.
Yes, in bathing suits. They were out there. He was shirtless in the videos.
They were in bathing suits. Did they change into him just for Tom Brady?
Just trying to set the scene.
Isn't Kate Hudson still married?
No, she's not, but she's engaged. Of the names I'm about to bring up, she's the only one that's in a committed relationship. I did the research on this, Seth. This is the kind of stuff that I do the research on, all right?
She used to be married to the guy from Chris Robinson, right?
Yeah, I think
from
so.
the Black Crowes. I almost said Buck Cherry, which would have been more metal, but yeah.
Dakota Johnson just broke up with Chris Martin, who was the lead singer for Coldplay. So she's 35. So Brady was spotted on a yacht with the two of them.
Okay.
He was spotted at the wedding itself, if I can use a Rich Lord word, canoodling with Sydney Sweeney.
Now, was that more intimate? Like, was that looking like they were flirting or something?
They were, I think, probably sitting at a table talking to each other. So that's a one-on-one conversation.
From what I saw, Sydney Sweeney was the one that got the most excitement out of people, or at least the most thirst.
Yeah. I could see why twice. That would be the reason. So she just broke off her engagement. Sydney Sweeney did. So she's available.
Okay.
The big
Who is she engaged to?
I'll look it up on the Wikipedia
don't worry about it.
page.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think anybody super famous.
Okay, so Kate Hudson's 46. Dakota Johnson is 35, 27.
Let me give you the last one.
Yeah.
Now, this one is the one where you can say, okay, this would be the one I would read the most into because they were out to dinner, just the two of them together.
Yes.
Sofia Vergara, 52 years old. That's a good one.
Plus, I'll tell you what. If all he's trying to do is get back at his ex, I take the Latin American woman who's
he's got a type
who's got a measure of success on her own and everything, but also has a more traditionally womanly physique than a supermodel necessarily. That's a whole lot of like, hey, I got a different and better version of you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That would make sense. And she was Sofia Vergara divorced in 2024, so she's available. All right, so if these...
I know nothing about what Sofia Vergara is actually like as a person.
Yeah.
Other than I just enjoy her as a comedic actress.
Yeah, she's got a good energy about her for sure. Which of these do you think is the best fit for Tom Brady? If you were giving him relationship advice, who would you tell? And let's assume for purposes of the argument that he could extricate Kate Hudson from whatever relationship she's in right now because he's Tom freaking Brady.
I always wonder, with a woman who was married to or dating or engaged to a rock star, like a genuine bona fide rock star.
Yeah.
I would always, now this is very surface level, I would worry that, like, you know what, I wonder if I'm like, I don't want to be the guy that just seeing, like, oh, she was with the now she's ready to settle for a nice guy like me.
Right.
And my $1 billion+ or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be my initial. Like, obviously, you're going to give a woman a chance and everything. But I feel like, okay, what she genuinely wants might be different than what I, Tom Brady, am. So I'm going to veer more towards Sydney Sweeney or Sofia Vergara.
Okay. Boy, those are extreme ends.
I
mean, Sydney Sweeney's 27 and Sofia Vergara's 52. You know, those
right, yeah.
Very different places in life.
Yeah, so that's all my surface level stuff, and then I got to get to know him a little bit. I know very little about Sydney Sweeney's personality or Sofia Vergara's personality.
Yeah.
I feel like Sofia Vergara, if what I'm looking for is just, man, look, I got kids. I just I've got 2 different baby mamas. I just want stability, and I want to settle down and just have a nice, somebody that doesn't need to be out at clubs and everything.
Right.
So with me knowing nothing about Sydney Sweeney, I just feel like, all right, yeah, that's great, 27-year-olds and everything that comes with that. But I also I don't know if I want to be. I'm ready to. I'd like to be with somebody my own age.
I want it to be Sydney Sweeney just so we can do a tale of the tape of the 2 super couples, Belichick and Hudson versus Brady and Sydney Sweeney. You know, the 2 big age difference couples right there. That would be fun.
And even with Brady and Sydney Sweeney, that's still that doesn't feel like a 27-year-old woman with a 42-year-old man. That doesn't seem nearly like that's barely eyebrow raising.
He's like 47.
Especially when it comes to famous people.
Yeah, he's like not that there's a big difference.
Oh, he's 47.
He's like 47. I mean, it's still a big gap.
I'll tell you what. And again, everybody's different and everything, but like I'm 50. I think probably like really wanting to spend a lot of time with most 27-year-olds.
I would,
but
too.
She's not most 27-year-olds.
That's true. She's not.
Yeah.
Now, Dakota Johnson, the benefit would be your father-in-law, if you were to take it to the next level, would be Don Johnson. So probably a lot of good Miami Vice stories back in the day. You know, she's Don Johnson's kid. Kate Hudson is Goldie Hawn's kid. So, you know, for what that's worth, you'd have celebrity in-laws if you're into that.
Kurt Russell's her stepdad.
Kurt Russell's her stepdad, and Melanie Griffith is actually Dakota Johnson's biological mom, too. It's Don Johnson and Melanie
Don
Griffith.
Johnson, I'll tell you what, the biggest surprise is, if you told me that Don Johnson and Billy Ray Cyrus would have super celebrity daughters 20 years from then, that I get Don Johnson, I would have suspected it.
Yeah.
Billy Ray Cyrus, there's no way in hell. I would have been like, no, this guy is a complete gimmick. Like, what? No.
And they're all crazy. They're not the Johnsons, the Cyruses. Like, they're all out there. I like Kate Hudson the best out of these four. These four horsewomen of the apocalypse for Tom Brady. I like her. She's the most likable to me. I like her the best.
I had a friend from college who was working as a waitress once, and she waited on Chris Robinson and Kate Hudson. And she said that Chris Robinson was incredibly polite and nice, but that she got a cold vibe off of Kate Hudson.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, I don't know if this is an
protective, maybe?
It's an attractive woman that was, so I don't know if maybe Chris Robinson was flirting with her a little bit. But based on nothing, but that one may not even be true. I'm going to say, no, screw Kate Hudson. Nope. She was mean to my waitress friend.
That's how Amy gets with me when all the waitresses flirt with me. So I understand. She gets very protective. When the waitresses walk up and say, hey, pretty eyes, like they did in Jamaica that one time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So there you go. Update on Tom Brady's dating, air quotes, life.
Tom Segura, the comedian. His wife's a comedian too, and I can't remember which celebrity he met. It was a woman, a very, very famously attractive woman. I can't remember who it was, but when he's doing the bit about it, it's something like he met her and he was with his wife, when they met her, and he just couldn't. He could not just stop staring at her. And he looked at his wife and he thought, why can't you just drown?
That's pretty good.
She's for people who don't know those two. That's their sense of humor.
Yeah,
he may have actually said it to her face or on the podcast,
and it bounced right off of her. She didn't get sensitive about it.
She can give it just as much as she gets it.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on, and we'll set up tonight. Let's avoid a sweep tonight, Astros, shall we? And a big question I've been getting a big question I saw on Twitter this weekend about Astro fans, where my answer was somewhat controversial. We'll get to that coming up next.
How good was the Astros? Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's a ball into left center field. That'll be down for a hit. We're going to be tied up at 6. Jose Altuve, RBI number 4 tonight.
Big swing from the veteran.
That's what bummed me out the most last night, Seth. Altuve coming up with a huge 2-out hit in the 8th, and it going to waste because the 10th inning was just horrible. 10th inning was bad. Josh Hader gives up the grand slam. Cleveland beats the Astros. So the second straight night. So the streak of 13 straight non-losing series, which I wonder where that stacks up during this golden era of Astros baseball. You think? Yeah, let's get it out of our systems now. Because if you keep winning all these series, all the way into the postseason, then, it's like in college basketball when these teams are like undefeated going into February, and people are like, no, you want to lose at least one or two games going into the tournament because the tournament's a one and done. You don't want to have that undefeated thing on your brain, Get it out of the way before the games really, really matter, So...
Well, but it wasn't a stretch of winning. It wasn't a consecutive stretch of winning series. It was not losing 13 straight
11
series,
of them were winning, though. 11 of them. That's pretty good. 11, they split it. They had a couple splits in there. One with the A's, so, and I forget who the other one was with. So, but it's over now. And see, the Astros at the very least, Seth, can get back on track tonight and getting me away from getting sent out of the country again because everybody's mad at me.
Yeah, because you're a bad luck talisman.
Yep.
You're like that little idol on the Brady Bunch episode.
Tiki statue, yeah.
You're a tiki statue.
Yep, that's exactly what I am. Brandon Walter is going to try to save the world tonight. That's who's on the mound for the Astros tonight against the Cleveland Indians. 7:10 first pitch. There was a question on Twitter this weekend, speaking of Altuve, who we just bumped in with his RBI single last night that tied the game. The question was from Twitter, Altuve will definitely have his number retired someday. Should any other golden era Astros have theirs retired? And the graphic that's the person put up who asked this question had a picture of Alex Bregman and Justin Verlander on it. And I guess kind of saying, hey, how about these two and maybe some more?
It's almost they're a victim of their own success in that I think there's too many candidates to the point where you and I are both alike in this. I hate retiring jersey numbers.
Same.
I think it's stupid.
The correct answer is retiring numbers is stupid. That's the correct answer.
It's just dumb. Yep. It made sense back in the day when people didn't know if this professional sports thing was even going to work out. Like, you got to remember, they started retiring jerseys back when a professional sports league, people probably figured, this will last 10 or 20 years. We'll have a good run. Right. Like, no, now that they become such a mainstay establishment of American society, the sports leagues are going to be around until the United States of America ceases to exist.
Yes.
So, no, there's just too many. There's to dole out to too many players.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah, build a statue. Don't retire the number.
Now, that said, the Astros are a team that has chosen to subscribe to this theory. That has chosen to follow this religion, and part of it is retiring numbers. They've retired, I think, like 8 or 9 different numbers. I forget how many. To me, if we're retiring numbers, then from this age, it's Altuve and nobody else. Not Bregman, not Verlander, not Springer, not Correa. Like, those would be the names I would put an argument up for if I had to debate if they should. If name 3 or 4 guys you can debate over other than Altuve, it'd probably be those names, I would think.
I would say, honestly, if you do have to indulge in retiring numbers, then retire Hall of Famers. That makes sense at least. And you do, if your franchise is around for 100 years, you're unlikely to have so many Hall of Famers that all of a sudden you're running out of numbers for your other players or anything.
And that's
obviously you're not going to run out of numbers, but it's still like, okay, you want to sign a free agent who's had the same numbers since he was in high school or something.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
The Yankees are at the far end. The Yankees and Celtics are at the far end of the spectrum where they're just running out of numbers. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. It would seem to me the Astros are going to subscribe to what you're saying there because the most recent number they retired was Billy Wagner, and they didn't do that till he got elected into the Hall of Fame. He gets elected into the Hall of Fame, he gets his number retired. So there's that. It would be Altuve, and that's it. Mostly, so Verlander goes to the Hall of Fame. You retire his number 35.
He doesn't. No. not a in-the-wool Astro.
What
He's
if he
gonna
goes? What if he because Wagner winning?
Oh, if he chose to wear the hat.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If he chose the Astros, then yes.
Got to, right? If he chooses the Astros to go in with, I don't think he will. I think he'll go in as a Tiger, if I had to guess. But I think you can make an argument that he could go in as an Astro. Like he experienced the elite level team success and individual success. 2 Cy Youngs and a runner-up in his 3 full seasons.
This is the same thing I can't get over. I feel like with Shedeur Sanders having his jersey number retired at Colorado.
Yeah.
I can't get over how stupid that was. I can't get over it. I've got no dog in the fight. But and listen, for anybody that's like, oh, you guys hate Shedeur Sanders. No, I am very intrigued, and I hope nothing but the best for Shedeur Sanders at Cleveland. It's the first time in his life that he's been out from underneath the shadow of his father and not being, not having his father right there every step along the way. So I'm intrigued to see what he does in this situation in Cleveland.
Yes.
I genuinely do. And yet, just the very virtue that he had it, like the biggest, it's just so symbolic of so many things in which he handled that the wrong, like that he and Deion handled the draft process the wrong way.
Yep.
Like you're retiring the jersey of a guy that had a really nice college career and helped turn that program around, but pales in comparison to what other quarterbacks at that school have done historically.
Very school, Darian Hagan, at that
and
very school.
And the coach's son gets his jersey retired.
It's disgusting.
It's just so stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It's so dumb.
Yep. Larry,
Travis Hunter, by all means, retire his jersey. Than that very few college players have ever done. I don't understand the Shedeur Sanders retirement.
What's going on, Larry? How you doing?
What's going on, Sean? Seth, Sean, I haven't had a chance to welcome you back on the air, so welcome you back.
Thank you.
You're destroying the Astros.
Yeah, you're the only one welcoming me back. Everybody else is telling me to get the hell out of town. Yeah.
Hey, that's all right, man. Whatever you smoke down there, don't smoke it again, because since you've been back, them Astros been losing. So I'm with you on that, but I'm glad my dog is back. Look, real quick. The Shedeur Sanders retirement jersey, that is stupid, Seth. There's nothing. That's just dumb. And we know why they did it, and Deion being the coach up there, and I can appreciate everything they've done for Colorado, but retiring that jersey was just dumb. The next thing, man, Verlander's going in as an Astro. It only makes sense because with Kate being in Houston and he had his most success with the Cy Young and his World Series ring, I'm pretty sure he didn't get one in Detroit when he was up there. So I see Verlander going in as an Astro, man, and then we can consider retiring number 35, because I think Joe Sambito wore number 35 for the Astros back in the day. The next thing, let's talk about that Hitler mustache real quick.
Yeah.
That Hitler mustache is on par with that Kim Jong-un bald fade, high top, flat top that he wears. I don't think you're allowed to mimic those kind of dudes, man, because they throw your ass in the fiery pits of hell when you are mocking them with your hairstyle. So I'm thinking Hitler probably was very exclusive with that old silly mustache. And with Kim Jong-un, whenever he gets that ball, the whole barbershop probably empty. Fellas, this is my reintroduction back into the sports vernacular in the city of H-Town, because in 2 weeks, y'all know what happens. Them boys fire up. And when them boys fire up, we going to talk a lot of football, fellas, in our hall.
I appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate you.
He did have one Cy Young in Detroit.
Yeah.
Verlander, not Hitler.
Yeah.
And we figured out the Hitler mustache thing. It was a popular mustache in like the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah.
Hitler just clung on to it. But there was also an element of like World War I veterans had that mustache because they had to wear gas masks, and Hitler was a World War I veteran. So there was but it wasn't, you definitely wasn't common. As far as the Kim Jong-un haircut goes, there are, if I remember correctly, there are only like 4 allowed haircuts in North Korea. Like, you go to the barber shop and you can say, like, I'll take the 1, the 2, the 3, or the 4.
Dude,
yeah.
it's like the old Tecmo Bowl where there was pass 1, pass 2, run 1, and run 2. Those are the only 4 plays you could run. Same exact thing. Yeah, Tecmo Bowl.
The thing that'll never be emulated is that mugwai that Tennessee Titans president wore on his face. That,
God. The supreme,
that mustache / goatee.
The supreme flavor saver, yes.
Yeah.
Steve Underwood, the name of that person. Because I knew you looked it up the other day.
John, you remembered it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That's our relationship.
That's it, man. John Lopez. Luke Morrow is in for Reggie Atatula today.
Hey, Luke.
Figgy is here. Yeah, what's going on, fellas? How we feeling?
Good. I mean, has anyone ruined anything more than Hitler
ruining that Marley Chaplin before that.
Yeah, that's what people were saying. It's tough to find one.
The only thing I can come close to is Hitler ruining the name Adolf and Hitler. Yeah, like both very unpopular
Pretty much ruined everything.
in the ensuing decades.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yes.
But then I guess it shows like how cool Michael Jordan was, because he was rocking that type of mustache for a little bit. He brought it back.
Did he bring it back for?
He brought that.
It was a little. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was close enough.
That's a pretty big.
It was an ugly mustache.
No one said a word.
It was bad.
It was bad. So what's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, I'm sure you saw this. The big dumper, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
Was it home run number 36 or something like that?
Is that what they call him, the big dumper?
That's his nickname.
Okay.
And we'll play the audio at 10:40. But the Yankees broadcast actually talked about it and focused in on his butt, like just his butt when he was standing on first base.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
So.
What?
Nice.
It's hard these days, competing with a natural butt when you got all these silicone injected butts out there.
Yes. The worst nickname you ever heard or had, or worst nickname that's ever been out.
Oh, the big.
I don't know, man.
He hates it.
In sports, it's such a good thing though to have a big bubble butt.
Mm-hmm.
So a worst nickname ever.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, back in the day, they had some great ones.
Well,
it was almost like more baseball players had a nickname than they went by their chosen name.
I've got it. I know what it is. Booger McFarland.
Booger is on my list.
Booger McFarland.
Booger is on my list.
And it's not that it's just that it's a bad nickname. By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Not just it's a bad nickname. It's the name he chooses to use as if it's his government name.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Okay. I got to tell you, I disagree completely, because I feel that Booger McFarland has used that name to
keeping
his
him
advantage
employed
greatly.
Yeah.
I think people think that Booger McFarland has more personality than he does, just because the guy's name is Booger.
Yeah.
It feels like, this guy's going to be a something or other.
Yeah.
But no, it's just a guy named Booger.
Pot roast.
Someone was nicknamed.
Oh, that's a great,
Someone was
the
nicknamed
defensive
Pot
tackle from
was it Terrence Knighton? Or
yes,
one of
that's exactly who it was. Good
I think
job.
he's the one.
Yep.
Good job, Luke.
Yeah,
That's
well,
impressive. Yeah.
My brother, he gave my brother a concussion in high school basketball.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think it was him. It was either him or
gift.
Chris Baker, who also played in the NFL. They were on the same basketball team, Windsor High School.
In Connecticut and Windsor,
Yeah.
Wow, that was up near my hometown.
Yeah.
Oh.
And one of the former or future NFL players, concussed
I don't
my
even
brother.
know this, but Connecticut is a hotbed.
Oh, big
for
time.
basketball players.
What did Lewis Nix call himself? Something chocolate.
Big chocolate,
right?
Irish chocolate, I think, is what he was.
Irish
He went
chocolate,
to Notre Dame.
yeah.
He was Irish chocolate. R.I.P. Lewis Nix. You know what? One that annoys me, the Big Fundamental.
The Big Fundamental.
With Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who would want to get named the Big Fundamental?
I guess Tim Duncan would with his personality.
That's true. Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
I knew a girl in college, and I never got nor wanted the gist of how this nickname came about. It was a woman in college, young woman. Her nickname was Bloody.
I don't need to know. I'm good.
I don't need to know.
Not good.
I don't need to know.
We had an awesome girl that we hung out with who was nicknamed Mo the Keg because she was shaped like a keg. She was awesome.
See, and she liked the nickname.
I think her softball teammates gave her that name. Like, she had fun with it. Like, we didn't name her that. Okay, I'll tell you the worst one. Okay, this is the worst one ever. This is the worst one ever. Kid I played college football with. I'm not going to say his last name. Cool, offensive lineman, great dude, comes in his sophomore year, and we're hanging out with him his first couple years. But in his sophomore year, a girl from his high school was a freshman, and she was attractive, very, very popular. She was around a lot. And one night when everybody is drinking, she lets it slip that his nickname in high school was Cookie. And he was devastated. Because he'd gotten to college, he was free and clear of the nickname Cookie. And then he was Cookie from that day forward.
Oh, my God. Did you guys have nicknames at any point?
I was the Whopper all through high school.
The Whopper in honor of Billy Paultz?
Yeah, they called me the Whopper.
Yeah. You, Luke?
A series, not good nicknames.
Yeah.
My brothers called me all sorts of things. They called me Buick growing up because I was an old soul and only old people drive Buicks.
Buick?
Yeah.
Buick
That's a great nickname.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's not a Buick.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a great nickname. How about you?
In college, I was Teddy. Teddy Pendergast. People have tried to make Pendo stick. That didn't,
Pendo
that Pendo.
I like Pendo.
Yeah, I don't like Pendo. at all. Person in college who called me Pendo. He was a freshman when I was a junior, and he started calling me Pendo, and I'm like, who the hell are you
don't
to
have the
call me
right.
Pendo?
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
have the right to call me Pendo. No. And I got nicknamed. In high school, my nickname was Boyce, named after former Oilers running back Boyce Green.
Wow.
Who played for the Browns at the time. We were playing Sandlot football, and we were watching football on TV on a Sunday, and Boyce Green, total journeyman running back, had a huge game. We went outside to play football after that, and that entire day I was Boyce Green. Literally to this day, my friends that I was in high school with still call me Boyce.
Yeah.
On that one day, it was weird.
Most of the
Sean's my favorite nickname for Sean is, "Hey, is that guy on stilts?" And that comes from the pregame show one day where we were standing at the stage during a break, and a 9-foot man walking in front of us
in a
on
parade.
the stage walked past, and Sean was like, "What is that guy on stilts?"
Seth will never let me forget it.
And Sean, I could see it in his face.
I
I just looked at him for like 10 seconds.
Seth
I was
is
like,
so
"Yeah, Sean, I think he's on stilts."
So disgusted. Seth was so disgusted. So they had a parade at the resort we were at this week on Canada Day, July 1st in Jamaica. They had a parade march through our resort with, like clowns and people waving Canadian flags, and this one gigantic guy on stilts. So Amy films it, and I'm standing next to her, and I go, "Is that guy on stilts?" And she hits it, and at the end of the video, I said, "Send that to Seth." Send that to Seth.
Well, your truth, though, is the fact that people over there have no problem with, like, these kind of meanish nicknames.
They were, yeah. That's
that's what we should allow over here. We should not be so
Hispanic
sensitive.
People have the worst nicknames for their
Really?
others. Well, yeah. They find the most heinous physical characteristic and use that as your nickname.
This is what I was. So you weren't here on Monday when I brought this up on the air. In Jamaica, I learned that whatever physical quality it is, that you shout out. If you want to talk, if you don't know them, you go, "Yo, fatty." Yeah. Our limo driver did that I said, "That's not true." He rolls down the window, yells at a fat girl, "Yo, fatty," and she's like, "Hey, man."
Yeah. That's what Hispanic people do.
Yeah, "Yo, Biggs." He said to some guy, "Yo, Biggs." Yeah.
I'm going to have you guys, and listen, it's a slow week, so I'm not going to feel bad about going 5 minutes into your segment here. I'll have you guys power rank these three that I remember from high school.
All right, I'm writing them down.
And tell me which is the worst. So I had Cliffy, because I know so many stupid facts. So that was from Cheers. So like Cliff Clavin.
That's cool.
It was largely affectionate. So there was Cliffy. There was Psycho Seth that came from football, just from being a psycho. And then there was Limpy. Limpy. And this is important.
Yeah,
as long as Brandy didn't give you that nickname.
I was pure as the driven snow. I had never been with a woman before, and I found myself one night out back of a party with a girl who had a reputation. Okay, and she was ready to show me a good time, and I kind of like I had a fit of morality. And not this, and plus I didn't have like protection or anything, but she didn't care. And I'm like, "Oh man, not the first time. I can't be getting a penicillin shot over this." So I bailed. And people asked what happened, and I was like, I wanted to be a gentleman about it. I didn't want to say that like I'm not gonna that skank. So I was kind of like I was scrambling because I also didn't want to so I was like I couldn't perform. I used different terminology.
Oh,
boom,
yeah,
limpy.
So it is what we thought it was.
Yeah,
it is exactly what you thought. That one stuck for way too many months. That was a rough one to overcome.
Limpy, and that's why Seth didn't get with Mo the Keg.
Yeah.
No, okay. Fourth nickname. So somewhere along the way, that was like my sophomore, junior year in high school. My senior year in high school, I'm talking to one of my female friends, Karen Wright, awesome woman, girl at the time, and she's like, "Yeah, Seth, well, there's like a lot of girls that are like, they like you, but they don't want to go out with you because you've been with so many women."
Whoa!
And I'm like, "What?" I like at that time, I still might have still been a virgin.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yeah, like everybody knows that you've been with like half the girls in the school." I'm like, "What?" And not only this, my friends.
Yeah.
I had a reputation of having incredible endurance.
Really?
They called me.
Oh.
They called me the 60-minute man.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, wait. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know who is spreading these positive rumors about me. It wasn't myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, he did it intentionally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's... Wow.
The only thing I can think of is that maybe when some guys were sitting around talking about sex or something, that I did a better job than Steve Carell did in 40-Year-Old Virgin. You remember when he was trying to describe the way a woman's breasts feel? Like maybe I just did a better job of faking my way through the conversation that they thought I was like, that I was this legendary Earl Flynn type.
All right. Well, we...
Just without all the gay stuff.
This edition of Crosstalk has been brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Well, antibodies to you, Limpy.
Yeah.
I can stay limp for 60 minutes or more.
60-minute man, Limpy.
That's how it got messed up. They're like, no, he's limp for 60 minutes. Somehow that turned into the opposite. Yeah.
Oh, Lord. We could just do this all day.
Oh, this is the longest we've ever cut into your show. We're out of here.
It is slow day. No
we
problem.
are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Luke Morrow is in for Reggie Atatula. John Lopez is here for John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Figgy Fig is the man. He is here as well. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, that might be more enjoyable to continue to talk about than the Astros last couple of nights.
Yeah.
I think some people at the stadium last night were calling them limpy on the way out.
Including one Sean Pendergast.
Yeah. As well documented.
Very limpy night.
Very limpy night.
Yeah, Astros lose back-to-back games. How worried are you at this point after the great season they've had, just based off of what we've seen the last 2 days? 724-610 to always text the show and get involved in the conversation. As mentioned, I'm in for Reggie. John Lopez is here. Figgy Fig as well. Figgy in that Def Leppard shirt. I once got a lot of people upset on these airways because I said Def Leppard is a woman's band, even though I've gone to see them in concert multiple times, so I'm not taking shots at you, Figgy.
Oh, they do have a lot of love songs, though.
They do.
Yeah.
When I see them in concert, there's a lot of women there. I don't know. There's not a lot of, like, tough guys, you know? And I'm one of those guys. That
I actually don't mind that. I don't mind that, yeah.
A lot of people were unhappy with that take.
A lot of guys.
Of course, yeah. Well, I assume. I don't know. It's on the text line. Might get more text now. But as the 713 says, cool shirt, Figgy. It is a cool shirt.
Appreciate
I like Def Leppard. Got a lot to get to throughout the next few hours. You can always get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. As they say, 1 time can be an outlier. 2 times can be a coincidence. 3 times can be a pattern. We haven't gotten to 3 with the Astros, but now that they've lost back-to-back games after playing such great baseball, we chalked it up yesterday to kind of like a trap game. They just swept the Dodgers. Now that it's happened back-to-back games and it was Hunter Brown yesterday, is there any little bit of concern with this current roster right now at the Astros?
Well, it's funny because I feel like we need to be more specific about where the concern is. Because the lineup, again, was not exactly sterling.
No.
Not exactly guys that you want to put trot out there every day. So if it comes to the lineup, like the whole get well soon, how long can you withstand this, etc. Yeah, there's concern. I know Christian Walker's going to come back, but the way the lineup is being trotted out there every day, where are they going to get better sooner rather than later? And in about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to go through their latest injury report.
Yeah.
And I think there's concern there because of some of the terminology they use, some of the ways that they explained it. So, concerned about the Astros? No. Concerned about how they're putting a roster out there, a lineup out there? Yes. How can you not be?
Yeah, last night, 2 for 22 with runners in scoring position. That was probably the most frustrating thing. I know Hunter Brown didn't have actually had his worst start in a year. I know Hader gave up the grand slam. Very frustrating. That stadium is the only place where that would be a home run. Talk about bad luck. And the expected batting average on that fly ball was a batting average of 110. So 1 out of 10 times that would actually be a hit or is expected to be a hit. And that one time was last night, so that was a bit of tough luck for Hader. But, man, even though they scored 6 runs and they rallied and they came back, the most frustrating part was 2 for 22 with runners in scoring position. And, of course, it was Altuve, the veteran, who got the big hit to tie up the game. Yeah. Meanwhile, these other guys, Zach Short and Hummel, they're leaving guys on left and right. Zach Short struck out without even getting the bat off his shoulder, the biggest at-bat of the game. And I know Short had a good weekend, and, 2 nights ago they did a couple of good things, that lineup, but it's almost like when the Astros were in the NL, and it just felt like the pitcher would always come up at the worst time of the game, and they would just strike out without getting the bat off their shoulder. There was the feeling last night, it's like, oh, big spot. Oh, here's Hummel. Oh, sure.
Right. You can't. I always put it this way: you can't give away outs in the American League.
Mhm.
You just can't. And too many times they were giving away outs in the 6-hole. In the 7-hole, and that's where the concern needs to be. Just the way that they're doing it. I get it. Caratini's done some things. He's out of position. Hummel, Trammell, all that, but you can't just be giving away outs.
281 says, even in these 2 losses, we are scoring. And it's true. I mean, they scored 6 runs. They rallied back. They always show that fight. And he said, or the text line, they said, if you still like the pitching, then no big deal about these 2 losses if you still feel good about the pitching. But the pitching, too, the last 2, that's been the big issue. And that was going to be my question to you. Like, are we more concerned? Just, I don't want to overreact to these 2 games, but we are trying to project with this current roster moving forward what things might continue to be like. Are we more concerned about the hitting or the pitching? Because the hitting has scored enough runs to win the last 2 nights. The pitching hasn't been there. But I would also say, on the flip side, this team has been relying on pitching so much this year that when we finally get a few cracks in that pitching the last 2 days, that's when the losses start to come. And we didn't have the clutch hitting yesterday where they went 2 for 22. So, yeah, you could blame the pitching easily for the last 2 days, but I also think that the pitching has been covering up some of the lack of hitting this year.
Yeah, see, I feel like we can't have recency bias about the way they annihilated the Dodgers.
Mhm.
They scored 29 runs in 3 games or something like that. Because by and large, it's been the pitching, as you mentioned, that has carried this team the furthest. Now, they've had some clutch hits, and they've gone on this big tear, but it has been the pitch. You have to chalk up Hunter Brown as a win. I mean, that has to be a win. And even after he gave up the first 2 runs, I thought he settled in a little bit, and then of course that didn't stick. So yeah, you got to be able to chalk that up as a win. And now, you're going into a stretch where some of those pitching shortcomings are going to be even more visible.
Yeah, and Hunter, to your point, they won, I think, 7 straight starts with Hunter Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an interesting stat that the runs last night allowed by Brown and Hader were a quarter of the runs they've allowed all year.
Mm-hmm.
So you can even point to that being a bit of an anomaly. I know you had mentioned earlier that Angel Martinez, the guy who hit the home run, was one of the worst hitters in June, and Josh Hader had a 128 batting average against this month. So you can almost chalk some of it up to just flukiness last night. But for the Astros moving forward to try to project this thing, is it hyperbole to say like this is maybe the biggest stretch for the Astros right now, just to make sure they get through these next couple weeks potentially okay until some of these guys start coming back? Does this feel like that's an interesting big part of the season?
I would say no. My gut reaction, no, simply because their biggest stretch is when they built a 20-game lead.
Mm-hmm.
When they got 20 game over 500. That was a huge stretch. But I think it's an important stretch because you don't want to limp into the All-Star break, number one, and number two, you want to be able to have enough wins to get into the All-Star break to get that extra 4 or 5 days of rest and get some of these guys. Maybe not the most important, but certainly important. Just because of that, you got to get guys back. You want to start. You don't want to give up any of that lead, and you want to get guys back with another few days off.
Yeah, for sure. The All-Star break feels like it might be coming at a good time just for the health of these players. 832 says, not worried one effing bit. So that's good. We don't want to overreact to just 2 games, but it is the first time the Astros have lost back-to-back games in a month, which is hard to believe, hard to think about. And it's like in Seinfeld when the episode where Jerry feels emotions for the first time, and he says, like, what is this salty discharge coming out of my eyes? I don't like this. And it's similar. It's like, what? The Astros lost back-to-back games. It's been a month since that has happened. It's also the first time they haven't won a series or will not win a series in 14 series in 2 months.
Since May.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's this is going to be the second series they've lost at home all year, and the other one was like the second week of the season, whatever it was, first week of the season. So it is crazy, the tremendous run they've been on, and maybe this is just a little bit of a regression to the mean where, again, Hunter Brown has finally a bad outing. Josh Hader finally gets hit around a little bit. The lineup goes 2 for 22 with runners in scoring position. It finally catches up to him, and it's just a blip on the radar. Over the course of a 162-game season, 3-game series isn't the biggest deal. Would you trade in that sweep of the Dodgers? If before the Dodgers series, I came to you and said they can sweep the Dodgers in L.A., outscore them 29-6, but then they're going to get swept at home against the Guardians, would you sign up for that?
No, I'd rather beat the Dodgers. Not for emotional reasons, just because that's a standard. That's a standard bearer in the National League. And I think a lot more of ourselves. Like, we know what the Astros can do. They're just not doing it right now for all the reasons that we talked about with, the injuries and the lineup that is, several minor leaguers and such. Now, I definitely would take that, but they do need to get right here pretty soon before the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm with you. 832 says Hunter Brown was tipping pitches last night. I don't know, maybe. He did get knocked around. He got hit pretty hard, too. Another 832 said, when's the last time an Astros catcher threw out a base runner? I know that's been a pet peeve of yours this year.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
It's a fair question. What were your thoughts on Josh Hader coming back out for the 10th inning? He was at 18 pitches, tied game. Obviously, he's been nails, but he hasn't been great statistically in 2-inning outings in that second inning over the course of his career. Did you have any issue with sending him back out in that 10th inning?
See, my philosophy has always been, and listeners know this, you guys know this, if you have a chance to win a game, win that game. I mean, certainly within reason. You don't want him to pitch 3 innings, but I thought you had a chance to win that game. Go ahead and throw Hader out there. He's been pretty much untouchable. Get the dub and then rest him. So I really didn't have – I saw a lot sort of circulating on social media, but
yeah.
I didn't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Yeah.
It's easy to obviously second guess now in hindsight, but no, at the time I thought, yeah, it's fine. He was only 18 pitches. I didn't have a huge issue. Maybe I wouldn't have done it, but I didn't think why are you putting Hader back out there? What a terrible decision. Just didn't work out last night, although the way it didn't work out was on a little pop fly that found its way out of the ballpark on a 110 batting average, 110. And a ball that only would have been a homer in that stadium last night, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Astros lose back-to-back games. Are you worried at all? We don't want to overreact to just 2 games in a long baseball season, but it's more about this current state of the roster and what we've seen the last 2 nights. 713-572-4610 to text the show as we just are getting started on this Wednesday. When we come back, let's talk about this latest injury report from the Astros. Did it tell us something? What didn't it tell us? We'll get to it next. It's in the Loop.
We're 2 weeks away from Texans training camp. The excitement is building. Football is almost here, H-Town. Are you ready?
Insider access. Exclusive content.
alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What does the latest Astros injury report actually tell us? Get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, and you as well. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Astros coming off those back-to-back losses against the Guardians. We'll try to salvage the final game tonight with Brandon Walter on the mound. 7:10 first pitch against the Guardians here in Houston. Try to get back in the Astros released one of their latest injury reports, which was very long. I don't know if we have enough time left in the show.
You got to take a deep breath. That's for sure.
I'm not kidding,
man. It's pretty wild when you look at what the Astros when you go through the Astros injury reports. But my thing is, what does it tell you in terms of hope and promise?
Mm-hmm.
Because they use a lot of catchphrases. By the way, when was the last time you had a planned deload?
Yeah.
Figgy, when was the last time you had a planned deload?
I have no idea.
What is a planned deload?
Yes.
You've been in baseball most of your adult life.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard a planned deload?
Never heard that phrase.
Well, it's in there.
Yeah.
It's in there. Before we get into any of these specifics, and this is kind of wild. We're not even going to read all.
No.
Because there's so many. But what was your takeaway from this injury report?
Well, first, I did like a comment yesterday in the text line that said if you take all the Astros injured players and put them on the A's, you'd have a really good team.
Yeah.
That's how many big names are on the injury report. My biggest takeaway, honestly, I know people will jump to like Jeremy Pena, and I think Yordan are the two names we're watching closely. To me, it's still like Spencer Arrighetti, who hasn't thrown yet. Now, I know he's scheduled to throw live BP this week. And he did throw the side, like 30 pitches on the side, but still to ramp back up. And we're in July. It happened, I'm trying to do the math here, 3 months ago now at this point. So honestly, because I wasn't surprised by the updates on Yordan and Pena. It reminded me, like, man, Arrighetti still might be quite a few weeks away. And I thought this wasn't going to be 2/3 of the season type of injury, but we'll see when he's not the closest pitcher. That's my point. There's other pitchers that will probably get back before him, and I'm surprised by that.
Well, that kind of ties in with mine, because mine, as I went through the whole list here, and we'll give you some of them because they're interesting. My takeaway was, like, really with very few exceptions, none of these are, quote unquote, ahead of schedule, as they like to say, or even on a schedule at a place where you would expect them to be. And you mentioned Arrighetti. In the report, it says scheduled to throw a live BP today, which was yesterday, and threw 30 pitches on the side. Is that progress for where he should be? 30 pitches on the side?
I think no, which is why that stood out kind of most to me. I thought he'd be further along. Like I said, it's already been 3 months, and now he's just finally 30 pitches is where we're at. We got to ramp it up a little bit, probably face some real game competition, I would think.
Yeah.
So still maybe a couple of weeks. No, I'm surprised. This might be a 4-month injury when it happened. I did not think you were going to lose him for 4 months at the time.
Yeah, and then the other one, this is the planned deload. JP France, he's in Florida, according to the Astros, going through a planned deload. Next live BP is scheduled for Wednesday, which is today. The other one, Luis Garcia, began a rehab assignment in the Florida League. 2 innings pitched, 27 pitches. Can we even expect anything from Luis Garcia?
Yeah, it's fair. When I looked at this, though, I thought, like, he might be the closest one to return.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not a fan. It wouldn't be like, to me, if he come back and he's doing something, then that's an extra cherry on top.
Yeah,
but I think the Astros can't sit here and hope these guys come back and step right in like that.
Well, and then these are the two big ones that everybody's interested in. Yordan Alvarez. This is the Astros now. This is their report, and we know that they can be somewhat vague or overstating, understating, whatever you want to say on their reports. But on Jordan, they said, continues to work out, has not begun to hit yet. Hasn't even begun to hit yet.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his season.
I've been saying since the last setback, that's what I said. At the time, Dana Brown did not rule out injury, or I should say did not rule out surgery. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get worse news here down the road. My expectation for him, best case scenario, is like middle of September is when he returns. I'm not expecting Jordan back anytime in the next month, maybe even 2 months at that point. Last couple weeks of the season, save him for October. That's, to me, like best case scenario right now.
I wouldn't be surprised, and maybe this is, irresponsible, but this happened last year, and I ended up being right about it. I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't already had surgery. He's already had surgery on that hand. He hadn't even begun to hit yet. Now, they don't necessarily need to announce that he's had surgery. A lot of teams do, but they don't necessarily need to as well. Then the other one is Jeremy Pena with the left rib fracture, working out in the weight room, no baseball activity yet. So you can cross your fingers, but he hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
But that still kind of worried me, though.
Yes.
Because what if it is something serious and they feel like it's no big deal, just keep doing your workout and get some rest?
Yeah.
Like if it's something where he needs some type of, I don't want to say surgery or anything, but if you need to focus on that, focus on it right now.
Yeah.
Don't wait to the last minute where he's still in pain and all that stuff.
Yeah, that one from the onset worried me about how long that could linger. And it's been my complaint with the way the Astros have handled these injuries all along, where Dana Brown came out and said, like, I think he said, to paraphrase, we're hopeful to have him back by the All-Star break. Like, we don't need to put these timelines out there.
Yeah.
And when they asked Joe Espada the other day, thank you, finally.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not answering that. That's what you should do. I know we want answers. We as fans or media members want clarity in the answers, but they don't need to give us anything. Be more vague, because then you just set the bar too high. Pena, who knows when he's going to return, but originally you gave everyone this idea, like, it might only be the 10-day IL, and he'll be back by the All-Star game.
But they do that all the time.
I know, and it drives me nuts.
They do it with Tommy John surgery. Like the pitchers have had Tommy John surgery, and before they announce that, they say, well, he's, throwing on flat ground or something like that. And I'm like,
don't make it seem like it's not a big deal.
Yeah, they're doing
it. And then
it's
a bigger deal than what it would have been.
By the way, a couple of positive things. When I read this report, the one where I kind of went, all right, this might happen, is Chas McCormick. He's already, began the rehab assignment in Sugar Land. So that to me is like, all right, that might happen. We mentioned this yesterday. The Colton Gordon has been cleared of concussion protocol.
That's good, yeah.
Because that they could have looked they could have had a lot of mud on their face with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would have been a bad look. So fortunately, he's okay, and I guess we'll be expected to make the next start. Chas McCormick's the one that of all these guys, when you talk about like the opportunity that they could have. Right now, you're throwing out Hummel out there in the outfield and Trammell, and Chas has to be thinking like, man, I wish I could get back there. Here's my chance. Yeah. This would be the best chance for him. And we'll see. He hopefully he's around the corner. Now, Dana Brown did go on the flagship this morning about an hour ago, and he said for Pena, we don't have a time frame, so he's not as positive now with the Pena injury. Said talked to him yesterday. He's feeling really good doing lower body work right now. In regards to Jordan, not hitting yet. Hand is feeling really good. Got the good news with the imaging. Right now, he can hold the bat, can't swing it yet. We're going to let him heal completely, which they probably should have done from the beginning, and then get him some activity.
What's the purpose of saying all of this?
He can hold the bat.
Just not swing. Like, what? Just don't even tell me that part.
You mentioned Seinfeld earlier.
Yeah.
You can take a reservation.
Yeah.
You just can't hold that reservation.
And that's the most important part of the reservation. Just like this is the most important part of being a hitter. You got to be able to swing the bat.
You can hold the bat. Just swing the bat.
Just do like how somebody asks you how your brother doing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He's cool. Knowing damn well he's going through a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Just say he's cool. And I'll give you an update whenever we get an update. Do what D'Amico Ryans was doing with Christian Harris.
I can't stand the people who give you an honest answer. How's the family doing? Oh, well, it's been a tough week. Like, I wasn't actually in. I was just trying to be nice.
Yeah, Judy is really going through a lot right now. And
we're still trying to find the father. What are you talking about?
Just say everybody cool, the family's cool.
Yeah, I was just trying to say hello. Jeez. Let me hit the whole story.
Last one, and I don't know about you, Luke, but I had pretty high hopes for Zach DeZenzo early on in the season.
Yeah, me too.
And DeZenzo, according to them, this is another one that's relatively important to me. He's an outfielder, infielder, can do a little bit of everything. Continues with his running and throwing, has not progressed yet to hitting. Yet again, not exactly, a positive there.
No. Honestly, I have to admit, I actually forgot about him amongst all these names.
Yeah.
I forgot that he's been out this long.
Mm-hmm.
He's another one, just like Chaz, that this would be a great opportunity. I thought he was swinging the bat pretty well to begin the year, had this injury. Yeah, it's too bad he's not out there. Those guys would be a lot more valuable than, again, Hummel and my buddy Trammell and even Zach Short in the infield.
Yeah.
So hopefully you start to get some of these guys back, which is what actually Dana referenced about the pitching staff. Earlier, he said we're going to get some help from some of the guys that are going to come off the IL. You're going to have days like yesterday. It just comes with the territory. And then the last thing on Dana Brown, in regards to the trade deadline, he said, we'll try to be active. Of course, we've been in touch with a lot of teams since mid-May. But with the Astros, with all these names we talk about in the injury report, I mean, that's going to be your trade deadline. You don't even necessarily have to go out and acquire guys if you know these guys are going to come back fairly soon, because there's a lot of reinforcements, the names we just ran through, that can come help bolster this rivalry. By the way, I know salt in the wound, some Astro fans are pointing out that Corbin Carroll fractured his wrist for the Diamondbacks. He came back in 15 days.
Yeah.
And so they're like, come on, he had a fractured wrist. He's back. Jordan can't even swing a bat. Pena is out for who knows how long.
That says enough right there.
Yeah.
That says it all right there.
It's tough. Oh, last thing real quick on the injuries. Jake Myers, he did some running and lower half work yesterday. He's missed the last 2.5 games. Maybe this is an unfair question, but knowing the Astros' reputation, are you worried that there's more at play here at Jake Myers than just day-to-day?
I'll defer to you on that one.
You got to be worried, man. You got to be, even if you joking around.
Yeah.
In the back of your mind, you got to be a little worried.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I know kind of tongue-in-cheek, but maybe not exactly. People are like, ooh, what is it, a calf injury, right? Is that what they're saying for Jake?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, uh-oh, we hear this a lot in basketball, then it becomes an Achilles.
Torn Achilles.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, that's the reputation that the Astros have developed for themselves. Hey, question of the day. What's the worst nickname you've ever heard? In sports, in your life, the worst nickname you've ever had or a friend has ever had? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. We'll get to that next in the loop.
The Astros will have
cancellation charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's the worst nickname you've ever heard? Let us know. 713-572-4610 to text the show. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Worst nickname, that's today's question of the day. And it comes from a friend there in the AL West, the guy they called the Big Dumper. Cal Raleigh of the Mariners, who one of our P1 listeners, Ocho, I know loves and is having a great year. I mean, he's setting records. Mm-hmm. He plays almost every game as the catcher for the Mariners, DHing at times, hits all sorts of homers, and they call him the Big Dumper, which I guess he doesn't like the nickname. Is that
he hates it, but apparently it's, no pun intended, kind of growing on him. Because now they sell T-shirts and everything else, with the Big Dumper, and it's helped his brand. Kind of like Booger. We were talking about Booger earlier. Like, he's using it to make money, Booger McFarland. I think the Big Dumper, well, actually, at the game last night, and we have some audio here, Figgy, but he hit his 36th home run before the All-Star break. Before the All-Star break. Everybody says Aaron Judge MVP. I don't know. I know about that. But let's hear this.
His former teammate Jared Kelnick said he hated it. I just said, just wait, it'll come around. Then they're making T-shirts about it, and then it did come around.
We're getting a close-up.
I don't know if we need that, guys. Goodness.
They zoomed in on his butt.
We don't miss a thing here, Michael.
They say, in Seattle, they sell number 29 jerseys with the name Big Dumper on the back.
So he doesn't like it. There have been some nicknames, that certain people don't like. I mentioned earlier, I used to know a girl in college whose nickname was Bloody. And there's no reason at all to ever give a girl the nickname Bloody. I don't know where it came from. I don't care. High school is when people are the meanest.
Yeah.
There was another, and she went by this the whole time in high school. Trachodon. Like the dinosaur. Trachodon. She did have a big nose.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we used to call this girl in high school Grandma.
Grandma?
Because she used to dress and look like somebody's grandmother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and now still to this day, I feel so bad. I'm like, just imagine being in high school, somebody just everybody calling you Grandma.
Yeah.
Because she looked old. She looked older.
Yeah.
And she used to wear these old-ass looking sweaters, look like grandma sweater. Yeah, everybody called her Grandma, and I'm sure she didn't want that nickname.
No, you guys are cramping her style. I know, kids are brutal.
Yeah.
I had all sorts of nicknames. As I said earlier, my brothers would call me Buick because only old people drive Buicks, and I was an old soul as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
In 5th grade, so I used to use a hair dye. It was cool at the time. It used to color your hair.
Tips?
Not quite frosted tips. It was more like gold. I mean, I guess same idea, but it was gold. It was different color. It was cool. NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, they were all the rage back then. And for all of 5th grade, my nickname was Yellow because it was just the
frosted
cold hair.
tips. Let's just be honest.
It was the style back then.
It was frosted tips. So I mentioned that my nickname was Whopper in high school because in honor of Billy Paltz, he had a hook shot. Niles had a pretty decent hook shot. But the funny thing about that is that there was another. You know how coaches, during the layup line, they're like, let's go Whopper, let's go. And he would give the nickname of, kind of firing you up for the game or whatever. Well, we had a guy that had real big curly hair, like an afro. And I had some, and the coach used to call him Shirley, as in Shirley Temple. So whenever I see him to this day, I go, Shirley. And he cringes.
Oh.
Like the only people who called him Shirley were in high school. And anytime he's around, 40-something years later, he's Shirley. And hates it as much now as he did then.
Hey, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's got to. It's this perfect setup though for the airplane line of "Don't call me Shirley," whatever the first part of that is.
Yeah.
Yes, I am serious, and don't call me Shirley, whatever it is. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough when the nicknames stick with you. Like Seth shared that story earlier about the person who went to college and then they found out his high school nickname. That's one of the best parts for some people of going to college is you get to start over and you get to shed yourself of that reputation or that terrible nickname you had in high school. So when Shirley still follows you into adulthood, it's tough when those nicknames stick with you throughout life.
Yeah, my original nickname, a lot of people don't know this, but it was Boot Man.
Mm-hmm.
It had nothing to do with boots. My father gave me that name when I was born, and I think he was just messing around with me as a kid, and he was like, "Oh, my little Boot Man."
Mm-hmm.
And he said my mother got on the phone like, "Yeah, he called him the Boot Man." So that, like, still to this day, my parents, every time my mother called, "Hey, Boot Man."
That's good though.
Yeah, my dad, he called me Boot Man too, but his nickname, and he the only person to call me this, but Boogie.
I like that.
He'd be like, "Hey, what's up, Boogie?"
I like that too.
Yeah.
Someone on the text board said their nickname has been Roach. And I'm guessing devil's lettuce, as they say. Maybe not.
Yeah, I know a couple people named Roach.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or they're just like a pest. You can't get rid of them.
Or sometimes, and this is real bad too, sometimes they give you the name Roach if you kind of ugly.
Oh, yeah.
They say you look like a roach, I'm going to start calling you Roach.
Yeah.
I knew a dude named, and this might be a cool name, but his name was Eric, but we used to call him Empty E.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time he was around, he never had no money.
I like that.
Look at this broke dude right here, man. I'm going to start calling him Empty E. And so he just went by the name of Empty E.
I like that nickname. It's a little creative, at least, instead of just, calling him broke or something.
Yeah.
Along the same lines of the Big Dumper, or whatever they call Cal Raleigh, 346 says the worst nickname was my uncle called the woman he dated Toilet Seat Eater because she had a huge bottom.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Some of these are actually cool. I don't know why you didn't like them. Winnie the Pooh. Pooh Bear's good.
Yeah. Everybody knows somebody named Pooh.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid. I went to school with somebody named Kool-Aid.
McKinstry?
No, it wasn't him. That's why that name didn't really faze me because we actually do. To the point the teacher was calling him Kool-Aid because ain't nobody know his real name. And she was just like, Kool-Aid. Everybody just started cracking up, man.
I will say this. Seth said to power rank the nicknames he had in school. Cliffy, because he knew a bunch of stupid facts. Psycho Seth from Foot. Limpy, for reasons that you think they are, and they are, in fact, those reasons.
Yeah. That one's certainly the worst.
That's the worst. I'd put that at the bottom.
Yeah.
I'd put Cliffy at the top. I like that.
I think so, too.
Because he knows a lot of, like, Cliff Clavin, from Cheers.
Yeah, I like that.
I like Cliffy.
What came first? Forgive my ignorance. Cliff Notes? Was that based off of the character, or was the character based off of the phrase Cliff Notes?
I remember Cliff Notes from high school. So
Okay.
Maybe that's where they came up with the character.
Yeah. I meant to bring this up earlier with Seth because maybe this isn't a big thing in NFL circles, but I think Mark Schlereth going by Stink, and the reason why he goes by Stink was, he'd always go to the bathroom. I know that's a thing in the NFL, but he's the one that has the nickname based on it, and they still call him Stink, and he loves it. It's his persona. I don't know. I think that's a terrible nickname. I don't want people going around calling me a name because of my bowel movements.
Stink.
Yeah. Especially when I was doing it in my pants, on the field or on the sideline.
Yeah. I used to know somebody named Pooey. We used to call him Pooey.
Yeah. Oh, God. Somebody said their email address even is Shart.
What industry are you working in where you have to tell people that email address?
Oh, yeah, at gmail.com.
Send over the proposal. It's shart@gmail.com. 832 says, my dad is from Louisiana. His nickname was Wee Wee.
Oh, God.
We look alike, so everyone calls me Little Wee Wee.
Little Wee Wee. Well, here's another thing, and this is, I guess it's an abbreviation / nickname. Richard, why would you ever want to go by Dick?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I know. So I love the movie Heavyweights from the 90s with Ben Stiller, and they use that joke, Seymour Butts. The original joke was Richard Fitz.
Yeah.
And they took it out because they thought it was inappropriate for a kid's movie. I won't say the rest of the joke, but there's a pitcher for the Boston Red Sox named Richard Fitz. He goes by Richard, to your point.
Yeah.
And for good reason, I would say.
I think about somebody I used to work with. His name was Richard. We used to call him JR. So he was Richard Jr.
Oh.
And so he said he had an uncle that he used to call all the time, like, is this Big Richard or Little Richard? But he would say the other name. And then he had to be like Little Richard.
Someone did say the rapper and comedian who goes by Little Dicky, 720 says that's the worst nickname. But that's the same idea. That's like part of his persona, kind of like Book. That's what you have to do with these nicknames, by the way. You have to lean into them. If you have a bad nickname that somebody gave you, you just got to lean into it. And then it's always that classic, like if you don't let it bother you, they'll stop bullying you. And maybe that'll work for you. You can turn it into your personality.
Yeah, actually, I didn't like the name Figgy. I did not like it, because they start calling me that, and I'm like, no, do not call me that. And it made it worse, man.
Stuck.
Everybody started calling me that where I couldn't get around it.
You're like the big dumper. It grew on you.
Yeah.
How about poor Mary on the YouTube channel? She has short arms, apparently.
Oh, no.
And she was nicknamed Flipper.
She also said Stubby.
That's awful. That had to be in high school. That's just awful. Kids, man.
Yeah.
Kids will do it.
Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah, somebody on the text line giving me a hard time about calling this girl grandma. I was in high school, man. We were ruthless in high school.
A girl, we called the girl Hammerhead. That's from 936.
We got some context on shart@gmail.com, which I don't know if that's his real name. His real name is Seth Hart.
Oh.
So that could be a work email.
Oh, okay.
Can you imagine you're at a work and they just first initial and your last name?
Yeah.
Please don't.
Oh, man.
Please no.
Oh, man.
That's true. That's just
S Hart at Odyssey.com.
Can we come up with something else? Anything else, please?
That's true. It's like that commercial where the guy shows up to the restaurant with the name Michael Jordan, and they thought it was Michael Jordan. Like, you just have some of those tough names.
Yeah.
Yeah. We knew somebody named James Brown in school, and he got all the jokes, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I bet. My wife has cousins from Mississippi. Their grandma calls them Ruru.
Ruru.
They're grown people, still walk around getting called that.
That's how it go, man.
That's how it goes.
To the day you die. And they're going to put that name on the obituary, too.
Yeah, it's true. Keep sending them in. What's the worst nickname? 713-572-4610. I was thinking about it. I don't know. I guess most of the sports nicknames are pretty good. Oh, there was one from earlier I wanted to bring back. Fat Elvis for Lance Berkman.
Yeah.
I
never liked that.
Yeah.
But what about Ryan Fitzpatrick? I think they called him the Amish Rifle.
That's pretty good. And now that reminded me of Andy Dalton was the Red Rifle.
I like the Red Rifle.
Yeah, I guess it's good.
Yeah.
Most sports nicknames I feel are pretty good, but the Big Dumper that might not be the best one. Hey, coming up, we'll go around the NFL. Keep sending in your worst nicknames you ever heard to the text line. We'll get to some more throughout. It's in the loop.
All right.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, you stepped up in a massive way. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. You as well. You can always text the show. 713-572-4610. Let's go around the NFL. Hey, it's never too early to start looking ahead. Do the Texans already get some good news for one of their early opponents? They play the Buccaneers Week 2 home opener, and the Bucs announced that their all-pro left tackle Tristan Wirfs is going to start the season on the IR. He underwent surgery on his right knee yesterday and will miss the start of the season. So for those Texans pass rushers, you start to, lick your lips a little bit if you look ahead for that Game 2 matchup here with the home crowd nonetheless, which could help impact that Buccaneers offensive line. But as we look ahead to the 2025 season, a little bit of a break or some good news for the Texans when looking at their early opponents.
Hey, man, I think it's a big break. Remind Russians are again. Do we remember their names? Will Anderson.
Yeah. Some guys you might have heard of before.
Some guy named
Daniil. Yeah. No, I think that's very big. I mean, I know that's a home game, the home opener. You're feeling pretty good.
Monday night? Is that Monday night?
That is the Monday night game.
Yeah.
That is the Monday night game. That's to me, that's big news. For July 9th, it's huge news.
Yeah, they better show up and show out that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun environment. Going to make it tough on that offensive line, and now they're missing their best. We assume, and they're going to be missing their best offensive lineman in that matchup against the Texans. Get after Baker Mayfield. Get after that quarterback. Hey, Bleacher Report's Gary Davenport, speaking of the Texans, he called Christian Kirk the most overpaid player in the league for his position. Obviously, Kirk just came over to the Texans this offseason, and part of the problem has been the injuries in the past. But what were your thoughts on Davenport's harsh criticism or harsh phrasing on Kirk?
I actually don't think it's a bad description of what he does, of what he is with this squad, given the injuries. But as he put in there, the problem is, he's just got 1,166 yards the past 2 seasons combined, and he's missed 14 games over those 2 seasons. So I think it's as simple as just stay healthy. To me, Christian Kirk is one of the, I don't even know if it's even low-key. Most people know this, but really one of the most important players on the team when it comes to health, because as much as you've got, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, and you have high hopes, they're still rookies. They're still guys that are going to have their ups and downs, et cetera. And, you got Nico out there. Stay healthy, 15, 16, maybe 17 games, Christian Kirk. And then I don't think he'll be considered the most overpaid, but I don't think it's unfair at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think looking back at the contract from the Jaguars or looking at the past, you can certainly make that case. Because he was, when he signed that contract originally with the Jaguars, he was one of the higher paid. He was like the, I think top
second.
Yeah, at the time, I think so. Right.
It was the second most.
And then I know, even 2 years ago, he got paid the 14th most of any wide receiver. So certainly when you look at the amount of money the Jaguars paid him and the amount of production they got, you could make a case that he certainly was one of, if not the most overpaid wide receivers of the last couple years. Moving forward into this year, it does come down to health, and we'll see. And if he's healthy, and he, I think, could be very productive with C.J. Stroud, then it's a trade that certainly is worth it for the Texans and money well spent. But I agree with your point, and that's one of the things I've been saying all offseason that concerns me with this offense specifically, but that wide receiver room is there's just a wide variance. If everything works out well, this could be a really good wide receiving group with Christian Kirk as your number 2 if he's healthy all year, if Nico stays healthy, and then you get these rookies that hit the ground running.
Yeah.
On the flip side, if the rookies are a little slow to develop, they weren't first-round picks, and if Kirk does have more injuries like the last couple of years, then you're looking around and it's like, man, this is a mash unit. We don't have a whole lot of depth, kind of like the parts of last season concerned with the offense. So, yeah, I think Kirk is huge for this offense just to stay healthy. But to the point of Gary Davenport, I think if you're looking the last couple years, absolutely you can make the case he's one of the
Now, his
highest
first
paid.
year, he was outstanding.
Yeah, he was.
He was worth every penny. Somewhat of a surprise because, as you noted, like when he signed that contract with Tampa, initially with Jacksonville, initially we were like, wow, that's a lot for Christian Kirk.
Yep.
And then he backed it up. Then he backed it up with a really good season. Then the injuries hit. And kind of what you're talking about, we know what Nico's going to be. We know Nico's going to be a superstar. I think I saw some odds today. Third best odds to lead the league in touchdowns.
Oh, wow.
So we know what he's going to be. Jaden Higgins, rookie second rounder. High hopes, but he's a rookie second rounder. Obviously Tank Dell's out. John Mechie, what's your confidence level in that? Xavier Hutchinson, what's your confidence level in that? You brought in Braxton Berrios. Okay, special teams guy, who knows? Justin Watson, who knows? And then Jalen Noel, a third-round rookie. So Christian Kirk is, crucial to the wide receiver room.
Yeah, he sure is. So he's got to stay healthy. It's been a problem the last couple of years. And keep your fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins said he felt misled by the Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. So they came out with the trailer. I don't know if it's actually been released. It was the second season of the quarterback series on Netflix. But they came out with some of the clips. It includes Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and honestly, I forget the third quarterback. But Kirk is on it again. Oh, I think maybe it's Jared Goff. Anyways, Kirk Cousins. Okay. Yeah. Again, in one of the clips, he was talking about that and saying, I would have stayed in Minnesota if I knew the Falcons were going to do this because Minnesota was the same situation where they were going to draft a young quarterback. That's why Kirk wanted out. He goes to Atlanta. They do the same thing. It's like, why did I leave? I would have just kept my family in Minnesota. We were happy there to be a backup to a young quarterback like I'm doing in Atlanta right now.
Or help him along and be a starter to start the year as he was in Atlanta. He says he felt deceived because he was. Misled is the word he used. He was misled. I
think we all was misled.
Everybody was misled. At some point, do you think he's going to be a quarterback in Atlanta all year long?
No. Oh, who? Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, no.
I didn't think he was around this time.
Yeah.
I'm shocked they're actually keeping him around.
Yeah. I don't see it happening. It's the recipe. It's a recipe for disaster because Penix, if he struggles, and I know they have high hopes for him and he played okay, then all of a sudden it's going to go the other way. And Kirk Cousins, it's just a mess.
Yeah.
It's just a mess.
Yeah, it is. I think if I remember correctly, there was some sort of salary cap implications of even if it was like a trade to keep him, beyond that June 1st deadline. But now that we're into the summer, we'll see how long this lingers on. And now Kirk Cousins is actually kind of talking. He's a guy that doesn't ruffle feathers, but he's been kind of public with this. And obviously you don't want your backup quarterback to be a distraction or causing any problems. And Kirk Cousins has never done that, but maybe it becomes a problem in Atlanta. This is one of the reasons, though, why I always say I don't get why the NFL does free agency before the draft. Because then the Falcons are like, well, we don't really know how to play out. We need a quarterback, so let's get Kirk Cousins. They do. Then you get to the draft, and it's like, oh, Michael Penix is available. Yeah. We like him. Let's draft him. Similar to what happened with the Seahawks when they signed Matt Flynn, and then you draft Russell Wilson, and then he shows out. That's a little different because he wasn't a first-round pick. But still, if you have the draft first, the Falcons, Kirk, he wouldn't be in this situation. They would have just taken Penix, and then, we don't need you, Kirk. I wish the NFL put the draft before free agency.
I could see the point on both sides of that because you want to be able to establish some sort of roster going into the draft as well. But I keep going back to draft night. Remember when they drafted Penix and the GM is talking to the owner, Blank? He's going, listen. Arthur Blank.
He had his hands on his hips.
He's like, listen.
All up in his grill, man.
I'm playing chess here now. I'm playing chess here. And Arthur Blank was looking at him like, what the hell did you do? You drafted Michael Penix, was number 8?
Yeah, no, that was wild. I did not see that. Cause I thought he was going to be in the back of the first round, maybe second or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? That might go down as a wild first round, man.
And then you on top of that, even if you say, okay, I get it, you're still on the hook for $180 million.
Yeah. I understand, getting the court. It's your opinion if you feel like they reached for him or not.
Yeah.
But you just signed a quarterback for $100 million, man.
$180 million.
And you take him in the first round?
Yeah.
I know. By the way, speaking of this quarterback show, are you guys in? I did not watch the first season. I think I watched part of the first episode, and I was like, whatever. Are you guys into it? Will you check out the quarterback season 2 on Netflix?
I looked at the way last year. in and out, bits and pieces. If I see something kind of trending, I'm like, oh, I want to see that, that kind of thing.
I did see something that was kind of trending a little bit of Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Where he was just going off on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Man. I was to the point, I'm like, dang.
What are we doing?
Yeah, he was. I'm like, man, I wonder, I hope CJ don't ever get to that point where you could tell Joe Burrow want to win.
Yeah.
But he was just ripping them apart, man.
That's interesting you say that because I heard on the drive yesterday they were actually pointing to that clip of saying we want CJ to be more like this, like Joe Burrow.
So he just doesn't want the line to be that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if the line is that bad, he should express how he feel about it. And kind of rile people up a little bit.
Right.
But I just hope it don't get to that point.
Yeah, where he has to.
Where just those mental mistakes like that.
Yeah, that's been my concern with the Texans. I don't want to follow that same path of the Bengals here in recent years. Speaking of Joe Burrow, I thought you were going to reference, Figgy, that as part of this series, it includes that home robbery of Joe Burrow that occurred last year, which was kind of an awkward situation because there was a woman there who called the cops who was not his longtime girlfriend, and it was a whole thing. I guess that's going to be, at least part of it is going to be included into this series. If so, I'll check that out because, as I said yesterday, I love to rubberneck drama.
Yeah.
But Joe Burrow, on a clip I saw, he said in the video, like, I'm probably going to have to move now because people are going to know where I live. Like, they documented the robbery, the house, and everything. And to my knowledge, I don't think he has moved. So my question being, if you're Joe Burrow, documentary comes out, are you moving houses so that nobody can try to figure out where you live?
I think I would.
Yeah, I wouldn't take any chance. Now, was it a good house? Like, was it like a really big old house that
I don't even think it matters.
Yeah.
There's some crazies out there,
Yeah,
man.
no, I would be very upset, especially if I put a lot of money into this house.
I don't know how upset I would be because I get it. That's public record. It was a burglary, etc. It's going to be out there. My thing is people are nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you either got to beef up that security, or try to move somewhere else. But if that's my house and I put all this money into this house, I ain't about to keep jumping ship to ship because somebody find out where I stay.
Was it J.J. Watt that paid for a gated entry in his neighborhood here when he his first house here? People kind of found out where he was and they were stopping by for autographs and stuff. So rather than move, he paid for a gated entry in the neighborhood.
Oh,
I thought that
for
was
the whole
brilliant.
neighborhood?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it was JJ that did that.
That's cool.
I thought that like a little guardhouse and everything.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
I'm surprised River Oaks ain't got that.
Yeah.
Because River Oaks, I feel like is wide open.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's the crazy thing about Houston, that I was with somebody, we went down the road, and he's just like, oh, that's where so-and-so lives?
Yeah.
That's where so-and-so... I was like, oh my gosh, like I could just walk up to their front door.
Yeah.
It's not, in all these other cities I've been in, it's more exclusive. You don't know where they live, and if you do, it's a little harder to access these really rich or famous people.
I will say, River Oaks, each house has a lot of gates.
Yeah.
And brick.
Like, Busby got Tony Busby got like an actual security guard on the clock.
Yeah.
In his yard.
Well, you can do that.
Yeah, but it's funny because I was at the Menares house at one time, and
excuse me,
no, it was one of the Christmas parties or something like that.
Excuse me. It wasn't that big. I was just invited to their Christmas party.
No, I just kind of crashed a little bit. But I guess they have a bus there where they do a tour around the River Oaks and all that stuff, and they get on this loud-ass speaker, and there's the owners of the Houston Texans house.
I would hate that.
And she was just rolling her eyes. She's like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I would hate that. Yeah, if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm moving. I don't want anybody, if I'm of that status, I don't want anyone knowing where I live. You never know who out there will do something crazy. He also said after that robbery, it changed his mind. He didn't want to buy that Batmobile, if you remember that story.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, he said he doesn't want to buy that anymore. Maybe similar reasons.
It do kind of make you think a little bit.
It does.
Because, like, I've been robbed before and all that stuff, and it make you go around, especially in cars and stuff like that. Like, I refuse to put any sound system or extra speakers and all that stuff in my car just because I don't want nobody to break in my car or all that stuff.
Yeah.
It kind of make you not want to be too flashy now.
For sure. I think I'd be that way. Like if I was ever a millionaire, I think I would not be that. I don't want people to know I have money so that they don't come after me or try to rob my house. I'd have a nice home, but a modest home. I wouldn't drive some extremely fancy car. You don't want to put that target on your back.
Yeah.
It's a problem I'll never have to worry about.
Don't say that.
Drake May just got married. We talked about Deshaun Watson's marriage yesterday and those expensive wedding rings. The last story I wanted to get to here is Drake May just got married, and I thought it was a really cool story because him and his wife, they donated all of their wedding gifts to those affected by the flooding going on in North Carolina. Admittedly, I did not know this was a thing until this story, and then I saw a video on Twitter of the floods that looked really bad in North Carolina. So I thought that was a cool thing. Obviously, Drake May, you have that NFL contract. They donated. They're donating all their gifts or the money that they made off the wedding to those affected in North Carolina.
If it's the money, awesome. But I did kind of laugh when I saw this. Can you imagine some poor soul, in North Carolina in a flooded house?
Got a toaster.
They get like an espresso machine. Like what are they going to do with that? Like here's our waffle maker. What do we? Just sell it.
Yeah,
just sell it.
I'm sure it's probably gift cards and stuff like that.
That's a fair point. I didn't think of that. I think it's true. It's a nice idea. It might not be the best execution, the best in practice. By the way, where are you guys on the wedding gifts? Because I always do money, and if I ever do get married, I just want money. Oh, what are your thoughts? Do you prefer to just give someone money when they get married, or do you get a gift off the registry?
Yeah, money. I will give them a gift, some type of gift card or something like that. My wife is more the like a craft type of person.
Oh, nice.
So she'll make something that say Mr., Mrs., whatever. It'd be like some coasters or something.
I'm glad you asked this. I always go, not always, but most of the time I go off the registry. And I get something that they can actually use and will use a lot and will you thought about it enough to get this gift. I get like a tool bag filled with tools because that's one of the things, like when you get married. Or a ladder. A ladder is a great wedding
I need to
gift.
get one now.
I'm telling you, a ladder is a great, or big step stool or something. You use that all the time.
Yeah, you don't realize how much you need.
Nobody puts that stuff on their wedding registry.
Yeah, you don't never realize you need it until you need it.
That's a good one. I like that. That's true. The first time I moved out on my own into an apartment, I think my father got me a toolbox. It's like, you're going to need this, even though I was just in an apartment. It is a thoughtful gift. Certainly the gifts off the registry are more thoughtful. I guess I'm just more lazy. I'm just like, okay, here's the money. I think one time I even just Venmo'd somebody. Here you go.
That's a mailing it in right there.
Yeah, happy wedding. Hey, what are the greatest moments in Texans history? And should one be a top 25 moment of the last 25 years in the NFL? We'll talk about it next in the Loop.
Area 45 with Bijani.
Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's the greatest moment in Texans history? And does it belong in the top 25 best moments of the NFL of the last 25 years? I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. I did like the one text that came in, just the visual. We were talking about wedding gifts and the idea of you walking into the church just with the ladder.
I should have it wrapped. Gee, I wonder what that is.
Let's put a bow on it.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
Yeah.
No, you send it. You send it to him. Although I think it'd be kind of cool to come in with a ladder over your shoulder.
That's bad. That's badass. Hey, get the ladder out the trunk.
Yeah. Hey, what's the greatest moment in Texans history? So CBS Sports put out the 25 best moments of the last 25 years for the NFL. They also did 7 honorable mentions. So that's 32 total moments of the last 25 years. Not one included the Texans. And that's not even the Texans doing something positive. None of them was even a team doing something against the Texans, right? They're not involved in any of these 32 games, the 32 most memorable moments or games the last 25 years. So I guess the first question is memorable. What is the greatest moment in Texans history? And then should it be somewhere on this list of top 32?
You know what's funny is I saw this list, and we are in 25th anniversary era, here, because obviously 2025, etc. Texans have been around for most of those 25 years now. And I'm like, I kind of felt like bummed. Like, not one, not even an honorable mention.
I know.
Or like Luke said, like not the other team against the Texans.
Yes.
That would have hurt a little more, but damn, we ain't even in the picture.
Here's the thing. I mean, we know this franchise has had some moments, but none that would rank even the honorable. By the way, I'll give you some of them here, not all 25 and all the honorable mentions, but it did get me thinking, like, is that reflective of just how much we maybe overstate how good this organization has been for 25? It's had its 2011, 2012 years. It's had, a year here and there with Deshaun Watson. It had, obviously the last couple of years, year before last, especially with C.J. Stroud. It hasn't done much in terms of, like, memorable NFL stuff.
I know.
That's sad to me.
It is.
That's like really sad.
I had the same thought when I saw this list. I said, "Oh, let's see. It's always I'm a big reminiscing, nostalgia guy. Let's see what Texans moments are on here." And then I scrolled through and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute,
none,
not a single one." And I said, "Okay, well, let's see if any of these happen against the." Oh no, nothing like that. Texans, no mention. That was my reaction. I was like, that is kind of sad. That you could talk about the last 25 years of the NFL. The biggest moments, and you don't need to include the Texans to have that conversation.
Yeah, and then I started going through in my mind, and I know our texters and listeners on YouTube and Twitch are going to help me out here, just some that popped into mind. And I started to realize, Luke, that wouldn't be a top 25 moment. It's a top moment here.
Right.
The one that jumped immediately to mind is the J.J. Watt pick six against the Bengals. Is that a top 25 or even an honorable mention in the last 25 years in the NFL?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
And just to provide some context in case people are curious, like, well, what is it up against? I'll just give you the honorable mentions because we'll keep the bar low. Like, can they at least get in the honorable mentions? The honorable mentions they listed, you know what, this first one's not great either. Justin Jefferson's one-handed catch against the Bills in 2023, if you remember that, it was like 4th and 25. He makes that great catch. The Vikings end up winning that game. Great catch, comeback win, but it was just a regular season game. I'm actually surprised that's on the list. Then you have Damar Hamlin's return, the Saints' surprise onside kick in the Super Bowl in 2010, Teddy Bruschi's return after he had a stroke in 2005, 4th and 26 for the Eagles in 2003 in the playoffs where McNabb converted to, Freddie Mitchell, I believe, 2001 Jim Morris playoffs, and then Antonio Freeman's miraculous catch on Monday Night Football against the Vikings in 2000. Those are the honorable mentions. Now that I actually read them out loud, a couple of those, I don't know. if they're that. With that, I don't think the J.J. Watt one would make it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because when they put the Justin Jefferson, I know that was probably more on the line with that.
Yeah.
But a DeAndre Hopkins catch didn't make the list at all? Like some crazy catch?
It's funny you say that because one that I thought maybe in terms of just entertainment value and wow factor was Hopkins against the Cowboys here when he was doing the whoop whoop.
The circle.
Circle. That one might have made the list, but let me go through. I'll tell you 25. Number 25 on the list, and tell me if Hopkins' play would have beat this as the number 25 most memorable play in the last 25 years in the NFL. It's Saquon Barkley's backward leap. Obviously everybody knows against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I don't think Hop would beat that.
Yeah.
I guess not. That was memorable.
Yeah.
If we're talking most memorable, I mean, that was a big play.
And us not really being fans of these teams remember that.
Right. That's true. Whereas fans, non-Texans fans, I don't think remember these moments.
I wonder how many non-Texans fans or somebody that's over the other side of the country.
Now, it was a primetime game.
Yeah.
So that helps.
Yeah, but who else outside of us remember the J.J. Watt pick six?
Right. Number 24 was Tim Tebow to Demaryius Thomas.
That is.
I don't think it beats that one.
No,
yeah.
I remember where I was watching that game. That was a big moment.
That was to beat Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah. 23 was the 13-second drive. The Chiefs. You can't give them 13 seconds. You can't beat that one.
23 might be too low for that one.
Yeah, it might be. And then there's some others. I'll skip ahead. Miracle at the Meadowlands in 2010. Deshaun Jackson's walk-off against the Giants.
Yeah. Yeah, on that punt return.
Some of the other ones here. Tracy Porter's pick six, 2009 New Orleans Saints, after Hurricane Katrina and all that. Tracy Porter gets that pick six. I don't think it beats that one.
No.
Minneapolis Miracle is number 15.
Yeah, certainly not.
So they doesn't beat that one. That should be higher, shouldn't it?
I
think that should be higher.
That should definitely be higher. Well, let's go to the top 10 and see if any of these, I doubt it, but if any of these might be sort of susceptible here. Aaron Rodgers, Hail Mary against the Cardinals. Doesn't beat that one.
No.
Number 9, Philly Special.
Oh, yeah.
That should be top 5, I would think. 8 was the Music City Miracle. Frank Wycheck, Kevin Dyson.
Oh, man.
Wow, what are the top 7?
Man.
7 was 1 yard short in the Super Bowl.
Of course.
Steve McNair. Again, Kevin Dyson, wasn't it? I think it was Kevin Dyson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Number 6, shout out to Jack Easterby. Malcolm Butler's goal line pick six.
Yeah.
So you can't beat that. Santonio Holmes, game winner in 2009. Super Bowl, Steelers, Cardinals, of course. James Harrison's pick six is number 4. Also in the same game, by the way. The Beast mode was number 3.
Yeah. I think that one's always is a little overrated, but top 25, sure.
It was iconic.
Yeah, it was. It was very memorable. I'll give him that. Yep.
Number 2 is Brady down 28-3.
Of course.
Right here. And then see if y'all can guess. See if y'all can guess the number 1 most memorable play of the last 25 years in the NFL.
I cheated. I saw it, so I won't say anything, but I think it does make sense.
Really?
Yeah, I thought so. I think it's the right
Is
pick.
it something Patriots?
Yeah.
Tom Brady?
Yes, in a roundabout way. That's a big hint. The helmet catch.
Oh,
David
yeah.
Tyree.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think I would say that's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was just such a ridiculous play. It's the undefeated Patriots that helped the Giants go down and beat them in the Super Bowl. I think that is the most memorable.
But I'm kind of like depressed, man. Like the Texans haven't done nothing.
So is this most memorable play?
Yeah.
Because
moment is what.
Or moment. Yeah. I ain't trying to be a jerk or nothing, but I feel like the Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan.
You know what? I hadn't thought of that.
That might be the best memorable moment in Texans history. Because everybody remember that moment.
Yeah.
When you could be in Idaho somewhere. If you mention Andre Johnson, they're gonna go back to that moment.
That might be number 1, at least of the Texans moments.
That's the only one I thought of, and that's the one that has been texted in the most as well. And I remember having the conversation a while ago with Sean Bijani on these airwaves because I've lived in multiple states and I'm not from Houston originally. And he said, when people think of Andre Johnson outside of Houston, what would you say is the number 1 memory? And I said, that fight.
Yeah,
for sure. It's not even about the playing career. And he was surprised. But yeah, I think that would be the number one and that crack top 32 moments of the last 25 years in the NFL? I don't know.
Yeah.
But that might have the best chance to do it. Somebody did reference that 28-3, that being the top Texans moment.
Because it was in the stadium?
Yeah. That came in on the text line. A few people said Deshaun Watson, that saga, is the most memorable Texans thing.
Yeah. Some people might disagree with that because of the off-the-field stuff. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think also if we're talking memorable, I mean in a bad way, but if you ask people outside of Houston about the Texans, that might be the first thing they bring up is the whole Deshaun Watson fiasco.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And then one text did say, 281 said, not a single AFC championship game or Super Bowl appearance. You have to advance in the playoffs for things to matter. A lot of these were were Super Bowl or high leverage game situations.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
That's fair. And then, a few people did say the J.J. Watt pick six. So that would be the other one, I guess. Hey, what's poppin'? I'll let you know when we come back, including something that just happened in baseball for the first time in, I think, like 100 years. It happened last night. I'll let you know what that was. We'll do it next in the Loop.
How good was the Astros pitch?
the ones who get it done.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin' on this Wednesday? I'll let you know here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. They've announced 3 injury replacements for the AL for the All-Star game. None of them were Astros. So still waiting on maybe Fromber getting in there, as he probably deserves. Even Isaac Paredes, you can make a really strong case for. Although Alex Bregman got replaced at third base.
That's the one that bothered me.
And they didn't choose Paredes.
Yeah, they went with Junior Caminero, who's having an incredible year, no doubt about it.
Who gives a damn about him,
Junior
man?
Caminero, who cares about Junior Caminero? So not looking great for Paredes, huh?
No. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that was his chance. At this point also, if you're not the next guy up, like, do you want to be, at what point do you just say, like, don't worry about it? Do
Like
you want
the
to be
6th Pro Bowler?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Do you want to be plan D? Like, forget it. I'll take the days off.
Yeah, just give me the time off, man.
You've already scheduled your vacation. They all schedule those afternoon games on the last day before
right.
All-Star, so they can take those flights right out of right out of the ballpark.
That's like the office leaving early at noon.
Yep. I kind of felt bad for Isaac, but I understood it. Caminero is really good, even though we don't care. Fromber and Brian Abreu might have a shot. They might have a shot because I believe the only pitchers that have come in as injury replacements and such are in the National League. I'm looking at it right now. Andrew Abbott from the Reds was added. Padres closer Robert Suarez was added as an injury replacement. So I think Fromber and Abreu might be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, Fromber deserves it. It's tough. There's a lot of good pitchers in the AL. I talked about this Monday with Chris Partee. You have to have someone from every team. So that's why Fromber got bumped for the Smith from the White Sox. He should be there, and we'll see what happens. You know, a lot of times, as you know, what happens is we get closer and these guys pitch over the weekend or whatever, right before the All-Star game, and then I'm not going to be able to pitch anyways. Someone else takes the spot, or an injury might happen. So there's still a chance. Fromber deserves to be there. We'll see if he finds his way onto it. I do, by the way, love the fact that Alex Bregman, this is his first All-Star appearance since 29 in a season where he hasn't played in like 2 months, and that's when he goes to the All-Star game finally.
Yeah.
He was having a great year, but,
he's not playing.
Yeah, he hasn't played in months, and he finally got selected. So anyways, we'll see if Fromber can make his way to the All-Star game next week in Atlanta, or even Paredes or any other Astro. Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark took a shot at the SEC and the Big Ten. He said he prefers the 5+11 format for a future 16-team playoff in college football. And as he said, we have the responsibility to do what's right for college football, not what's right for 1 or 2 or more conferences, is what he said at the Big 12 Media Days. He thinks the 5 and 11 is fair. As he said, earn it on the field instead of, just making sure we reserve spots for these big conferences.
Yeah.
What did you think about his comments?
Cool story. I thought it was a cool story. But keep in mind, this is going to happen not this coming season, but next year. And they have a $7.8 billion contract kicking in between ESPN and college football, and ESPN is very much tied in with the SEC and the Big Ten. It's just not going to. The way it's going to happen is the way the SEC and the Big Ten want it.
Yep.
Period. I don't know how you feel on this. We haven't really talked about it. I don't mind the 5+11. I feel like give the every conference champion in the Big Five, so to speak, but don't guarantee them a home game or a top seeding.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't mind that, but I don't think that's the way it's going to work out. I think the Big Ten is going to get 2 guaranteed, the SEC is going to get 2 guaranteed, and then it's going to come down to the rankings, and it could well be, not the Big Five, or certainly getting a place in there, but playing on the road, maybe a first round game, etc.
Yeah, I'm with you. You can fight this all you want. and it's a noble effort here by the Big 12 commissioner, but the SEC and the Big 10 already run college football, and it's only going to get worse to the point where they're going to be running the playoff, and then the rest, it's kind of going to be just almost like pity invites to the rest of college football. So you can fight it all you want. It's his job. He's got to, but you're not going to do it. It's the SEC and the Big 10. They run the show, even more so the SEC. And to your point with ESPN, because of the money spent, it's like planning a wedding, and you want to decide who's going to be sitting at what tables and where, who's coming to the wedding. And that's the ESPN
I paid for the wedding.
Yeah, right. So I'm going to choose who's going to be there. And ESPN pays a lot of money for these games and these broadcast rights that they have a big say of who they want to be in the playoff for the best TV product. And a lot of times it's the SEC and the Big 10. So.
And the other thing he said is we don't want to be a professional league because we're not a professional league. Except you are. You absolutely are. It's a pro.
It's 100%
it's
professional.
A professional league. It's like, well, we're not the NFL. We're not a pro league. Of course you are.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
You're not the NFL, but you're a professional league.
Yeah. Money talks, man.
I know. They've been moving to direction of becoming professional while trying to fight that as well.
Yeah.
So, no, I commend Brett because I'm with him. I would prefer to have everyone involved and have the 5 and 11, but let's just be real.
It's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But keep fighting the good fight. You brought this next thing to my attention. Minor league baseball, they in a minor league baseball game, there was a huge, we have the audio, we'll play it in just a moment. There was a huge bolt of lightning that cracked right above the stadium just as the pitcher was about to pitch. Everyone flinched, and the
umpire flinched.
And yet, that same ump is a real stickler. Here's the audio.
1-1 the count on Paulie. A huge crash of lightning as Contreras kicked. And it's a balk.
Wow. They're going to call that a balk, and everybody jumped.
Mother Nature gives Jacksonville a run. It's 2-1, and Norfolk is arguing the call, but I don't know how you can argue that. Unfortunately,
it's unfortunate timing. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Wow. I mean, that was a humongous roll of thunder, as if Zeus was throwing a thunderbolt.
The audio doesn't even do it justice when you see it. Like, it was like it landed clearly on the stadium somewhere because it flashed and sounded at the same time. And I don't even know that umpire, but I can tell you this. I hate him. I hate that umpire.
Yeah.
You know that. Can't you just call?
You could have said, let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Yeah.
But he's like, well, you know what? That's actually a balk. The umpire came out of his shoes.
He is the rules. It's the rules guy.
Yes.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, he's the guy that asked the teacher at the end of the class, like, oh, but you forgot to assign us homework. Nerd, just let it go. Even he balked. Even the umpire freaked out. Yeah, I don't like, because everybody stopped, right? Like, if only the pitcher was fazed by this, then I get it.
The batter fell out of the batter's box.
Yeah, and the runners weren't going anywhere either. They were all frightened, too. I know. Yeah. It's lame.
It was so funny because it's like, I mean, it was on their heads. It was like right there. And then after he kind of gathered himself, he started acting all tough, and he goes, balk. And he points to the third base. I was like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is why people hate umpires. They take it too seriously.
Yes.
There's a difference between the law and kind of, the letter of the spirit of the rule. That's right.
Yeah.
You don't actually give someone a ticket for jaywalking.
I will say this: the timing was uncanny. Like the pitcher just lifted his leg up, just pushed his arm back to start the pitch, and boom!
Yeah, that is frightening. Adrian Peterson, we talked about this. It happened here in Houston. He got into that fight while playing poker with a friend of his, and now apparently, Baby Joe signed a contract to box Adrian Peterson. So they're turning this into like a celebrity boxing match.
What are we doing here, man?
Yeah, I'm out on this, man.
Baby Joe Castaneda has agreed to fight Adrian Peterson in the contract yesterday. Does he not realize he's going to get killed? I get it. He held his own and he was kind of backing up and sort of trying to defend himself. And he may have, I think he did land a punch or two on Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson was probably half drunk, and he's going to get destroyed. It's like I was telling you guys before the show. I hope not only that the guarantee that he got is good, but real good. because he's gonna get destroyed.
I feel like they did this all wrong, man. Because I would be interested in this if they didn't tell us, "Oh, we're friends. Everything is fine."
True. Yeah.
If they just kept that a secret, and then now it's like, "Oh, they stepping in the ring." Yeah, I would be like, "Oh, okay," but they didn't say the whole story of them being friends for so many years, and there's nothing to see here. Why would I want to see a boxing match now?
Yeah.
It's a good point. Imagine if Mike Tyson said, "I'm going to raise your children instead of I'm going to eat your children." Nobody would want to watch that fight, right? We love the rivalries in this, that they actually want to seem like they want to kill each other in that ring.
Yeah.
Adrian Peterson's always been hurting for money, so I get it. But yeah, I couldn't care less on this. It's pretty lame. Last thing on what's popping: the San Francisco Giants last night beat the Philadelphia Phillies on a walk-off. However, it was a walk-off inside the park home run. And it wasn't just one run. The Phillies are up 3-1. Bottom of the ninth, there was only one out, two guys on. And Patrick Bailey hit a ball to right center field. It made the most perfect bounce off the wall, this awkward bounce that got away from the outfielders. Inside the first inside the park walk-off homer for a catcher since 1926, so almost 100 years. But is that the worst way to lose a game, where you're up 2, one out in the bottom of the ninth, and you give up a 3-run homer on a walk-off inside the park home run? I feel like that's a brutal loss for the Phillies.
Boy, that's on the list, isn't it?
Yeah.
Inside the park home run walk-off?
Yeah, I would say this is not as bad as the inside the park home run that happened on the, I guess, against the Rangers, where it was a little league inside the park, where they kept throwing the ball. They was just throwing the ball all over the field.
That's true. That's worse.
It was like 3 errors. I think that one's worse than this one. This one was a fortunate bounce.
That would be worse.
Yeah,
that would be
This
worse.
one was a fortunate. It's still a bad loss, but it was a fortunate bounce that they couldn't have done anything about that one.
Yeah.
That's true. That's the worst way to lose. Maybe like a wild pitch might even be worse, too, to allow the winning run. Shoot, lightning crashes and they call a balk that allows the winning run to score. That's probably worse.
I think that would be it.
Hell, the way the Guardians lost against the Tigers, they was up 1-0 in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs. And whoever the catcher was, the ball went right through the 5-hole.
Yeah.
And the runner was on third, came home.
Yeah.
They ended up losing the game like 7-2 in extra innings.
That's a tough way to lose the game.
2 outs, man.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like, it wasn't just one run last night. You gave up a 3-run home run inside the park home run. Just brutal. First time in 99 years it's happened for a catcher. And that's why they say every time you go to the ballpark. That's what's popping here on In the Loop. When we come back, Kevin Durant was on LeBron's podcast with Steve Nash. You might have saw some of the clips. It was such a lengthy conversation. They actually did 2 episodes, and the second episode just dropped last night. We'll get to some of the interesting audio from Kevin Durant and how it applies now to his new team, the Houston Rockets. We'll do it next in The Loop.
We're 2 weeks away. 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We'll hear from Kevin Durant from his podcast appearance with LeBron James and Steve Nash and how that applies to his new team, the Houston Rockets. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie here on In the Loop alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig, and you as well. On the text line, our question of the day earlier was the worst nickname. And Figgy, the 936 texted and said, hey, just like you, their mom calls them Bootman as well, still does to this day, and they have absolutely no idea why.
Yeah. It had nothing to do with boots. Because people used to always try to say, oh, did you used to wear boots all the time? No. I was like 3 months or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I was fresh out the womb, man. So I don't understand where that came from either.
Came out in some fresh Timberlands.
Yeah. Some others.
713-572-4610 to text the show. Before we get to Durant, I have a question of the day. Mm-hmm. There was some cupcakes in the break room there.
I saw those.
What is your, because those were there like before I think we even came on air. Do you have, how early in the day are you willing to have sweets? Can you have sweets for breakfast?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you'd have a cupcake for breakfast?
Well, a lot of times I'll have pan dulce, with coffee and something. Oh, for sure. 100%.
Yeah. I could do it here.
Some people do cinnamon rolls for breakfast. I'm not a big...
That's true.
Yeah.
I was thinking, that's true. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking more like a cookie or the non-traditional
like
breakfast items.
A cupcake for breakfast? Yeah. I don't know.
A brownie, a cupcake, a cookie. Is there a certain time in the day you got to wait to?
Yeah, I did it here, and I usually don't do that. Like, if it was at home, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But here, they brought them on out. I'm like, screw it.
How long do they have to be out before you say no go?
Long time for me.
Yeah, it depends. If it's pretty much covered the right way, then it can last a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I've rolled in here for the night show and don't have no idea how long that stuff's been sitting. I don't care. I'm digging in. I'll take my chances.
Yeah.
That's what the second host is for, in case I got to run to the bathroom.
We got to get to Kevin Durant here, but we had a beautiful, awesome cake when we were in the Hill Country on Saturday. And I've been giving my daughter a hard time about I want a piece of cake. She brought it home in her car. I want a piece of cake. It was so good. I want a piece of that cake. So she brought it this morning. That's still good, right? From Saturday?
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah.
I would have no problem eating it. My only concern is sometimes the cake, it really hardens up.
Yeah.
That's the only problem. But no, I would still eat it.
Yeah, if it's covered up
delicious.
If she covered it up the right way, then good. But some people
I'm gonna eat it anyway. I'm just curious if I'm breaking any rules.
Some people take on the plate and just with the aluminum foil bury it, covering
it. Gets all crispy.
That's when it gets all hard and stuff. That's when you throw it out.
Yeah.
Honestly, my rule, and it's not a good rule for most things, I give everything like a week. I leftovers or whatever, I'll eat it for a week. My girlfriend she can't believe it. She doesn't do that. But yeah, I give everything a week. So the cake,
of nicknames,
give it a week.
Speaking of nicknames, my wife, this is just her nickname. One of them she calls me Iron Gut.
Oh, there you go.
Because I'll eat leftovers a week. 10 days later.
Oh, 10 days. Pushing it. That's pushing it for me. I give it 7.
She calls me Iron Gut.
That's a great quality to have, though. Yeah. I think that's a great nickname. Let's get to Kevin Durant. He spoke with LeBron and Steve Nash on this podcast. I think it's called Mind the Game. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw. It is crazy. We watch these guys play and everything, and you forget how big they are. I saw the photo of the three of them standing. Durant is like towering over LeBron.
Yeah, he's like absurd. 7'3".
I know. Why. He makes LeBron look small. I'm like, oh my god.
And he's going around talking about he's 6'9".
He's 6'9", Figgy.
Man, get the hell out of here, man. You are a liar.
Yes.
It's 2 liars on this podcast. LeBron and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
That's right. If you haven't seen the photo, go find it on Twitter. He makes LeBron look like Steve Nash. But we have a few different clips that I pulled some stuff that I thought was interesting from Durant. Figgy, let's just go in order. We'll start with the first one where he talks about the mid-range. See, this is interesting. I wanted to get to this because I put up that I think the Thunder and the Pacers even were kind of zigging when everyone was zagging. We're all about threes and layups. The Thunder actually do shoot a lot of mid-range shots. Durant shoots a lot of mid-range. Here was the conversation Nash, LeBron, and Durant were having about still the importance of the mid-range game in today's NBA.
The mid-range has never been more important. It's just it has to come from the right dudes. Right?
Exactly.
Like the court is spaced now by the role players.
Exactly.
What do you think they're trying to take away? Trees and layups. So the star has to be able to make mid-range shots, or else the team's not going to be able to score in a playoff situation. They have to be able to loosen the defense, takes with there. So I think the analytics community would agree with that too.
Yeah,
it's really just we don't want players X, Y, and Z taking a bunch of mid-range.
Because the mid-range, I believe, is if you can't find a good shot, we should look for the good shots early, the threes.
Attack the paint.
Attack the paint. Try to get layups, try to get threes. But when it's 5 to 6 seconds on the clock, get a ball to the best player. And if he shoot a mid-range at that point, then he shoot a mid-range. But we're not going to waste the clock trying to look for a 3, 2 seconds on the clock, and we giving it to no disrespect, Dorian Finney-Smith with 2 seconds on the clock to make a 3. That's not what we or Royce O'Neal. That's not. I mean, they can hit it for sure. But that's not sustainable offense for us going forward. So
another thing, what you're also saying is like you pass up a good mid-range shot to get a worse shot.
Exactly.
Right? So there's a balance there to be had.
I love those old souls, man.
Yeah,
I love that stuff. Now, but I thought the way he framed it was really good. You're not going to go back to posting 10-footer bank shot, all that stuff as a regular diet, but to sort of exploit the offense and make that offense better. You can do it, and you should do it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think that's what the Thunder did really well is you concentrate so much on the threes, and they said it in that clip. Like, what do you think defenses are trying to take away now? So now there's that vulnerable area in the mid-range, and Durant is really good in the mid-range. So if you're a Rockets fan, expect to see some of that come to the offense this year, where it's not just all like a lot of the league with the analytics, threes, and layups. I mean, Durant is a 3-tier scorer. He'll provide some more versatility. The other thing I like about that clip, too, is that was actually before Dorian Finney-Smith signed with the Rockets, and Durant mentions him as the guy. So I don't know if he was actually taking a shot at him or if that was just the name on his head, because maybe he was like having conversations with the Rockets like, hey, here's a guy I like, Dorian Finney-Smith. We should try to sign him. But it's just funny. That's the name he referenced, and then this interview was recorded beforehand, and then shortly afterwards, oh, look at that. He's going to be Durant's teammate.
See, I thought it was more like, obviously, Finney-Smith is a good player, but he's not Kevin Durant. And their point was, why try to take a late in the shot clock 3 when you have him right there, to be able to make a mid-range?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I like the idea from Durant because, as I said, you should not ignore the mid-range. And as like they pointed out, why take a lesser shot, a 3, when you can get a foul line jumper? Or it's a higher percentage shot, even if it's 2 versus 3.
Mike D'Antoni punching the air right now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
A lot of people are in modern basketball. Speaking of scoring, Kevin 3 points is now a lot easier today than it was, which bodes well because the concern for Rockets fans is, Durant's 37. Well, maybe it's easier to score now than ever before for Durant. Here's what he had to say.
It definitely, man. It was. You got 2 dudes at the block.
Bunch of power forwards in the league.
Most of the time, the whole league running floppy. That's the go-to set. Right. So we got 8 guys inside the 3-point line.
Right in front of the basket.
And all they do was lift upper body. Up top, not a game. They weren't working on their legs back then, man.
So it's all just pushing and shoving.
Pushing and shoving, bro. It's all strong, man. Like Gold's Gym.
Gold's Gym.
I think it was also Tracy McGrady. Was he the one that said like he could score whatever it was, a ton of points today?
Average 40.
Average 40 today compared to when he was playing. What do you think it's easier nowadays to score? Do you think offense has become easier than it used to be in the NBA?
See, that's a true it depends, and I don't mean to cop out on the type of defense that you're facing and how they're dealing with a Kevin Durant. Like the first clip, with the 3-pointers and the extended offense, he's going to eat.
Yeah.
But there are also going to be teams that are going to be able to try to take him off and push him off his spots, et cetera. I think what he's really getting at there, it's easier to score against all these big dudes that are out there. He's a finesse player. He's a jump shooter. He can get his shot off.
Right. Yeah, I think so. It's there's just some big brutes inside. Maybe not as good. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a good phrase. That's a good term for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, but it bodes well for, like I said before, to set up that clip. Those that are concerned, Durant's getting older. Well, he's making the case like it's easier to score now than even when I first got into the league. So that could help out. This next clip I also liked because we talked about this yesterday. It's been my concern with the Rockets about needing more at the guard position. I love their size. I love the length they have, but is it almost too much? Are we ignoring the guards? Here is Durant talking about small guards in the modern NBA and how it's kind of hard to have a role for those small guards. This is what Durant said.
Do you think the profile of players changed? Like, I'm been thinking, I'm like, I don't know if the 6'2" and under guard is at a premium no more as a starter. Maybe as a backup, but you have to be. We just talked about this last.
It's gotten compressed.
It has.
Right? It's compressed. It's at like either Donovan Mitchell, Drew Holiday, 6'3", or 6'4", Lou Dort, or it's not. You got to be.
You can't get picked on defense. That's the thing, because we play such a pick-on game that they will really, literally, if you can't guard, they will bring you up every play.
Time.
Yeah, every 6 foot. 6'1", and you're not a bulldog like the Davion Mitchell, Drew Holidays. On the defensive side, or you're not an offensive flat-out savant like Kyrie, where you can score on dudes 7 feet easily and ISO, then I just can't see it.
I mean, I think he's right. I think he's absolutely right on that. I mean, it's the NBA today that a lot of people don't like, that it's so many ISOs, so much picking on one guy. Oh, he's going to, that guy is food. People use that term all the time. That's good, offensively, but it kind of changes the flow of the game too.
Yeah. I saw a great clip on that subject from Catino Mobley talking about him and Steve Francis when they were here in Houston. And Rudy T, and they just had an offense called like Shake 1 or Shake 2. And it was give the ball to one or two of them, and he'd say 1 or 2, and that's how many shakes he'd try to get. It was just one-on-one. Yeah. Anyways, it was a really interesting clip from Mobley talking about the offense 25 years ago here in Houston and how it was like a street ball. But yeah, it's a fair point from Durant, and then I think it speaks to what the Rockets are trying to do, where, I mean, they just have so much size and length now, and you're going to have 4 guys on the floor that are all like 6'7" and bigger. And that's just the way. Obviously 35 years ago it was crazy to think Magic Johnson could be a point guard. He's too big, and now it's you need all size on the floor. These smaller guys have been phased out. Let's try to get through these last two pretty quick so we could get to our confessions. But Durant talking about why he was able to play so well offensively with the Warriors. The reason why I picked this, I think it's interesting because similar with the Rockets. People think Durant's going to come here. He's going to be that ball hog. But as you hear from Durant here, he likes playing off of teammates, and he's going to still want to be in a system here in Houston instead of just being the guy. Here was Durant talking about his time in Golden State.
It was easy for me to come off a pin down. It's hard for me to have to dribble through 3 or 4 guys and pull up over 2 dudes with a fadeaway. Like like you said, we want to be efficient. Playing off your team, man, that's the easiest way to be efficient. More door cuts, more transition layups on top of the ISOs, on top of the catch and shoot 3. So my game was way more well-rounded in scoring, and it was easier, and I'm way more efficient that way. But I always knew how to play with my teammates, play off my teammates, and the art of scoring is getting the easy points. I always knew that, especially in transition.
I mean, you could hear it in his voice. I think that's what he wants. He wants to be able. Why go through all that? Why have to get the ball ISO? Everybody coming off of their guys to double team you, having to read it, having to muscle through, et cetera, rather than just a back cut and you're open, you catch the ball and shoot.
It kind of makes sense why he actually went to Golden State too.
Yeah,
and why he's trying these different squads. He's not trying to carry a whole team.
Exactly.
Like
Right. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
But there is that perception of like, oh, Durant's in Houston, it's his team. It's just going to be him. Yeah, right. He's going to be the guy at the end of the game, but he is going to fit into this offense and this system.
Yeah.
I think that's good to hear for a Rockets fan. Last clip, and maybe this is the most important for the Rockets fans. Here's Durant praising Ime Udoka as a defensive head coach. And again, this was recorded before he technically was a Houston Rocket. Here's what Durant said about his new head coach.
I even love that you can throw zones in there. They mixing up defense.
That's an evolution, I think, in the last 6 months even.
That's like when we play Houston, like Ime Udoka does a good job of that. He will go 1 possession regular man, next possession zone, go back to man, the next 3 possession zone, all in the first quarter. Balance. Like, I don't care how good you are as a team, how connected you are as a group, how well you pass. Guys are unselfish. If a coach does that and you're not prepared for it,
you all off balance.
You all off balance.
You got no rhythm.
I mean, that's the other side of the ball, and that's what he has that experience. And plus, he's got that great relationship with Ime anyway.
Yeah, it's a big reason why he wanted to be here and why he wound up here. But before he was even a Rocket, he was praising his now head coach and this Rockets team. You can go find the podcast. There's 2 episodes. It's a really long conversation, but it's an interesting conversation between LeBron, Steve Nash, and Kevin Durant. I think it's Mind the Game is the name of the podcast. But those are some of the clips that stood out from Durant's conversation. Hey, when we come back, it's that time. We got to get to our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do it next here on In the Loop.
All right, Low T Center right now, lowtcenter.com is
SALArmyEDS.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, everybody loves a good heart. Everybody loves it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're not a big fan of the heartwarming stories?
I am.
All right, did y'all see this one? George Strait made the rounds all over the place. It was a Facebook. It's like millions of views already, etc. So George Strait, let me just read it directly. As relief workers distributed supplies and local leaders thanked Strait for his generosity, the 72-year-old singer made an unannounced appearance in one of the hardest hit towns, talking about the flooding. He donated $3.5 million. Wearing a plain ball cap, jeans, and boots, Strait joined a volunteer crew delivering meals and water to displaced families. Eyewitnesses said he took time to speak with survivors, listen to their stories, and even held a small child who had just been reunited with her parents. Later that evening, Strait met privately with several families who had lost children in the flood. According to those present, he promised to personally cover funeral expenses for every child victim and to establish a scholarship fund in their memory, ensuring their names would never be forgotten. Pretty heartwarming story.
Absolutely.
Not true.
Oh, man.
Oh, it was all a lie?
Dude. And this is my confession. I neither understand why someone would put this out there. People are believing that it's true. But according to George Strait's representative, we have not issued a statement about aid as we're still determining how best to support the community. So apparently somebody put out there that he put $3.5 million donation, did all this, promising scholarships, et cetera, et cetera. But this is what I just don't understand. Number one, why would you do something like this? And number two, what do you get out of this?
I know it.
What do you get out of posting?
That was a long, drawn-out story, too.
Yeah.
That had to take a lot of time.
Not true.
It's weird to make up a story for the positive, right? Like, I get people put out fake news to try to make someone look bad. But unless, I guess, maybe you're a huge George Strait fan and you're trying to make him look better, I don't know why someone would make up a story. I know. It's a weird story to make up.
When you said $3 million, I was thinking in my brain, I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money. Because you got organizations like
doing like $1 million, the Astros.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, he got it like that where he could just throw $3 million.
I will never understand. And it's like a large part of the country is believing that this is true. It's not. And that's not to say he won't do something. That's something. You put pressure on George Strait.
Yeah. So how you going to live up to that?
Yeah.
It's true. Now he's got to do something. There's a lot of musicians out there who are not going to do a thing about that. But now because of this fake rumor, like you said, they had to address it. And in their release, they said, like, we're still determining the best way to go about it. Yeah, now you're forced to do something.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, do we have any type of connection to the?
Well, he's obviously lives in San Antonio or has a house in San Antonio, has a house in Rockport, has a house in the Hill Country.
Okay, I was gonna say that's putting a lot of pressure on him, man.
Yeah.
What if he? I mean, I don't think he wasn't gonna do anything, but what if he was just chilling, just kind of like, dang, this messed up.
He's going to do something. I'm sure his heart is broken. I'm sure he had friends and family, that were affected, if not killed, relatives and such. But what do you get out of this?
Man, clicks, views.
What is that?
I have no idea,
Look,
man.
I just did a search on Twitter. Look at this. All these people think it's true.
I believe it.
Yeah.
That reminds me of, I think this was around the time DMX, the rapper DMX passed. And it was a rumor, article, all that stuff going around saying Jay-Z bought his masters to get to his family.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wait, what? Like, it's you know how hard it is to buy somebody's music masters catalog?
Yeah.
And he said, oh, Jay-Z just bought it and gave it to his family. And somebody else had to come out and say that's not true. I'm like, why would you make that up?
Exactly. What do you get out of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's weird. Like I said, I get, well, I don't get, but I understand why somebody would make up bad news about somebody. I don't know why you make up a positive story when it's all false. And as the saying goes, a lie will go around the world while the truth is putting its boots on, whatever.
Yeah.
Like everyone, no one will see the correction that this story is not true.
Right.
People are going to talk probably years from now. Hey,
he gave
George,
$3.5 million, all the scholarships and everything.
I'm trying to think of a story like that I could do with Lopez. Lopez pledged to donate $5.5 million to Texas A&M.
I wish.
You sitting there like, wait, what?
Yeah.
He was sitting there holding some babies and shaking hands, and he said all his money is in his account to the up-and-coming future. He probably sitting in the bed scrolling like, what?
Yeah.
Spread that rumor.
It's insanity and completely impossible to fathom why people would do that.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday, I watched this Netflix documentary on the poop cruise. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this.
Yeah.
It left from Galveston, 2013. Anyways, I watched the documentary. It's a good documentary. I'd recommend it. It's not even an hour. My problem, though, I guess my confession is I watched it. My problem is I think they had the wrong list of priorities. The whole documentary.
I've heard that, actually. Go ahead.
And the complaint is like, oh, my gosh, we had to poop in bags, which is not ideal, of course. But if you're not familiar with the story, the Carnival Cruise Line lost electricity, because of a fire on the boat. They're stranded in the middle of the ocean, and they're out there for a few days. And along the way, no power, so the AC stops working, so it's really hot. People take their mattresses out of their room because it's too hot to sleep in the room. They're sleeping in the hallways on the higher decks. They're sleeping out on the deck next to strangers, just mattresses lined up. They had to wait hours to get food, and the food was just a vegetable sandwich because all the other stuff went bad, and they didn't know how long they could feed these people.
Yeah.
The toilets stopped working, and eventually things started overflowing. So the bottom floor of the cruise ship is like a biohazard because there's just human waste flowing around.
Yeah.
These are real problems. You don't going to be in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
And when you're going to be back, do they have enough water? Do they have enough food? And instead, they spend an hour, these people complaining like, I had to pee in the shower and poop in a bag. You had bigger problems than that. You don't know when your next meal's going to be. You can go in a bag for a couple days. You're not even eating. How often do you have to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
What do you think the people on the Titanic that survived were complaining about? Were they complaining about, I had to go to the bathroom in a bag? Oh, my goodness.
I saw someone similar was complaining about that documentary online, saying, They were saying, like, I'm running low on sunblock. Running low on sunblock? You could die if you don't get water in your body.
I know. One woman said, I immediately took Imodium so I wouldn't have to use the bathroom at all. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to start eating that, too, when you're stuck? Like, you have bigger problems than worrying about. There's towels around. There's plenty of ways to dispose of your waste. I don't know why that was the biggest concern when you don't know when your next meal is going to be.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I feel like I'm really old now. I'm so old now. So I shout out to Garrett, who runs the Houston Stressings account on Twitter. He asked me to hop on this stream last night. So he told me it was hop on around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And at that point, I'm like, ooh, 9 o'clock.
That's late.
Woo. And I told my lady, like, baby, I got to stay up tonight. I got some business to handle. And so it's around 5:30, I want to say, about between 5 and 5:30. I'm sitting on the couch dozing off. I'm like, man, I don't know if I need to take a nap because the worst thing that can happen is me fall asleep around 8:30 and then I wake up at 11 or noon. And so I didn't want that to happen. So I decided to take a nap and woke up and did the stream and all that stuff. It was a good stream. Check it out. But I had a hard time going to sleep last night, man. I was up, and I was in the bed just tossing and turning. It was like 2 in the morning. I'm just like, man, I'm gonna be so tired, but I am struggling right now, man. I'm so sleepy, man. It felt like as soon as I closed my eyes, I finally went to sleep. I had to wake up this morning.
The worst.
I'm like, man, I shouldn't have took that nap, man. Yep. I took a quick little, maybe an hour.
Cat nap.
Yeah, about an hour and a half nap. And for some reason, after the string, and I ended up watching the Astros game, so that pissed me off.
Yeah, exactly. Then you get all wired up on that.
Yeah, so I got into bed. I was wide awake. I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, I got to go to sleep. I was rolling around till like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, man. I don't nap. I intentionally try to avoid naps during the day because whenever I nap, it doesn't matter how long it is, it doesn't matter when it is, I can't sleep at night.
Yeah.
I can't fall asleep. It throws my whole, my rhythm off. So I'm with you there, Fig. I intentionally never try to take a nap because I can't sleep at night.
Yeah, it's the worst.
These are my confessions.
Did you see the news? Keuchel, that Dallas Keuchel, and the Kansas City Royals are in agreement on a minor league contract, according to Jeff Passan. I had no idea Dallas Keuchel was still playing baseball. He played as recently as last season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We're supposed to know all these things, and one of the biggest fears of anybody in this business is missing something pretty significant. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call this significant. Did you know Dallas Keuchel was still playing baseball?
No idea.
Nah, I didn't. And then when you think about the last time he played here, what was that, 2017? He won the World Series.
Yeah, he was on that squad.
Yeah, I can't remember if he. I think that's when he had the contract issues afterwards. I want to say, but
Dallas Keuchel is still playing baseball.
That's crazy.
I had no idea.
Hey, salute to him, man.
I guess.
Yeah, other people would have been too good to go, do a little minor league deal and all that stuff.
Well, if he makes the majors, it's a $2 million deal, so there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But he's got to make the majors first.
Yeah.
What is he throwing, 67 miles per hour? I don't know. He's throwing the eephus pitch.
Yeah.
Do we still got the beard?
You got me. I don't know. And another text says, thank you, John, for your donation. All right, well, that's how it starts.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how it starts.
Starting a rumor.
Yeah.
Could you guys name any teams Keuchel has pitched for since leaving the Astros in 2018?
Oh, wow.
He's been passed around.
Yeah. Off the top of the head, White Sox, Braves.
Yeah.
That's all I can remember.
Who else?
So it was the Braves, then the White Sox, then the Diamondbacks, then the Rangers, then the Twins, then the Brewers, now the Royals.
Rangers?
For the Rangers?
2022, he made 2 starts and posted a 12.6 ERA.
Oh, man. Ouch.
Went 0-2. Yeah.
Damn.
Allowed 14
How
runs
old is
in 10
he?
innings. 37.
You're right, though, Figgy. Salute to him. Somebody wants to sign him?
Hey, yeah. He walking in every door.
Yeah, that's right.
Whoever called, I do it.
Yeah. You need a pitcher?
Yeah. He said, screw my little family. I got work to do.
That's right. Since leaving the Astros, an ERA over 5 for Keuchel since 2019.
The Astros made the right move for that.
Yeah.
Because they could have paid him a lot of money.
Absolutely, yeah. So, we'll see if he makes it to the big leagues. But no, I'm sure this is the first I'm hearing of this. I didn't know he was still around. Good luck to him. Hey, when we come back, Judge John Lopez making the return. We have some things to debate and figure out, and we'll do it next in the loop.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, you stepped up in a massive way. You helped us donate over $23,000 to the Houston Food Bank during the Reggie and Ron Radiothon, providing over 60,000 meals to food insecure Houstonians across 18 counties. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
Hey, make it arch.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-889-5566. That's 800-889-5566.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness, the science-backed workout that delivers real results. Try your first class free at any of our 29 Houston area studios. Plus, with a Premier membership, your first month is risk-free with our money-back guarantee. Terms and conditions apply. OrangeTheory.com.
Oh, and that's a hard hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-906-1711. That's 800-906-1711.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend American.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with a
Studios, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. When you hear that music, you know what time it is. Judge John Lopez has returned.
Let's go.
I last Wednesday I filled in. I was the judge sitting in your seat while you were gone. It was an honor. It's good to have you back, though, and I'm happy to be on this side of things. Luke Morrow in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and we got a case to settle here.
Okay.
Let me set it up first, and then Figgy, you can go first, make your case, and I'll follow. But as tested during the NBA G League season, an unsuccessful end-of-period heave attempt won't be recorded as an individual player stat during the NBA Summer League, which is going on now. The question is, should this become a new rule in the NBA, where those half-court heaves at the end of a quarter don't actually count towards the statistics? I will be saying... my case is that this rule should be adopted. Figgy is here to say no, and Figgy, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, Your Honor. By the way, appreciate you coming back from vacation. How was your vacation?
Don't start with the...
All right. You know what? A lot of attorneys do that. Yes, Your Honor. Great to see you again, sir.
Yeah, that's a nice shirt, Your Honor. A nice robe.
I am not above that, so feel free to suck up all you want.
All right. And I got some OG in the back, too. OG sauce in the back, too, by the way.
You're leader in the clubhouse.
So, Your Honor, I think this has to count as a stat because it's still a shot, man. To me, I feel like this... It's part of basketball. It's part of basketball. People won games. Teams won games on heave shots like this, and that counts. So I just don't understand. Just for the simple fact you miss it, that means it doesn't count as it wouldn't go in the stat sheet as a shot.
Right.
What if it was 2 seconds left and somebody just throw a prayer up and they miss it? Do that mean that shot doesn't exist or it doesn't count because they didn't make it?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I just think this is laughable. I think you should just throw this whole. You should just throw this whole case out.
You're getting some good experience.
Yeah, Your Honor. I don't even need to call a witness or anything.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I like your confidence, counsel.
Hold on, let me fire up my AI lawyer to present my case for me. I'm a call back from yesterday.
Yeah.
No, I like this rule. It should not count because it's such a long shot. It is so different from the rest. We should not put the same weight on a half-court heave or a three-quarter court heave at the end of a quarter as you do a normal jumper in a game. We swings in life. I have tried to go up and talk to a pretty woman in a bar many times and have been denied every single time. I don't hold that against my record. I don't count those as my rejections. So same here. These are long shots. You should take big swings, not get punished for it. And I'll also say, I know it's kind of lame we got to this point, but we have gotten to a point where some guys will refuse to take that shot at like the end of the first quarter because they don't want it to hurt their stats. And I know it's stupid that some guys feel that way, but since we have arrived there, this rule addresses that problem where now you don't have to worry about it. Let the shot fly at the end of the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, whatever. No harm, no foul. I know it's old school. People might not like that we need to institute a rule like this, but that's where we are. So I like this rule. Don't make the shots count. And let's get back to allowing these guys the freedom to be able to let it fly at the end of these quarters without fear of any sort of repercussion towards their stat line.
But, Your Honor, see, the thing is, you have players in the league like a Stephen Curry who can shoot from anywhere. And pretty doggone good at shooting all over the place.
Yeah.
So now whenever he throws up a half-court shot and he doesn't make it, that means that keep his record clean. I just don't think that's the right call, man. I think a shot is a shot. If you get a really good shot off, and these are professional players.
Right.
They are pretty good at making half-court shots or full-court shots. And I just don't think we should be babying their stats like that. I think all of these count.
You have a retort, counsel?
I don't actually. That was pretty good. Figgy put up a good fight. I don't have anything else to add.
I do. I would like a little bit of clarification from either or both of you. Where exactly is the line? Like the literal line? Is it midcourt? From beyond midcourt, it won't count? Or is it in front of midcourt? It's still a shot? Because I thought Figgy brought up a good point. Steph Curry could take a shot from the circle, the midcourt circle in the middle of the first quarter, and it's a shot. But at the end of a quarter, it's not?
It's fair. So I did just look it up. It is from the front of the circle on that half court. So just in front of half court.
Yeah.
On that side of the circle. So anywhere from there behind would not count at the end of a period. So, yeah, kind of Steph Curry range. The front of the circle in your
on your basket.
Yeah.
The basket you're shooting at.
Yeah.
See, I think it's getting really tricky now because now whenever a player do that, let's say they're close to the circle or maybe they have their foot on the circle. Now you got to go through a review to see if can we count this a shot? And no, this is not a shot. It's too much. And quite frankly, people don't care about this type of stuff. Only the players care about these stats and stuff. If you really care about your stat, don't shoot the ball. Just dribble the ball out and just head to halftime.
This is an interesting case to me. Figgy made a strong argument, but I thought your argument on it's actually avoiding players not taking a shot. I thought that was strong because they don't want to, and that's what players do because they don't want to hurt their stats. I have one more thought on this. If it goes in, it counts, right?
I know.
If it goes in, it counts. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think I'm going to have to side with Figgy on this. Because if it goes in, it's going to count as a stat because it's 2 points or 3 points.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even argue. I think this rule should be instituted, but Figgy made a really good case, and when that point was brought up, it is true that if they are going to count it if it's made, then it is lame to be like, he missed it, we can't count it. So That's why I didn't have. I have nothing to. I can't even BS.
I got nothing, Your Honor.
Yeah, I can't even BS to defend that. I don't like that. I would say if they're going to institute this rule, then you can't count the makes either on their.
Yeah,
on
but
the
it counts on the
stat sheet.
scoreboard.
I know.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I feel like that's kind of babying them a little bit.
Yeah,
it's kind of a little preschool type of thing. Yeah. Where if it works out, then yeah, you get points. If it don't, then we act like it never happened.
Yeah.
Like, man, these guys are professional basketball players, man. It's a reason we see a lot of made half-court shots and stuff like that. A lot of trick shots as well.
Yeah.
And so, man, I think if you care about your stats that much, then don't even shoot the damn ball. Just dribble it out.
Yeah, that's what they're
give it
doing.
to the ref.
And that's a problem. So I'm not going to say we can't revisit this, because if it's a growing problem, then we maybe need to side with Luke on this. But for now, I think I'll side with Big.
Julia Bill for 12 months from now.
Yep, me and Luke, we can head to lunch and then talk about the case.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Luke can say, "Oh yeah, I agree with you the whole time."
yeah. I always love that. I assume there's some accuracy in that, but you do see, like in movies or shows, where the lawyers are somewhat friendly and they do get together after the case and they do
all the time.
Yeah, and they acknowledge the other one.
It's always the attorney and the DA that just be battling it out in court, and then next thing you know, they go out for drinks after they just convicted somebody for murder.
Right?
Yeah. She was like, "Yeah, you did have a good point right there, man. What you doing tomorrow?"
Yeah, you got me. So yeah, I just hate that we have gotten to this point, because like they do it with the shot clock too. Which is kind of funny that when the shot clock is expiring, they'll pass the ball to somebody at the last second so they get the turnover instead. And it is lame that these guys do care so much about their stats to the point where they're not going to take a shot at the end of a quarter that could potentially help their team. But unfortunately, that's where we are. And so I think something should be done to address it, because, as we've already discussed, I think it's stupid. Fire off the shot. Don't just dribble out the clock.
No, I think that's strong. I thought that was your best point. I mean, because if you're not taking a shot, you're hurting your team. And if you're not taking a shot with it because of the stats, I understand it. That's what players care about.
Yeah.
But I thought a really good point. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of respect them not taking a shot, like especially depending on who it is. Because if you giving the ball to Andre Drummond or something, like that dog, he ain't about to make no shot. So he's just not even wasting his time at that point. So I kind of respect it sometimes, but you do see a lot of players that try to make, even they might be down by a lot of points or up by a lot of points, but they still try to make that shot.
I think a really good point from the text board, the 832, a Hail Mary pass. Like a Hail Mary pass. Let's say C.J. Stroud is 17 for 17 in the first half, and then he throws a Hail Mary. Yeah, and I don't even know what the record is for consecutive completions with the Texans. I'd have to look it up. But either way, he throws a Hail Mary that bounces to the ground, and then he completes 9 straight to start the second half.
Yeah.
That could That would be more of an argument that it shouldn't count.
Yeah, you're convincing me with that. I like that. In the NFL, we shouldn't count these Hail Marys at the end of halves.
Mm-hmm.
But if he did make it, it would count.
Yeah, that's why I went with you on this.
Yeah, I know it's true. That's right. That is tricky. I agree. It's babying. That's just where we are. I hate it when they ban the shifts in baseball. There's been shifts for 100 years. Just learn to hit the other way. But this is where we are now, where we have to change the rules for the modern athletes.
How y'all feel about just the man on second to start the extra innings?
Never really been a huge fan, but I understand it in the regular season.
Trying to keep it going.
Yeah.
I've never liked it. I still don't like it.
By the way, the record for Houston Texans consecutive completions. Let's play the game, the guessing game here again.
Consecutive.
The record for Houston Texans consecutive completions in a game.
I'm gonna say Matt Schaub. Are we naming the player?
Yeah.
Or how many?
Yeah.
Oh, just naming the player?
Yeah.
I would have said Schaub too, but I don't want to copy you, so I'll go with Deshaun.
David Carr.
Oh, what?
Of course.
That was
the OG.
kidding?
That was going to be the last one.
Are you kidding? Oh. David Carr on, it was November. Let's see, I've got it right here. David Carr completed 22 consecutive passes in 2006.
Dang.
Yeah.
22.
How many? 22?
22.
Hey.
November 19th, 2006 versus the Buffalo Bills. David Carr completed 22 straight passes. They were all screwed.
What did he finish with?
9 interceptions. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I wonder how did he do in that game.
I got it here.
Yeah.
They lost to the Bills that day, 24-21, to fall to 3-7. Carr went 25 of 30, but 223 yards and an interception.
A bunch of dump offs.
A bunch of screens.
Quarterback rating of 83.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's average of.
I never would have guessed David Carr.
7 yards per attempt. Yeah, not great.
I would have said Brock Osweiler before I'd say David Carr.
Rosenfels.
Yeah. Oh, somebody mentioned that earlier for the top Texans moment was the helicopter from
the
Sage.
Rosencopter?
Yeah, that is up there. I remember where it was when that happened too. So.
Yeah.
That's memorable for
That
sure.
is so unforgettable. Ball flies out and he's in midstream.
Yeah, he left it all out there. Some good text coming in too about the whole NBA thing. This makes me more than I already did. But then somebody else said it's good for the game. Someone else says it entices more highlight plays.
It really is coddling these players.
It is.
For sure.
If anything, I will make it maybe a 4-pointer or a 5-pointer or something like that. If you really want people to try to heave up passes like that, they should make us some type of rule maybe in the last whatever seconds and maybe the first half or maybe the first 3 quarters or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe make it like a 6-pointer or something.
By the way, last thing, and then we'll head to LeBron did mention on that podcast we heard from with Durant, he did mention about adding a 4-point shot now because of how good these shooters are. Not that that's been talked about, but that was a conversation they had too, was because how good of shooters everyone is.
Yeah.
Add a 4-point shot to the league. Which Texans player, not named C.J. Stroud, are the most indispensable right now for the Texans? We'll talk about that next in the Loop.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Outside of C.J. Stroud, which Texan player is the most indispensable right now for this team? In for Reggie, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop, and you as well. 713-572-4610 to text the show and join the conversation. You can also get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well, each and every day. So ESPN.com is doing this thing where they're polling scouts, executives in the NFL, and putting together, based off of the voting, the top 10 players at each position.
Mm-hmm.
They started with running backs. I believe Joe Mixon was 9. He was at the end of that list. Then they did defensive tackles yesterday. To no surprise, none of the Texans' defensive tackles made the top 10.
Yeah.
But they did the defensive, or I guess they did edge rushers technically, so not just defensive ends, but edge rushers in the NFL top 10. And, of course, this included the Texans, not just one, but 2 Texans. And my ESPN.com is crashing at the moment, so it's not loading the list.
I got it right here.
Perfect.
We got Myles Garrett, number 1. T.J. Watt, in order, I'll just go. Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, and then 8 and 9 are Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter. 10, for the record, is Jared Verse. And so I saw this, and it was one of those sort of, not light bulb moment, but I just sort of like realized, an aha moment, I'll call it, where I'm like, these two dudes are the most indispensable to me. I mean, I brought it up because, with you guys before the show, because maybe you have a different answer. Maybe our listeners have a different answer. And it's like, we can talk about, offensive line needs to be good. Well, we don't know who's indispensable there, at all.
Yeah.
You can maybe argue Joe Mixon, but maybe Nick Chubb is back to his old self, and, Woody Marks is something. But you know how they say in the NFL, a gotta-have-it play? These are gotta-have-it dudes. Like to me, you gotta have Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter for the vast majority, if not all the games this year, if you're going to be anything like you think you're going to be. And I'm open to, someone else perhaps on your list. I thought of another couple of possibilities, but given that, this is a defense-oriented team until further notice, and it's such a great defense. They won last year because of the defense largely. And some of the teams you're going to play and what you have to do in the postseason and some of the question marks on offense, whether it's wide receiver or offensive line, as I mentioned, et cetera. Like, you cannot be without, again, not counting C.J. Stroud, you cannot be without Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. And I'll take it a step further. I don't think you can be without one of them, because I think the two of them is what makes them so indispensable.
Yeah,
having the both of them there.
Yeah. I know it makes for better radio to disagree, but I actually am in full agreement with you where, for me, it would be all defense. The only guy on offense, obviously, outside of C.J. Stroud, might be Nico, but even so, this is a defensive-driven team. The defense is going to be better. And when you look at the defense, for me, it's the pass rushers and then the cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we said maybe one, but I don't want to throw a ton of names, but yeah, it'd be those two guys, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and then also Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. It'd be those four.
That's what I had.
Yeah, so that's why I said, I don't want to just completely agree with you, but I think those are the names. And I would go the pass rushers ahead of the cornerbacks because I always lean towards the pass rushers. I think the pass rush can help out a lesser secondary more than a good secondary can help out a lesser pass rush. So for me, I think you always start your defense with the pass rushers. I also think they're typically more durable, and I think they have a larger window. Like I think cornerbacks, you look at Darrelle Revis, some of these guys, they're not as good into their 30s when they slow down, where still you have Jared Allen, Michael Strahan, pass rushers can still be good for a longer period of time. I know that's a bigger picture thought, but I always lean more towards the pass rushers than cornerbacks. This team is driven by defense. Therefore, I narrow it down to those two pass rushers first and foremost. And then I guess next on my list would be Stingley and Lassiter. And there wouldn't really be anybody on offense.
There's one on offense that I thought of. But before we get to that, like I said, I'll take it even a step further. I think you got to have both of them. Because if you just have, let's say one guy misses, heaven forbid, but 8 or 9 games.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier to face that Texans defense because, they're not moving them around. They're not, having to worry about double teaming 2 dudes or chipping and bringing in an extra tight end and all that stuff. 2 guys off the edge. If it's just Danielle or if it's just Will Anderson Jr., I feel like offenses are going to have much more success. But if you have both of them and both of them play 15, 16, 17 games, I think that's indispensable, those guys.
I agree with that, too. This is a bit of an obscure reference, but I grew up a Vikings fan, so forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 2 pass rushers, Ray Edwards and Jared Allen, of course. And Ray Edwards got a huge contract from the Falcons to go be their pass rusher. And then they quickly found out, when he's not on the other side of Jared Allen, he's not the same guy, and he never panned out outside of Minnesota despite the big contract. So I do agree with you just in general, having those 2 guys. Yeah, it's a lot harder to focus on one or both of them, and they feed off of each other. So that's a fair thought that, it's not just about one of them. It's the fact that you have them both. And they're top 9 on this list. The Texans are the only team that that have 2 guys in the top 10, so it just speaks to how good those pass rushers are and how they can play off of each other.
Now, the offense, to me, maybe this is where you won't agree, but to me, an indispensable player, at least for now, until we find out more about other players at that position, is Christian Kirk. I referenced it earlier. Nico, I think, is a given, presuming he stays healthy.
Yep.
Which makes him indispensable. But you get my point. Like, Nico, is a given. He's going to be a monster, et cetera. But Christian Kirk, and we referenced it a little bit earlier, Jaden Higgins, there's very high hopes for Jaden Higgins. But right now it's just hopes. He's still going to be a rookie. Jalen Noel, same thing. go down the list of all these other receivers that they brought in. Is Braxton Berrios going to be able to be the glue opposite Nico Collins? Is it going to be Xavier Hutchinson? All due respect, John Mechie? No, I think the guy that's proven and that has done it at a very high level is somewhat indispensable to keep that attention of Nico Collins is Christian Kirk.
I certainly understand that argument. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. He would just be. There'd be quite a few guys ahead of him on my list in total. But, yeah, if we're talking specifically offense, I'd probably say Nico first and then Christian Kirk. I would look at that wide receiver position. Like you said, offensive line, we have no idea who on that offensive line.
They might all be dispensable.
Absolutely. Let's hope not. But
indispensable.
It could happen. Same with the running back. Same idea. As good as this running back room could be, you have a number of guys. So if it's not Joe Mixon, maybe it's Chubb. Maybe it's eventually Woody Marks. But, yeah, wide receiver position, this has been my biggest concern. I keep repeating myself on it, but just there's those questions that need to be answered for these wide receivers. Will Kirk stay healthy and show what he did that first year in Jacksonville? Will these rookies be ready to go right away? Will somebody else be able to step up if needed? I have a lot of questions and maybe even concerns about these wide receivers. So I can certainly get behind that Kirk argument and point you make. But, yeah, it would be maybe 6 on my list if we're talking guys on this Texans roster.
Let me ask you this now. This is more of a question than anything. How indispensable is Jalen Petrie?
Ooh.
You look behind him.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward, we don't know what's going to happen with him.
That's a good one.
Miles Bryant is the other nickel. There's really not a lot of warm bodies there at that nickel position. Yeah,
that's true. That's a good one. He's versatile. He's the guy that blitzes the most from the secondary as well. And like you said, lack of depth. I did not think of him previously, but I think you make put him there. I like his game. Obviously, they gave him the extension for a reason. He's a big part of that defense. And I think that's a big part of it, too, is the whole depth factor. Like Kick Rocks on YouTube said Nico Collins or Derek Stingley. He said not the defensive ends because we have good depth at that position.
Yeah, so but you don't have those dudes.
No, you don't. It's a big drop-off.
8 and 9 in the league, according to ESPN. Anyway.
Yeah. But for Petrie, I think that's a good point about the lack of depth behind him, making him obviously more important and not somebody you would want to lose. So I did not consider him originally, but now that you bring it up, I think that's a good one, too, and also goes to my point that I think most of the names, I think you look at the defense. The offensive guys, unfortunately, there's still too many questions there. Yeah. The defense is where the strength is, and some of those guys you do not want to lose.
Heck, you could say a very similar argument to Jalen Petrie about Azeez Al-Shaair. I mean, yeah, Jake Hansen had his moments, but he's not necessarily a true middle linebacker. Toa, I get it. Nick Neiman, I mean, that's an undrafted guy. E.J. Speed's not going to fill that. Like the middle linebacker, with Al-Shaair, it might be in that same argument.
On the text line, we get Nico Collins coming in as well. Multiple Nico Collins. It's nice having a great defense, but we do have to score some points. Offenses are really good, so I have to say Nico. We have to get points from somewhere.
Yeah, you can easily argue Nico as much as with the same argument I had with Christian Kirk. He's the only one. He's better, obviously, but he's the only one that has the pelts on the wall, can get it done. Has proved that he can get it done, and going to have to hold the whole room together.
Kick Rocks, we'd rather have Autry and Barnett starting at D-end or Tremont Smith starting at cornerback. It's a fair point, but still, those guys. What did you think about the actual ranking that you listed off there on ESPN? Now, for those that didn't see it, Will Anderson, they polled a lot of scouts and executives. So Will Anderson was ranked anywhere from 6 to actually some people did not rank him in their top 10. Last year, he was an honorable mention. This year, he was 8th. Daniil Hunter was ranked anywhere from 6 to also left off the top 10 by some. Last year, he was ranked 8th. This year, he's ranked 9th. When you look at that top 10 list, do you think those, the 7 names in front of them, do you think all 7 of those guys are better than either of the pass rushers that we have here in Houston?
Well, I think short answer, yes, but I think it's arguable. Daniil Hunter has been vastly underrated his entire career, but you start looking at what some of these guys have done just statistically, it's right there with Daniil Hunter. I mean, we know Trey Hendrickson with Cincinnati. We've heard his story the entire offseason and how many sacks he's had. You can maybe argue that, but I wouldn't. Aiden Hutchinson was injured, so it's kind of hard to say, but he's still an absolute monster. So I'd say 8 and 9 is really good. Really moved up pretty well. Will Anderson. He was not he was unranked last year.
Right, exactly. Well, not in the top 10 last year. Number 8 now, Daniil Hunter. Daniil Hunter did go down a spot, 8 last year to 9.
Replaced by Will Anderson.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's what went into that. But yeah, that's the strength there with the Texans with the defense. No defensive tackles on the list. Make up for with the pass rushers, and that helps that defensive line. As I said, Joe Mixon made the running back in the at the back of the top 10, and then just in case you're curious, I had it here a moment ago. Here it is. Safeties are tomorrow. Safeties, they'll do the top 10 safeties tomorrow.
Oh, where's CJ gonna end up?
Be interesting to see. Tight ends are Friday. Don't think you'll see.
Don't count on Dalton Schultz.
Then we have linemen over the weekend.
We can skip that one.
Then you get quarterbacks next week. We'll see where Stroud is. And then linebackers, wide receivers, July 16th. And then they finish with cornerbacks on the 17th. That might be another good day for the Texans for the top 10 ranking. But defensive end, or pass rushers, rather, and cornerbacks, those are the two. Figgy, who would you say is, outside of C.J. Stroud, who is the other player that is most, that you wouldn't want to lose on this team right now?
I was going to say Stingley. I was going to say Stingley because I like to do a Stingley and Lassiter.
Yeah.
But I just feel like if you lose Stingley, man, it might be a tough day. It might be a tough day because, I love Lassiter. I just don't know what's behind him after that can hold it down like Stingley.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Kick Rocks continues to make his case. Says, Will Anderson, top 10 pass rusher, but Stingley, top 2 cornerback. As I said before, I just always lean pass rusher because I think you could cover up a bad secondary with a good pass rush, but you can't cover up a bad pass rush necessarily. Sometimes you get those coverage sacks, but more often than not, eventually someone's going to get open if you give the quarterback all day in the pocket. We know that.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just biased, I guess, in that regard, but I lean more towards that. I'd rather have the pass rushers
Me too.
than the cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Texans, fortunately, have both, and hopefully they stay healthy all season long. Hey, it's that time of the show where we hand things over and get to Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what we got going on today?
Yeah, so I got to tell you all about 2 guys who were arrested over a stabbing in line. I got the details to that. Plus, I got a list of new terms that people use on TikTok.
Ooh.
And I want to go through this list, and I want to see what's an eye roll to y'all.
All right.
I always love doing that. I love seeing how out of touch I am. We'll do it next. Figgy's mixtape in the loop.
How good was the Astros pitching in June?
SalArmyEDS.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. SalArmyEDS.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. And I still want to send thoughts and prayers to the people out in the Hill Country. A lot of people are going out that way, rescuing people, help fix everything back up. And I got to give a shout out to HEB. Our guy Joe Cassiano from HEB gave me an update on what they've been doing. And I'm trying not to laugh, not to say this because I forgot this was their last name. But the Butt family.
Yeah, H.E. Butt.
Yeah. So the Butt family, they donated, announced a $5 million donation for Texas floods recovery efforts. So just want to salute to them.
They hopped into action quickly.
Yeah, they did.
The first day they had trucks going down
Yeah,
there.
I didn't realize they actually had a relief team. So as soon as stuff like that happened, they get on the road and head on out there and help people.
And just real quick, since you mentioned that, it reminded me, I wanted to mention this yesterday. Captain Scott Knoll, he's on the Bite Me podcast with me, the fishing podcast. He's been down there for 3 days now. He has a skid steer, like a little tractor, and they gave him a bunch of guys with chainsaws cutting logs looking for interesting reports of what some of the things they're finding. It's
you want to save it for the podcast?
Oh God, no! It's heartbreaking. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Some of the things that they're finding, and they're cutting up the limbs, and then he's using his skid steer to move stuff and try to find bodies and such. So shout out! I mean, he did that. He volunteered with Center Point, Texas.
Okay.
They know him there, because he's former HPD. So he's been doing that for 3 days now down there. Yeah.
I've been wanting to talk to Captain Scott. No, I forgot he was a former police detective.
Yeah, he was in homicide. Yeah,
yeah. I kind of want to get his take. How you feel about the guy that's on the loose for the New Orleans?
Oh, he's laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, we've talked about it. He goes, they find that other guy yet?
Yeah, I wonder what would he do in that type of situation.
Yeah, well, he did some dragnet stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he chased down some people.
Yeah.
Like in other cities and stuff. Yeah.
Man, it's crazy. But yeah, salute to the Butt family. I hate. it's weird saying that. Salute to the HEB family.
Yeah.
For doing the Lord's work, man. As I continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610, these two guys were not doing the Lord's work. So 2 guys were arrested over a stabbing in line at GameStop.
Oh, come on.
Can you take a guess at what they kind of got into it about and end up stabbing?
At GameStop?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't look. The obvious answer to me would be like a Madden type game, a sports game. Is that it?
Not really, but it's a little bit kind of game category, but it's a little bit in a different section.
I was going to say after that, some sort of collectible. I'm just going to say this recently because I was with somebody who collects these. What are those pop things? What are those new action? Those little figures called?
I don't know.
I'm going to have to Google it.
Luke is kind of close. It is a collectible. So apparently this guy stabbed somebody over standing in line, cut somebody in line because they're waiting on Pokemon cards. Collectible Pokemon card. Here's the story on this.
A shocking incident unfolded at a GameStop in Colma, California, when a dispute over Pokemon trading cards turned violent, leading to a stabbing and 2 arrests. According to police reports, the chaos started when 49-year-old Miguel Orellana allegedly cut in line.
49? I got to get a load of this cat. I'm going to search it now.
Well, you figure when Pokemon was big, he was like 25.
At the GameStop on Junipero Serra Boulevard. Fans were eagerly waiting to snag the latest Pokemon card restock, and tensions were already high. The victim confronted Orellana Flores about jumping the queue. What began as a heated argument quickly escalated into a physical altercation. Police say Orellana Flores struck the victim in the back of the head with a glass mason jar.
Yikes.
As the situation grew chaotic, 27-year-old Isaiah Calles allegedly grabbed the broken shards of the jar and stabbed the victim multiple times. The victim suffered life-threatening injuries, including head lacerations, but was rushed to a hospital and is now in stable condition.
Dude,
how silly you gotta feel once you're in prison and they say, "Hey, what you in for, dog?" Man, I cut somebody in line trying to get some Pokemon cards, man. I really wanted that Charizard.
Then I stabbed him.
Like, what the hell is wrong with people?
You got to
man?
make something up.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
I would, and look, I'm not judging anybody who's standing in line for this, man. Look, we all got our little nerdy needs. But if I was standing in line and watching that window, I'm like, dog, what are we doing? Dog, you in a Pokemon hoodie. The guy that got stabbed was in a Pikachu hoodie.
Oh, my
God. Is that true?
Yes, that's actually true.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, dog, I would have been like, y'all, we over here. This is Pokemon cards, man. We need to relax.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people, man?
You're not kidding.
That is a lot wrong.
Yeah, somebody did guess in YouTube before you revealed it. Someone did say Pokemon cards, so props to you.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of Funko Pops is what I was
Funko Pops.
Okay.
That's a new thing?
Yeah, I guess so. In the last couple of years, that's become big. People collect those. They're these weird little, I guess, dolls, you'd say, of different people and athletes. Yeah, no, that's a ridiculous story. Those people should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. Yeah. And if you do go to jail, you're right. You have to come up with some sort of
make it up
story.
Yeah.
And probably have to go like the Con Air route where Nick Cage went to jail because he beat up 5 dudes defending his wife.
Yeah.
Something like that instead of I stabbed a guy over a Pokemon card.
Yeah, what you in for, chump? And I had stabbed somebody, man.
Yeah.
Oh, word. What you trying to? Man, we was at GameStop, man. Hey, I really wanted that Charizard card, bro. Like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah, you're not keeping your dessert.
Yeah,
ever. Yeah. your apple cup is not apple. Sauce cup is gone.
I'm gonna give you a Charizard. All right,
that's right.
I'm a Charizard.
Is that what they call it now?
All right, it's in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down in the mixtape. So we got some new terms. I'm always intrigued by these new terms I come across. So it's a new term that they use on Twitter called bathroom camping.
Camping.
Have you heard of the term bathroom camping?
I have not.
Yeah, so bathroom camping is pretty much it's trending on TikTok. It's when you go in the bathroom, maybe at work or at a party, just to get away.
Oh, I've done that. Like just have an awkward conversation with someone.
You just I go to the bathroom.
I'm done with them. I don't need to have this conversation anymore. I mean I not literally camped for very long, but just to kind of change the let them move on to someone else, and then you come out.
Yeah. So I realized I'm like,
I don't mind that one.
Yeah. So I'm like, man, that's a term. I'm like, we just try to go to the bathroom. So what do y'all do when y'all just need to get away for a second? If you at a party or
at a party or something, I've done that. Like act like I need to go to the bathroom, which is not a push because I go a lot of. But kind of let them move on to someone else. Yeah. Wash my hands and then go out and start talking to someone else. I've bathroom camped. I bet you a lot of people have. But I didn't know that's what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that too. Even just to kind of like a reset. I don't know. Just head in there and then come take a breather or something and then go back out.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this match at the Wimbledon. It looked like Djokovic. I thought he died for a minute, man. He was laying flat on the ground. It looked like a lot of people worried. I guess
like
he'd be
a groin injury.
Yeah.
The other things I do is I'll go like an imaginary friend on the other side of the room. Hey, man, I'll be right there.
You do all that?
If it's bad, I'm not going to say do it a lot, but I've had some, we've all had that really awkward conversation.
Yeah.
And they're just in your face and you're like, okay, this has been fun, but let's move on. Oh, yeah, man, I'll be right there.
Yeah, I usually get my phone. I got to make this call real quick.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, so I usually don't go to the bathroom. But I usually step outside for a little bit, just kind of get some air.
Yeah, right.
It's weird for me because I don't smoke, So usually people, that's their excuse. Let me go smoke.
Yeah.
Just go outside, smoke a cigarette or something like that. I just go outside just in the front, just kind of get some air.
Yeah, I got to get some air. That's one.
Yeah.
That's one there. Yeah.
That works.
That's probably my go-to.
You could do the Seinfeld, to reference Seinfeld again, where you have to have a part. If you know someone else at the party and you have a signal, and theirs was tapping their head, was like, "Come bail me out of this conversation."
Just kind of, man.
Yeah. And then the other person comes over and like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?"
I got us the different TikTok terms that they use right now. I'm gonna go through them, and I want to see if this is more of an eye roll, because a lot of these are like fancy names, but then when you find out what it is, it's just like, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, all right, like, what are we doing? So the first one on this list is silent walking. Do you know what silent walking is?
No idea.
No.
It's pretty much taking a walk without your phone or music to clear your head.
All right.
I love how we've gotten.
That was an eye roll right there.
Yeah, we've gotten into this space, like with the whole raw dogging on airplanes phrase.
Yeah.
We've gotten to this space that we are so tied to our technology. We need specific terms if you just go for like a walk without your phone.
It's called a walk.
It's called something I used to do when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I had to go to school.
I didn't mind the bathroom camping. I get it. I think that's kind of cool. Silent walking is just walking. It's just walking without, it's just all it is.
Yeah, why are you
silly?
Why are you promoting that? Like, you should. I mean, it's nothing wrong with just walking down the hall without music or a phone, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The next one is girl dinner.
Dinner with the girls?
No, it's pretty much a random, snacky, no effort dinner like cheese, crackers, pickles, and maybe a spoon of peanut butter. So they call that a girl dinner.
That's called being single at 1 a.m.
Yeah, that's called. Yeah, that sounds like a breakup to me.
Yeah, that's like you just like have the munchies and it's late at night. That's all that is.
Yeah. What about bed rotting?
Bed rotting.
Yep.
You know what this is?
I mean, or this might be different, but just the idea of just
spending,
like laying in bed all
all
day.
It is spending hours or a whole day lying in bed doing nothing productive.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a term. I did a little bed rotting yesterday. I wasn't feeling real well, so I was just kind of...
Just say you just lying in bed
I was just lying in bed.
Just being lazy.
Yeah.
I ain't got to use all these fancy words.
Yeah.
Lucky girl syndrome. It's pretty much the belief that if you act lucky and speak positively, good things will happen to you.
That's nonsense.
100% nonsense.
That's nonsense.
If you act lucky...
So if you walking around, let's say a girl walking around and she's just being so positive and all this other stuff, that means she got lucky girl syndrome because she doing it because she wants something lucky to happen to her.
Why do we have to have, and this is the old man in me coming out, I'm not going to freely admit that.
I knew this was going to happen.
Why do we have to have these tags and titles on things like that?
Yeah.
It's called just having a positive personality. Just having a lucky girl syndrome.
Yeah.
It's just called being positive, having a good personality.
Yeah, if anything, there should be like a beautiful woman syndrome, because that's where you then have the good luck, quote unquote good luck. Like that's where things happen for you. You could just walk around being good looking and get things.
Yeah. What about this one? I'm sure we probably heard this term before, but Delulu.
Delulu.
Oh, I hate that.
I actually have heard it. I still don't know what it means.
Yeah, living in your own fantasy world on purpose. I'm not single. I'm just pre-dating.
Oh, God.
That type of stuff.
Delulu.
Yeah, we got another one, main character syndrome. Believing the world revolves around you or pretending it does.
Isn't that narcissism?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was going to say that one I actually don't mind, but I guess we already have the term for it. We don't need that phrase.
Yeah, this one, I still don't really understand what it means. I see it used all the time, but girl math, boy math.
I don't understand it.
So making hilarious flawed logic sound reasonable. So, returning something is free money. Or
I've heard that before. I have always known girl math from like the American Pie, that if you ask their body count, you have to double it.
Oh, that's different.
That's the girl math. That's what I've always known.
That's kind of girl math. Something that really don't make a lot of sense too.
But remember, like everything is 50%. Everything is 50-50. When someone says that, no, it's not. Not everything is 50-50.
Yeah. So there's a few things. I was just kind of throw out there. They don't need a damn name for everything.
No, you
The
don't.
one I really hate that reminded me of with the Zalulu, everyone's now saying uncomfy. It makes me uncomfy, or I'm very uncomfy. Uncomfortable, right? That's the word. We have to stop
It's
shortening.
not that much more effort.
Yeah, we have to stop shortening these random words. Stop saying uncomfy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. Yeah, people being Delulu out here. Speaking of Delulu, what would y'all do? How would y'all seen a UFO?
A UFO? I'd be very intrigued.
Okay, so let's say you was out in the hill country with your family.
Yeah.
And let's say BG saw a UFO. How do you think y'all will react as a family?
Oh, and we didn't see it?
Yeah, no, let's say he saw it. He said, hey, come here, everybody, come here, look.
Yeah.
How would y'all be reacting looking at a UFO?
I would actually be very intrigued by it because I'm one of those guys that actually think there has to be something out there, you know?
I think there's something out there too. Yeah. It would be. I would hope it's not too close where like I'm about to be under attack. But yeah, I would be intrigued.
Would you be calm? Would you be kind of celebrating? Would you be oh my god?
Yeah, I'd be excited.
Would you be? I wonder if you guys would be excited like this family that allegedly saw a UFO.
It's a UFO for real. It's a UFO, bitch. No, we're not making it up. Look at her. She gonna put It's a UFO for real, y'all. That is crazy. Y'all, that's crazy. It's a UFO for real, y'all. That ain't no damn street light. That ain't no street light, bro. That's a UFO.
No, that's not. You hear somebody say.
This the street light. That ain't no street light.
I bet you it was a street light. I bet you it was a street light.
I don't know if I would act like. Honestly, I feel like a lot of black folks would probably have that same reaction.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. I was thinking about the leprechaun when I heard that.
Look, yo, it's a US.
You saw a leprechaun say, "Yeah."
Lord have
There's
mercy.
a leprechaun in that tree.
How would you act, Figgy, if you saw what you thought was a UFO?
I would probably be like, "Oh, bleep!
Yeah,
look at the." I would probably record it.
I'd be. Oh yeah.
Oh, bleep! Oh man. I probably wouldn't be that dramatic with it, but I would be like, "Oh, bleep! What is that?"
2 or 3 people told her that's a street light.
Yeah. I got to repost the video because it didn't look like a street light. Like to the point, I don't know if it was like AI or something like that, but she was super excited about that UFO.
Yeah. I thought that was the trailer for Independence Day, too, that clip. 936 also said the UFO tape reminded them of the leprechaun in the tree. Yeah, it's true. That's Figgy's mixtape. And also go on Twitter and check out the conversation, an interview Figgy did with Houston Stressens on YouTube and Twitter. You can find that video on there and find Figgy on Twitter if you have any ideas.
Stayed up late for it.
Past 9.
That's right. Gonna go to sleep.
And we went
after.
for like an hour, man. It was like it was a good conversation too.
That's good.
But I'm like, man, way past my bedtime, man.
Hey, look at the time.
Yeah, the dog was in his bed. Everybody, all the lights. Hey.
So make it worthwhile for Figgy staying up. Go check out the video. That's Figgy's mixtape. When we come back, Astros have lost back-to-back games. First time it's happened in a month. Does that change anything with your concern for this current roster? And can they avoid the sweep tonight? We'll talk about it next. It's in the Loop.
We're 2 weeks.
Auto Parts.
You are allowed to smoke on your balcony, man.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig as we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. And we'll say hello to them in just a few minutes. You can always text the show, any of the shows, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. And if you ever miss anything from the show, you can always go back on the podcast, use the rewind function. You can even scroll back on YouTube as well. Maybe this was in relation to a conversation earlier. I have no idea. I just saw this text and it made me laugh, so I was going to reference it. But he said, when I was a freshman, a senior gave me a brutal wedgie in the weight room. So I went out and hooked up with his sister afterwards.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that's in reference to.
I appreciate that information,
Good
man.
for you, though.
Yeah. Hat tip to you, sir.
I'll show you, big fella.
That's right. That's a good payback. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
I was with Sally last night.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. Astros are coming off back-to-back losses, and we'll try to avoid the sweep tonight. So just to put it in time, they've lost back-to-back games in a month. It's just the second time they've lost back-to-back games in I think it's 2 months. It's the first series they've lost, or at least first series they haven't won in 2 months and 14 series. And it is just the second home series that they have lost all year. The other one was one of the very first series at home this season. So just to provide the context of really how unique this is, we haven't been in this position very often this year, if at all, where the Astros now are trying to avoid a sweep tonight at the hands of the Guardians.
Who were struggling mightily coming in.
That's the other thing.
They had lost 10 in a row.
And not only that, but they scored 15 runs total over the 10 games. They were batting as a team 160 in those 10 games.
Yeah.
Then they come here, and they look like, the 27 Yankees here, scoring 10 runs yesterday against Hunter Brown and Josh Hader. So tonight you get Brandon Walter on the mound making his 7th start with a 7-10 first pitch, and the Astros will try to get back in the win column. Also, the Guardians 6-24 in their previous 30 games, some of the fewest road victories in the league this year. So people will say, that's baseball. You sweep the Dodgers on the road, and then you might get swept at home to these lowly Guardians. But for you, is that simply just baseball, bad series, or again, are we seeing some of the effects of this current roster they have and the players that are missing, and now it's finally catching up to them this week?
Well, we talked about it yesterday. There is a line. We saw the line that they really are going to have. And again, it sounds kind of silly because they did score runs yesterday and the night before. But you know that this lineup that you're trotting out there is just not. It's not an upper-tier lineup. There's too many minor leaguers, too many guys that are inconsistent. I get it. Short has had a good series against the Dodgers and all that. What can you really rely on? Nobody here is going to panic, I don't think, about this team, especially coming off the Dodgers series and then the Phillies and the Cubs, et cetera. They're in a really good spot. I think they're going to end up in a really good spot. What you start to wonder about, and it's not panic, but you start to wonder about, all right, boys, let's get some of these fellas back now. Yeah. Obviously Christian Walker is going to come back, I think, tomorrow, probably?
I think so. I think it's just 3 days.
But some of the other ones, we went through the injury report. It's not exactly encouraging in terms of, right after the All-Star break, they'll be back. Now, maybe Jeremy Pena will be, but even that part of the injury report was not exactly, definitive or clear. So it's just all right, we're trusting you're going to get these guys back, or are you going to be trotting this, some semblance of this lineup out onto the field after the All-Star break? That's when I would worry a little bit. After the All-Star break, you don't start getting some of these guys back.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we had that clarity where when these guys will be back. So it's okay, we just have to tread water for the next 2 weeks. Obviously, we never know that with injuries, and we certainly don't know it with the Astros and their injuries because all this stuff seems to take so much longer than anticipated. By the way, I did look it up. It is up to 3 days for Major League Baseball. So Christian Walker, unless they pull some other maneuver, he should be back tomorrow after the birth of, I believe, his first child. So congratulations to them. But, yeah, they have certainly missed him. And I agree with you. It seems weird to criticize the offense and the lineup after scoring some of the runs they had the last 2 days. But with that said, they scored 6 runs yesterday, and yes, they out-hit the Guardians, but like Altuve had 4 of the 6 RBIs. And they went 2 for 22 with runners in scoring position, and it was Altuve who got the big hit to tie it up with a man in scoring position in the 8th inning.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Zach Short this time. It wasn't Hummel. They were instead leaving so many guys on base. This team went 2 for 22. So I know they've scored some runs the last couple of days offensively, but you still look at the potential. Zach Short comes up in the 9th biggest at-bat of the game and strikes out without even swinging. It's like, man, you just wish this was where you could have a Pena or Jordan or somebody to extend this lineup. So even though they are scoring some runs, we're seeing the lack of some of those bats they need in this order the last couple of days. And then also when the pitching's a little off, as it was certainly yesterday, the lineup right now doesn't necessarily have the ability to counteract that right now.
It's always such a cool story when some relative unknown comes up and makes a big splash, whether it was Short or some pitcher that they've had come up. Those are always really cool stories, and you start to, maybe your mind wanders a little bit, and you start thinking, well, maybe they found something with this guy. But more times than not, water finds its level.
Yeah.
Water finds its level. Are you going to be able to use Taylor Trammell, on a regular basis? The odds say no. The same thing with some of these other players. It would be cool if you did, and there have been instances where, especially with pitching, where the Astros have called someone up, and you're like, wow, he's pretty consistent, and he's pretty good. But those are rarities.
And to that point, we get Brandon Walter tonight, who started off as a really good story, was dealing. But now you look at his last couple of starts against the Angels, allowed 7 runs in 6 innings. Then pitched well against the Cubs. And then last time out against the Rockies, granted in Colorado, allowed 5 runs in 5 innings.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we get from Walter tonight. But, a little bit of that whole, like the bloom is off the rose or whatever that expression is.
Right. You kind of get hopeful. But that's
good. I like it.
You kind of get hopeful.
Bloom's off the rose, baby.
Bloom is getting off the rose. That's for dang sure.
I like that. I'm going to steal that one.
As we say hello to
hey, man, y'all better get off my man Taylor Trammell.
That's his buddy.
No, that's my buddy. I took it from him.
That's fine. Hey, Kennedy Corona was not in the lineup last night, right?
I know it, man.
Yeah.
Well,
he was tired.
Yeah.
That poor girl spot. No, man, I don't know. I really like Taylor.
Yeah. You like that home run. His first hit ever as an Astro.
Then the double yesterday, he kind of stood there. And, he just looks he looks like, yeah, man, I'm here.
Yeah.
Like I'm supposed to be here. Like this, there ain't no wow, man. I hey,
big
man,
eyes.
I'm here.
Man, he's like, I knew it.
He don't look like he go. I think he will, but to him, he doesn't. Somebody who is probably about to get sent back down to Sugar Land here in a couple of weeks. Yeah. My man stand up there and looking at it, man. He had him a nice little celebration at second base too yesterday. I said, this man is out here. This man's out here getting it. I like Taylor.
Yeah, it was a big hit. Man. He's got some pop in that bat too.
Look, he's trying to be this little Corey Jokes is what he's trying to do. Trying to slide into that. Didn't just say that because both of them are black, but and outfielders. But no, man, I'm a fan. I like what he's bringing to the table.
Yeah,
I think it's just
that doesn't mean it's going to be consistent.
Oh no,
yeah,
or long lasting. Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah,
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. By the way,
what a buddy.
That's right.
Wow.
That's my guy.
What a buddy. I'm going to get him in my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, great guy. I could tell you all about him. Back-to-back losses now for the Astros against the Guardians here this week. Hunter Brown got knocked around last night. It's only 2 games in the course of a 162-game season, but for you guys, does it start to pique your level of concern with this roster at all, or you just chalk it up to, long year, bad couple of days?
I think that's what you should do, right? Yeah, it's 100. It's 162 games, and I think I said it yesterday. I'm so proud of myself. I have not called them the wrong team, and I was about to say it. The Guardians, as I said yesterday, they can't lose them all. By God, they tried. They came in losing 10 in a row and 6-24 in their last 30. Lose them all. The Astros aren't going to win them all. That 13 straight series streak was going to come to an end at some point. So I think that's what you should do, right?
I think it's what you should do. I think post All-Star break, if you still don't have some of these guys back, and you guys saw the injury report, it was so vague and imprecise on timelines and all that stuff. If we get post All-Star break and still don't have some of these guys back, that's when you should maybe worry a little bit.
Oh, look, the closer you get to real baseball, the more you start to worry. I don't care about what the lead is in the division. I mean, I know they somehow they.
Yankees whooped the Mariners' ass yesterday, so nothing happened.
The lack of offense somehow is not a problem, right? All of a sudden they're swinging the bat well and scoring runs. Josh Hader and Hunter Brown getting touched up to lose the game. I
don't mind that.
That don't happen much.
Again, you get post All-Star break, and Jeremy Pena still is not ready. And Jordan, who hadn't even swung a bat yet, and he's still not ready. Then you can start maybe, get a little worried.
I don't think Josh is over that yet. That's a fly ball that should be caught.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Josh Hader, that's a fly ball that should be caught. What do they say? Is that's the only ballpark that would have gone out of?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the expected batting average was 110 for that pop-up.
Oh, yeah. Whoever. And who is that guy who hit that? I'd be hot at
Martinez.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be smoking hot.
He was batting like 120.
Yeah.
That was a cheap one.
Like when you're there, when you're at the Daikin, when you're there, the ball goes up in the air that way, I'm like.
Yeah.
At any time it does.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that was going out. I thought that might hit the wall. I didn't think that was going out.
But he's benefited from it too.
Oh, yeah. No, he has.
Look, I tell you what, he sure enough loves it.
He does. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
I'll be honest with you. He hits it that way. I don't know how many, that barely got out. Mm-hmm. He seems to just drill his, man.
Oh, he does. That's true. That's true.
If that foul pole wasn't in the way yesterday, or 2 days ago, that would have gone deep.
Yeah,
for sure. Well, we'll let you continue the conversation. Our time is done for the day. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is now live.
Oh, yeah, it is live. We got a lot to get to.
The Drive is live.
A lot to get to as you see us on your TV screens. It's probably not a TV screen or whatever screen you're looking at. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch.
I watch it on my 92-inch.
There you go. On this 92-inch, you can see us. Tyler does, too.
Yeah, I got it.
I ain't seen
92?
that.
That's got to be a projector.
No.
92? Good Lord.
I came by. That must be new.
It'll change. No, it's new.
I ain't seen that. I want to see the 92.
I'll tell you a real quick story. Sorry.
You get a sale?
I think mine's 95.
We used to have two walkways in my family room into the hallway. Mm-hmm. I closed up one of the walkways so I could put a 92 up.
As well you should.
I got to see this. I don't know what a 92. I got to see this.
85 I just pulled off the wall, boy. 92. Good Lord.
It's got 85. Probably.
Damn, IMAX Theater.
I had an 85 and a 75 in that old man cave.
Yeah, the 85 probably used a private jet to pull it off.
I just eased on down to Best Buy. I just eased on down to Best Buy. Ain't no big deal.
Probably got some projector, like top of the line.
I wish I would have, though.
Probably has gold in that basement.
Yeah.
I ain't got no basement.
Gold Schlager to sip on.
Ooh, remember them Gold Schlager days?
You know what?
Like they were yesterday.
Back in them Smurf water days. Hypnotic. Remember that Smurf water?
I know about that. I don't know about that Gold Schlager.
You don't remember that Gold Schlager had the flakes of gold?
Oh,
shoot.
What did I have?
I would drink a gimmick in a minute up there. Boy.
What did I have? I had that's the only time I've ever had it. I had some sort of shot. It was Everclear and Gold Schlager.
Oh, Everclear.
Well, you decided to add Everclear to it.
Somebody that was these girls from Kalamazoo, Michigan. That was what
there it is. Untied, undefeated. Make you do it. I mean, good.
Kalamazoo girls get it, man. I know.
Panama City Beach.
Hey, I've been to Panama
at the core
now.
of every pissy poor decision a man makes.
Spring break 2012, Panama City Beach. My God.
Speaking of, wow.
I just flashed back for a second.
That's right, man. 12,
Started sweating.
13 gentlemen there, 2 rooms. That's what we did.
Oh, wow.
One suite.
I'm out.
One suite.
Sausage fest.
One suite. 12.
I've loaded up before. I ain't ever loaded up 13 in 2 rooms.
Did I grab the balcony once or twice a night? Yep, I did.
Now, was that for sex Or because you were too much?
Just the space we had, man. Got to get comfortable.
Get out
man.
there and get a feel that breeze, man.
I told you, 13 deep, 2 rooms. One of them was a suite.
I'll be 15 deep with some dudes next month.
Hopefully, y'all got more than 2 rooms. I hope.
Yeah. Oh yes.
God. Okay.
Yeah. Big old Airbnb.
We were 21. I'm under. But we will get to the Astros, because I do want to continue a little bit of the conversation from the crosstalk, but I just want to give you guys a heads up on a tease. The 4 o'clock hour.
Tease me, please. Me.
I have told Clint Stoerner not to tell me the details of this story. If you've listened to this show, and many of you have, you know that Clint Stoerner is a grown-ass man who has been north of 45 the entire, almost the entire time that I've known him. He has run out of gas on multiple occasions.
7.
He has run out of battery to his Tesla, had his family worried sick because he could not contact anybody, had to use a gas station's clerk's charger that was iffy. And then next thing you know, his whole family's in search of him, and they just come walking up on him.
And Baytown PD.
Like, we understand. Clint has had these issues. This is what Clint texted us today before rolling in. Coming in, that is code for I'll be late. Coming in hot in an Uber. This one may take the cake, boys. I will be in a new rig ASAP.
Oh, my God.
And he came in befuddled, disgusted.
I thought immediately he had to run out of gas.
This looked like a person that just said, to hell with it. I'm throwing away any of my dietary plans, and I will just go and eat whatever I want to eat because I want to feel good about myself because of the day I had.
Hand me the Funyuns.
And I told him, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. I want to hear it live on the air. So, This is a tease, Clint. 4 o'clock. Dirty's Daily will be kicked off by whatever the hell it is that happened to Clint that had him have to come to work in an Uber, like Tyler has a couple of times, to have to come into work in an Uber and then now in need of a new vehicle. I mean, 4 o'clock, folks. By the way, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What the hell you think is what he's going to tell us at 4? What do you think happened? What in the hell do you think happened to Clint Stoerner that led to coming in an Uber and I have to get a new rig ASAP?
Yeah, because it's got to be more. It's not as simple as I originally thought with running out of gas. There's something more going on.
He has a full look of done. I'm done. Boy, whatever it is.
You know when you are just steaming ass hot and something happens and you can't help but laugh.
You throw a
like
golf
that.
Club into the
like
into
that
the
psycho
trees.
laugh.
When you throw a golf club in the tree.
I wish I could have. I'd better. At least I got that damn club down.
If you had an iron, you would have tossed it.
I'm gonna tell you, man. There is two. The story's solid. There's 2 details that you just ain't gonna believe.
Here comes the putter throw.
You're not.
So we got details that we won't believe. Like we won't even believe the story.
I didn't believe
you.
Them
You think if you gave
occurring.
you think if you gave me and Tyler and the listeners three guesses right now, we would not come close to coming up with it.
It's so far out in left field. I had to ask later.
Mother of God!
I'm telling you.
Okay. All right. I am really intrigued, Tyler. I don't even have any. I don't even know.
I legit I'm looking forward to 4 because I need to know.
I think it is he stopped at a gas station or something, and maybe he didn't know the car was still running, and that thing start rolling on him or something. I have no idea.
Yeah, you can be a little absent-minded sometimes, Dirty.
Well, I mean,
someone just texted in he's not charged. He didn't charge the Tesla, and it died on him. It feels like it's got to be more than that.
Bet he was cursing Elon
I
left
do
and right.
believe this has to do with the Tesla and not the Escalade. I believe that.
Yes. I got to ride with you on that.
Yeah.
It's very on brand, and y'all are very hot.
Only things that deal in technology do I see get Clint this upset and flustered. So it's got to be Tesla.
People pissed off. People can understand your anger. An Uber to the radio station from Baytown.
No, it wasn't Baytown.
Oh, that ain't the problem.
It was further away.
Jesus, they're going to be
part of town.
You an old Pelly?
I had to go. No, further away from Houston than Baytown is.
Well, Louisiana?
I had to go not that direction, a different direction. I had to literally go inside and ask the address of where I was.
Damn, bro, in 2025?
To get my ride to pick me up.
Oh, man.
How often do you think that happens in 2025 that someone's got to walk it anywhere and go, hey, where am I?
Oh, my God. Clint ran out of gas and got hit on the side of the road by a Coors Light truck. That's what people are sending in.
Hell, if anything's going to hit me, if I'm going to die at the hands of anything, let it be a Coors. Hell, I'd love for a Coors Light truck to smash that damn Tesla.
That would not be chill, man.
I'd be the spokesperson for free for the rest of my life.
That'd be very not chill.
Yes.
This is. I can't wait. This story's going to take 15 minutes. I cannot wait. I cannot wait the details of this thing. So coming up,
you're not going to believe it. Tyler's going to be, very rare. Like there's not many times in my life that I even.
Am I going to get the giggles?
No, you're going to be disgusted.
Oh. Are we going to be disgusted in you or just a situation?
If Tyler's disgusted with me, it's just something we disagree on. We just ain't never going to see. He's going to be disgusted.
Is he disgusted like how you are on some of his late night choices?
Tyler Milner is going to look at me like, you're a grown ass man, bro.
Dang.
And I'm going to have to take it.
Does your mom know about this? Would she be disgusted?
Well, I had to get my wife involved. I had to get my wife involved.
Oh, God. Hold on. Was this something that you really did not want at all to have to get? Just had no choice.
I had no choice whatsoever. I had zero choice whatsoever.
I'm so excited.
And one of the times I was talking to her, I could hear my mom in the background.
Oh, God, they were there together, finding out together. Oh, man.
I'm going to tell you this.
That is pitiful.
I'm going to tell you this. My wife would be as mad, maybe other than PMP night. Can't tell what
Payne and Pendergast night.
I can't tell you what that stands for. It's a shot that I took.
Oh, it's not Payne.
Oh, God, that's outside of that bar.
Yeah, other than that night, this may be the most mad she's been. But because
she was mad at you
that night.
I'm talking about today. She was mad at you.
No, she can't get mad at me because that damn electric vehicles. There's only one reason it exists.
Ask you.
Okay, all right, too much. Too much. She says, but the problems keep occurring with one person behind the wheel.
I got to remind myself like, hey, bro.
I got one last question, and then we will get to the Astros. Would this be completely avoided if you were in the Cadillac?
Oh, no question.
This would have never happened. None of the story would have happened if you're in the Cadillac.
No question. If I was in anything that drinks gas instead of
so the key is a gasoline engine.
I'd been A-okay. It's just.
Unless you would have ran out of gas in that, which is very possible.
Clint got water in the vehicle and shorted out the Tesla.
I'm gonna go ahead. And I'll give y'all a little bit of a hint.
No, I don't want to hint. No, I don't want to hint.
Just towards what it's not. I would be doing backflips, standing backflips in this joint if that car was demolished. If that car was, I can take a broken arm or leg, and
you would take an injury for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Hit up cars for kids, man.
Hit that car. What do you say? Hit up cars for kids.
Donate to Junk for Joy, bro.
Yeah, you got to get out of that car, man. When you're willing to take a broken arm out of this.
What is my life
after this? And meanwhile, hey,
I'm so disappointed.
Tyler had to get him a new car. He had to let it ride. In the last, few months?
Can I tell y'all one more thing?
And by the way, I'm still hanging on with that 2016 Toyota Camry. Cost me $300 today. 2016 Toyota Camry running like a fresh Secretariat, baby. Beautiful, baby. Drove out of there with no problems.
That analogy is out of hand.
I'm going to ride this bitch for 15 years, I tell you. I'm going to ride this sucker. Woo! Just keep getting good oil changes.
There goes Jockey Ron.
Shout out.
Anything for Ron not to have a car payment.
That does suck.
All right, so 4 o'clock as people continue to send stuff in.
Have you ever not had a car payment other than when you were driving your parents' yellow Hummer?
Yeah. Last two vehicles I'd paid off by the time I was done with them.
Beautiful.
Damn,
this is beautiful. It's the first time I ever have since my mom surprised me in that barbershop with that Ford hatchback that she bought full cash, and I just had the bike racks on the top.
That's my favorite.
As an adult, baby, this is it, man.
So Ron, what are you gonna put up there?
Man, I'm 2+ years in, man. There ain't nothing like it. All right, all right.
Live.
Back to you guys. Have any concerns? 713-572-4610. While you're also in the midst of trying to figure out what happened to Clint today, are you have any concerns at this point? You've lost that the Astros lost 2 in a row. They're trying to avoid the sweep tonight with old redhead tonight, Brandon Walter. They're trying to avoid the sweep to a team that's been playing terribly. And Hunter Brown gives up 6. Josh Hader gives up 4. They give up the 10 runs together. You lose back-to-back games. This is now the first series that the Astros have lost in 13 consecutive series, which is nuts. Any concern at all, like they were saying within the loop, or is this just, or is this something you're checking up on, or is this just baseball to you?
It's just baseball for me, man. I mean, look, you got. Who got touched up in Game 1? Was that Tyler's Big C?
Big C, yeah.
He got touched up in Game 1. The wheels kind of came off there, and they fought back and made a game of it, and just couldn't get there. And then last night it's Josh Hader, and as you mentioned, big game Hunter Brown, and those two get touched up back to back. I don't believe that's going to happen very often. So one of them you can't help but expect it to happen. With the bottom half of the rotation, starting rotation is going to happen from time to time. I look at it as a positive. The lineup that had 4 minor leaguers in the 6 through 9 hole actually gave you a chance, scored some runs, and then last night's deal, man. You hate to see it, but I don't have any concern about that. That they're going to, more times than not, they're going to be nails and not give up 10 runs. So, and even last night, you can look at it and say, hey, man, a makeshift lineup somehow went out there and tied the ball game up in clutch situations.
They've scored 11 runs with that lineup the last 2 days.
Yeah,
so I will give that.
It's hard for me to get too concerned about what's going on right now with the Astros. I think there's one real concern with the Astros is.
Did you feel the injuries the last 2 days? Did you feel like we reached? There's no Jake. There's no.
I mean, you feel them, yeah, but because you look up and the as you mentioned several times, the Guardians, what was it, 11-game losing streak coming in or something like that. Yeah. I got to believe with Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers and Yordan Alvarez and crew. I mean, you got a chance to put up double digits in every damn game you play these guys. The way that this lineup is scoring runs. If this lineup can score 6, I got to believe a healthy Astros lineup is scoring 10. Any day of the week and twice on Sunday. So that I think you feel it, yeah. But am I concerned? No. I think there is nothing with the Astros right now that can surprise me or concern me, other than we get late into this season and Spencer Arrietty's not back,
yeah,
or Yordan Alvarez is not back. Either those two guys right there in particular not coming back. Those two guys right there being like season-ending injuries. That'll concern me, but it's going to have to be that announcement, or it's going to have to be the last couple weeks of this about it.
Yeah, if you have a game, especially this one, where, and I will do this, fellas, and to the Drive family, I'll take a little bit of this. I know yesterday I said I had a good feeling about Hunter Brown. I thought we might get – shut up, Tyler. I thought we might get a little no-no action. I said I think this could be a good one. A good one for Hunter Brown. Maybe no close action. I said, yeah, knock it dead. 6.5, woo, take them strikeouts. I was with it.
I forgot you said we might be flirting with a no-no.
And, that 2-run homer right off the bat.
Wasn't a great start.
I said, shoot, I'm going to hear about this one. So I will take a little bit of the Hunter Brown performance. But, like, if you're going to tell me, hey, man, Hunter Brown and Josh Hader are going to give up, 10 runs, those two are going to be the ones to give up 10 runs. I would take my chances on that not being something that happens all the time. But I do apologize, Hunter. Maybe I just wasn't feeling it. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't feeling the same thing I was feeling, because that no-hitter was gone quick. That was out of the. I mean, when Rocchio hit that home run off him, I said, "Come on, man! Middle infielders are now these
this is not good.
Speed middle infielders hit ninth or hitting home runs. Like, what is going on?" So I know he was smoking hot, but they'll bounce. back, hope void sweep tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. Coming up, one of the newest members and potentially one of the most important members of the Houston Texans had something to say, and I'll just say, Clint Stoerner, maybe it was the car issue, but he didn't love it. Didn't love it. We'll let you hear and discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is where it's at, man. If you love watching live sports, man,
hospitals offering shelter and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, gents, please. I've got a 2:40 scheduled root canal. Damn. I got to hear Clint's story live before I go in there. LOL, man. I'm sorry. You're going to have to you got to listen to that Odyssey app and that rewind feature, or go back to that 4 o'clock segment and listen to it, boss.
Hope you got a good dentist. You may be done by 4. Be a little woozy.
Well, that root canal, boy. Whew. If you missed it, Clint, Clint sent a text message to us today, said, I'm coming in hot, which soup tight to the time in the start of the show. I'm coming in hot. This one may take the cake, fellas. Got to get a new rig ASAP. That's what he texted us today. I told him I don't want any other details. He came in, he said, you won't believe this as soon as I tell you. Well, he is telling us at 4 o'clock, Dirty's Daily, so stay tuned for that. All right, Laken Tomlinson, he is one of the new members of the Texans, and right, you think of a lot of the new faces that the Texans have. You think about the guys like from the staff, Nick Caley, and you think about Jalen Higgins and Noel and some of the guys they've drafted and brought in, even maybe Cam Robinson. You know, you don't think, maybe Laken Tomlinson kind of flows a little further down in your thinking of new guys that the Texans are bringing in. But when you think about the biggest problem on this team last year, which was offensive line, and in particular the interior part of the offensive line, he is a very important piece, and it looks like he seems to be, at least going into training camp, Clint, penciled in to be that starting left tackle with Titus on the other side as the right tackle. And he said something that you had a reaction to. You had a reaction to, and I'm going to read what he had to say, and you can give your feelings on this. Left tackle, he started left tackle Laken Tomlinson, the veteran left guard, excuse me, not tackle. Yeah, that'd be rough. Laken Tomlinson, left guard, said this. I believe the offensive line could be the strength of the team. I'll repeat that part again. I believe the offensive line could be the strength of the team, Tomlinson told Texans radio in an interview. Those guys out there, they're grinders, man. They want to be the backbone, the foundation of the team. So when you can have what you have for the team, you can go very, very far. And man, I've seen it in the past. I've been a part of it, and I'm excited to be able to exercise that here. That was what Laken Tomlinson, the newest member of the offensive line, had to say. And your reaction to that is what?
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it. Initially when I first heard it, I was like, this is something that an excited rookie that just got to the league, that's not real aware of his surroundings and what's been going on in the organization. He's just excited about being there and kind of got out over his skis a little bit with the expectations or the want to or the interview in the moment, and said, just got a little excited and said a few things. But when you take into account that it's Laken Tomlinson, you're just like, man, I don't know that that's where this offensive line, the mindset needs to be in being the strength of the team. Look, this is a great, not good, this is a great defensive unit. Maybe he was talking about just the offensive side of the football. I don't know. That would potentially make a little bit more sense, even though I still think he's out over his skis there. It just seemed a little bit like that excited rookie, that excited new face in the locker room, like, hey, man, we're going to turn this thing around. And in reality, I think the offensive line just realize who you were, and not necessarily him because he wasn't here, but realize how bad it was before, and let's just focus on getting 5 guys communicating. Let's focus on getting some decent offensive line play up front. I don't know that the belief that this is going to be the strength of the team is really what you.
Do you think he's expressing that as the goal, or is that like that's what we're striving?
I think he's been in the weight room a little bit and been around some guys that are pretty solid guys, which doesn't surprise me that D'Amico and Nick they've built a hellacious roster and there's no reason to think that these aren't really good guys that say the right things, that are accountable, that take care of their body. And I think he probably just got a little bit excited about the opportunity to come in here and lead the crew and change the culture. I mean, because, look, he has been a part of a really good offensive line. The 4 years he spent in San Francisco, they did some really, really good things. D'Amico Ryans was there for part of that, I believe. So there's some familiarity there. I don't doubt that there's some good vibes, but let's just pump the brakes a little bit on the strength of the team there. Now, look, I hope he's right. I hope he.
So you don't think this is like, hey, man, this is the goal? You think it's more? You think he's looked down here and said, boy, y'all don't know what we got here?
Yeah, it's unrealistic. It's I mean, the strength of the team. That's unrealistic. Now, I hope he's right. I hope I've got to eat crow because if that is the case, and then all of a sudden you got a supporting cast for Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon that can run that thing downhill. You got an O-line that can protect a guy like C.J. Stroud for an extended period of time and let that guy cook. I mean, as Texans fans, we're off to something. But when I hear that, my immediate response is, hey, man, know who you were, know the situation you're stepping into. I don't know that strength of the team isn't significantly out over your skis.
See, when I hear it, I don't mind it if this isn't a delusional thing of like, nah, man, we are the best thing rolling around here, man. We are the Eagles out here.
Yeah.
I don't. Now, if that is just like, hey, man, this is the confidence I feel like we have, and we are trying. That's where we're trying to be. I don't mind it. What would you prefer to be hearing, or what would you prefer be the mindset from those guys?
Well, I mean, we got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. This offensive line was not a good unit last year. We got a long way to go, and it's about all 5 of us, not any one of us doing their job better than the next. It's about all 5 of us, and we're doing it on the same page, communicate better, and be a force up front. I mean, the backbone of the team, the strength of the team, one of the better offensive lines in the league, like all that kind of stuff to me is you use the word delusional. That's delusional.
That's where you feel like it's just we're not being realistic right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic at all. I think now when you read down in some context and you realize it's Laken Tomlinson talking and you understand there's some things you can connect some dots and say, hey man, he's the leader. He is probably not probably. I would be willing to bet you that D'Amico Ryans brought him in here for a reason, and the mentality and setting the tone in that room is probably one of them. So he's speaking more so for the group than he is himself. So the context changes it a bit, but I think if you just look at the offensive line play here in the past, the moves that were made, and you arrive at a place where you think it's going to be the strength of the team. Again, I hope he's right, but to me, I think it's a bit delusional.
The one thing that I don't know if we know 100% yet, but potentially we know and feel like will be a change is it does feel like when you hear something like this from this group, it's not just like words. It feels like they will at least work. Like they will give a work and effort to do it. Like to me, as we've talked about it with Laramie Tunsil kind of leading the crew and rolling through it, that feels like a leader is bad boy, but I'm not going to really do all the things that you would need to because really I don't have to, but the rest of us do. I do feel like when I hear Laken Tomlinson say something like that this is a group that will keep working towards it.
Oh, right? There's no doubt about that.
That's a hard working group. I think before it was like we heard it, Laramie, man, I want to be a leader. I want to be a captain. I want to be a captain. But like, hey, man, I'm going to arrive at this piece Right, midway through training camp, though. I'm not going to come to anything I don't have to. Not showing action. I do think at least this group will show action toward.
Yeah, I think the big question with this group is talent. I mean, ultimately, that's the deal. I mean, you got a starting center that the New England Patriots, who are a couple years behind you in a rebuild, just chose to let go. I mean, you've got a left tackle that Minnesota, who had obvious protection problems, chose to move on from. You got another guard that Minnesota, who have obvious offensive line problems, chose to move on from. I mean, these are all the guys that you added. And look, again, it's the reality is you don't have the high-end talent like Laramie Tunsil, but you also don't have the issues that Laramie Tunsil had. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have that high-end talent like Laramie Tunsil, but maybe you don't have some of the same. You got better dudes that are more accountable, that are more team-first guys. So it may all offset. I don't know. I don't look at anything to do with this offensive line. I don't want to hear the offensive line coach. I don't want to hear the offensive coordinator. I don't want to hear the O-lineman in general. I don't want to hear Titus Howard. I don't want to hear those guys talking about the line.
Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get on the same page, hold each other accountable. If one's going to run lat for a false start, let's all run lat for false starts. If one guy can't be great at pass protection, let's work on all the guys being good at pass. Like, let's get to that stage before we start talking about and worrying about being the backbone of the team and the identity of the team. Again, I hope he's right. I'd love more than nothing to be dead ass wrong and have to be eating crow here in about 3 months. But that's just out over the skis a bit, I think.
All right, coming up. All right, I fibbed a little bit in the first segment. Last night, I don't take a whole lot from these last two games against the Guardians, but there is one thing, though. There is one thing that did catch my eye and something that I'll be watching the rest of the way with the Astros, and in particular from something we saw last night. We'll discuss that coming up next, but before we get there, guys, as America's leading business lender, Bank of America, it's not only on your corner, but as
antsy? Keep calling. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just telling Clint this in the break, Tyler and listeners. I've reached that point. Many of you out here are already here with your kids. I've reached this point where my oldest son is dressing, or is attempting to dress like he is unaware of what the weather is outside.
Till further notice, young fella.
I have never. Y'all ever see them cats? And then just because this is the first time it happened to me this week. You ever see them cats? You walking around and you look out there and it's 90-something degrees and you're like, I mean, why this dude got a hoodie on? Got a hoodie on.
Y'all make fun of me with the pants out at Texans practice.
My nephew's a hoodie.
But I felt y'all
a hoodie all year round.
Just hoodie. Yeah, man, it's 95. Hoodie. That fool, AAU, that fool went out there. I said, son, it's 95 degrees outside. I said, why you have the hoodie on? Oh, I'll be fine.
I was trying to get a good sweat.
Like, dude. And then Courtney got him a little bit later on. He seemed like he held on. And listen, I remember when I think I've told this story when my best friend, one of my best friend's cousins passed away. I had that my one good outfit, my one good funeral outfit in my head. My one good, had a bit of a black sweater. It was June, and I had to wear it. That's what I had. And my mom would, well, if you don't take that stupid ass, why do you have that stupid ass sweater on?
Is that 100% cotton?
And I was convinced. Oh, it was too, man. It was a thick one. I was convinced you had to wear black to funerals, and that was the best.
That was your
black I had at that point.
You know what?
In my mind, now my mom, of course, pulled out multiple other black shirts that could have worked, but I was clearly dug in. So I went and I just, no, I'm going to wear this. All right, fine. You're going to pass out. And then hit that really insensitive joke of, it's going to be more than one funeral today. Anyhow, but I reached that point, man, where I'm like he's doing it now. At 11, going into the 6th grade, he is banging out the hot-ass hoodies.
I feel like
at 95 degrees. What is that about?
I feel like you may be able to pull that off in KC or even in Fayetteville, where I went to school, kind of the same part of the country. You can kind of get away with some of that because it's always breezy and a little bit cooler, and very rarely does it get to the. I mean, this down the humidity with this heat.
Oh my God,
makes me want to throw up. But no, you know it. The folks out there that really rock like the beanie look. That like to wear beanies on their head.
Oh, yes.
I feel like I see that a lot. Like, it'll be 98 degrees out in my neighborhood, and there's like a teenage kid like walking the neighborhood with like this thick, 100% cotton, non-breathing ass beanie on his head.
It's like they're gonna wear the outfit regardless of what it is. Jeans, hoodie, like it's the outfit they want to wear.
Yes,
they feel the look good that they believe they look good in, and then have. But they have some damn flip flops on, some slides on,
some slides on
down under.
Yeah,
and I'm just sitting there then, son.
Well,
have we reached that age?
Do you think you got across to him, or would you?
Nah.
Would you send him off to camp in?
Now,
parka.
Today,
he had old starter jacket on.
Snow boots.
Today was a little better, but nope. You see, today was a little better. But
hoodie and shorts.
Yep. Like it's November out there.
Now for him it was a little rain going, and but yeah. Someone text in. Same with my daughter's show. She's 11 in hoodies every day, regardless of it all. It's just crazy.
It's a hoodie generation, man. My nephew's the same way. He comes walking. I'm like, he got a hoodie and sweatpants
on. Oh, he goes with it. I see that too.
Yeah.
Someone texted and said, man, ain't been out of Texas and just banging hoodies and Crocs.
That's it. That's my nephew. Crocs with them little jewels or whatever on the toes of him.
It is.
That's it.
Like I just looked at him And like I almost just said, like, we're just not going to leave until you go wear something else. But then I thought, oh, let me not fight this one. Let me not fight this one. All right, listen, for the most part, and I wonder if anybody else is feeling you're not at all, and you'll, I'm sure, send in your thoughts. But not really too much bothered by what happened with the Guardians the last 2 days, right? But the one thing that I have kind of noticed, and as the games get bigger, Clint, and this is where the Astros are right now, where they are in their division, and they are right now as a team with the run they're on. It's like gearing towards October, right? That's what this city is used to with their baseball team. But Clint, the one thing that I am really keeping an eye on is Hunter Brown. When there's some adversity that hits Clint, he turns pissed.
You see it.
He gets angry, and he pitches angry, and he is mad, and he is steaming. That home run was hit. He is pissed. He is up here. He is wherever Clint was today with what happened to that car, which you will find out at 4 o'clock.
About 11.
He is pissed. And Clint, when he starts pitching pissed, it is, I'm going to throw it past everybody. And the whole thought process goes out of the window, it seems like at times, of pitching, and now I'm about to just smoke it past everybody. And like, I saw it multiple times yesterday, and I've seen it before, and I've been thinking, God, somebody needs to like just walk out there and calm him down. It's almost like the Framber looks like he's like hearing voices or something. like Randy Orton, he's hearing voices. Like it looks like Hunter wants to grab the bat and just nail somebody.
Yeah.
He's and it gets away from him a little bit, and and they start getting in October and playoff games, if there is some adversity, if he gets squeezed or something, or tough luck with something or somebody, how does he respond to that? Because I don't think Hunter Brown is at his best when he's pitching pissed.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
No, hell yeah, I have. I think it's a great point, and you never want any of your pitchers being flustered, if you will. I'll say, to me, the difference in you got and I know Framber can obviously run it up there, but Framber to me is more of a finesse guy that's going to go out there and he's going to get some strikeouts, but he's going to pitch a certain way. Ball's going to move all over the place. He's going to get a bunch of ground balls. Whereas you got a power pitcher, I think, in Hunter Brown, and not that I want either one of them flustered at all. It bothers me less when it's Hunter Brown because a power pitcher, it as long as you can contain it, I think you can use it to your advantage. Whereas if you're rattled with Framber, I think it's a rough spot to be in any way it goes. But I do think the point you're making overall is keep an eye on it. He's a young pitcher that's kind of up and coming, that's experiencing these all-star level performances week in, week out, and keep an eye. He's in a learning phase, a developmental phase of kind of learning how to handle that, and it's blatantly obvious. I
thought a couple of times I was thinking, boy, Maldi probably would have walked out there and talked to him a little bit.
Yeah.
And just, hey, settle down, man. Hey, that fits. Let it go.
Yeah, you're not going to throw this thing by the leadoff hitter in Major League Baseball.
It looks like he's out here saying, that mother.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually, I kind of watched the game condensed again, and I heard it from the Cleveland side. They're like, man, he is really angry out there. Hunter Brown is like, because they said, boy, they touched him up in a way that no team has touched him up. He is really angry out there, and it doesn't seem like he pitches well that way. I mean, as I said, luckily for him, the way he has pitched this year, he's not really running into this a lot.
Right.
Right? So more times than not, he's probably just going to shut you down anyway. But you can see it in playoff games. Like Verlander was great at just kind of settling himself down. Right, he's a veteran who's pitched in the league for a long time, but has settled himself down. Christian Javier is somebody you can't really tell what he's thinking when he's out there, no matter what happens, and seems to settle. That's just something to kind of watch when the games get important, and the margin for error is slowed up. Is what happens if they're playing the Yankees in the playoffs and he's in their game 1 or game 2, and maybe he's up 2 runs or something early.
Yeah.
Does he start to pitch angry, or is he pull it together?
It's one thing to use that anger to maybe run your fastball up a couple miles an hour faster. It's another thing when it's a blackout moment and you're like, I'm just going to throw it by this guy no matter what, kind of deal.
I'm just throw it past Aaron Judge.
He has a tendency to live on that edge, and when he gets touched up a bit, I could see where that's something they need to keep an eye on, no question.
All right, ESPN, they're doing their top 10 at each position, and they did edge rushers. We'll let you know where the 2 edge rushers for the Texans ended up, if they did end up in the top 10 or not, and kind of makes me want to go a little bit deeper with one of them. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you're out there, you're dealing with allergy problems, sinus problems, sleep problems, snoring issues, anything above the neck, I'm telling you, man,
Blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive on a beautiful Wednesday. Appreciate you hanging in there and joining us as we've had a good time. Coming up, 4 o'clock, folks. 4 o'clock hour is going to be packed. All right, coming up here in a little bit in the 3 o'clock hour, we got a little stock up, stock down. But 4 o'clock, Dirties Daily. This may be the most anticipated Dirties Daily ever, as Clint Stoerner has apparently had his final mishap. What would you say on a scale of 1 to 10 of anger, hot as fish grease? Where were you?
I was 10 out of 10.
Oh, you went back. Yeah, you went.
I was 10 out of 10. It's just the story you'll believe. The detail.
All right, that's coming. That's coming up at 4 o'clock.
One of those you can't make this stuff up.
Can't
Are
make
you
it
kidding
up.
me?
Yeah.
You got to laugh to keep from crying, and then somebody says something in the middle of it, and you're like, and then to the point where you got to realize what's going on in the world around you and go like this. Really, like I had to talk myself off the ledge a couple times. You know what I mean? Using what's going on around the world. Like, boy, it's really hard for me to get mad at the situation right now. What's going on? So it was one of them kind of mornings.
I think Tyler hit it earlier, and you said it, like one of those points where you're so mad, you've driven past mad to where it's just funny.
Start laughing like a maniac.
Like, what else? What else? What else is going to happen?
Well, when you ask for help and they give they give you that look, give you the
stop. What does that mean? What does that even mean?
It can mean so much.
And somebody laughed at you so hard because I'm going to help you.
Well, it's not even a laugh.
How are you going to help?
It's almost like the sound effect that usually goes along with the
your
phrase
SOL.
Dumbass.
Like this?
Oh, dumbass or your SOL.
Yes, like this guy.
That's the back of the throat noise.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so that's coming up at 4. Brandon Scott, he's coming up at 4:40. A little bit later on with that little combo Rockets Texans report there with B. Scott. So a big show still to go. All right, ESPN has done. They do this every year. Their top 10 coming off of last year. They did the running backs already. Joe Mixon slid in at 9 on that list. They did. There was nobody from the Texans on the defensive tackle list, which I don't think many people would be surprised of that. Today they did edge rushers, and I will say this: Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter both made the list into the top 10. Right? You would have expected that. You would have been
yes.
You would have had a problem if either of them were left off. I mean, there are a lot of good edge rushers in the league. Would you?
After looking at it, yeah, I would have had a real problem if they'd been left off, because I think once you get beyond the obvious, I don't know, what was it, Ron? The obvious top 6.
You think there's an obvious top 6? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we just sit here and somebody says, "Hey, man, top edge rushers in the game," I think in my mind, I went, well, there's at least 10 really like all NFL type guys. There's really not.
Like it feels like there is, right?
There's not. There's like your no-brainer edge rushers. I think there was 6 of them on that list. Myles Garrett, Watt, Parsons.
That's 1, 2, 3.
The kid in Vegas.
Yeah, the list is Garrett, Watt, Parsons, Crosby, Max Crosby.
Yep.
That's the top 4. Nick Bosa, he's one where you wonder. Trey Hendrickson, for some reason, I would have him over Bosa, especially if we're looking at last year. Hell, he led the league in sacks. And then Hutchinson was at 6, right? He was maybe Defensive Player of the Year before he had that injury against the Cowboys. And then at 8 and 9 is where Will Anderson at 8, then Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, to me, once you get beyond,
because the honorable mention that they have listed there after that top 10 was Brian Burns of the Giants, Nick Bonito, he had a really good year with the Broncos, Jonathan Grenard of the Vikings, George Karlaftis of the Chiefs, Josh Hines Allen of the Jags, and then like Khalil Mack also on that list.
So to the point, once you get beyond 6, right? Once you get beyond, did you say Trey Hendrickson? Like once you get beyond him, it's like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are absolutely every bit as good of the what's remaining. No question about it. Whether you're talking resume or the older players, younger players, no question about it. So, yeah, I think at first it was like, oh, let me think about it. But as you look at the list, it's like, hell yes, absolute no-brainer top 10 for both of those guys.
Yeah, so you like
yes.
for that 8, 9,
yes.
yeah. Would you have Will over Danielle Hunter right now?
Yes. I would, yes. Yeah. I would, yeah. Look,
because I think Danielle's probably the better pass rusher right now, but I don't know about when you bring it all together.
Danielle's got the better resume. Danielle Hunter's the better pass rusher. But when you look at how Will Anderson plays the position, not just pass rushing, but just creates havoc, chaos everywhere. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't watch all these other guys and cover them the way that a lot of other people do, obviously. But I don't know that there's any of these guys, with the exception of maybe Myles Garrett, that has the what am I looking for? Just the chaos, just collapsing pockets and manhandling running backs and just like plays with that level of violence. I don't know that Will Anderson is number 1 on that list.
Yeah.
In terms of playing the run, the pass, everything, there's several of them are better pass rushers. But in terms of just playing the game down in, down out with like elite violence, I don't know that Will Anderson is second to anybody. So yeah, I would take Will Anderson.
Bad MFer.
I would take Will Anderson across the board and rank him higher than
Danielle Hunter
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, is that how you see it too? You have Will Anderson over Danielle Hunter in that list. A lot of people high on Jarrett Verse, who was behind them. Those guys, to me, Will Anderson, Jarrett Verse, and Hutchinson, those are guys, all three of them, to me, have a chance to really jump in this list. Nick Bosa is somebody I think's got to pick it up. It feels like Nick Bosa has kind of come down a little bit in the last couple of years, and I think injuries have had something to do with it, But no, Will Anderson, Hutchinson, and Verse look like guys that are about to potentially take off. I did want to go a little deeper with Will in this because we're 2 years in, and he is already kind of thought of. You just went through it. This is voted on by 70 different guys within the league, scouts, coaches, and people, front office people in the league. And they are 10 right now in terms of edge rushers and potentially moving forward. And I'm throwing this out to you, and all the people can respond to this. Has Will Anderson to this point in his first 2 years? Now I know where he was drafted. He was the number 1 defensive player taken off the board in that draft 2 years ago. We were at in Kansas City. Has he exceeded your expectations in the first 2 years? Him being here. 29 games, 18 total sacks, 7 in year 1, 11 last year. He's made the Pro Bowl both years, Defensive Rookie of the Year, actually top 14 when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year honors last year at 14. From what you thought he would be in the first 2 years, has he exceeded your expectations?
Yes, without a doubt. Will Anderson has exceeded my expectations. I knew they were getting a good player. I thought he was a little undersized, and the size could be an issue, but he overcomes that with just that high motor that just is absolutely relentless. I had no idea that we were getting that caliber player. Like, again, you get a guy that is going to win with speed. You get a guy that's maybe a little bit undersized. You get a guy that may end up being a great pass rusher. You get a great athlete, obviously. But to get a guy that we can sit here with a straight face with Will Anderson and have an honest conversation about this may be the most violent edge rusher in the game today that creates the most chaos. That is, I guarantee you, if you look across the league at offensive coordinators that have to prepare for week in, week out basis, I guarantee you Will Anderson is striking fear in those offensive coordinators, or is more of a headache for those offensive coordinators than just a great pass rusher. Right? I mean, that he is disruptive as any defensive end in the game. And to think that we're there in 2 years, like, be honest with you, I didn't even think we were getting a player that was possible, that was capable of that. And Will is definitely that guy.
Yeah, I remember. I guess I'll say this. He has exceeded my expectations. I never ever once thought that he was going to be a bust.
Oh no, I agree.
You know
with
what I mean?
that.
I never
high floor.
Yeah. I knew he wasn't going to be a bust. He was at least going to be somebody that could be here 10 years. But especially early, I didn't know, Clint, if he had the, like, go take over a game consistently in him. Go and just, man, he's got to be like, he is a wrecking crew, a guy that defenses definitely have to plan for consistently over anybody else on the defense. And I think Will has probably reached that status with other great defensive players on the field with him. Danielle Hunter on the other side, Derek Stingley. I still think when Sean McVay and the Rams, as they're getting ready and prepared for week 1 at home against the Texans, I think the number one person that they are looking at, probably Will Anderson. After 2 seasons, I didn't think that. I didn't think that we would hit that, especially with Danielle Hunter and others on the field with him. I knew he had all the other stuff, all of the intangible stuff, all of the things that help you create a culture, a new beginning like the Texans were needing to do, coming off of what they were before him and CJ and D'Amico arrived. I knew he had all that stuff. I didn't know that his game would match that part this quickly. And right now, I said it, I think, a couple of weeks ago, where I think there's a real opportunity that when his time comes up, that he may be in line to be the highest paid defensive player in the league if he continues to progress. He took a hell of a jump from year 1 to year 2, especially in his pass rushing, which I don't think just comes naturally to him like some of these other guys on the list. Like I think rushing the passer, Tyler has seen it since he was at A&M. It just is natural for Myles Garrett.
Yep.
I think Max Crosby fits in that same boat, right? But he is clearly, Danielle Hunter fits in that same boat. He has clearly worked on his game to get to that point.
Well, yeah, it's just he thrives off of, and his game is built around, an insane amount of physicality and an insane high motor. Like that's what Will Anderson's game is built. And those things that you just can't coach. If a guy's not physical, you can't make him physical, right? And if a guy is overly physical, odds are you don't even want to shake hands with him because you can't coach it out of him. Like, this is what he is, right? If a guy just refuses to quit, whether it's exhaustion or injury, that is not coachable. Those are the two things to me that make that separate Will Anderson from 99% of edge rushers in the NFL. Is he is on an entirely different level than most. And then all of a sudden you get a guy that with that kind of work ethic can work on the pass rush. You get a guy that is on the smaller side, and so there is a level of quickness there that allows him to to be more athletic than a lot of tackles that are trying to block him. So yeah, man, Will is just a matter of time before he's in the top 5.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, his play has matched the third overall pick. Right?
Yeah.
Like that when you're getting that, I didn't know if you were – because I remember saying, boy, I know Jalen Carter's got some issues. But damn, man. Well, I don't know. Now, by the way, he's pretty good too.
Yeah, he's all right.
He was number 3, by the way, in the top D tackles. You guess who number 1 was?
Number 1, Chris Jones.
No. Dexter Lawrence. They had Dexter Lawrence with the Giants number 1, Chris Jones number 2, and then Jalen Carter, number 3.
Boy, those are splitting hairs. I would say that the only way do you get there because Chris will bounce out and play defensive at all. So you got to kind of, like Dexter is, he is the prototypical interior defensive lineman that now
and Chris has kind of reached the point where he's picking and choosing
when he wants
his
to go,
spots more
fair.
because I think Jalen Carter and Dexter Lawrence, they're probably giving a damn every play.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Chris, when he was younger, was in that camp anyway. But no, someone texted in here saying sometimes it's not just talent with Will Anderson Jr. He loves football and works hard. No, and that is a skill, but to get to the area that he is in, it's more than work hard.
No
question. Right? Like to get to the area that he has jumped to be in a space where he is in the range of guys and mentioned with guys like Max Crosby and mentioned with guys in this top 10. It is more than just he loves football. That added part to it. Now he is bringing production and bringing, as you said, fear. It is a unique thing. You're not just planning for him to rush the passer for you. You're planning that, hell, I got to run away from his ass, or I got to put 2 over if I am going to have anything in the run game, or he is just like a bull where he's just going to take multiple people out and be really, really physical for his size. So it's more than just working hard. It is everything else that he is bringing to the table. So shout out to as he has gotten himself, I think even exceeding what you would think from a number 3 overall pick in his first 2 years. Hopefully All-Pro is coming up soon for him. All right, it is Wednesday, which means we do a little stock up, stock down. And it is, as we're nearing the end of the first half of the baseball season, nearing the All-Star break, we'll do a little stock up, stock down on the Astros on stock up on the first half, stock down on the first half so far. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
The Astros will have plenty of representation in the All-Star
hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Every season brings highs and lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, okay. What is the breaking news that you have, Tyler?
Yeah, we're going to get to stock up, stock down in just a second. But this pertains to what we're going to talk about. Little Astros news, nothing big, but a little bit of the cavalry coming in here. Jake Myers, he is back for the Houston Astros. He is in the lineup for Joe Espada and the Houston Astros tonight. Jake Myers.
That is big news.
Yes.
I believe I'm saying that.
Back in the lineup, huh?
Yeah, old Jake kicking ass in them khakis in 2025.
So not going
back.
not going to the IL. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought that was coming.
No, I thought about it too. The way this medical staff and this team and this squad and everything has been.
In fact, in my mind, I'm thinking they should probably just do it. But no, I'm just saying. Like Clint said it yesterday. That boy, that calf tightness is starting to have a different feel to it these days.
Oh yeah, the Achilles stuff. Jake Myers is back for the Astros. He's going to be batting second in the lineup tonight for Joe Espada. We'll give you more details on that a little later. But right now, it's a little stock up, stock down, live on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do this every hump day right around 3:20 p.m. In today's edition, we're going to look at the Astros at this All-Star break. About halfway through this 2025 baseball season, and I want to start with you, Ron the Show, Hughley. Stock up for you right now for the 2025 Stros at the halfway point.
My stock up, man, it has to, and there's a lot of places you can go with this. But I'm gonna go with Jim Crane. Jim Crane. Look, when you look at everything that's happened, we've given a lot of credit to a lot of people that I think deserve it. Right? We and you specifically were able to give your flowers to the captain, the great. Joe, okay. Give your flowers to Joe Espada. I couldn't get that out. But to give the flowers to Joe Espada, we talked about Dana Brown, who has done his thing as well, and a lot of the players. But one of the constants, and maybe the one constant that we have seen, especially through this run, has been Jim Crane, and it's been through A.J. Hinch. It's been through different GMs. It's been through different managers. It's been through different players. It's been through decisions that have to come to his door. It's been through everything. They have continued to find themselves in this spot of going to the postseason, and that has to be set by the guy up top. There have been things we have questioned and wondered. He's brought the right people in the right spots. When it was at its darkest, he went and found Dusty Baker, and that was the right move to go along with everything he did. And now Dana Brown has proven to be the right move as well, along with him. And so I give it to Jim Crane. When you look, this has been the ultimate this year of overcoming all of the craziness that the Astros have had to overcome over the years. This has taken it to another level, and I got to give it to the owner. He's the one at the top making the calls.
Yeah, and I got to co-sign that. Stros fans, sometimes I don't think we realize just how lucky we are to have the ownership we have of these Houston Astros, because there were years where it wasn't quite so nice. But Jim Crane, that is stock up for Ron the Show Hughley. This is stock up, stock down. We're talking Astros at the All-Star break. Clint Stoerner, over to you. What's your Astros stock up at the break?
Well, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of choices. I'm going to go with Isaac Paredes.
Isaac!
Look, I mean, 19 bombs, 830 OPS. Filling the shoes of slow start Alex Bregman extremely well. One could argue he should have been an all-star. A guy that was squarely in the two-hole and was really, really, really clutch, swinging the bat well before everybody went down. Everybody goes down. He moves up into the lead-off spot, continues to rake and be clutch and play a good defensive second base. I don't know about y'all. I mean, I just didn't know enough about it. Maybe I didn't know enough about Isak Paredes when he first came in. But I have been highly impressed with his glove and his arm defensively. And so
that catch he made running over to the to foul territory where I thought he was going to run past it.
Well, he's made a couple of stops down the line with some big arm throws across the diamond that he just makes look effortless. And that is I mean, it throws not only right on the money, it has got some serious pace and carry. And I don't know what the velocity is going across there, but it's nasty. And I've always had an appreciation for that. So I got to go with Isak Paredes for my stock up. I don't know that his stock's ever been higher.
Before we move to the stock down, how we haven't discussed this. How we feel about the yellow?
The what?
The yellow.
The hair?
No, he's really like Isak.
Oh yeah,
really
I'm good with it.
Like he's brought his.
That was just with the. Is that just with the?
He always seems to have the yellow on.
I've seen it here and there. Yeah,
I've seen it, like it seems like
because there's some yellow in the City Connects. So
Yeah.
I think that's where it came in. I didn't realize he was wearing.
He had it on. Did he have it on last night? I feel like yes. I've seen him on with the yellow a lot. Like he brought it right over from
yellow shoes too
from Tampa, because that was Tampa.
He's got yellow hair too.
The Tampa they had all the yellow stuff. Surrey really pulled it together there.
I'm good with it because I don't think enough Astros now that I've never thought about this, but enough Astros players over the years have really done enough of that yellow accent because I consider that an Astros color.
Really? Yeah, I guess so.
Navy blue. Yeah.
I noticed it big time a couple of days ago. I guess it was Monday when they were wearing the City Connects, and I thought it tied in nice.
I've seen it a lot. Yeah, he rocks the yellow.
Yeah,
I like it. To answer your question,
I like wearing them yellow Vans sometimes with my Astros gear. You know,
I know you do.
Yeah.
Saucy. All right,
you got some orange ones too, don't you?
Some earrings?
He's got a lot of
some orange.
Oh yeah, I'm wearing them right now.
And check out the big orange wagon.
Oh, thanks, man. I can tell you really meant that. You're listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Stock up, stock down. All right. We got the stock ups out of the way on a hub day. We're talking Astros at the All-Star break. Clint, sticking with you. Give me that stock down for these Astros as we reach the break in 2025.
Mine is the big orange wagon.
That was good. That was good. I'm going to go with Spencer Arrighetti. Look, I can't wait for his return. But with Lance,
I should have known that.
What's that?
That your stock down was gonna be Arrighetti.
I mean, there's two things here that are working against him. One, that dumbass decision to play long toss in left field while the opponent is in BP.
To get there.
That first and foremost, that his stock took a hit with me right there. But I think with Lance McCullers coming back, and I think overall, with the exception of a couple of outings where he absolutely got shelled, it has been very, very promising what Lance McCullers brings to the table. Now, we'll see what happens moving forward, but right now, Lance McCullers has been promising enough to where he's either neck and neck with Spencer or I may have him a notch ahead of Spencer, to be completely honest with you. And now, all of a sudden, you got Ryan Gusto pulling performance out of his tail end. So I don't. Spencer Arrighetti for me coming into the season was a lock 3. Was a lock third starter. Got to have it from him. And right now when he comes back, now don't get me wrong, we would still love to have it from him and for him to take that third seat, but he's going to have to pitch really well to be that guy. And so I would say right now, stock down, Spencer Arrighetti for the dumbass decision to play long toss in left field, and just the simple fact that the guys ahead of you right now are in your place seem to be pitching well.
So avoidable right there, Spence. Damn it. Stock down for Clint with Spencer Arrighetti. Finish us off here. We're on the show. A little stock down for the Astros at the 2025 All-Star break.
I'm proud of us for not taking the easy one, and that is the entirety of the training staff.
That's what mine
I just wanted to say we have not forgotten about you. And hell, really, to be honest, you're included in these anyhow. Mine is Chas McCormick. This is
felt that.
This is tough because right now would be the time and the opportunity for him to have a chance to get back to the music that he used to have played, to him just maybe being called WBC to the days where he was a guy that was thought of to be a major contributor to this team and not just a fourth outfielder. This would be the time, but of course he's injured. And now Jake's back already coming into this segment, as Tyler let us know. And they love Jake, and why not? And Jake's into like he should play every single day. And now he has to sit and watch Taylor Trammell, who's getting a home run and hitting big doubles yesterday. And it is just, like I said, man, it is hard to start to figure a spot on this team for him. And it probably would be best if he maybe was traded, to be honest, right now. But damn it, he had to be injured right now. And this would have been the opportunity where Chaz would have had a real shot.
Big Hum's out there getting some run too, ain't he?
Hum, yeah, he is. Almost. I mean, they're all. I mean, it's out here. It's outfield for everybody right now, and you can't get out there. They brought a fella named Corona up here.
That's right. That's right, Kennedy.
And so stock down for Chaz McCormick, because whenever he does get healthy, I bet you Zach DeZento's probably ready to go. Like all the guys that probably should be ahead of him will be ready to go, and he may be.
Dubon will be back to doing those outfield business.
Yeah, so Chaz McCormick, man, stock down for him. It's been rough. All right. By the way, the NFL Top 100, they're doing their Top 100 list. They're down to 85, and still no current Texan has shown up in it at all. Still no current Texan has shown up in it at all. How many do you think it will be in this list? I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen a couple of names already, which makes me wonder if they're going to be in it at all. They should. They have a lot of top-heavy guys. We'll discuss that. And listen, I'm going to give you a little recommendation, a little viewing recommendation. And no, it is not what Clint's watching right now. No, it is not Love Island, but I'll give you some viewing recommendation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I haven't dipped into Love Island since the return from Northern Michigan.
You didn't tell me about Taylor.
Yeah, well, we'll get there. All right, but I got to tell you right now about these big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property. Right, I got to tell you about these. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, it's hurricane
Valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'll tell you, if you didn't catch it, watch the first episode of Quarterback last night. Pretty good.
Good to hear.
As my guy would say, pretty good.
I'll check that out. I can't wait. I forgot all about it last night.
Yep, I that's probably one of
Was
the
it
things,
Netflix?
Yeah, that keeps me up till 12:45 last night. But for me, because what gets me every time is the one that you don't think is going to be interesting is the one that tends to be interesting. Like going into it, like I thought, all right, Jared Goff is going to be, we'll see. Like I knew Burrow would be fun, but Jared Goff was kind of interesting. And Tyler, you will absolutely love what his better half is bringing to the table. And boy, she tries to hide it.
Yeah?
She really tries to hide it till that one particular portion of the show.
I'm flying blind on this one.
Is unable to be hid. She was like, I remember I was doing my SI edition.
Who is this?
This is when Jared Goff's wife.
She's a saint.
And he said that's when they got their first win. They got their first win in Detroit, and she was at the shoot, and she got to kind of watch the final drive as they came back.
I remember this being televised at some point. Like this has been either on social media or they talked about it on one of the shows.
But the entire way she is in, like really big sweaters, a lot of big clothing. Don't really catch it. And then she said, I was at my SI shoot. I said, SI. And then they showed her at the shoot. And I thought, oh, here we go, Tyler. Calm down, champ.
She's hiding them puppies nice, huh?
Calm down.
Oh, there's puppies.
Yeah, it was.
He said,
I'm a breast man.
But he was interested because he kind of expresses his feelings. They went through the whole Rams Lions thing and how he got traded and how he was feeling it.
Can we get back to?
I'm just saying it was more interesting.
That's cool.
You're about the Playboys looking at the pictures. I like to read the stories.
Go for speed or for comfort?
Yeah, you Hank, boy, you and Hank, y'all had a hell of a time.
I'm reading the stories. I mean, I saw that portion of it, but I was really into the story.
Real or fake?
Like it was. Oh, real.
Every Tuesday, right here live.
For real.
Ooh, nice.
Too much bounce, but no.
That recoil.
But I was like, man, this is. I'm glad to hear Jared kind of really express how he was feeling about that situation. He said, "Damn, I'd like to have gotten a call or a heads up." He said, "Man, the season ended, and Sean McVay just hit me up and said, all right, man, we'll be trading you to Detroit."
Buy the kneecap off?
No, it just made it to the second round of the playoffs.
That's a dirty business, man.
They're going to the Super Bowl. They made the second round of the playoffs, and then whoop.
And the whole time they were talking to Stafford behind his back at the beach in Cabo or something, right? Yeah.
And they played Stafford twice. They played the Rams twice. They opened up the season against them, and then they beat them in the playoffs. They kind of went back to that 2 years ago. It's all showing last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Joe Burrow is interesting. Joe Burrow, him and his family. Yeah.
Burrowhead.
He got the porn stars hanging around?
Huh?
He got the porn stars hanging around?
I hadn't seen that yet. See the resentment from his mother, though, for all the years that his dad was a defensive coordinator. And as he's telling the story, yep, I don't think Joe's mom's missed any games. I think she went to every soccer game, went to every baseball game, took him to every AAU Took him all of it.
Mama Bird.
Many times, me and our nights were just me and Mom watching TV because Dad was recruiting or coaching. But you could see the resentment in her eyes as she was sitting going. I was like, maybe they need to change that subject.
The old man's over there. Why y'all bringing up old stuff, man?
And then they started talking about the moments they had, and the old Pops looked like, he wasn't really involved in it. Like I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all used to watch American Idol.
Was he a college coach?
At Ohio. He was under. Remember when Frank Solich, who was Nebraska? Yeah. He took over. He was there at the University of Ohio.
I'll be damned. I didn't know that.
There out there rolling on. But no, man, it was good. And Kirk Cousins, yeah, he's hot. He's hot about that whole Michael Penix Jr.
The way that thing went down.
But he do it with a smile. Kirk. Nice to tell. No, it's a good one. It's gonna be a pretty good season with them three out there. All right, the NFL they're doing their top 100, and there are no Texans on it thus far. They've gotten to 85. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit surprised.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
That some of the closest thing to a Texan making it is Laramie Tunsil. He just made it at 86. Ooh. But no, I thought like maybe Kamari Lassiter might slide into this area, 85 to 100, because thus far, Ladd McConkey was 100. So then I'm thinking to myself, all right, well maybe that's a little deep, but Leonard Williams, Aaron Jones, Drake London, Levante David, Josh Sweat, Sam Laporta at 94, Creed Humphrey, Jesse Bates, Tua at 91, Zach Allen, James Cook, who I'm surprised, 89, a little low for what he
after last year
was. Yeah. Van Ginkel with the Vikings, the linebacker, Quentin Williams, Laramie Tunsil, and then Kyron Williams, from the Rams. That's the latest. I thought there may be some Texans. How many we got right? CJ's in it, right?
Yes.
Nico, clearly.
Yes.
Will, Daniil.
Yes.
Joe Mixon, I'm guessing, is probably in it.
Derek Stingley's definitely in it.
Derek Stingley's probably the highest, I would guess. Him or Will. I think Derek's an all-pro, so I would imagine he's maybe the highest.
Boy, I would think if Kyron Williams is in there that
Joe's got to
be in there.
You just made the list.
I feel like Kyron Williams had a better season than Joe last year.
He may have had a better season, but did you know, I saw earlier, did you know that Joe Mixon is in the last 3 years, touchdown responsibility is like 6 or 7 in running backs?
Really? With receiving and rushing?
Yeah, just total touchdown responsibility. Like I didn't think he would be that high. But
I love Joe Mixon.
You too? I do too, Joe. Who's that? Gruden? John? Yeah, I think those are your ones.
Six, yeah, that's it. Any more potentially jump in there?
No, I think those are your 5.
That's probably
say
it.
5 of them: Nico, CJ.
Are they doing kickers?
Joe.
Serious question. I'm just trying to be goofy.
I think I don't think he would have made it. His first half was strong, but then that
that's what I was
second half
thinking
slid
of.
off.
Oh, I must have forgot about it.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah. I think Jalen Petrie might have had an outside shot if he didn't get injured. But I am a bit. I thought Kamari Lassiter may have had a chance to be in like the 90s with the year that he had. But no, it is. It's interesting. I can't wait to see where. But I think Stingley's probably in the top 15. I am really intrigued to see where C.J. Stroud falls though. That because his rookie year, obviously he was pretty high. Last year was a up and down year, but I see Tua here at 91, so he's damn sure going to be in the list. I wonder, is he in the 40s or is this like?
Where do you get him in the quarterbacks? 7, 8?
Probably more 10 to 12.
Yes, you're probably talking in the 40s then.
Yeah.
You got to think your top 10 is going to be. There's going to be 6 quarterbacks in there.
Yeah. Because I'll be honest, I wouldn't as a players. I don't know. I bet Mahomes is lower than you think. With this past year, I bet Mahomes is lower than you think. I could see. I wouldn't be surprised if he was outside of the top 10 with like in a 12 range with what a lot of
Pat?
people. Yeah.
No way.
No man, they've been
no chance. I'd love nothing more than to come in here and put him out of the top 10, but that just ain't. Even in a down year, that sucker right there. You tell me that there's 4 other quarterbacks in this league that you
people have made. Well, people.
No, look, that's the thing right now. There is no doubt about it that what's going to move the needle this year, leading up to the season, is there's several stories, but one of them is definitely is Pat Mahomes done? Is Pat Mahomes' best years behind him? And is Pat still the best in the league? The league that has to offer. That's going to be the deal. But I don't know that anybody. If I think Pat would be dead last on the list if you said, "Hey, you're up 3 or you're up 4. Yeah. There's 2 minutes left in the game. The opponent has the ball." Pat would be dead last on that list of who you want out there on that field that you got to go against.
Yeah. But I mean, this year, I bet you they have Burrow, Lamar, and Josh ahead of him.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Be hard for me to go there.
Is Jalen like how far ahead Jalen Hurts do you think he'll be over C.J. Stroud? I feel like 15 spots.
Yeah,
20 spots, something like that with his season. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I had me a hell of a morning, and the story you'll believe won't surprise you. The details hard to make this stuff up, y'all. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. We all need a couple of cold Coors Light for this next story I'm gonna tell. I do want to take a minute and tip my cap.
made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I had a gas the other day on the side of the road, and it reminded me of you.
Yeah.
Saw a guy running behind a bicycle the other day. I said, oh, there's show.
I can't ride a bike.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. If you are any family member, any loved one, anybody that you know is injured in a car accident or any kind of accident, not just car accident, any kind of accident, Mokaram Injury Lawyers is the way to go, y'all. All right.
Come on, get to it.
I had a rough morning, Ron. I had a rough morning. Be honest with you, boys, it started with a late night. All right. I was up late last night. One of these flip houses, one of these little properties, working on it, getting some touch-up work, hanging some cabinet pulls on the doors. You know, that's pretty tedious work. You know, I hung from putting the mount on the wall to hanging the TV. I hung a 75-inch TV from the floor up by myself last night.
Good for you.
Picked it up, somehow caught it on the deal. I hope it's still hanging when I get home tonight. I tried to hang 2 mirrors in the bathroom, Ron, and when I looked up, the mirrors were crooked as hell after I'd been working on it for about 45 minutes.
You had to have somebody else looking at it, though.
Well, I went to bed about 1 a.m. Knowing I had 6:30-ish, so I had to be out the door. I had to be out the door at 8 a.m. I had a 90-plus minute drive to visit a client. Our Vision Homes. This is brought to you. This Dirty's Daily. This particular episode, this story is brought to you by Our Vision Homes, by the way. So, I tell my wife, you see, typically when I'm going to drive like this long distance, I take one of the gas guzzlers just because I know these types of situations could come up, and I know there's gas stations everywhere. My wife says, well, the Escalade's in the shop, so she's got to take the loaner car. She's got to go get the Escalade. She's got to go take the little baby Laney. She's got to take Laney to a doctor's appointment. She's going to be driving around. I said, you know what? Take that. I'll make it work over here. I get out the door about 10 minutes late, Ron, and I look down at the battery on the EV on the Tesla, and I realized at that point in time, as soon as I leave the house, I was in a tough spot. A little bit of a pinch. Wasn't worried about it, but a little bit of a pinch there. It was my only option, though, so I had to make it work. I figured I'd be fine as long as I keep an eye on it and I plan, right? I pull up to a beautiful, beautiful custom home, Our Vision Homes custom home for this meeting. And I mean, it's beautiful. Ryan, I park the car outside the place up in Plantersville, Texas. Beautiful place, beautiful custom home. 21 miles left on the charge. All right, left on charge.
21 miles, Tyler.
And Ron, this is where I shouldn't say that because I go in and I have a tremendous meeting with Gretchen Rogers and my man Jimmy that's running the place in there. Gretchen owns it. Great meeting with him. And I turned to leave. Ron, they give me this bottle of tequila right here. I mean, right now I'm in hog heaven. When it comes, I don't even know. I had never seen this. I had neither, but when it comes packaged like this, you know that's some good stuff, right? I'm gonna tell you. So at this point, I'm in hog heaven. I'm thinking, hey, this is a good morning, y'all. Got me a little client meeting. Got me a little tequila out of the deal.
21 miles.
I go to walk out the door and I pull my phone out of my pocket. Guess what, Ron?
Dead as a doornail.
Phone's dead as a doornail. Don't know how that happened because I had it on the charger last night. It must not have charged. I just didn't. Dead on the doornail. So I turned around and I said, Gretchen. She said, yeah. I said, I got a slight problem. I said, my phone's dead. She looks at me kind of dazed, like, what's that, man? I said, well, it's the key to my car. She said, oh, I didn't know that. She's obviously not an electric vehicle gal. So I charged my phone up. And that buys me time, Ron, to get this, to tell the whole story of my Buc-ee's Tesla.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I tell that story. So I see my phone behind her kind of light up. I'm like, all right, let me get that phone. I'll get out of here, get out of y'all's way.
What did you get it charged to?
Probably 9 or 10 maybe.
Just to get it started?
Well, just enough to get to the car, because once you get so I get to the car, boom, I pop that thing in there, and it says 21 miles. I am 19.7 or something like that away from a supercharger, which again, with me, okay, yeah, it's not a big deal. I don't need a supercharger. I could make it. I could risk it. Have to go 65 to get there. But I'm good. At this point, I'm good on time. I'm good. I'm fine. My wife sends me because she gets notifications that the battery's low. So she's aware that my battery's low. So she said, while I'm in this meeting, she had sent me a link, Ron, and it says, there's a Blink charger, which is kind of similar to what I charge on the deal out here. It's, in fact, the same thing that I charge out here on the parking deck. There's a Blink charger 5 miles. So I'm like, oh, easy. I need to get my notes from my meeting out of my head and onto my phone. I need to do a little show prep, do a little digging, make sure I didn't miss any breaking news. So it's okay if the charger's going to take a little bit longer to give me my 5 or 10 miles to get me my supercharger. No big deal. I'm in Plantersville, Ron. You ever been up there?
No. Certain I have.
Pretty rural. It's pretty rural. And you get outside of one of them custom home neighborhoods or one of the bigger cities, you out there now. So, but I got my Blink charger on my map. I even double check it on my phone. Make sure that's right. Plug the deal in, plug the address in. I'm like, okay, I'm good. So now I'll go back to looking at the map on the car. And I kick back, listen to a little music, driving, take a left, road gets a little more narrow. I'm going away from civilization. I'm thinking, electric car charger out here, this can't be right. But it's bigger than you could imagine on this screen. Blink charger, not just a charger, Blink charger, man. This is where it's at right here. I pull up on this thing, Ron, and it is, no joke, a residential address. It's a trailer park. It's a trailer, not a trailer park, just a trailer in the middle of nowhere on a big plot of land. And I'm thinking,
this can't be it.
This can't be it. I'm at 14 at this point. So I back this thing up. I go back out to the main drag. Well, I kick off the Tesla TV, the Tesla map, and I pull my phone out. And I'm like, well, it's giving me a different direction to a similar spot. So I go up to the main drag. I'm watching my phone now. I hang a hard left. And Ron, I get about a mile back in these streets. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. The street narrowed down, and all of a sudden, the pavement ends, and it turns to dirt road. If I'm lying, I'm dying. There's 5 stray dogs staring at me. Tyler, you'd have been in hog heaven. There are 5 stray.
Up on a dirt road.
They're staring at me, and I'm thinking,
I don't know if he'd have been in hog heaven in that situation with the 5 stray dogs.
There's no way. There's not a charger down here. So I immediately turn around.
Calling them hogs?
No, I wish I could. At this point, I'm scared. I'm like, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I'm not even gonna be able to get help. The only car that I'd seen in a good bit was one that was backed into a driveway with the hood up. And so I'm thinking, I'm in a bad spot. So I turn around, I go back to the main drag, hang a mile, boom, there's an Exxon station, old Exxon station. I pull in there. This is where it gets really good. I pull in there, Ron. Sweet little lady, probably about 50 years old, working behind the deal. I said, hey, ma'am, I said, and I know I am not an electric vehicle. I'm not in EV country.
No, I don't think you are.
I'm not. I said, ma'am, where is the nearest, EV charger? She said, what's the EV? I said, electric vehicle. Charge your vehicle. I got a Tesla.
You're in bad shape soon as she said what?
No question. Hey, Ron, she gave me this. She said, ooh, baby.
Oh, Lord.
I'm not real sure. I think Ryan may be able to help you. And this large, younger, well-built but big dude comes out of the bathroom, and I'm thinking, young. This guy's. Yeah, I'd seen him at the car. He didn't put an electric. He's like, man, I'm pulling up on my phone. Got about 15 miles. I said, boss, I ain't got 15 miles.
He said, that's what you had? Yeah.
And now this guy would have asked about the electric vehicle. The next guy that walks in the door that she enters into the conversation, I didn't.
Oh, she's moved to 3 people.
Everybody walks in the door, she's asking. This fella here was definitely driving a pickup truck, an extended cab pickup truck on big wheels that was a 4x4 with mud all over the side of it. No question about it, which I confirmed when I walked out the door. He laughed at me. He was like, yeah, okay.
Okay, we got you.
So I go back out, right, and I pull my map back up. I'm like, my only option is this charger that I can't find 2 different times now. App on phone, and it's some kind of, is it Arboretum? It's something, a name, and it's an Arboretum, which I'm not even,
got it.
I'm not even real sure what that is.
It's like a nature preserve.
Okay, there you go. So I go back in. I said, ma'am, are you familiar with this Arboretum? She says, oh, that's the land that the guy that owns the Renaissance Festival owns. She says, but it's private property, and I wouldn't go back there if I was you.
Talk about some stories I've heard.
Is this your only option, though, right now?
This is my only option. It's the only.
I wouldn't go
at
back
this
there
point,
either.
I'm at 10 miles, so I don't have any other. I can't even try to reach anywhere else. So I said, well, I mean, you think there's a charger back there? She said, I don't know. All I can do is tell you I wouldn't go back there, and he committed suicide last week. I said, this is where I went from mad to
he committed suicide.
He committed suicide last week.
This is where you could have led with that, ma'am.
Sounds like the opening of an A24 horror flick I watched last night.
But again, I hate to be insensitive,
sad.
But still, does he have a charger, though?
Or
It is saying he's got a charger behind this tin fence that he's got.
There's somebody else there. Yeah.
I mean, he ain't using it no more.
So I said, all right, ma'am, thanks. She goes, hey, baby, here's what I would do. Here's what I would do if I were you. I'd go right up his street about a mile. She said the city hall, town hall is right there. There should be a cop car in there. She said, stop in there and ask them. They may be able to help you, give you a ride somewhere, whatever it is you need. I said, okay.
Give you a ride.
So I started easing down there. Tyler, have you ever heard of stuff?
Oh, yeah. I've been.
Have you really? There is on both sides of this highway that I'm on, Ron.
And there are stories, my
You know what a Renaissance Festival is?
Yes.
On both sides of the street, there are huge entrances like they've tried to build this Renaissance world, which I guess they had at one point. The guys committed suicide. I guess they don't live.
It's a seasonal thing, so they build it up real huge out on that land, and they stay there for the Renaissance Festival for like a month and a half or something.
On both sides of the street, there's big entrances. So I pull up to
that season's over.
I pull up to the front office of the Renaissance Festival, and I sit at the front gate, and I'm
you good morrow.
I'm down to about 8 miles.
Where is the police station?
I hadn't got there yet.
Apollo has lifted his skirt.
I'm about 8 miles to empty. And I sit at this gate, and it's open, and there's people there, and I have no idea what the Renaissance Festival is. I just heard the guy committed suicide. I wouldn't go on his land.
Someone texted and said, I believe he committed suicide last month.
Okay, maybe it was a month ago, not a week ago. Maybe I missed that part.
For any listeners that maybe don't have context to this Renaissance thing, just think Game of Thrones, like a Game of Thrones world.
Yeah, well, just look it up. Renaissance Festival. They're all in costume and stuff. But I'm sitting there at this gate, and I go, all right, his other property had a charger on it, obviously. Should I go in here and ask these people if there's a charger? And I'm thinking, I said, you know what? No, because it's behind big gates, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it.
We got to be at 9 now. Go ahead.
No, it's ticking down there. So I look down, and I'm like, I pull up next to a tire shop, and I'm like, no, it ain't it. I pass a generator wholesaler, right? And I'm thinking I would think a generator place would have all the different plugs and everything.
Especially when you're down to 7.
No, at this point I'm sub 5 because I'm 3.5. I'm 3.5 miles from is it Montgomery or is it Magnolia? Magnolia? Yeah, Magnolia. I'm 3.5 miles from Magnolia, and it's telling me that it's a big light there, like the intersection. I'm thinking if I can now I forget about charging the car. At this point, I'm just trying to get to people and civilization and businesses. And help, like where I can park the car and be able to tell somebody, hey, man, I'm at the Exxon station on the corner of this, and that. Like, I couldn't. So I pull up in there, Ron, and I park, and I go inside again. I said, hey, man, is there any chance? It's pretty busy. I said, is there any chance does anybody around here have a car charger?
What time is it by chance?
Well, at this point, it's 12:15, maybe.
Oh, and the loop.
And by the way, I'm talking to my cousin. I'm talking to my wife, and she is full panic mode.
Oh, I know she is.
When I hang the phone up, I'm getting 4 texts immediately. I said, "Hey, will you relax for a minute, please? You're making me anxious here." So I go in and ask the guy at the Exxon station / Burger King, "Hey, man, is there happen to be a charger anywhere around here?"
Might as well grab a Whopper while you're sitting.
He says no. So I called the wife and said, "Hey, you got to call me. You got because my Uber account on my phone is screwed up. I can't.
Oh God, no!
I can't do." So she orders my Uber. By the way, the Exxon station, Burger King on 1488 in Magnolia, right there at that intersection, FM 1488, and whatever the other number is. And she says, "All right, the Uber's going to leave the card, the key, which is the key, somewhere outside the car, underneath the car or something, so the tow truck driver can get to it." I said, "Okay." I put it under the dang windshield wiper. I just stuck it on the windshield. I said, "Hell with it." Ron, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I step outside because I sat in the car, and if you sit in it, the AC comes on and the radio comes on and everything, and it chewed up a mile of my battery. Yeah. I get down to 1 mile, and I'm like, I got to get out now just because it's going to chew the battery up. And they're not going to be able to load it on the truck, right? So I get out of the car, and if I'm lying, I'm dying. I close the door. I put the key on there. I lock it. I slide the key on the windshield wiper, and the bottom falls out.
The bottom of the what?
Rain. It starts raining. It starts pouring down rain.
Dude, I drove through some crap today.
I'm like, you have got. It cannot get any.
That's when you toss the club.
It cannot get. I told my wife.
Weather suits my clothes.
Yes, I would have tossed the club several times. I told my wife, I'm done with it. I don't care what it costs. I'm out of it. I'm done. I'm done. It was the damnedest thing. I'm like, this takes the cake of what all can happen. I've heard of committing suicide stories. I've tried. By the way, Plantersville, there is not an electric EV charging station within 19 miles. So if you go out there,
did the homes have electricity?
You know, I didn't even think about that.
If the homes had electricity, the Exxon did.
She didn't have. I'm talking about a plug-in. I did see a couple of Tesla owners and think about asking if I could use their home charger.
I would have done that.
They were at red light.
I would have done that.
I couldn't get to it. I got to shout out my wife. So my wife ended up. She was with a coworker, Jason Heller. Jason Heller, greatly appreciate you, bro. My wife says, "Don't worry about it. Go to work to handle your business. I'll get this taken care of."
He thinks we're done.
She takes Jason Heller, her coworker, rides with her to get the car to meet the tow truck driver. They tow the car to a supercharger. It's sitting downstairs right now waiting on me, charging up after work.
Oh, it's here?
Robert, the Uber driver. Appreciate you, bro.
I'm about to say, you think you're done with this. We have questions. 713-572-4616, YouTube and Twitch. I know you. I have questions. What are your questions? You're hearing this because there are multiple questions. He did answer one there at the end. I was going to say, where is the car? I have multiple questions. We are not done with this. As Clint was a part of well, that probably brought up old news with the suicide Renaissance festivals. He should have grabbed a Whopper. There should have been a lot of things done there. Wow. What a damn story. We'll continue coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Speaking of power, hey, look here. Don't let happen to your home what happened to my vehicle this morning and you ever run out of power. Right around these parts, with extreme heat, extreme cold.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That was worse than I thought.
That's a hell of a way to get your Wednesday started.
That was worse than I thought. With your car adventures, wild choice to get a Tesla, absolutely insane coming from the text line. Clint, where have you been? Wow. That had we heard about that guy committing suicide. It was all over the news about a week. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know. I hadn't heard of that. When you told me about the suicide, that was the first I'd heard of it. I didn't know that was.
I had no idea, but I'll be honest with you, I had no idea that the Renaissance Festival was a thing. I didn't. I mean, I knew that was a thing in our world. I knew people did that elsewhere. I did not know that was a thing up in Plantersville, Texas. I had no idea. It's cool, whatever. I just and on the Tesla front, I mean, I don't think it's a wild idea to drive an electric vehicle. I think a lot of people do it nowadays. I mean. But I'll be honest, I would.
It's just not for you.
I would never have done it, but my wife wanted it, and I like to give my wife whatever the hell she wants, and now I've ended up driving it. So once again, I gave her what she wanted in an Escalade, and now here, not that I gave it to her. Look, my wife makes plenty of money; she make her own damn decisions. She's a big girl, but yeah, no, I don't like my decision to do it to drive it either. And I'm within a week, maybe 2 weeks, because I got to leave town, but within 2 weeks I'll have a new vehicle.
Oh,
if there's any dealerships out there that really want to capitalize on this thing, okay. I am a free agent.
Let's turn it right here.
I'm a dealership free agent, by the way. I'm a car dealer free agent.
As a side note, I am as well. I do want to get back to that real quick. Isak Paredes has been added to the All-Star team. So
has he?
Yeah, he is.
I'll be damned. Come on.
So Isak Paredes gets to get booed. When he
Speaking of stock, they must have heard my stock.
They heard you. He gets to get booed at the All-Star game coming up in Atlanta. So Isak Paredes is there. He is added as it is well deserved. Had one of the best third base seasons to start the year. So he is an All-Star. The lineup out today, as Tyler said earlier, Jake Myers is back. He's in the two-hole behind the recently named All-Star Isak Paredes. Altuve's back at second base tonight. Cam Smith is in right field. Victor Caratini is at first base as Christian Walker is still on paternity leave. Yainer Diaz is catching tonight behind him. The DH is Cooper Hummel. And Taylor Trammell, he is still in that puppy in left field now that Jake is in center tonight. And then Mauricio Dubon's at shortstop. And, of course, Brandon Walter is pitching tonight. So that is the lineup as the Astros are looking to avoid the sweep from the Cleveland Guardians. So, listen, I really think this is you're just not an electric vehicle person. The planning of the situation, people have said this a lot, you just didn't plan it out well. You need to have the ability to let me shoot to the gas station. And I think that's probably why, because I do think you probably have reaped the benefits of having an electric vehicle with all the driving that you do and no oil changes and the money you've probably saved on what it would be like if you were driving a car that took gas. But you are a chance taker and you are risky and I think you were for certain. Oddly enough, in this area, you were going to an area you didn't know real well.
Yes.
And you were for certain you will be able to just figure you'll find something that will charge this puppy up.
I was at that point. I was for certain I could survive. Maybe not thrive, but I could survive.
Do you have a charger at the house?
Yes, but it's not it was plugged up. It was plugged up. I don't have the supercharger. I don't have the one that charges it up immediately. It's kind of like the one out here where you got to. I charge up out here. I charge up at home. I just got to keep it plugged up, and that's typically enough. Here's the deal. Look, I'm not a committed electric vehicle person. You are 100% right. Nor am I very organized. I don't plan my trips. Period. I get in the car and go.
Let's go.
And I make it.
You know how many gas stations you had a chance to run into?
Well, yeah, no, I left it at one. I literally left it at one.
He ran into full gas station.
No, look. I'm just not where I've got so, and I'm not trying to be this. I do so many things. I was busy as hell last night till 1 o'clock. I got up this morning. I knew I was up against it time-wise. I had to unload tile for one of the houses that we got rolling on, that one of the properties that we got rolling. I had to hurry up and get dressed, and you know, I thought I was going to take the gas vehicle. I didn't because my baby had an appointment. It's like, I'll make it work. And it didn't work.
No, it didn't. So you're really done. You're
I'm
like,
done. Yeah, I'm done.
This is the last time, maybe not the last time you've driven this car, but you are 100% sure this isn't just you're angry right now because the rain and everything hit you. That rain, that would have done me in. That would have pissed me smooth off. There would have been a dent in that Tesla.
Yeah, no,
and the wife is good. You're done. We're out of the electric car.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm over it. I'm just going to eat whatever. I'm upside down. For everybody listening, like, I'm in an electric vehicle, one, because it's what my wife wanted a long time ago, and number two, when it came time for us to trade it in or get out of it, they had dropped the prices so significantly to allow more people to afford them, which happened like 4 months after we bought it. So the bottom fell. That's how we got upside down on it. It wasn't it was because the value of the car just, and this was 2 years ago. The value, or a year and a half ago, the value of the car plummeted, and so we were upside down on it. So that's the reason that the car exists anyway. So that's why I'm not very committed to it. So yeah, but Ron, I'm at a point where I'm just going to go ahead and eat whatever it is. Now I got to decide what I'm going to get. I got to decide what I want, what I need.
He's a free agent. So am I, by the way.
I am
I
am a free agent. I am absolutely a free agent. That G-Wagon across the street right here at the Mercedes dealership that's lifted and kind of in on all-terrain wheels, that would be really nice.
Judy, I'm a free agent too. There's I believe a BMW that I see over there. Cadillac as well. Any of them.
I do already drive an Escalade, so that would be.
That would be. Wow. That was Tyler. The 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, many have waited and listened to this. What was the best part of the story?
I just can't stop imagining Clint Stoerner like head to the sky roaming around the lands of a Renaissance festival. I love that.
Well, I never got there. I know,
but like the Renaissance aspect, aspect was the greatest.
It was the three individuals that he got locked into on the. Hey, you know where I can find an EV station? The three individuals.
Hey,
way you described them.
The young fella even tried to come back out there and help me when he was leaving the store as I'm sitting in the car. He said, hey, man, look right. He's looking at his phone. Hey, man, there's one right up here about he said 18 miles. I said, bro, I ain't got 18. I ain't got it. Man. I appreciate the help, though.
Yeah, man. Here, you want to? I'm surprised nobody didn't say you want to store a little gas in there just real quick.
Is there a tank in there you can just try?
Maybe you can do that.
Oh, man, yeah.
Maybe slip in one of them hybrids. That's what you need.
Well,
one of them hybrids.
The way I live, man, I just don't. Obviously, hell, gas don't even work half the time for me. I run out of gas, but like I don't plan. I look down and I need battery.
Yeah, you're too much of a chance taker.
Yeah,
because see, the gas, they're more than likely. That's the part that is really tough about you running out of gas. Is it's hard not to run into a gas station within 10 miles of something.
Oh, the running out of gas thing is just not paying attention to what the hell's going on. I'm worried about what's on the other end of that road.
But I would imagine the amount of times you've gotten down and pushed that gas tank real low and been able to find a gas station, you would have been SOL more. I mean, many more times in an electric vehicle if you pushed it to that level.
Good gosh! Yeah. Could you imagine as distracted and preoccupied as I am? Oh.
All right, somebody who has a vehicle or vehicles that use gas, Brandon Scott, who I know he uses gas.
Yes. No Lincoln.
Shout out to Lincoln and Toyota with him. We'll do a little mix, little Texans Rockets report. We'll hear from him coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
We're 2 weeks away from Texans training camp. The excitement is building. Football is almost here, H-Town. Are you ready? Insider access.
at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On the Drive with Stoerner.
All right, welcome back in. B. Scott is in the building. It's 4:40. Brandon Scott saying that it's exactly what his story would be if he had an electric vehicle.
A cautionary tale, baby. I'm glad that I get to learn, and I hate that this happened to you, Clint, but I am glad that I get to learn vicariously through your mistake here.
I'm telling you, I have thought about getting one, and every time I hear from him, he is the reason why I go the other way.
Yeah,
I've heard glowing reports from so many other people.
If you stay the same routine for the most part on a daily basis, you'll be fine. My problem is
you got to plan them trips.
It's something different every day. It's something, and now with kids and a wife involved, if my wife has to go to work or has to take the kids somewhere where it's inconvenient for her to stop and charge for 20 or 30 minutes, then I'm like, well, I'll just do it. So now it's just too many. It's too. If I have any client meeting here with the radio station before the show starts, I mean, it's usually up on the north side, which is another hour out of the way. I mean, I've got to set aside 20 to 30 minutes to charge the car at some point, whether it's before or after the meeting, before I get here.
Well, see, I think my personal experience, too, is that I've been there where it's been hard enough to find a gas station. And you didn't run into that. You had gas stations. But I've been out in the sticks and places or just gone through a stretch there. You know, I used to live in Huntsville. Yeah. I've gone through stretches where it's, okay, there's not a gas station for another 5 to 10 miles to the next spot. So if I've lived that life, I can only imagine trying to find, something for an EV. Like, would be
where people will laugh at you and go, yeah, well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man.
Scott, think about how many times, Tyler, you're like this one. I used to, when I first got to Arkansas, I would drive up that East Texas line and get into Arkansas and drive up the West Arkansas, Oklahoma state line. How many times you think I choked that damn engine down to next to nothing before I found a gas station?
Well, I bet at least half a dozen.
Tyler, I know. Tyler, typically, if he's disgusted with me, I'm like, you know what, F you. But this time, Tyler is disgusted with me. I got to eat it. I got to take it.
My man Clint, when that battery hit the 10, he's like, I got a little time. That gas tank gets 10. That gas light comes on.
But there is a difference, right? Like with the gas, it does feel like you can eyeball it and feel it a little bit better. Like you know your car. I know it ain't gonna quit on me yet. But with that EV, it's like an exact science. When they say you got 8 miles, you got 8 miles, not 8.2.
That's it.
Not what your vibe feels like.
Not the turn.
You got 8 miles.
And it's hard to get. It's even out there. It's hard to get 10 miles away from a gas station. Any gas station. It's hard to get 10 miles away from a gas station. Hell, I learned real quick. It ain't hard to get 10 plus miles away from that EV charger.
He's sitting there 14. That was going down quick. All right, B. Scott. I do want to touch a little bit of Texans and Rockets because we're in that period where you could go either way.
Yeah.
I do want to start with the Texans, though. We had a conversation earlier about Will Anderson and him being in the top 10 now. The ESPN and they had him as a top 10 edge rusher along with Danielle Hunter, but had him 8th on the list. And I posed a question to the people and Clint and Tyler of, has Will Anderson exceeded your expectations in year 2? Understanding where he's drafted, like, listen, yes, you can put some sort of expectation on people where they're drafted because he was drafted, 3 or 4? But, Reed Shepherd's drafted 3. We're not putting, you shouldn't, to me, have the same expectations from Reed Shepherd that's drafted 3rd that you had in maybe other drafts. But has he hit the expectations or has he surpassed the expectations you had for him in 2 years?
It's hard to say he surpassed them because they were so high based on the stakes, right? Based on the conditions under which he came, right? Like the whole – everything around it, not just being picked number 3 overall. It's almost like he was picked twice because they traded up to get him, right? So it's almost like he's a double first-round pick. So it's hard to say, absent of winning Defensive Player of the Year, let's say, or them going to a Super Bowl and winning it, something like that, to say he's exceeded expectation. Look, he's a Pro Bowler. He was the Defensive Rookie of the Year, and that's about what you would expect, I think.
But what were your expectations? What were yours coming in? Did it match that? Is that what it was?
To be a double-digit sack guy, certainly by your second season. This is about what I expected from Will Anderson. Now, look, it's not to say, like, that's not a knock to say, hey, because all you've done is meet the expectation, that's some kind of disappointment. Because that high. They traded a first-round pick and then used a first-round pick to go get him. So, like, the expectations are sky high. I think that he's met those expectations. The thing that I think is interesting about year 3 is that this is the year where you take that next step, where for me it's time for him to exceed that expectation. Or for me, I guess, exist in this different pantheon of edge rusher, right? He's at the back end of this top 10 list that you're talking about, right? He's at 8. You got Danielle Hunter at 9. I'm looking at Aiden Hutchinson as somebody that's above him on this list, even as somebody that was out of sight, out of mind for the better part of last year. But for what he had started and the way year 3 was looking for him at that time, it looked like he was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate before he got hurt. That's the type of, I think, expectation that you're putting on Will Anderson based off of what he's done these first couple of years, right? So he's met the expectation year 2 or year 1 and year 2. Year 3 is the year where you want him to exceed that and to take that next step.
See, Clint, for me, he's exceeded it a bit because I thought the production was potentially going to be a little slower for him and not as clear cut to see, right? I didn't. To me, I would not have been surprised if it took him maybe 3 years, year 3, to get double-digit sacks. But all of the other stuff he would have, the leadership, the intangibles, all of that. But he has kind of surprised me a bit, Clint, that his production has come so quickly.
Yeah, it's more about what we watch. Like, I think when you get a draft pick like that, a guy that's picked that high, I mean, more of them are bust than not. Maybe bust is strong. More of them disappoint than not, right? So for me, it's what we've watched. Like for him to immediately be one of the more violent edge players in the game and play that way literally every snap that he's on the field puts him in a category of 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying he's a top 3 or 4 edge rusher. I'm just saying that he will be eventually. Like, that is just so damn hard to deal with if you're an offensive coach. You can't run at him because he's going to blow up your run scheme. You can't run away from him because he's going to hunt you down. You can't boot around him because he's smart and he's got the athletic ability to redirect and go get your quarterback, most quarterbacks. And he never freaking stops, no matter what happens. That's the part, to me, the physicality and the high motor are the 2 things that have just blown me away. The fact that he's had the ability to do that at this level from jump, that's wild.
But to be fair, when you talk about the expectation, this was the scouting report on Will Anderson. This is exactly the player that he was at Alabama, and all he's done is really translated that to the NFL. Now, I think what's impressive about him is going from year 1, pretty much all he's got is a bull rush. He's over-relying on the bull rush.
That's what I mean about
going into year 2, he needs to diversify his pass rushing portfolio, if you will. And he did do that a bit. Now it's less about, getting cued or getting more moves and just refining what he's got already. I'll say the part that's actually exceeded my expectation, we might be flipped on this. It is some of the intangible stuff. Really? Because, look, I didn't really know Will Anderson. Obviously, I followed his game and followed Alabama, but I didn't really know Will Anderson in the way that obviously we get a chance to know him now. And so if there was anything that has exceeded my expectation, it would be some of the intangible leadership stuff. And I was able to kind of peep that immediately. Like, as soon as he steps on campus, it's like, oh, I get what the whole Will Anderson thing is, the whole intangible thing. But I would say even that has exceeded my expectation. This year, in terms of production and doing it on the field is the year I want to see him take that next step. Get in that top 5, sort of in that area of Aiden Hutchinson, the way they talk about Max Crosby and guys like that.
The crazy thing, I like D'Amico Ryans I think it is zero. There are zero doubts, zero concerns about Will Anderson in terms of him being the pillar of the defense that they're going to build around for years to come. We talked about the other day about setting the market, and I was like, I don't know if I don't know if the number that is a stat driven position. I don't know if that's going to be the case with Will Anderson. Like I think Cal and Hannah and I think D'Amico, I think they're going to open that checkbook up for whatever the hell it takes to keep Will Anderson here, and I think it's going to be huge money.
Yeah, but if it's anything shown why I say I'm a bit exceeded is, seems like if he continues to prove the way he does, he will have the stats. And it won't, he will have stats that say not only is he a pillar and a guy that we know we can depend on that has all the other stuff, but if he makes improvements, it's also a guy who gets 15 sacks and dominates the run. And I thought that part would come slower.
Yeah, he's got all the redeeming qualities that make you optimistic that production and that progression is going to come, right? Like, it's not like he's just a physical freak who doesn't have the intangible, or the guy that's got the intangible but doesn't have the physical side of it, doesn't have the talent. Like, he's got all the right mix of all the right things to where it's like, okay, absent of something, knock on wood, tragic happening, right? Injury or something like that, throwing him off course. It's hard to imagine with his combination of skills and intangibles that those things are not going to happen. And that's why I keep thinking about Aiden Hutchinson, who's somebody, 7.5 sacks in 5 games. It looked like he was on his way to getting at least 15 sacks, probably more than that. And is Will Anderson on that trajectory? Is he on that track going into year 3?
I know you wanted to get something off about the KD trade, specifically involving Jalen Green.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this, and I wanted to say this when we were doing the Radiothon last week, and shout out to you and Reggie and all of us for everything that happened last week for the Houston Food Bank. But I thought about this when we were talking about the KD trade and Jalen Green specifically. Like, I just kind of want to be on record about this. The Jalen Green Green pick at number 2 overall back in 2021, to me, is an overwhelming success. Like,
I'd get with that.
Like, the only way to look at it to me is that pick was successful, even if it didn't turn out that Jalen Green was the best player on a championship caliber team, even if it didn't turn out that Jalen Green was your best player for a decade plus, which I think is ideal when you draft a guy number 2 overall. What Jalen Green did do was play just well enough to get paid just enough and play just well enough to be the centerpiece in a Kevin Durant trade. He's the best player that went back to Phoenix in that trade. He's also the highest paid player that went back in that trade. And it could be that the number 2 overall pick doesn't work out at all, and you're just moving on from him and you're starting over.
Yeah.
As opposed to, hey, this guy was just good enough, not good enough to necessarily take me over the top, but just good enough to go get me the guy that hopefully can.
And good enough to allow you not to have to give up maybe some of the other.
Exactly.
Because if it wasn't him there, you would have had to give up Jabari Smith or somebody else that you really didn't want to give. I agree with that. You were the 2 seed. He led your team in scoring. I would say that pick was a success.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Be on record with that. I'm on record with you on that. Set it second.
I'm going to let you have it. It's really good. It's really good.
It's a success.
I laid it out.
Tweet it. I'll push
It's a success. All right.
I laid it out.
By the way, guys, the Tesla is charging right now, so Clint should be able to get.
It's charged downstairs.
There we go. It should be. If you're worried, you should be able to get home.
Married well, boys.
Tonight.
Married well.
Make sure that phone's charged. All right.
Got a 100 on it right now.
There you go. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. As we continue to roll through some good news from the injury front and other fronts with the Astros. We'll let you know about that, as well as some NFL news and potentially maybe the road could get easier for the Rockets with another Western Conference power. We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I want his ass.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock 5.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is some all-star news. We'll get you ready for the Astros and get you set up for that matchup as they try to avoid getting swept by coming into the series, a really struggling Cleveland Guardians team. We'll get you set up and ready for that. But let's start with some all-star news. Let's start Isaac Paredes, the Astros third baseman who has had a hell of a start to his Astros career. Hit his 19th home run the other night and has played well throughout. Anywhere you move him, he's been in the lineup, in the leadoff spot, the 3 spot, the 4 spot, wherever you put him. Clint has now been added to the All-Star team. He is an All-Star through an injury he is in, and it is well-deserved from Isaac Paredes, as he is one of the guys, maybe the forgotten guy in the Kyle Tucker trade. A lot of people were on Cam Smith. A lot of people, obviously, about the pitching with Wisniewski. But he has been the best of the bunch easily, and that's with Cam Smith, who's really started to take shape. But he's been so consistent throughout this year. A great honor, well-deserved honor from Isaac Paredes.
Yeah, this is big time, man. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's been consistent all year long, 250-plus hitter, 19 bombs, 800-plus OPS. A guy's been extremely clutch. He gets quality at bats. The power with the 19 bombs is there. It's well deserving. He's been absolutely huge for the Astros this year, given what all the injuries and all the movement up and down the lineup. He's been I mean, absolutely huge, and so perfect timing for us as fans to have Isaac Paredes have a career year. I mean, this is big time, man. He deserves the hell out of it, no doubt.
Fellas, I would say, I mean, he's been not just better, a lot better with some of the first halves Alex Bregman has had over the last couple of years. I'm talking about here with the Astros in the first half of the season with the slow starts that Alex has had. Isaac Paredes has probably been better than he has been just in the first half. Now, Alex has had second-half kicks where he has really, really stepped up in a big way, and hopefully for the Astros, Paredes is able to do that as well. But he is they haven't really gotten this level of production in the early part of the season from that position in the last, I'd say, at least 2 years. So it's been a welcome sight that he has started pretty much right off the bat at times this year. You got something?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the thing is if he just continues doing what he's doing, which is really good. I mean, Ron, he's going to, with the exception of just a couple of monster years that Alex Bregman had, the 2018 year, the 2019 year. I mean, Bregman just had monster years.
MVP type. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the 2019 year was off the charts, and that's, I mean, you know, he had 41 bombs. He had over 1,000 OPS.
Second in the MVP,
Hit 300. I mean, but with the exception of that 1 year, I mean, if Isaac Paredes continues playing the way he's playing right now, with 4 bombs, Bregman only did that once. You know, it's when you look at what he's doing with the glove as well. I mean, he's not Bregman, I don't think, but he's been really impressive.
I think he's been better than what we thought.
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely. But, you know, the year he's putting together, Ron, is it's got a chance to be very fair to have conversations about this is a Bregman-like year for year one with for Isaac as an Astro.
At the very least, he hadn't lost lost much at the third base position. I think right now he's probably been better the last couple of years up to this point.
Yeah, the Bregman slow starts. Now we'll see if Bregman gets hot. And we said it a million times.
Not the Bregman this year. Not the Bregman that's playing for the Red Sox.
The Astro Bregman, the Houston Bregman. Here's the deal, though, Ron. Like we've said it a million times. Like, you can come in here and you can have a good year. We can even talk about comparing you to some of the greats. You are going to be judged with a team that has been to the ALCS and the World Series, been the best team in baseball for the last 10, 12 years. Like, I mean, you're going to be judged off of how clutch you are, what you do in big moments when the lights are the brightest. We'll see, and Paredes has been really good in those moments so far that as the season goes along, the moments will get bigger. We'll see if he can carry that same punch.
Other All-Star news, Joe Espada spoke to the media ahead of the game, said Jeremy Pena will attend the All-Star game but will not play. Will not play.
You called it.
Yeah, in the All-Star game, which honestly sucked him. Hopefully for Jeremy Pena's sake, he will. This won't be the last time he is an All-Star, and he will actually get to experience the honor from a playing perspective. But this makes the most sense, man. You know, I know he probably wants to play and participate and be out there, but you know, this rib thing, you don't want to play with it, you don't want to mess with it if you don't have to, and you don't want to try to rush yourself too early. But I am glad he gets to experience things. So he'll probably be there for all the events, the home run derby. He'll be out there to be acknowledged. They'll probably boo him, but be acknowledged from everybody in Atlanta when they announce the All-Stars. So congratulations to him. But I know it's probably very disappointing for him that he doesn't get to play.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. He'll be back.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Yeah, that's what Scott Boras is saying as well. All right, let's get you ready for banking on. Let's get you ready for tonight's matchup as the Astros they look to avoid the sweep. Paredes is Yeah, we're saying it. Walter's on the mound, guys. Let's hope so. Paredes is leading off as usual. Jake Myers, that's another big injury news there. Jake Myers, who has missed a couple of games, a few games there, got injured in the Dodgers series with what was reported as calf tightness. He is back in the lineup and playing center field. Not any kind of IL stint, so Jake Myers is batting second. And in center field, Jose Altuve is at second base, batting third tonight. Cam's to the cleanup role as Victor Caratini behind him. Yainer Diaz is catching. Caratini is at first base. Again, Christian Walker is still on the paternity list. Cooper Hummel is the DH tonight with Taylor Trammell in left field again. See if he can stay extra base hit hot. Mauricio Dubon is back at shortstop as I guess they're going to give Zach Short the night off. But Dubon is in at shortstop, and as we said, Brandon Walter gets the ball tonight. They've lost the first two games of this series. How you fellas feeling tonight? Think they avoid the sweep tonight? Brandon Walter on the mound?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
You can put them brooms up. Ain't happening.
Old Ginger Nation, man. I don't know, man.
Old Heisenberg.
I feel like we can score some runs. I like the East
They
Sox.
scored 11 runs in this series.
Yeah. Look, I like the over 1.5 bases from my man Isak and Jose. But I don't know. We'll see what old Brandon Walter can do.
Not a big deal. They still have a 7-game lead in the West. But I would say that you don't want to walk into the All-Star break kind of in a down note.
Damn sure
right?
don't want to limp into it.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, you got Seattle coming right out to start that series. You're playing the Guardians. You play the Rangers coming up next. So hopefully you get up for that series. And you don't want to come out here and have a losing homestand with that. So it's not obviously hugely important with a 7-game lead, but you don't want to get into a negative space. They've been going really, really well, doing what they can. You want to avoid a sweep here. They had won or tied or broke even 13 straight series, and they've lost this one with losing the first two. You don't want to get swept. That's something you want to avoid. And the lineup looks a lot better with Jake in it. As opposed to the amount of guys they've had to run in there that have been maybe Sugar Land, hell, maybe Corpus players in that bad boy.
Khakis.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, interesting story that had been kind of talked about a bit, and that is sources are telling ESPN, Clint, that the NFL Players Association, which you used to be a part of, and the NFL agreed to keep collusion findings secret. In January, an arbiter, Christopher Droney, ruled there wasn't sufficient evidence of collusion by owners in contract negotiations with quarterbacks after the record fully guaranteed contract signed by quarterback Deshaun Watson in 2022. Any such collusion to keep salaries down would violate the collective bargaining agreement between the NFL and its union. But Droney concluded that the NFLPA showed by clear preponderance of evidence that Commissioner Roger Goodell and the league's general counsel, Jeff Pash, had urged owners to restrict guaranteed money in player contracts. Pablo was him and Mike Florio were the ones that really kind of laid this out. They got the agreement, the 61-page ruling. It was kind of kept secret until Pablo Torre and his team published the document last week and created a bit of a conversation outside of this. So right now, this looks like maybe it's not as big of a story right now, but I wonder if this is something that picks up steam of anything of the Commissioner Roger Goodell in any way saying, anything about restricting guaranteed money to players' contracts.
Well, all this is, that last line that you read is all that's important, right? Some players told ESPN they were surprised by the details in the ruling and didn't understand why their union, by the way, the union hadn't shared the ruling with them. If big enough name players decide that they want to make enough noise about their union not representing them in an honest, fair way, this could get completely out of hand. I haven't read it. I don't know what the findings are, but I'm gonna guess you don't have to work real hard to find evidence of owners getting together and going, hey, dummy,
hey man,
we give that guy $255 million. You see what happened to Cleveland? Let's not do that.
Let's not.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like it's hard.
And the Lamar Jackson contract happened right behind it, and he still didn't get the fully guaranteed money that Deshaun.
It's not hard for you think owners would do that. And it wouldn't be real difficult to find the evidence, I wouldn't think. But you start getting into a bigger issue, which is your Players Association not being transparent with us, the players.
Try to keep that hidden from them.
Yeah, that could get ugly. That could get ugly real quick. So hopefully nothing. I don't like the drama, but it could get ugly. Quick.
It is definitely a story to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Right to see where this goes.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. This is, I don't even understand this, Clint, but sources are telling ESPN that I think the best player in the game, Nikola Jokic, is going to delay his extension talks until next summer. The Denver Star will not seek a contract extension this summer, delaying talks until next summer, a league source confirmed with ESPN. Jokic has 3 years remaining on his 5-year, $276 million contract extension he signed in the summer of 2022. The three-time MVP has a player option in the final deal for $62+ million. But the kicker is Jokic is eligible to sign a 3-year, $200 million extension up till October, but is deciding to delay it, which is odd. I don't like. For Denver, that's not a great sign for you.
Yeah.
That he is. There's something that he is trying to play his cards close to the vest to keep himself and give himself an option. Like maybe he don't love the direction. Which for Rockets fans, that could mean a lot. Like what does this mean? Is Jokic potentially going from Denver?
Yeah.
Where would he go? Would he go to the East? Would he become available? What would you do? Like that is an odd thing when you have the best player in the game who you want to bring back, and he's like, you know what, I ain't ready to sign.
Keep that $200 million. Yeah. Look, I mean, the crazy thing about Jokic is it very well could be, hey, I don't want to commit my entire career to Denver, and especially with kind of what's going on there recently.
With the firing of the coaches.
The timing of the firing, this last one. And then again, it could be him going, maybe I want to play this contract out and go do this horse racing thing over in, where's he from? Serbia.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so. The thing is with him, you don't ever know, man.
Yeah, that is just interesting. I know Denver wants to do it.
I bet so.
I know they want to do it. They've got to, because we've seen players really kind of show their power on things like, I'm not going to commit yet until you show me that you are committed to maybe going in the same direction that I'm looking to go. So Jokic is potentially using some of his power to make the Denver Nuggets potentially go in the direction he's hoping and feels comfortable with staying there long term with them. All right, coming up, Laken Tomlinson, a guy who is the new left guard, it looks like, for the Texans. He had some comments, some, I'd say, confident comments, and his new offensive line group. Where do you hear how Clint took those comments? We'll let you hear that and discuss coming up next.
All right, fellas, check it out, man. I got big news in the testosterone replacement therapy industry. I got big news for you, man. Synergenics and Low T Center, they've joined forces, man. Two top dogs in the TRT game have joined forces, which means just more convenience and more opportunity for all of us men out there. Because, fellas, it's not if, it's when, right? At some point in time, low testosterone is going to be a problem for you, right? You're going to deal with stubborn weight gain, loss of muscle mass, moodiness, energy, low energy when you shouldn't have low energy, low libido, which could do wonders to your relationships. That could be a major problem in your marriage or your relationship. So this is serious stuff, man. And the fact that two of the big dogs have joined forces, Synergenics and Low T, is big time for all of us. Now, they've also introduced the Synergenics Health app. And this app, you can book appointments, view lab results, have face-to-face visits, get medication reminders. The list goes on and on. Taking control of your health has never been easier for all of us fellas out there. It's important. It's vital, y'all. Get to living your best life. Don't wait till all these problems stack up on you for you to start addressing it. Get down to the nearest Synergenics location, the nearest Low T location, or just simply download the Synergenics Health app and book an appointment today. Get started, y'all. If you don't want to download the app, you can always go to fixmylowt.com. Again, that's fixmylowt.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This offense needs to go the way of C.J. Stroud. This offense doesn't need to go the way of Nick Cage. Stroud needs to make sure that every coach around him understands, no, that's unacceptable. In terms of standards being set, in terms of guys being held accountable, in terms of the brand of football, that needs to come from C.J. Stroud.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive.
Do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue to roll through. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on YouTube and Twitch. We always love the back and forth in the conversation. All right, as we continue to roll through, Clint had a reaction, and it was interesting. Clint had a reaction to what Laken Tomlinson had to say. Laken Tomlinson, I would say one of the, now as we get closer to training camp, appears to be one of the more important pieces that the Texans will have brought in the offseason. And in an interview, he had this to say. He said, I believe the offensive line could be the strength of a team. Tomlinson told the Texans radio in an interview, those guys come out, they're grinders. They want to be the backbone, the foundation of the team. So when you can have that for a team, you can go very far. And, man, I've seen it in the past. I've been a part of it, and I'm excited to be able to exercise that here. So he's looking at the guys. He's been there. They've been through a couple of camps. They've been through OTAs, mandatory mini camp, and now heading to training camp. And he sees that the fact that this group could be the strength of the team. Your reaction?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit delusional. I think it's a little bit maybe, the Laken getting out over his skis a little bit, getting excited about the new opportunity here in Houston, which is rightfully so. Anybody, any alpha that is any level of a leader that gets thrown into this situation in terms of the offensive line, they should be excited. But I don't know. I look at, I don't need the offensive line coach or the offensive line talking about being the strength of the team, talking about being one of the best in the league, or even ranking themselves, with anybody else. The reality of it is this offensive line was respected, talented last year, but the offensive line overall was one of the worst two offensive lines in the game. And, when that is the case, I prefer nose down grind. We're going to communicate. We're going to be a solid unit, and we're going to play some really good football. We're going to be better at pass protection. We're going to be better at running the football, and we get better with every single snap. I just don't. For me, when you've been one of the worst in the league, and I understand there's been a lot of turnover. I understand that Laken Tomlinson wasn't there, and I understand that Laken Tomlinson was brought in to probably change the vibe in that room. And he's one of the guys, played 4 years in San Francisco when they were really, really good up front. So he has the makeup that I think DeMeco Ryans wants this entire offensive line to have. But when you start talking about the strength of a team and kind of bypassing or skipping over that, hey, man, let's just be a good, sound offensive line in the NFL, I think that may be a little delusional and may be a little bit of a it's a little bit much for me. I'll tell you this. When you read the entire quote the way you did, it's not as aggressive as I initially thought. Because when I saw the headline, of course, headline porn, I saw Laken Tomlinson, I believe offensive line could be the strength of the team. And I thought, boy, that sounds like a rookie that's so excited to be in the league and make it to live out his dream that he is getting way out over his skis. And he is definitely delusional. When you look into Laken Tomlinson, kind of what he's been tasked with, and it's still delusional. It's still a little bit, to me, kind of this team, this offensive line has been, but it's not as bad as I thought initially.
Yeah, listen, they clearly were the reason why this team was in the position it was and where the struggles came. That was the biggest thing that needed to be fixed. And for me, I don't mind the belief and the confidence. And hell, if you got to tell yourself this, to get yourself there, that's fine. The only way that I have an issue with the comments are if it legit was like, hey man, shoot, we are the Eagles.
Yeah,
baby, we are. I
didn't take it as
we are like that. Now that is really delusional. Like, hey, y'all better not have anything to say about us. Like, we are, like, you ain't seen what we've seen. You ain't seen Titus as a right guard, baby. You ain't seen, like, and I don't think it's coming off like that. I do think it is, to me, a confidence thing. And I think what I'm seeing a lot of people text in is, Clint, what would you want him to have said? Like, what are you more comfortable? What do you think should be the talking point coming from the offensive line, if not what he was saying?
Well, yeah, I kind of alluded to that a little earlier. Look, I just think the right messaging here is, hey, we are going to be a five-man unit. We're going to be tight as hell, and we're going to play for one another. We're going to be accountable for one another. We're going to be the most physical team in the league. We're going to be as physical as we possibly can. We're going to get after folks. We're not, that kind of versus we're going to be the strength of this team. I just think those are lofty, unreasonable, slightly delusional, thoughts on the offensive line. I don't know. It's like you got to realize, to me, this team, I said it all year last year, and I think DeMeco finally came around to understand, because they obviously made the moves, right? But you got to look at who you were. You were pissy poor as a group last year. And you got a new head coach. This isn't the time to talk about identity and strengths and rankings and all that. This is the time to put your nose down and literally all the focus needs to be on creating the best unit that we can create, period. Not the strength of team, not this, not that, not setting these lofty expectations. And that's just, to me, that's where they need to be. Look, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a major ordeal. I would just prefer the nose down. We're going to work things out. We're going to be a lot better than what we were last year.
I've told you if they can be average, I would press the button right on that. It is hard to even see the scenario in which they're the strength of the team. Like it's hard to see the scenario. I think you said earlier, I mean, when you think of the strength of the team, I mean, they're the biggest question. And two, there are many things. The D-line strength, receiving core, the running backs. Those.
I hope I'm wrong, and I'm gonna have to eat crow, boys. But that because that would be the most beautiful thing in Houston is that offensive line not only gets better, the moves that Nick and D'Amico made don't only hit and are big time improvements, but literally the offensive line is the identity and the strength of the team. Where you got Nick Chubb makes the Nick Chubb signing even better. The pass protection, it's not only solved, it's you're really good. It's the strength of the team. Like that would be ideal. I think it's a long shot.
Guy Gene's right here with you on this one, baby. I'll be damned. I'm glad to see Clint being realistic with the offensive line. I love-hate relationship with Guy Gene.
GJ, you know what I mean? Is it GG or GJ? How's he spell it?
GJ.
There you go. Yeah, man, I just that would be a huge jump. I'm gonna tell you, if that happens, Cole Popovich is going to be the highest paid offensive line coach in the next 3 years. You know what I mean? You sign a bunch of middle of the road guys and some guys that have been disappointments. You get rid of one of the most talented guys in the game. You move your right tackle that you paid as one of the highest paid right tackles in the game. Hell with that, we're going to move him to guard. You pick up a guy that New England, didn't want, parted ways with, and he's your starting center.
Never saw that one. I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. But that's wrong injuries, right? I wanted the brother.
Yeah.
But if they turn that into the strength of the team, hey, man, it'll day to be a Texans fan, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, T Mill's best bets. He'll make you some cash tonight, hopefully, and Astros looking to avoid a sweep from Cleveland tonight. Any concerns? Anything bother you? Is it just, hey, baseball 2 games, or is there anything a little bit more that's starting to creep up in your mind after the start to this homestand? We'll discuss and win you a little money coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
Hey, y'all, the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home is settling for less money, right? Nobody wants to do it when you set out, but sometimes it happens. I can guarantee you this. It doesn't happen when you deal with the world.
It's about time.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
All right, coming up behind us, you know the fellas, Texans All Access, as Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will have things, and they will be joined by one of Clint's favorites, old Irv Smith Jr.
Absolutely.
Big Irv.
Hey, man, when my man was at Alabama, good Lord, he was fun to watch. He was one of them guys that catch
I don't know if Irv going to make this team.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
You got them all.
Yeah, he does. The
no, man.
When he was at Alabama, man, he would have 5-yard separation when anybody tried to cover him. Like, how does this keep happening? How does this guy? I mean,
who was the quarterback?
Tua.
Tua.
Yeah, I mean, just like damn. I mean, that's why all the questions I had about Tua is like I don't remember the advanced stats back then, but like the separation that Tua's receivers had on his completions was like double everybody else's. Like, how in the hell does Irv? It's one thing when these guys, when it's Jamison Williams, these guys are running, 4-2, 4-3, whatever. Irv Smith's doing it. Like, how in the hell does this keep happening? I thought he was going to be a much bigger. I shouldn't say bigger. A much better, more impactful pro than he has been, though.
Yeah, he's out here. He's out here practicing to try to make somebody else's team.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Here you got Dalton, you got Brevin,
you
got Cade Stover, you got Luke Lachey, who they drafted.
Luke ain't making it over him.
Hell, at least they drafted him.
Well, he may be on the team, but he's not going to be. He'll be in. They're not going to depend on him.
I mean, that's 4, and then Irv's like the 5th tight end.
Irv will be on there.
I love your confidence in Irv. Well, Irv, according to Clint, will be on the team. He will be also talking to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris coming up after we get finished. And Area 45 was on the toilet next to Patrick Creighton, out, by the way, just a few minutes ago. Kind of doing that right there.
You were just on the toilet next to Patrick Creighton?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy, I bet that can get messy.
Talked a little bit too much.
In there, Rooster,
and we acknowledged it. Talked a little bit too much.
He must have got off the toilet and went straight in that kitchen and got on them cupcakes, because when I walked by, he was hammering one of them old blue cupcakes.
It clears his face, baby.
That's right. He told me he was going to enjoy it. It was his first one. I didn't know he had just made a hole for it.
Yeah, he opened it up. But no, so I know he's in the building, ready to go tonight. And also Sean Bijani and Chris Santiago, Area 45, the best sports late-night show in all of Houston. They get started at 7 o'clock. They'll have the post-game show, hopefully, of the Astros avoiding a sweep in this thing, and then T Mill's best bets. What'd you do last night, Tyler? We in the
2 for 5 again.
So we're in the red here.
A lot of mediocrity. So
we're in the red here this week. Need a big turnaround Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Well, he's going for it. 6 of them.
He put 6 on the board. Oh my. Oh boy! Now he's sliding in Cam Smith in there. All right, so T Mill's best bets coming up here momentarily. All right, Clint, like we said, man, they're looking to avoid a sweep here. They're not in the situation the Dodgers are in, right? The Dodgers, they just got swept by the Brewers. They've lost 6 in a row now, back-to-back sweat series for the Dodgers. The Astros are not there, but the Indians were,
you did it.
What?
You
did it. Name. You said the Indians.
Did I say that?
You said
a few times today you said, I almost did that. You did it.
I really apologize. The Guardians, sorry.
It's all right.
The Cleveland Guardians, who were struggling like hell, as we said, 6-24 in their last 30.
Think about what just happened.
What?
I said it was okay, and I'm a white guy.
You slipped up and said, and Tyler goes, "You said Indian." He just repeated it. You've been over there trying your damnedest not to say it. He's chomping at the bit to repeat
say it.
I just had to let you know, man. I wanted
to let you know, like he had been waiting on that sucker. But But they're 6-24 coming in their last 30 in this thing, losers of 10 in a row, and they've lost. Now they have a chance to sweep the Astros here in the Daikin Park. Is any flaring concerns? Any as small as this is for you? Is just ball. It's just baseball.
None that weren't there before this series got here. Not for me. No. Look. I mean, you got one game where the wheels came off of Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon, and it got a little wonky. And hell, this lineup of half minor league lineup damn near put up enough runs to win that one. And then you come back and the two guys that give up the runs are the two pitchers that have been the absolute best for you this year. And Josh Hader, who was perfect until last night, right? Is that right? Perfect until last night. Was that his first one?
I think his first blown save. Yep.
And Hunter Brown, who's been he's on the Cy Young. He's an all-star on the Cy Young short list. So I like that. What happened last night with those two guys is not going to happen 99.9% of the time. And the night before it was the wheels coming off. Really, the wheels coming off of a guy that you hope to not depend on come playoff time. So no, I'm not worried beyond what the worries we already had before the Guardians series came about. I'm not worried about anything I've seen in the last two games.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Astros season. I don't think they got to start to look out. They may start being in a tailspin or something, or this could be the start to something. I don't think that. The Yankees blew out the Mariners last night, and both the Angels and the Rangers are still under 500. You got a 7-game lead. I think they'll be fine, and I think the part you're talking about is at some point we believe Calvary will be coming, right? We know Jake is back already, and Jeremy Pena shouldn't be long-term. Maybe some of the pitching comes back, and then, there's Jordan. But so nothing like that. Big picture-wise, the only thing that I am keeping myself to be alert on is this thing with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown is a Cy Young candidate, and right now in many people's thoughts, he's probably second behind the cat up there in Detroit. But I've just noticed something, and I think it happened last night in the game against the Cleveland Guardians. When he gets frustrated, whether it's by getting squeezed by an umpire, which I think there was a little frustration with the umpire yesterday, or maybe he doesn't execute pitches the exact way he wants to and they get hit and he gives up a home run early or something like that, when there is some sort of adversity that hits, I'm not saying he's somebody that punks out or anything, but I think he gets really pissed. And I think he gets angry, and then I think sometimes he just turns into a thrower instead of a pitcher. And he's just gonna I'm gonna out of frustration blow it past your ass. And I don't think that's the best Hunter Brown that we see. Now, obviously, he hasn't run into a lot of adversity because he just runs through teams for the most part and hadn't had to deal with that. But there's been a couple of times this year where I'm like, damn, and kind of settle him down a little bit. And you can tell, he is just steaming out there, and you can see it all over his face. And that just, to me, turns into, I'm just firing this joker in there. I'm throwing it. And I wonder when these games start to matter in October and you get to a game and there may be some adversity faced in a postseason game, if we see him kind of lose his head a little bit. And like I said, losing his head, to me, it seems to show in the way of maybe the game plan has just flown out the window of whatever we talked about. And I'm pissed and I'm about to throw it past him. And you start looking up and you start seeing 97, 98 roll through there, and he gets mad. Because after the home run yesterday, I forgot who he struck out. He was just incensed out there after it happened. So that's one thing I am looking at with Hunter Brown is when he gets pissed out there, it's not like Framber. I see someone text that in. It's not like Framber, but I don't think it's him at his best. I think it gets him frustrated, and I think he just starts to throw harder. instead of pitching.
I think it's something to keep an eye on. He is a power pitcher, and the ability to get a little bit angry and throw it by somebody, that doesn't necessarily scare me. But you hit the nail on the head for me when he throws the game plan out the window. When he disregards whatever pitch is being called, it's like, no, I'm fixing to throw this by this sucker, and you're trying to blow it by a leadoff hitter in Major League Baseball, dead red. So I do think it's something to keep an eye on. Hopefully it's never a problem. I kind of like the angry Hunter Brown getting downhill, but I do acknowledge that it could become a problem if he becomes just a guy that gets frustrated and is going to try to throw it by everybody.
He's the guy that a player in basketball came down here and went in there and hit a step back three. He's going to come back and go back down there and hit one and try to get one too, and forget to run the offense because he's just taking this thing personal with things. So it's just one I think to keep an eye on and watch a little bit, just where he gets when he gets frustrated and where he goes. All right, Tyler, let's do our thing here. Let's win the people some cash. A little best bets. T-Mill's best bets. What you got tonight?
Yeah, we obviously, as it's been and will be for a little while, baseball, only real sport. The sport's going on, so I got more baseball for you, but I'm going big or going home. Today, this Wednesday, it's going to make or break our week for best bets. We're either going to be completely screwed and in the red for this week, or we're about to start the comeback. Got 6 wagers.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. I list them quickly. If you miss anything, head to Twitter. Go to @TMillRealDeal. I have it posted there for you if you miss anything. First off, what's that?
Go ahead.
First